Chapter 91. Not far away. The heroic and imposing Valkyrie stood quietly. Chang-Chi came to her side. Now, no one should be able to stop you from returning to the Interstellar Alliance. But those bandits are in the open. After all, they are a team of the Interstellar Alliance. Their death here will definitely cause a series of troubles. Hua Kunlun's red pupils flickered. I will handle everything. Chang-Chi laughed. It's easier to cooperate with smart people. Speaking of a series of troubles. Hua Kunlun looked at Chang-Chi. In your heart, don't you also want to be too conspicuous? My strength is not enough. A big tree attracts the wind. Chang-Chi said calmly, it doesn't matter if I pretend to be a cup on this garbage earth, but I still have to be careful when facing the vast universe. I know. Hua Kunlun also looked at the gray sky. If someone asks me who repaired me and gave me such a powerful body and new life, I will say, he is a mysterious and great genius mechanic. Genius mechanic. Chang-Chi savored this sentence, thinking of STC's annotations on the Red Lotus martial god, and suddenly a mysterious sense of time and space was born in his heart. Chang-Chi, you deserve this title. I have seen before that you can always use some garbage and waste to create new machines. Hua Kunlun suddenly turned around and stretched out his mechanical palm. In his palm was a chip with exposed threads. This is my former memory chip. It records my interstellar conquest journey, and the most important thing is the 5 technological ruins scattered in the deep universe. Chang-Chi's eyes lit up slightly. Technological ruins? Yes. Among them are mechanical planets abandoned by advanced civilizations, interstellar battlefields with the wreckage of tens of thousands of warships floating around, and time portals left behind by the legendary 12th level technological civilization. Hua Kunlun looked at Chang-Chi seriously. I think these are all valuable resources for you, and this is the only way I can give you back as a token of my gratitude. These things are indeed the most valuable resources. Chang-Chi's eyes flickered as he took the item from Hua Kunlun's hand. But this is your memory chip, which is all your past memories? I've always been curious. Your body was covered with artificial skin before. Can it help you have a boyfriend? Chang-Chi, I've always admired you. You have such a powerful ability, but you can still act like a fool on weekdays, often doing some mindless operations, and sometimes being quite shameless. Hua Kunlun looked directly at Chang-Chi. How did you do it? Chang-Chi grinned. I live in a dark garbage earth, surrounded by despair. If I don't find a way to adjust my mentality, don't I have to cry and scream all day, be emo and hang myself? Hua Kunlun paused slightly. Only then did he realize that Chang-Chi's smile was always bright. But at this moment, Hua Kunlun suddenly faced Chang-Chi, knelt on one knee, and stretched out his left hand to his chest. Hey, what are you doing? Chang-Chi was stunned. Even if I am very charismatic, you won't do this, right? On behalf of the thousands of heroes of the 24th Fleet, I would like to express my gratitude to Mr. Chang-Chi. Hua Kunlun bowed his head slowly. It is you who cleared all of us of our wrongful convictions. Oh, there is no need to do this. Chang-Chi supported Hua Kunlun. Spider-Man's uncle said that the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Who is Spider-Man? Who is his uncle? Oh, a mythical figure in ancient history. Haven't you heard of Spider-Man's 3 fights with the white bone demon? It's understandable. After all, there are too few teenagers like me who are familiar with history. Hua Kunlun stood up and interrupted Chang-Chi's show-off. One more thing. She suddenly lost her focus and saw Xiaoqiong hiding in the garbage behind her, looking at Chang-Chi from a distance. I like this child very much. I can see that she has great potential. Hua Kunlun paused. I want to take her away and train her to be the best warrior. One day in the future, she can even replace me. Chang-Chi frowned. Hua Kunlun quickly added, don't worry, I won't make any changes to her. Xiaoqiong will always be Xiaoqiong. But Xiaoqiong dodged and said, I want to be a strong warrior so that I can protect the people around me. If I am born a strong warrior, then my father will not die, and my mother will not die. Chang-Chi's brows gradually relaxed. After a long time, Chang-Chi sighed slowly and said, everyone has her own destiny, Xiaoqiong. I am waiting for you to become the most powerful warrior. I wish you can gain the strength to protect everyone around you as soon as possible. Xiaoqiong nodded. Her eyes were a little wet. At that time, I will protect Chang-Chi. Chang-Chi was also somewhat moved. Good child. It's worth all the time I've been giving you. Hua Kunlun was a little confused. What pot? That's not important. Chang-Chi closed his eyes in pain. Please take good care of Xiaoqiong. What a coincidence. Hua Kunlun looked at Xiaoqiong. This child's real name is also Honglian. Some things are really destined. Oh! Chang-Chi was a little surprised. For a long time, He really didn't know Xiao Qiong's real name. I think you will start your own journey to the universe soon, right? Hua Kunlun suddenly said, after I return to the headquarters, I will find a way to help you get a ship. Ship? Changqi smiled, that's not necessary, because compared to ships, I still prefer warships. Hua Kunlun suddenly realized something, and looked up at the two Harrier starships floating in the air. The Interstellar Alliance will send someone to investigate the situation soon. Hua Kunlun hesitated for a moment, unless you have the ability to hide them, otherwise. Changqi laughed, you see, I can't hide it to death. Changqi stood on a towering garbage mountain. The gusts of wind blew the blue scavenger's cloak. Hua Kunlun finally contacted his old subordinates, and soon someone took her and Xiao Qiong away. And Hong Yan also transported the ecological recycling platform. As she once said, she would do a great job in full swing. The electronic sound of STC sounded in Changqi's ears. You synthesized a large number of firearms, thereby activating the rebellious thoughts in Hong Yan's heart. You synthesized cyber prosthesis, giving Kunlun a new life. Her appearance let the scavengers know that the Interstellar Alliance is not all evil, which gave the scavengers hope, and Kunlun will also deal with all the subsequent troubles. You synthesized the SN11 ecological cycle platform. The purpose is to use the power of technology to change the entire garbage earth, and also gave the scavengers the starting resources and conditions. In fact, what you synthesized is not a piece of equipment, but a chance for a lost civilization to rise again. Changqi waved his hand, I'm not that great. Since this is my hometown, there will always be a faint bond. This is great, I think I didn't seem to choose the wrong person. I see the hope of the revival of the mother civilization. Chapter 92. Changqi's body slowly rose into the air. In his perspective, the garbage earth beneath his feet became farther and farther away, and everything became smaller and smaller. The closer he got to the two Harrier starships, the more excited he felt. From a close distance, the 20-kilometer-long ship was quite shocking. The appearance of the Harrier starship was a bit like an aircraft carrier of the old era, like a steel fortress suspended under the atmosphere. The giant thrusters were distributed at the tail, and both sides of the battleship. In order to maintain its posture, it periodically spewed out dazzling blue plasma flames, causing slight tremors in the space. At the front of the warship, the towering command tower is like a towering mountain, covered with various sensors and communication equipment, indicating its ability to travel long distances in space. Although the Star Destroyer on one of the Harrier starships was destroyed, it was now emitting thick black smoke, and the ship was tilted. But for such a huge starship, this can be classified as a small-scale damage. Moreover, the interior of the starship at this time can be said to be clean, and the fake soldiers died on the ground. Moreover, these two starships are extremely special, and there is no operator in the huge bridge. Changqi looked at the two starships and wiped his saliva. Let's talk about the dream of a real man. One of them is mecha and machinery. The other is starship and the sea of stars. Among them, the most exciting thing is to wear your own armor, drive your own starship, and walk out a path that belongs to you. The vast and endless universe, the strange and beautiful planets, the mysterious and magnificent secrets, and many incredible civilizations. Become stronger all the way, grow all the way, and appreciate the most beautiful scenery all the way. This is also a scene that Changqi has imagined and dreamed of countless times. Of course, if the starship can be powerful enough to withstand various risks, and come and go without a trace, it will be even more exciting and fun. What can these two big treasures be combined into? They are already the top starships of the human alliance. The next level must be beyond reality. Changqi's eyes released a demonic look. The next operation is the most anticipated synthesis so far. He glanced at the garbage earth under his feet. Such a large-scale synthesis still needs to be concealed. Changqi closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his eyes were already blooming with brilliant diamond light. At the same time, dozens of floating blue ribbons appeared in his eyes. These ribbons were winding and connected to the two huge starships. The electronic resonance of silicon-based creatures is indeed strong. The next second, the main engines of the two starships started slowly. The huge roar and tremor resounded through the sky, and the two starships began to rise continuously. But Changqi frowned slightly. It was just a simple movement command. When it controlled the two starships, he felt that his energy was scattered in various ways, because there were too many electronic systems in the starships, and too many functions to control. Almost for a moment, he had the illusion that his body was hollowed out. Although the starship was moving, Changqi felt that he was holding a car with a pair of thin arms. Although he lifted it, his arms were still flapping like butterflies. It should be because my silicon-based sequence level is too low. Chung-Chi was a little worried. After the starships are synthesized, will I be completely unable to operate? Although it was a bit bumpy, the two starships finally moved outside the atmosphere. At this time, the two Harrier starships, with a dark and deep universe with shining stars behind them, looked even more interesting. Chung-Chi's face was covered with a black mask formed by Type 1 biological armor, which could isolate the low temperature around and provide him with sufficient oxygen. Start synthesizing. He took a deep breath, slowly raised his right hand, facing the back of his hand towards the two starships, and the STC burst into a blue beam of light. Break into original matter. This time, the scene is more grand and spectacular than before. The huge Harrier starship, under the blue technological beam, turned into dots of white light, even brighter than the stars in the distance. Chung-Chi was used to this kind of scene, but this time, his heart was inexplicably filled with awe for technology. Begin synthesis. The target blueprint is 78 years later, the technological creation of human civilization, the Falcon interstellar starship, Harrier Falcon. Continues the naming of the Raptor series. Chung-Chi's pupils trembled. It is indeed future technology. Synthesizing. Chung-Chi frowned slightly. This time, it seemed to be stuck, and there has never been such a phenomenon before. Unrecorded technology appears in the target creation, different from ordinary Harrier starships. Chung-Chi opened his eyes. What's going on? The next moment, STC projected a void image in front of Chung-Chi. That was the result of the STC's scan, a holographic image of two Harrier starships. I saw a human brain suspended on each of the bridges of the two starships. I could clearly see nearly 1,000 thin steel needles piercing the surface of the two brains and penetrating into the brain marrow. The back of these steel needles were connected to countless lines, which were winding and scattered in various parts of the Harrier starships, connecting various hubs. Chung-Chi frowned. What is this? These two Harrier starships are extremely special. Their core control systems are not conventional shipborne intelligence, but two human brains. Chung-Chi paused slightly. Suddenly recalled a detail. In the previous battle, Ning Feng had a remote conversation with Lieutenant Colonel Ning. Ning Feng said that the black body was installed with the brain of their father, and that was why Ning Feng could control it remotely. They are all high-level gene people. So, their blood has some kind of telepathic ability? Chung-Chi's eyes flashed, and his guess was almost right. After sorting out the connection, Chung-Chi took a breath. The brains in the Harrier starship should also be Ning Feng's direct relatives, such as brothers and sisters. It turns out that Guy is operating two warships in this way. No wonder he can become the most talented commander in history. That means these two seemingly ordinary Harrier starships are actually special. Even STC does not have a corresponding synthesis blueprint. Chung-Chi's heart sank instantly. I thought I picked up a treasure, but I didn't expect it to be too different and unusable. Chapter 93. Integrate existing technologies. Replan the synthesis plan. Chung-Chi, in view of your previous ambition, I will try to develop a new route and a technology blueprint for you. The twists and turns were unexpected for Chung-Chi. Redevelopment? To be precise, it is to create another possibility through existing technologies and conditions. Of course, there is a certain probability of failure. What will happen if it fails? Everything will be in vain. Chung-Chi clenched his fists. There was no other way to choose at the moment. After a few seconds of silence, Chung-Chi gritted his teeth and said, "Close." At this moment, the STC released a brighter light than before, as if performing some high-speed calculations. A Harrier starship broke into white light spots and began to jump violently. Gradually, those light spots gathered towards another Harrier starship. At this moment, a dazzling light burst out in front. Chung-Chi opened his eyes slightly, and his palms were covered with sweat. 3 seconds later, he heard the most pleasant sound. Synthesis successful. Chung-Chi's brows suddenly relaxed. It's done. The dazzling light in front of him, that made people unable to look directly at it, gradually faded away. It was as if a grand light curtain was slowly opened, and the protagonist in it finally came out after much anticipation. Chung-Chi's pupils trembled as he stared ahead. It was a white warship, like a sharp spear. It was much smaller than the previous Harrier starship, with a total length of about 2 kilometers. The overall shape was sharp and smooth, and at the same time full of sharpness. Chung-Chi knew very well that the size did not mean anything. The key point was the technological content inside it. The material of the starship in front of him did not seem to be any kind of metal, but pure white, like delicate ceramics, emitting a faint milky halo. The most peculiar thing was that the surface of this warship was covered with a strange blue pattern. And there was no dead angle, covering all directions. Those patterns were like giant octopuses. They stretched out all their tentacles, one connected to another. Chang-Chi's pupils flickered, and he was a little stunned. This pattern looks like human brain nerves. The body of the octopus is the main body of the neuron, and the multiple branches extending from it are like the dendrites and axons of the neuron. Chang-Chi's eyes flickered. A ceramic battleship covered with brain nerve nets? Theoretically, human consciousness exists in the brain nerve nets. Whenever humans think and have an idea, these neural nets will form wandering bioelectricity, and those blue currents will flicker continuously, which constitutes human self-cognition and judgment of external information. At this moment, a blue electric current suddenly appeared on the hull of the white starship, flashing rapidly along the lines on the surface of the hull, like a meteor, flashing away in a flash. Chang-Chi was a little surprised. It has a thought? Although he had never seen the legendary Falcon starship, Chang-Chi was sure that the guy in front of him was definitely not a Falcon, because it was completely inconsistent with human design concepts, and even subverted human inertial thinking. What's more, the Falcon starship was born 78 years in the future, and the technological texture of the guy in front of him was obviously not a product that could be accumulated in just 78 years. Countless blue electric currents were generated again on the starship in front of him, and they flowed across the entire ship, forming a blue glow in the dim universe. Gorgeous, spectacular, and full of mystery. Chang-Chi opened his eyes slightly. Is it thinking? There are two highly electronic human brains in the two Harrier starships. In the process just now, the two brains also completed the merger, and produced a unique reaction with the two Harrier starships in the synthesis, forming an unprecedented product. Chang-Chi was very shocked. The synthesis of human brains. Unnamed starship, appearance size, 1,680 m divided by 270 m divided by 230 m, hull mass, 100,024 tons, hull material, white metal, the first recorded technological creation, a combination of metal and human brain white matter, which enables the surface of the ship to have an extremely high information transmission rate, and can withstand a maximum pressure of 10 million megapascals. This material is an important prerequisite for the exclusive technology of this ship. Communication system. Neural network superdistance communication can access the mainstream interstellar communication channel, and the communication range is enhanced by 160%. Propulsion system. Bioenergy nuclear fusion engine. The maximum speed is 2% of the speed of light, the maximum. Long range 2.45 light years. Living facilities. There are 3 floors of space inside, including 10 first-class lounges, 95 capsule sleeping cabins, 400 square meters of leisure and activity area, canteen dining area, automated medical equipment area, physical training area, cargo storage area, weapons system, neural network star destroyer, defense shield system, neural network sky shield, exclusive technology, to be explored, technology level, in view of the excellent interstellar navigation ability of this starship, the minimum technology level is level 2. At the same time, in view of the fact that this starship contains many unrecorded technologies, the upper limit of the technology level is to be determined. Chang-Chi looked at the long annotations, which contained a lot of information. The old interstellar radio station left by his grandfather was Chang-Chi's only way to understand the vast universe. In the past, he would always stay by the radio station on time, like a shriveled sponge, absorbing all information. He had also heard a lot about starships. The starship in front of him, judging from its size and tonnage, is a small reconnaissance ship or assault ship. Its maximum speed is 2% of the speed of light. This data may sound small, but it is equivalent to 17,000 times the speed of sound. As far as Chang-Chi knows, it is 30% faster than the fastest small reconnaissance ship on the market. Although this is already ahead, Chang-Chi still feels that it is not as amazing as he imagined. The white metal, that is, the ceramic appearance of the starship, is an unprecedented material on the market. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes. Can withstand a maximum pressure of 10 million megapascals? Wouldn't it be possible to destroy it with a star destroyer? Chang-Chi frowned. The defense is a bit weak. The shipboard living facilities are quite comprehensive, and long-distance voyages should be very comfortable. Long-distance communication is also completely sufficient. Neural network star destroyer? Neural network sky shield? Chang-Chi pondered. Previously, the weapons and shields in the Harrier starship have all completed a systematic upgrade. But what exactly has been upgraded? At this moment, the STC flashed, projecting a holographic image of the starship. Neural network star destroyer. In the holographic image, the densely packed neural bodies on the white ship suddenly flashed together, and a fascinating black light flowed on the surface. Then, The entire white starship seemed to have transformed into a cosmic hedgehog. Each of the hundreds of neurons on the surface of the ship emitted a dark and straight attack beam, with no blind spots in 360 degrees. Chang-Chi was a little surprised. He still remembered this black beam clearly. It was exactly the attack method of the Star Destroyer on the Harrier starship before. Releasing Star Destroyers through neurons? And hundreds of them? This span is really amazing. Chang-Chi's eyes trembled, and then an even more explosive scene appeared. But the neurons were slightly squirming, and hundreds of black beams gathered in front of the ship. The energy surged violently, and the black beams focused into a super large attack beam with a diameter of nearly meters, like a solid body, and instantly sank into the deep space. 10 seconds later, a huge black energy ball suddenly erupted in the distance, and then exploded violently. Although this picture was just a holographic simulation. But Chang-Chi could clearly feel the terrifying power, and the feeling of destroying the world. Dispersed shooting attack power is 10% of the original Harrier Star Destroyer. Concentrated shooting attack power is 220% of the original Harrier Star Destroyer. So that's it? Chang-Chi finally understood that dispersed attack power is reduced, but it can hit multiple targets at once, and after aggregation, the attack power is 2.2 times higher than before. The focus of strengthening is not power, but practicality. Neural Network Sky Shield. The old version of Sky Shield has many shortcomings, such as its honeycomb state structure, which is not the most optimized solution. There are other more stable and efficient energy transmission structures in the world, such as the human brain neural network. In the holographic simulation picture, the neural network on the surface of the white starship suddenly flickered, and a layer of phantom slowly emerged. It was a layer of blue brain nerve network pattern, which began to expand slowly. In the process of expansion, it seemed to drag out a series of phantoms, leaving layer after layer of blue light shield on the outside of the starship. A moment. There were 10 layers of light blue brain nerve network, one layer inside another, wrapping the starship in the core. Humans think very quickly, mainly due to the precise and complex brain nerve network structure. The essence of the defense shield is also energy transmission. By the same token, after adopting the brain nerve structure, the efficiency of the Sky Shield will be greatly improved. Chang-Chi opened his eyes slightly. How much stronger is it than the old Sky Shield? According to a rough calculation, its defensive effect is about 4 times that of the Sky Shield, and its opening speed is 10.3 times that of the old Sky Shield, and it also has the dual camouflage functions of visual distortion plus electronic reconnaissance signal distortion. 4 times? And the opening speed is 10 times faster. Then my first-generation muon machine can no longer penetrate it. Chang-Chi nodded. This makes up for the shortcomings of white metal to a large extent. Chapter 94. Chang-Chi summarized his starship. In terms of the strength of the ship, it is actually very fragile. It is like the human brain, which is very powerful but cannot withstand heavy blows. The upgraded Sky Shield is like the human skull, which protects the inner brain to a large extent. Although the additional function of the neural network Sky Shield can distort the signal, this function is defined as camouflage, not invisibility. In Chang-Chi's heart, he still lacks a little sense of security. The upgraded Star Destroyer cannon is like a shotgun in the dispersed shooting state, and like a sniper rifle in the concentrated state. As for the speed of the starship, it is 30% faster than the fastest small starship on the market. In summary, this new starship is a bit like a Scout Vanguard. The overall performance is still a little behind some superstar ships, but as a light starship, it is extremely excellent. Chang-Chi's eyes moved on the annotations and slowly froze. What is this exclusive technology that appeared twice? My data comes from the feedback of the starship's intelligent brain. As of now, the special technology of this starship is in an inactivated state. You need to explore it yourself. Chang-Chi's eyes flashed. This is normal. After all, the starship in front of him is a product outside the STC blueprint. Explore hidden functions, and so on. I like it the most. Watch me decipher it in minutes. Chang-Chi rubbed his hands. The turbo-powered shoes pushed his body to move silently in the universe. After circling the entire starship, he couldn't find the door. The entire starship was seamless, without even a crack. What does no way mean? Just as Chang-Chi was stunned, a small group of brain nerves suddenly appeared on the ship in front of him, shining with blue light, and then this group of nerves slowly spread out in a way that violated the laws of geometry, forming a 3-meter-high entrance in front of Chang-Chi. Sure enough, even the hatch is so magical. Chang-Chi slowly entered the starship, and the hatch behind him closed silently, forming a wall that looked like ceramic without any gaps. Glancing around, The interior of the starship perfectly blends the sense of science fiction and magic, with bright light and spotless. All materials within sight are white metal. Just looking at it gives people a delicate, soft and extremely comfortable feeling. Duh. 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 Chang-Chi took off his protective mask and walked in the empty corridor, with echoes coming from his feet. This is my Chang-Chi's starship. He looked at everything around him, and felt more and more comfortable. Junkworm has his own starship. It was as magical as a dream. It was a pity that there was no one else here, and Chang-Chi had no way to share his joy. Where is the bridge? Where is the bridge? The bridge is on the 3rd deck. Chang-Chi, who was humming, suddenly stopped. He slowly took 3 steps back and looked at a cabin he had just passed. The next second, Chang-Chi's eyes widened. What is that? On a platform half a meter high in the cabin, sat a woman in red. She was wearing a big red dress, with one foot on the edge of the platform and the other foot curled up. She held her ankles with both hands and looked up at the sky. Hina? Chang-Chi's pupil shrank suddenly. Isn't she dead? The woman in the red dress was indeed Hina, and her posture at this moment was exactly the same as when she was waiting for the arrival of the high-level Gene person on the side of the bar street. Hina slowly turned her head and suddenly found Chang-Chi. Then she stretched out a bruised hand and grabbed Chang-Chi through the air, making a strange murmur. Chang-Chi was awed, and goosebumps appeared all over his body in an instant. What's going on? Fortunately, Hina just stayed where she was, maintaining the same posture, and could not affect Chang-Chi. Chang-Chi felt a chill down his spine. Could this be related to the hidden function of the starship? He needed to reach the bridge to uncover the truth. Continuing to walk forward, Chang-Chi saw a pair of middle-aged people leaning against each other on the side of the road. They were wearing ragged scavenger cloaks, and the woman was leaning on the man's shoulders. Chang-Chi recognized them. They were Xiao Qiong's father and mother. At this time, Xiao Qiong's father and mother suddenly smiled and nodded at Chang-Chi. Chang-Chi was a little stunned. These 2 people are also dead. Walking forward, Chang-Chi saw a group of quadruplets. The oldest one among them was Ning Feng, the dead soul of his subordinate. He frowned and kept stomping on the spot. He was still muttering something, but he couldn't make any sound. Chang-Chi could easily judge from his lip shape that he was saying no one can block my way forward. The relatively young one among them was Lieutenant Colonel Ning, who was beaten to death by the scavengers. He was holding his head at this time, his body was trembling, and there was a strong fear in his eyes. The other 2 looked very similar to Lieutenant Colonel Ning and Ning Feng, except that they looked dull, their arms drooped limply, and it was clear that their heads were empty, and their brains were missing. What are these things, ghosts? Chang-Chi opened his eyes slightly, only to feel that his brain circuits were not enough, and his thinking and cognition could not keep up with the changes in front of him. Chang-Chi also observed carefully that there were no holographic devices on the heads and feet of these ghosts. They were not images, but a form that Chang-Chi did not understand. Finally arrived at the bridge. There seemed to be some kind of huge single-lens glass in front, through which one could see the vast universe. In the center of this platform stood a huge cocoon. It was 3 meters high and more than 1 meter in diameter. It emitted blue light all over, and its inside was beating like a heart. Chang-Chi's eyes twitched. What was this? It was also at this moment. Chang-Chi suddenly felt his scalp itchy. It seemed that countless fine electric currents were generated in his brain, and then these currents gathered at his eyebrows. When the energy in them was strong to a certain extent, Chang-Chi felt that his forehead was like a third eye. Then, something surged out from his forehead, floating and merging into the huge cocoon in front. Chapter 95. Inside the cocoon, a bright light suddenly shone. It reflected the outline of a curled-up baby, like the uterus of a pregnant woman under color ultrasound. Chang-Chi's eyes twitched slightly, and he felt that everything was getting weirder. The next moment, the baby suddenly stretched out his limbs, and his chubby arms and clenched fists stretched toward the sky. Then, the baby began to grow rapidly. In an instant, it became the outline of a 4 or 5-year-old child, and in the blink of an eye it became a teenager, and in the blink of an eye again, it became an adult 2 meters tall. The adult figure's feet slowly landed on the ground, and he took a step forward. His body silently penetrated the huge cocoon, and then the cocoon turned into some kind of energy, and was absorbed by his body. After that, the tall figure dragged out a ray of light, walked step by step, and stood in front of Chang-Chi. It was a skeleton wrapped in blue light, with 2 blazing white flames tumbling and jumping in its eye sockets. Hello, my creator. The tall blue skeleton opened its mouth slightly, and an invisible sound wave spread out. After integrating a trace of your consciousness, I became an independent life. Life? Chang-Chi was stunned. What are you? I am this starship. The blue skeleton stood straight. I am also a concrete, electronic human consciousness. Chung-Chi felt an inexplicable shock. The invisible and intangible human consciousness has become a physical entity? In other words, the remaining consciousness in the two human brains in the starship was synthesized, and then merged with the starship to form an electronic consciousness? Chung-Chi was a little stunned and said, "You are equivalent to some kind of artificial intelligence?" "I am a more special existence. I am the only one in all known records." The blue skull's voice echoed, "I was born from the souls of Ningyu and Ningshan, but I have nothing to do with them. Now I am both a soul and an electronic consciousness that can exist in the material world." Soul? Material world? Chung-Chi's eyes flashed, and he slowly turned around and looked at the old friends on the way here. Are there really dead souls in this world? Have you heard of the concept of 21 grams of soul? The blue skull's mouth was only slightly open, and the sound waves continued to spread out. When a human dies, his body will lose 21 grams of weight. That is the weight of the soul, because at that moment, his soul leaves the body. The so-called soul is actually human consciousness. Human consciousness and body have always been two independent existences. Just like a mecha and a mecha pilot. Chung-Chi paused slightly. Where does consciousness go after human death? They float in the air, existing silently in an undetectable posture. Chung-Chi took a breath and felt a little horrified. So that means that those who died have actually been floating around us, watching us quietly. You can understand it that way. The ghost lights in the blue skull's eyes flickered, and it looked ahead calmly. Human consciousness is a quantum state, born from quantum phenomena at the microscopic level of the brain, such as the quantum vibration of proteins, or the quantum tunneling of ion channels, and the process of brain cells changing from superposition to collapse. These all promote the formation of human consciousness. Chung-Chi was a little surprised. So, the quantum soul is real. And when humans die, the consciousness particles will not dissipate, but become a superposition state. If someone can observe them, then the consciousness will collapse into a definite state again. Chung-Chi opened his eyes slightly. So, those undead I saw before, for some reason, collapsed into a definite state and became visible to the naked eye? Yes. The blue skull nodded. Before you observed them, they were consciousness particles floating in another space. Chung-Chi was a little shocked. Another space? The blue skull said again. This space exists and does not exist at the same time, because it is another dimension. Under normal circumstances, no human can break through this barrier because it is behind the fourth wall. Chung-Chi felt his mind was opened up. The fourth wall? This term comes from the drama of human civilization. The stage has 3 walls on the left and right sides and behind, and there is a fourth wall between the actors and the audience. The blue skull opened his mouth slightly, and the sound waves floated slowly. The consciousness of the deceased exists behind the fourth wall, like an audience, silently watching the performance of the living. But as a concrete electronic consciousness, I have both physical and spiritual states. The blue skull paused. So, I am an existence that can break through the fourth wall. Chung-Chi shrank back when he heard this. This is too bizarre, the blue skull said. Because I have both soul and reality, I can observe all the consciousness particles within the scope of the field, and they will collapse into a deterministic state, forming the undead in your eyes. Chung-Chi was a little stunned. The principle of the undead surprised him, and even opened his mind. The blue skull added, of course, the so-called deterministic state is only for me. Because you and I have a unique consciousness connection, you can also have the same perspective as me. Others cannot see those undead. Chung-Chi opened his eyes wide. Human civilization has a history of thousands of years, so shouldn't the dead be overcrowded? They will also dissipate due to exhaustion of energy, but the length of time is different. The blue skull's eyes flickered with ghost lights. Consciousness has the property of quantum entanglement. The more ties the deceased had in their lifetime, the longer they will exist. Chung-Chi was a little dignified. This is just like what is said in ghost stories. Obsession is too strong, and ghosts will not dissipate. The blue skull nodded slowly, and then it suddenly turned sideways, revealing the space behind it. Chung-Chi's expression paused slightly. But not far away, there were 8 tall figures standing. They were 8 warriors with resolute faces, wearing huge mechanical exoskeletons. Chung-Chi's pupils trembled slightly. The 8 extreme warriors, Ding Feng, Lin Lanwei, Long Zhanxue. At this moment, the 8 warriors suddenly straightened their backs, raised their hands together, and saluted Chung-Chi in a standard military salute. Chung-Chi's body froze. In the eyes of these 8 people, there was a clear gratitude and a sense of relief. Chung-Chi thought of the previous scene. He killed 8 fake soldiers, who had taken over the nameplates of the 8 warriors, in order to give an explanation to the 8 heroes, combined with what Blue Skull had just said. In other words, these 8 warriors had been behind the 4th wall, and had truly seen that scene. And their current behavior was to express respect and gratitude to Chang-Chi. For 20 years, their consciousness had never dissipated because of injustice and unwillingness. I don't know why. Chang-Chi was somewhat moved. As he said before, he was not that great. It was just a coincidence and a simple effort. But he didn't expect that the world was mysterious. He actually received the gratitude of the person in this way. Chang-Chi also smiled, and nodded to the 8 figures. The next moment, the 8 figures kept the salute posture and slowly dissipated. Their entanglement disappeared. At this moment, they really left this world. Chang-Chi tilted his head. Suddenly, he saw a middle-aged man in a white coat standing behind him, holding a cigarette in his mouth, and showing a tattoo on his arm. Chang-Chi's eyes widened. Professor Huolinzhong. The man in the white coat threw away the cigarette in his mouth, lowered his sleeves inch by inch, covered the tattoo on his arm, and then carefully tidied his clothes, and finally bent down to Chang-Chi and bowed slowly. Chang-Chi knew that Professor Huolinzhong's bow was for the Myozi technology that had not been buried. He exhaled slowly. Chang-Chi also bowed slowly to Professor Huolinzhong, which was a mutual tribute across the 4th wall. I didn't do much, but I was lucky enough to stand on the shoulders of giants. Chang-Chi said respectfully. If it weren't for Professor Huo's perseverance, Chang-Chi wouldn't have had the opportunity to master Muon technology. Professor Huolinzhong's body slowly dissipated. At this time, the scavenger couple who were snuggling together appeared again, looking at Chang-Chi with the same smile on their faces. Chang-Chi understood. They were also expressing their gratitude to him. Because after they passed away one after another, Chang-Chi took in their daughter Xiao-Qiong. Chapter 96. Chang-Chi was in awe and deeply shocked. The world is so vast and mysterious. Human cognition is not as bright as a spark of fire in the universe. It can't even illuminate human civilization. So, Chang-Chi turned and looked at the tall blue skull. What is the exclusive technology of this starship? My body is this starship, and I am the only existence in the known universe that can pass through the 4th wall. So, this starship can also pass through the 4th wall. The blue skull nodded. And you, as a crew member of the starship, can also pass through it. Chang-Chi's eyes widened. This information was like a bombshell. He had imagined the hidden functions of the starship before, but he could never have imagined such an incredible answer. 2 minutes ago, Chang-Chi had just formed a concept. That is, there is a magical and mysterious 4th wall in this world. In Chang-Chi's cognition, this concept is profound and top secret, awe-inspiring, and out of reach. However, at this moment, Chang-Chi suddenly learned that he could actually find out the truth and even use it himself. This is a bit too explosive, too surprising. My great creator Chang-Chi, please be prepared, you will be the first human to cross the 4th wall. The voice of the blue skull came. The entire starship suddenly felt a slight vibration, and the main engine started. The starship released white particle flames at the tail, and the entire ship began to move slowly. Chang-Chi clearly saw a brain nerve network emitting blue light emerging out of thin air, in the dark universe ahead, through the deck monocular sky. The entire starship slowly entered the neural network in a quiet, but grand sense of déjà vu. Like a mirror penetration, the next second, the white starship drove out from the back of the neural network. When the entire ship drove out, the brain nerve network in the deep universe flickered for a moment, and then disappeared silently. In Chang-Chi's perspective, the scenery has not changed. The universe is still the same universe, with a bright sun floating in the distance and a gray garbage earth underfoot. But Chang-Chi's entire perspective seemed to be covered with a light green filter, and the color of all the scenery became slightly green. Chang-Chi opened his eyes slightly. There was a mysterious feeling in his heart, even a little difficult to describe. He clearly knew that he was in this world, but not in this world. It was such a contradiction, but it was also so clear, at this moment. Chang-Chi saw nearly 10,000 figures emitting green light gathered in the distant sky. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes, his expression stern. That is Hua Kunlun's 24th fleet. Ningfeng had scattered their bodies around the earth before. At this moment, nearly 10,000 figures saluted Chang-Chi, with great momentum and inexplicable tragic grandeur. They had seen that it was Chang-Chi who restored Hua Kunlun and gave them the opportunity to clear their grievances. Chang-Chi felt mixed emotions. I feel bad for it. I feel bad for it. Then, nearly 10,000 figures from the 24th fleet turned around and walked toward Shinyu, gradually disappearing from Chang-Chi's sight. Chang-Chi also took a deep breath and calmed down his indescribable mood. It seems that he really penetrated the fourth wall. This is too unbelievable. Chang-Chi's eyes flashed. So what is the relationship between me and the real world now? At this moment, a small passenger starship suddenly came from the distance. Chang-Chi saw the logo on the starship clearly. It should be the investigator of the Interstellar Alliance mentioned by Hua Kunlun. The front of the aircraft flashed a light red scanning beam, from far to near. At this time, Chang-Chi's white starship was just blocking the small passenger ship's route. But the other party seemed to be unaware. 30 seconds later, Chang-Chi's eyes widened, watching the small passenger starship penetrate his white starship and fly towards the garbage Earth. Chang-Chi's mind was buzzing, and then he ordered the Blue Skull to speed up and traveled side by side with the passenger starship for a full 100 kilometers. No accident, no matter how the passenger starship scanned, or how the members looked at the surrounding environment with their naked eyes, they could not detect the existence of the white starship even if it was close at hand. During the journey, Chang-Chi felt a new experience. He and the Blue Skull could produce an operation similar to consciousness control. Chang-Chi only needed to pass the navigation plan to the Blue Skull like telepathy, and it could accurately control the starship and complete various complex operations. The problem that Chang-Chi was worried about before, that he could not control the starship with only silicon-based genes, did not actually occur. On the contrary, because of the existence of the hub of Blue Skull, Chang-Chi was able to control the starship with ease. This is similar to the operation of the genius commander Ning Feng, and even Chang-Chi and Blue Skull's cooperation is better than Ning Feng, Blue Skull said slowly. Although the inside and outside of the fourth wall overlap, they are two completely different spaces and cannot cause any mutual interference. In theory, whether it is human civilization or other creatures, as long as they are living organisms, they cannot discover our existence. Of course, we cannot attack them either. Chang-Chi's heart was boiling. Can we go in and out at any time? Blue Skull nodded, yes. Chang-Chi clenched his fist suddenly. This is simply a function that defies the heavens. This means unparalleled concealment technology, which is an ultimate stealth. At this moment, Chang-Chi truly discovered the core ability of this starship. Its attack power is not the strongest, and its defense shield is not the strongest, but its stealth ability is absolutely against the heavens, entering and exiting various dangerous places, entering areas that other starships cannot reach, or getting rid of tracking, and sailing safely in the dangerous universe. Is the advantage of this starship. This really fulfilled Chang-Chi's previous wish. It's so cool and fun. This synthesis is really too surprising. Chang-Chi was a little excited, and looked at the Blue Skull. Too powerful. This is a starship that shuttles between the yin and yang worlds. The ghost fire in the Blue Skull's eyes flickered. Dear Creator, your statement is naive and a little ridiculous. To be precise, this technology is called fourth wall navigation. Huh? You are talking to me, right? I dare not. Chang-Chi looked at the huge Blue Skull that nodded in front of him. Now he understood that he had split off a strand of consciousness and activated it completely. It was indeed his creation, with absolute loyalty, but it also had its own consciousness. From a certain perspective, it was a bit like his own people. The voice of STC suddenly sounded in his ears. It is a brand new life form. From a certain perspective, it is also an independent new civilization. I am just a tool, and you are its creator. Now, you can name this civilization name. A new civilization. My name is Chang-Chi. Although the name is a bit vulgar, it is exclusive and unique. Then I won't be polite. Chang-Chi's eyes suddenly flashed. I will name it Chi Civilization. Chi Civilization. I will create its archive, and include this starship in front of me as the first Chi Civilization technology. Chang-Chi was a little excited. This synthesis was far beyond his expectations. He never thought that Ning Feng's two human-brain starships were not unusable waste, but a most unique and scarce resource. This gave him unique technology, the only starship in the universe, and a new civilization of his own, looking at the tall blue skeleton standing quietly beside him. As the first citizen of the Chi Civilization, Chang-Chi suddenly said, you should have a name. The blue skeleton looked at Chang-Chi respectfully. Great Creator, if you are willing to give me a name, I will be very grateful. Gaudener. Chang-Chi waved his hand. Just kidding, why not call it Ling, the spirit of the soul? Chi Civilization Technology Blueprint Collection, File Number 1, Ling-Style Starship. Chapter 97. Travel. Packing. The spirit starship docked next to Chang-Chi's shack. A scavenging vulture flew through the seemingly non-existent starship and landed on the ground, pecking at an iron can on the ground with its sharp beak. The packing was done by Iron Mom. The KP-03 Quantum Intelligent Repair Cluster, SN-11 Ecological Platform, and Innocent Defense Array were all moved onto the starship. Hansi just held a large iron box, not letting anyone touch it, treating it like a treasure. Chang-Chi stood in the distance, squinting slightly. A thousand-eyed fly swirled and landed on Hansi's iron box, thousands of compound eyes looking inside through the gaps in the box. But there were more than a dozen flowery robot magazines, and a robot toy that looked very old. And in those flowery robot magazines, various female robots with enchanting figures and charming faces opened the metal cover on their chests, revealing two heart-shaped power batteries inside. Chang-Chi smiled helplessly. I looked at the radio station that was specifically used to contact Mo. I had called him 3 or 4 times before, but there was no reply. Did this guy Mo run away with more than 10,000 yuan of high-entropy alloy from me? At this moment, Mo's voice came from the radio station, and he seemed a little exhausted. The family is in turmoil, and I am too busy to handle it. I will thank you for your great kindness later. Mo, I will never break my promise. Chang-Chi nodded with relief. It seems that Boss Mo's mouth has not been successfully twisted into Nike. The only person who can spread that kind of poisonous drink to the whole family is an insider, and the insider is the most difficult to deal with. Purchasing similar equipment through Mo, this road is temporarily blocked. But it doesn't matter. Chang-Chi looked up at the gray sky. Now, I own the Sea of Stars. The dream of 18 years is also the dream of all scavengers. Chang-Chi used to be able to listen to the stories in the universe intermittently through the shabby radio left by his grandfather, and the universe, and the entire human civilization only formed a vague outline in his mind. It's like a child growing up in a mountain village, who imagines the prosperity of a big city through a few words. Silly boy, it's almost time. We will come back. This is our only home. Chang-Chi walked forward. We should set off. In the open space ahead, a neural network suddenly lit up out of thin air, revealing the hatch of the Spirit starship. The boy and his nanny robot slowly walked into it, and then the neural network went out, and the two figures disappeared on the garbage earth. Sometimes, the beginning of the great voyage is silent. On the bridge, Chang-Chi looked back and took another look at the desolate garbage earth. His eyes flashed, and when his head turned back to the right position, the Spirit starship had already broken through the atmosphere, according to Chang-Chi's wishes. At this time, the light in the Spirit-style starship became brighter, the temperature was maintained at 23 degrees, and the oxygen content was 21%. It was like standing on a vast grassland, quiet and comfortable. Unnecessary undead would not appear. Then, Chang-Chi saw the moon close at hand. Its front was still a sphere, covered with large and small craters, but its back had been hollowed out. Why didn't the moon rotate? Why didn't it be attracted by the gravity of the Earth, and then destroyed together? Why, those meteorites that hit it, although they would obviously cause severe damage, only left some shallow craters on its surface? Because its core is a hard and sophisticated machine. An unknown advanced civilization placed the moon near the Earth in order to monitor human civilization. Today, human civilization is spread across the Milky Way, and the core of the moon has been recycled without human knowledge. Now, this is a well-known secret. The moon was left with only a fragile shell, which might disintegrate into pieces in the next second. The moon was left behind. In the distance, a long and narrow defense line gradually emerged in the field of vision. This was the Earth blockade line that Ningfeng had once built to deceive the Interstellar Alliance. But this defense line was not evacuated immediately. There were still some scattered small floating sentinels, and a huge signal jammer left. Chang-Chi stared at the blockade line that was getting closer and closer. Once, this was a shackle that he could not break through no matter what. At this time, a soldier in the sentry post was bored, and he slowly opened his mouth and yawned. The shape of the Spirit starship was like a spear, and the sharp tip of the ship pierced the soldier's throat. Then, the huge ship passed through the small sentry post and the narrow blockade. After yawning, the soldier rubbed his sore eyes and smacked his lips. In his eyes, there was only the unchanging deep universe. Chang-Chi also looked at the deep universe in front of him, and his heart surged inexplicably. That soldier was bound by the rules. The universe was so vast that he could only move in a small sentry post. But Chang-Chi was just the opposite. He had just broken the rules. The universe was so vast that he could go anywhere he wanted. Chang-Chi stretched out his hand and hovered over the control console of the Spirit starship. He slightly loosened his palm, and a broken chip slowly floated out. A beam of light was quickly released from the control console, controlling the chip in midair. Then lines spread out from the workbench, connecting with the chip wires, and quickly analyzing the contents of the chip. This was Hua Kunlun's memory chip, and it was also her return gift. The 5 technological ruins in her memory were listed one by one. The closest one was located in the galaxy closest to the solar system in the universe, Centaurus A. And this ruin was named Shipwreck Ruins by Hua Kunlun. Hua Kunlun accidentally discovered its existence during a mission 4 years ago. Hua Kunlun did not go deep into it, but made an evaluation. Undiscovered by the public, unknown technological system, unknown technological level, unknown creatures, unknown civilization, there are almost no certain factors, and the risk factor is extremely high. Zheng Qi's eyes flickered. A series of unknowns summed up a very high risk. But, as the ancient said, the bigger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. With a spirit-style starship, he is not afraid of any risk. If it doesn't work, just take a look and run. The vast universe, in Zheng Qi's eyes, is a plate of delicious food, so huge that it is hard to eat. So, he chose the nearest ruins to explore, at this moment. Zheng Qi was full of energy, and looked into the distance, full speed ahead. The spirit-style starship finally showed its true speed. White flames bloomed at the tail, like a meteor, disappearing into the deep universe in the blink of an eye. Chapter 98. Alpha Centauri. That is, the star field where the Shipwreck Ruins is located, for 0.24 light-years away from the Earth. At 2% of the speed of light, the Zheng starship needs 21 years to fly to Alpha Centauri. Whether inside or outside the fourth wall, the distance and speed required to travel are equal. The universe is vast, and the units such as meters and kilometers that humans use in daily life are completely insufficient to describe the scale of the universe. Light year. It is a commonly used distance unit in the universe, that is, the distance that needs to be traveled at the speed of light for 1 year, which is about 940 million kilometers. Hee hee. Only 21 years, I must be full of energy by then. Woo woo woo. Look at me, I am so ignorant. Zheng Qi stood on the bridge, just entertaining himself, but actually looking up Hua Kunlun's memory, looking for the directional Stargate hub. In fact, no human starship would really foolishly sail a distance of 4.2 light-years. The reason why humans opened the era of the universe was not because of the birth of starships, but because of the birth of directional stargates. Stargates are shortcuts in the universe. As for why humans were able to set up countless stargates in the universe in just a few hundred years, this is a secret that the government strictly guards. There are rumors that humans contributed something, and then received help from advanced civilizations. It will take another 5 hours to reach the nearest Stargate hub. This is an unavoidable journey. What is this thing? In the bridge, Hansi stared at Ling. Ling still looked like a tall blue skeleton, but it was sitting on a ceramic step, with its right elbow against its knee, its palm slightly bent, its chin supported, its head slightly lowered, and its eyes staring blankly ahead. Hansi's electronic eyes flashed. A thinker sculpture? Zheng Qi also found it quite interesting, so he came closer and stared at Ling. Ling slowly turned his head and nodded slightly to Zheng Qi. Master Maker, I am communicating with the nearby dead, learning and thinking. Many times, I feel the same way about their obsessions. This is a strange experience that fascinates me. Zheng Qi was somewhat stunned. Ling is a new creature, and there are many unknowns. At the same time, as a species located in the Yin and Yang worlds, it does have some unusual information channels. The scene in front of him was very interesting. After talking to Zheng Qi, Ling returned to the thinker mode again. A 2-meter-tall blue fluorescent skull with white ghost fire jumping in its eyes, with a confused look, mixed with curiosity and unknown, sitting quietly on the steps, like a philosopher exploring the ultimate puzzle. Good boy. Hansi scratched his brass head. It has a great tone, a quiet big blue ghost. Bang! How can this be? I am Bai Juyi. It is written clearly in letter to Yuan Weiji. I sat up in shock while dying. The dark wind blew the rain into the cold window. Such a charming passage was changed by the yellow-mouthed children of later generations into I sat up in shock while dying, and the clown turned out to be me. But Ling suddenly slammed the table and stood up, startled, angry, and his ribs rose and fell. Zheng Qi and Hansi were both stunned and looked at each other. Oh, sorry, both of you. I felt the same way. Ling nodded slightly to express his apology, and then sat on the steps again, turning into a thinker mode again. Hansi was stunned. It seems to be possessed by a ghost. Zheng Qi nodded. I didn't expect this guy to be so emotional. Bang! I am so angry. I am Chaomunda. I am a man of great talent and strategy. I am an outstanding military strategist, politician, and writer. I know how to appoint people, I am politically enlightened, I have eliminated separatist forces, unified the North, and restored production. I am the founder of the Chow Wei regime. The future generations will only remember my love for someone else's wife. I am so sad. But Ling slammed the table again, howled to the sky, and trembled. Chang Chi was stunned, knowing that Ling felt the same way as Cao Cao again. But can we say that those two are near this earth? I didn't expect that a clown and a lover of someone else's wife would keep the two heroes together for thousands of years. Ling apologized again, saying that he would try his best to restrain himself in the future, and then return to the thinker mode again. Chang Chi thought it was interesting, shook his head and smiled, and then checked the navigation data of the starship. He was suddenly stunned. Why did the maximum speed of the starship increase by 0.3%, and the power of the neural network Star Destroyer also increased by 1.3%? The shield is also 0.3% stronger, although the increase is not large. Why is it growing? I learned this optimization method. Ling's voice sounded, I just implemented the better plan in myself and made adjustments to the best of my ability. Chang Chi was slightly stunned and asked in confusion, who did you learn from? Xia Xing, the shipboard chief engineer of the 24th Fleet of Hua Kunlun. He is a well-deserved genius. Ling said slowly. He has a variety of optimization plans for the Harrier starship in his mind, but before the summary and report, his fleet was defined as a traitor and sacrificed in the Great Encirclement and Suppression. Chang Chi's eyes flickered. While feeling the injustice for Xia Xing, a chill spread throughout his body. This is not some kind of horror, this is a pure shock to the soul. At this moment, Chang Chi realized the power of Ling. In the vast river of history, there are countless valuable knowledge, experiences, and secrets, which have been interrupted because of the death of life. They are forever covered with a thick curtain, and can no longer play their original light, and can no longer be used by future generations. This is an immeasurable loss in all wisdom civilizations. If the knowledge in the brains of Sun Zimu and Hua Tuo could be 100% passed on and continuously improved, how could Chinese medicine gradually decline and now be replaced by Western medicine? If Einstein's way of thinking could be passed down to this day, then humans might be able to uncover the mysteries of the universe earlier. But at this time, everything seems to be different. Chang Chi opened his eyes slightly and looked at Ling. This guy can bring the sealed knowledge in the hearts of the deceased back to reality through cross-barrier communication and use it. This ability of his definitely has a terrifying growth prospect. In other words, it is a key to open a huge treasure chest. Chang Chi believes that there are far more creatures with souls in the universe than just humans. They have the same origin, and Ling can definitely activate them. At this moment, Chang Chi felt that he had found the position of Chi civilization, and saw its future. This civilization with a not-so-brand name possesses the most unique technology, and these technologies come from the memories of countless deceased people, and from the technological gap that countless civilizations beat their chests and stamped their feet, but ultimately could not make up for. This is a bit like a grave digger, but not quite accurate, more like a gold digger. Chang Chi asked, you can communicate with the souls of the deceased. Is there a clear scope for this? Ling nodded. Yes, so far, this area is about 500 kilometers. Chang Chi's eyes flashed. Then, the war ruins in the universe, or those planets where civilizations have been extinct, will become your fertile land. Ling was also a little excited. If you can give me such an opportunity, I will spare no effort to study and think, and feedback the results to you. Next, Chang Chi and Hanzi traveled the entire Ling-style starship. In terms of living facilities, this is simply a moving 7-star hotel. In the leisure area, there is a small basketball court, a swimming pool, and 3 all-round sonic vibration massage rooms. The facilities in the fitness area are also very complete, and there is even a gravity training warehouse, and a variety of strength testers. The restaurant area has 2 food cooking production lines. You only need to put in the raw materials to cook delicious dishes in minutes. Chang Chi also selected a warehouse of moderate size, and unfolded the SN11 ecological platform. The ecological gel quickly spread into a 600 square meter planting space. After sowing the seeds, the artificial sun slowly floated into the air, and the blue sunflowers swayed in the fields. Soon, fruits and vegetables will grow here, providing Chang Chi with a constant supply of fresh ingredients. Rest area, in a first-class lounge. The floor is covered with soft white carpet. Chang Chi even feels guilty when he steps on it. And the huge bed is extremely soft to lie on, and the internal mechanical structure can be adjusted in real time with the tilt angle of the hull. No matter whether the hull is bumpy or tilted, lying on the bed is like lying on a calm and warm water surface, and you can't feel any vibration. The Ling-style starship is a combination of two Harrier-style starships, and these facilities are also derived from the previous layout. It can be inferred that the comfort level of the former Harrier-style starship is also not bad. Humans never treat themselves badly. Chung Chi-cheng was lying on the most comfortable bed he had ever experienced so far, looking at the clean ceiling and muttered, "This is too luxurious." Chapter 99. Oh my god. 5 hours later, Chung Chi couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise when he looked ahead at the red planet floating quietly in the universe, and the 20 huge directional star gates in front of the planet. That was Mars, which was once the limit of human exploration. On the north side of Mars, 20 star gates, which were 100 kilometers high and stood like blue glowing rings, still illuminated the place with brilliant light. Through the star gates, you can also see the slowly floating gravel behind. But once you enter the star gate, it's like space folding, and the starship may appear anywhere in the universe. Chung Chi has complained about the star gate countless times. It is because of the appearance of this thing that the Earth was abandoned by humans and turned into a garbage dump today. But when he saw this epic-making creation with his own eyes, Chung Chi couldn't help but exclaim magnificent. The solar system is sparsely populated, and the Mars Stargate hub is empty at this time. Ling's voice came, "If we use the directional Stargate, we need to return from outside the fourth wall, and the starship will be exposed to other creatures. The starship has built-in visual distortion technology. Do we need to simulate a camouflage appearance?" "This is good." Chung Chi nodded. The appearance of the Ling-style starship was too strange. If it could be disguised as mediocre, it would reduce some unnecessary trouble. "I will combine your subconscious to simulate a set of appearances in your mind for the starship." Ling, who was sitting on the ceramic steps, nodded to Chung Chi with ghost lights in his eyes and an expression of "leave it to me." Chung Chi was a little curious. He had never expected to have a starship of his own before, so even he himself was not sure what the starship in his mind looked like. At this moment, the neural network on the surface of the Spirit starship flickered slowly, and a blue light covered the entire surface of the starship. When the light faded, the outer shell of the starship turned into mottled rusty gray metal, and a huge barrel was sprayed on one side of the ship, surrounded by a circle of clockwise rotating arrows. Chung Chi looked at the real-time hologram of his starship, and then tilted his head. Half a second later, he reacted, Okay, the starship in my mind is a garbage recycling ship, right? This is indeed the pattern in your subconscious mind. Chung Chi finally said with relief. A garbage ship is a garbage ship, a perfect match. In the dark universe, a brain network flickered silently, and the garbage recycling ship made a brilliant appearance. The Stargate is unmanned, and is completely controlled by artificial intelligence. It starts at 180,000 credit points for one use. Chung Chi was stunned. An ordinary scavenger family could not accumulate so much wealth in their lifetime. What surprised Chung Chi even more was that he had to queue up for the Stargate in the direction of Centaurus A that he chose. The system shows that there are too many starships that have set Centauri A as their destination, and there are 533 starships ahead. The estimated waiting time is 5 hours and 58 minutes. Wait so long. Chung Chi was a little curious. Is there any major festival in Centauri A? Next, Chung Chi needs to face a small problem. He has no identity, and the Spirit-style starship has no record. It is said that on the garbage Earth, there were several high-level gene people who broke free from their shackles and entered human civilization, but this requires a series of records, identity establishment, etc. However, without an identity and a record, you cannot use the directional Stargate. Don't panic. Fortunately, I'm prepared. Chung Chi slowly took out a palm-sized white disc, the surface of which flashed circles of light, and faintly visible were small darts. Before leaving, Chung Chi found some interesting things in the garbage set by Monkey and his friends. A box of rusty, graphite darts. This is a weapon with a little bit of technological content, but not much. It is said to be a special weapon for agents. When this dart is thrown, when it hits the circuit board, micron-sized graphite fibers will be released from the inside of the dart, which will stick to the line and cause the circuit board to short-circuit or burn. In fact, this thing has extremely high requirements for the user. Not to mention that it can hit the target every time. At least it must be able to hit the target every time. Moreover, today's equipment will not expose the circuit board at all, so this invention has naturally become garbage. Chung Chi got a full 8 graphite darts. After 3 synthesizes, the equipment in Chung Chi's hand, M23 Information Assassin, was formed. Although there are 3 small darts inside the small disc, these darts are not really used for firing. Instead, this device will release a compilable electromagnetic pulse to directly hit the target circuit board. and implant specific information into the circuit board, just like a small concept god directly descending into the opponent's algorithm. After a very short time, this information will completely disappear. Chang-Chi compiled a paragraph and gently pressed the small disk. An invisible pulse was emitted and hit the Stargate's artificial intelligence. Identity, unprecedented and unparalleled, the most awesome scavenger. Starship, shocking the world and weeping ghosts and gods, the most awesome starship. Queuing is simply an insult to them. The Stargate artificial intelligence received such a message and called on huge computing power. The CPU almost smoked before it finally understood, and then immediately began to release the operation, and raised Chang-Chi's rank all the way to the first place. Hee. It feels so good to cheat. Chang-Chi obtained permission, and the garbage collection ship slowly entered the huge Stargate. Soon, Chang-Chi's priority will disappear in the data of the Stargate artificial intelligence, and will not cause the system big data alarm, as if it had never happened. In simple terms, this is a short-term defense break for a single device. M23 information assassins also have some restrictions. In order to avoid exposure, they can only fire a dart at the same device once within 12 hours, and there are strict character restrictions. Chang-Chi just used up all the characters. Beep! The moment he passed through the Stargate, Chang-Chi was charged 230,000 yuan in tolls. The introduction of the M23 information assassin is very clear. It can tamper with more than 70% of the electronic logic on the market, but it must not touch the financial system. Chang-Chi felt a pain in his flesh. I don't know if there will be a chance to upgrade the information assassin in the future to realize the function of escaping the bill in disguise. It doesn't matter if there are character restrictions. At most, I will brag less. After entering the Stargate, a burst of light swirled, and Chang-Chi's sense of time and space in his mind became slightly confused, and in his vision, it was like diving into a kaleidoscope, colorful and dazzling. Suddenly, a dazzling blue light appeared in front of him, like a heavy curtain, slowly opening. Chang-Chi opened his eyes slightly. This feeling was like a dream, but in just a few dozen seconds, he arrived at Centauri A, the Proxima hub. Chapter 100. The Stargate has its own exit reminder sound. The grand music sounded, and there was a feeling of grandeur and blood boiling. Chang-Chi's eyes widened, and he saw a scene that he could not imagine. It was simply a new world. In the deep space on the right, a huge starship port was quietly suspended. The entire port stretched for thousands of kilometers, the whole white, in the shape of a 30, and various starships were docked in the gaps. A huge black sightseeing starship passed by, like a planet, bringing a large shadow. Oh my god! Chang-Chi looked up. It can transport at least 100,000 passengers. After the sightseeing starship passed by, a huge disc-shaped space station was revealed in the distance, emitting bright white light, also quietly floating in the universe. From afar, starships of various shapes can be seen shuttling between the ship port and the space station. The ship port is equivalent to a parking lot, and the space station is equivalent to a service area. There are also some space service robots flying up and down around the starship. One of the space service robots, holding a pressure laser dust removal gun and a rotating brush, flew towards Chang-Chi's starship. They are like the car washers, who survived by washing cars on the roadside in the old days. They simply wipe the starships for the passing customers, and ask for dozens to hundreds of credit points. Most starship drivers are unwilling to waste too much time, and pay some fees to pass as soon as possible. Of course, the so-called cleaning is just a perfunctory job, and to a greater extent it is a forced demand. Behind these robots, there are common human bosses. The credit points earned by the robots belong to the human bosses. It is said that this inconspicuous business can make them rich quietly. No matter where human footprints are spread and how technology develops, this routine still works. At this time, the cleaning robot found that Chang-Chi's starship was a garbage recycling ship, and immediately raised the middle finger and flew back. So snobbish? Oh my god, what is that? A space mecha. Chang-Chi lay on the observation window of the starship, staring at the behemoth in the distance. It was a 30-meter-high giant robot, painted black all over. It not only had the same space navigation ability as the starship, but also had a domineering appearance and good combat ability. I've heard about this mecha countless times on interstellar radios, and now I finally see it with my own eyes. It's so cool. Chang-Chi looked left and right. Oh my god, is that a private space fortress? It's both the owner's home and the owner's warship. All this is too novel for Chang-Chi, who has lived on the garbage Earth for 18 years. The Ling-style starship slowly moved, constantly approaching the disc-shaped space station. The space station in front of it, with a diameter of at least 1,000 kilometers, is full of a sense of technology that makes people sigh. It is hard to imagine that humans can build such a huge building out of thin air in the empty universe. The Ling-style starship is a small starship that can enter the space station. It is equivalent to obtaining an indoor parking space. But before entering the space station, Chang-Chi paid 30,000 credit points again. The manual toll collector looked at Chang-Chi's garbage recycling starship with disgust. Chang-Chi grinned a little. It is true that the poor family has a rich road, but the cost of sailing outside is too high. I hope this expedition will pay off. The thinker Ling suddenly stood up, staring at the empty distance with his ghostfire eyes, and said in a tragic tone, "Even if she has disappeared into the vast universe like a meteor, we must fulfill our promise and protect her until the last moment." Ling was moved beyond words, and small flames dripped from his eyes one by one, falling on the ground and turning into white smoke. Chang-Chi tilted his head. "Ling, who are you communicating with again?" Ling turned around, his face full of apology. "Master Maker, I'm very sorry. I once again failed to control my emotions. They are a group of very ancient lives, so ancient that they are longer than the life of this galaxy. I am moved by their loyalty, but unfortunately, I can't see them. I can only hear their voices. They should be very weak." Chang-Chi nodded. "Respect all the dead." At this time, the garbage collection ship arrived at the designated parking position and turned off the engine. The reason for docking here: because the shipwreck ruins is 10,000 kilometers north of the space station. Chang-Chi is not sure whether this lively space station will affect his treasure hunting trip, and it seems that there is a major festival here, and there are many unstable factors. It is necessary to find out the news in advance. Of course, Chang-Chi is also a little bit expectant and excited in his heart. After all, this is his first time to step into a human gathering place outside the Earth. Taking a deep breath, he slowly walked out of the cabin. Everything was reflected in his pupils. He looked up slightly, and at the top of the space station was a huge transparent dome, where other stars could be clearly seen. After stepping on the ground, Chang-Chi confirmed that the gravity setting here was almost the same as that on Earth, and it was the most adaptable environment for humans. But Chang-Chi looked at the 2 footprints he left behind and hesitated slightly. The ground here was covered with a light layer of dust, as if it had not been cleaned for a long time. He looked at some service facilities in the distance, and the water and medical points were also abandoned. What's going on? Chang-Chi frowned. It feels like this space station has been silent for a long time and has just been activated. At this time, an indoor aircraft, dragging a long beam of light, flew under the glass dome. The annual Shipwreck Ruins exploration competition is about to open. Please go to the center of the space station to gather. So that's it. This place will only be activated once a year. Wait. Chang-Chi paused. Once a year? Didn't Hua Kunlun say in the information that Shipwreck Ruins had not been discovered by anyone? Chang-Chi's inner imagination of this expedition has always been to enter the secret ruins alone, and then go through hardships and enjoy the results alone. How can this be once a year? Does it mean that the countless starships and humans seen before are all heading for the Shipwreck Ruins? Chang-Chi sorted out his thoughts in some astonishment. Hua Kunlun accidentally discovered the Shipwreck Ruins 4 years ago. At that time, the Shipwreck Ruins was still an unknown secret. But unfortunately, after Hua Kunlun, other people discovered the place, and gradually the Shipwreck Ruins became known to everyone, once a year. That means the Shipwreck Ruins has been explored at least twice. Chang-Chi's expression was stern. Doesn't that mean it has been emptied? That's not right. If it was really emptied, why would so many people gather this year? The Shipwreck Ruins should not have been fully explored. There is hope. Chang-Chi prayed. I paid so much for transportation, I have to get my money back anyway. Chapter 101. I didn't expect that your starship doesn't look good on the outside, but it's very special inside. Chang-Chi suddenly heard a female voice that was a little unclear, but very pleasant to the ear. He turned his head slowly, and saw a beautiful woman in a black sequin-long skirt, holding a bottle of red wine in her hand, staggering to the side of the spirit-style starship. She stuck out her hips wrapped in 2 long skirts, revealing a beautiful curve. Looking inside, with a seductive posture, it's strange, I actually feel like I've found my home. Although the appearance of the spirit starship simulates a garbage transport ship, the interior is still the original one, all porcelain white, spotless, and extremely beautiful. It must be a very special existence in the entire human civilization. Speaking. The woman in the black dress actually sat in the cabin door, leaning on the edge of the cabin door, with her snow-white legs crossed up and down. Putting the red wine and high-heeled glasses aside, she slightly raised her chest, and pulled the zipper of the long skirt on the back down inch by inch. "Can I sleep here tonight?" As the woman spoke, her zipper was already unzipped. Her skirt slipped down, revealing her snow-white shoulders. Her face flushed, and she looked back at Chung-Chi. Chung-Chi paused. "Madam, I'm afraid you drunk too much. I know what you men want. It's just my body that has no direction, no meaning of existence, and is like a walking corpse." The woman showed a self-deprecating smile. Her long skirt continued to slide down, revealing her black underwear. She glanced at Chung-Chi, and said drunkenly, "Sleep together, is it okay?" Chung-Chi was startled and took a step back subconsciously. "Ah." At this moment, several men in black suits came to the garbage boat. One of them quickly took off his coat and wrapped the woman's body, and another came to Chung-Chi. "Sir, I'm sorry to bother you. We hope you can keep everything you just saw confidential. This is a little compensation, I hope you don't mind it." The man bowed deeply to Chung-Chi, quite politely, and then took out a small blue disc, similar to a casino chip, with the number 20,000 written on it. The man didn't mind the tattered cloak and the rusty garbage boat, but just looked apologetic. Chung-Chi knew this small disc was a cryptocurrency, and the number 20,000 meant 20,000 credit points. So generous? Chung-Chi paused, and had to accept it happily. Immediately, several men in black helped the woman in the long skirt to leave. The woman still resisted, but the men in black moved very gently, fearing that they would hurt the woman. "Don't pull me, I want to stay here tonight." Chung-Chi fumbled with the cryptocurrency in his hand. The general situation was known. The woman was only about 25 or 26 years old, with a very beautiful face and luxurious clothes, and those men in black should be the woman's bodyguards or servants. In today's scene, most of the woman was depressed, so she went out to get drunk and acted willfully, either to anger her father to death, or to take revenge on her fiancé, who was having affairs outside. There was a saying in the old times that specifically described this situation. Disney Runaway Young Woman. Dear friends, on behalf of the organizers, I welcome you. In the center of the space station, on the huge stage, an energetic old man stood in front of the laser screen of the annual Shipwreck Ruins exploration competition, scanning the huge crowd of spectators below. Chung-Chi, Hanzi, and Ling, who was covered with a gray cloak, also arrived at the scene. Hanzi pushed Ling, and his steps were difficult. The reason why it was difficult was that Ling didn't want to move his feet at all. Its posture was like slipping, and Hanzi pushed it forcefully. Chung-Chi looked at the spirit under the cloak. "What's wrong with you?" The 2-meter-tall, scary-looking spirit had very weak ghost lights in its eyes, and it felt like it would go out if blown. Its voice was slightly trembling, and it looked at Chung-Chi and said, "Dear founder, I have social phobia." Chung-Chi was stunned. "Huh?" The spirit under the cloak looked around in horror. "I am only good at thinking quietly or communicating with the dead, and I have social phobia when facing the living." Chung-Chi patted its shoulder. "But I'm afraid I need your ability." Ling lowered her head and encouraged herself vigorously. "Then I will try my best to overcome it. It is well known. Alpha Centauri is a 3-star system. Under normal conditions, Alpha Centauri A and Alpha Centauri B orbit each other, forming a 2-sun system. Every 6 months, the relatively small sun Proxima Centauri appears on the same side as the other 2 suns due to orbital reasons. This creates a spectacle, 3 suns in the sky. It is also at this time that the mysterious ruins, Shipwreck Ruins, will reveal their true colors and appear in the universe. And this year's 3 days in the sky will be in 2 hours. The old man on the stage finally said some key information. Chung-Chi's eyes flickered. It turns out that Shipwreck Ruins does not always exist, but requires a specific condition such as 3 days in the sky. Master Founder. The spirit's expression was still nervous, and it whispered, "There is something abnormal." The next second, from Chung-Chi's perspective, there appeared a scene that only he and Ling could see. Behind the old man on the stage, there was a strange monster lying. The monster was snow-white, like a cross with a fork at the bottom. It stretched out its slender arms, and wrapped them around the old man's arms, and its legs were wrapped around the old man's legs. The monster's spherical head drooped on the old man's left shoulder, and its eyes and mouth were all black lines, a little dull. While the old man was talking, the white monster's arms stretched out, becoming sharp and thin, and pried the old man's mouth. Every time the old man said a word, the white monster would move. In other words, every time the white man opened the old man's mouth, the old man would say a word. Chung-Chi's pupils suddenly shrank. It felt that the old man's words and actions were not his own will, but were forcibly controlled by the white man. Not only did he speak, but the old man's limbs were also entangled by the white monster, and his movements such as raising his hands and taking steps could also be controlled. Chang-Chi looked at Ling with some horror. Are they concrete souls? Why can you interfere with living people? The ghost lights in Ling's eyes flickered. They are a strange kind of cosmic soul. I have never seen them before, and I am still learning about them. Chang-Chi's eyes flickered. Can I communicate with them? Ling shook his head. It seems that they are born unable to communicate and are silent. The old man on the stage continued. My organization discovered the shipwreck ruins for years ago and learned that there were amazing treasures hidden in it. So we publicized it and invited friends from all over the world to explore together. We have also obtained the operating rights of this star field through the Interstellar Alliance. In recent years, each expedition has achieved great success. So the registration fee for this expedition competition has increased to 2 million credit points. The audience was immediately excited. What? It was 20,000 credit points last year, and it has increased 100 times this year. You are too black. The old man on the stage smiled at the little white man's pull. It's expensive, and it's expensive for a reason. The voice fell. 50 figures suddenly walked out from the back of the stage, both men and women, but each of them looked proud. The men were majestic and strong. The women were graceful and beautiful. The vigorous old man smiled and said, I and these 50 distinguished guests have successfully entered the shipwreck ruins and obtained the treasure in the past 3 years. Chang-Chi's eyes fixed again. With his special perspective, he once again discovered an amazing scene. Behind each of the 50 people on the stage was a monster that looked like a little white man, and their limbs were also tightly entangled. The shipwreck ruins are the remains of a great and selfless advanced civilization. Among the 50 distinguished guests, a strong man spoke slowly, his voice like a bell. We entered it, and gained an indescribable spiritual power, which made me energetic and clear-headed. The man looked back at the other 50 companions. In the past time, some of us have expanded our business empire 3 times, some have been promoted 3 levels, and some have had their genetic levels improved. The man finished speaking. The 51 people on the stage all opened their eyes wide, looking at the thousands of audiences with bright eyes, conveying a shocking momentum. Chang-Chi was stunned. The action of these people opening their eyes wide was actually the 2 tentacles of the little white man stretched out, dragging their eyelids in secret. There was a moment of silence at the scene. Then a heated discussion broke out. So that's it. The improvement of psychological power? This must be some unknown technology. It is said that psychological power is more important than anything else. When I come out again, I will get 10 times and 100 times the reward. I must try it this year. Shipwreck ruins, I have to sell everything I have to get in. Chang-Chi remained silent. I just felt that all this was too weird, only he knew the truth. After those 51 people entered the shipwreck ruins, they brought those alien souls out, and the so-called energetic people were also related to those white souls. Master Maker. Ling shrunk his shoulders, but the ghost fire in his eyes was a little stronger, assuming that there is really a treasure in the shipwreck ruins. None of the 51 people got the real treasure. Chang-Chi's eyes flickered. Why do you say that? The ghost fire in Ling's eye sockets jumped. Those little white people still can't communicate, but they convey some single thoughts. They go out to search for something. Search for something? Chang-Chi paused slightly. Everyone wants to get treasure from the shipwreck ruins, but in fact, the creatures inside the shipwreck ruins are just the opposite. They want to go out to search for something? There is another message in their minds. Ling's ghost fire flickered. If someone can satisfy them, they are willing to contribute the so-called treasure defined by humans. Treasure defined by humans? Chang-Chi's eyes flickered. What is that? Chapter 102. Little brother, can you open a channel quota? Just kidding. 2 hours later. Chang-Chi's garbage collection starship floated quietly on the east side of the space station. And 500 kilometers away, there was an area under high martial law. There were already thousands of starships of all sizes gathered there, all of which had paid the entrance fee to the shipwreck ruins. There was also the space mecha that Chang-Chi had seen before, and the terrifying space fortress. The huge projection in the void has been directing traffic. All starships need to hover at the position set in advance. Mr. Mu Chen bid for the starting position at a price of 18.44 million credit points. Galaxy Pioneer Fortress bid for the second channel at a price of 16 million credit points. The Explorer Starship bid for the third channel at a price of 14.7 million credit points. Chang-Chi was in his starship, eating an apple and watching the excitement. As for his identity at this time, he was one of the poor people who could not afford the entrance fee. Chung-Chi had never expected that the organizer would auction the departure order of the starship, and at such an astronomical price. And the first place Mr. Mukin was the driver of the black space mech. He actually spent 18.44 million just to be in the starting position. Chung-Chi stared at the space mech and liked it more and more. That Mukin was definitely a rich man. He could spend 18 million on a quota that had no practical significance, so the mech must be worth a lot of money, and there must be a lot of black technology hidden inside. Warning, warning. Unpaid garbage collection starship located at coordinates 56146/28812. Please leave the activity area immediately. Second warning. Please leave immediately, otherwise we will use coercive measures. Chung-Chi ate the apple and swallowed the core. As a scavenger, he would never waste food at any time, especially such a delicious apple. Wipe his mouth, Chung-Chi slowly narrowed his eyes. Now it seems that the organizer is controlled, so it will promote it so much that it will become famous and attract countless explorers. And everyone who enters the shipwreck ruins will be possessed by the little white man. The spirits get hints that they are looking for something, and if someone can help them, they will get a special treasure. What is the purpose of the little white man, and what is he looking for, and what is in the shipwreck ruins? The spirit can feel the little white man's thoughts, which is an ability that others do not have, and the advantage is mine. Chung-Chi raised his head. If I don't explore, I'm afraid no one else can uncover the secret. 3 warnings. Please leave immediately, or we will use coercive measures. Finally, the rusty garbage recycling starship slowly moved under the disgusted gazes of the crowd, and gradually drove into the distant starship port. A huge metal pillar gradually blocked the body of the spirit-style starship. But in the next moment, behind this huge pillar, a neural network flashing with dark light emerged out of thin air, opening a dreamlike door. The garbage starship slowly drove into the gate, and when it appeared from the other side of the gate, it had turned into a mysterious starship with a porcelain white body, a spear-like shape, and a shining neural network. The spirit-style starship turned back again. But it was already behind the fourth wall. It sailed slowly, and lined up at the end of all the starships. Thousands of starships were on the verge of a fight, but no one could detect the existence of the spirit-style starship. For Chung-Chi, who had the ability of fourth wall navigation, spending 2 million to buy a ticket was simply a joke. In the distance, on a huge empty screen, a 10-minute countdown appeared. The organizers really knew how to create an atmosphere. The numbers on the screen were hundreds of meters high, and the huge numbers jumped. 00:09:59, 00:09:58. In the farther direction, the 2 dazzling stars, Centaurus A and Centaurus B, glowed with bright yellow light, forming a spectacle of 2 suns in the sky. In less than 10 minutes, the third sun will slowly rise. Shipwreck ruins will also appear in front of everyone. Boom! Bang! Dazzling fireworks suddenly bloomed on the west side. They were not real burning objects, because there were no burning conditions in the deep universe. They were some kind of artificial lasers, which created an effect that was more dazzling and brighter than fireworks. But a huge starship transformed into a stage slowly approached, with countless lights behind it, sweeping back and forth in the sky. In the public channels of all starships in the nearby area, an excited and enthusiastic host's voice suddenly sounded. Dear explorers, this is a surprise prepared for you by the organizers. Let us invite the entire galaxy, the most dazzling, the most passionate, the sexiest, the most beautiful voice, the Scarlet Singer. Boom, boom, in the dark space, even more magnificent fireworks exploded. Then, the floating stage suddenly lit up with bright lights. Then countless spotlights swept across the stage rapidly, and finally stopped at the center of the stage. Under the white light, there stood a sexy back wearing a red leather skirt, red leather boots, and red leather gloves. She spread her legs slightly apart. One hand rested on her slender waist, and the other hand pointed to the sky. Her figure was slightly blurred under the strong light, but it was still possible to see that she was tall, with a curvy figure and extremely perfect proportions. She was just standing there, and she could convey infinite sexy fantasies. Because of her appearance, the cold universe suddenly became hot and lively. There was silence for 3 seconds. Crazy cheers broke out in the communicator. It's the Scarlet Diva, the most dazzling superstar in the entire galaxy in recent years. The organizer is so thoughtful. Tickets for the Scarlet Diva's deep space concert are hard to come by. At the most exaggerated time, they were sold for 60,000 yuan each. Oh my god! I didn't expect to see her here. Wife, I love you. Fuck, I'm crazy, I'm her fan. I'm willing to lick the floor she stepped on. My blood is boiling. I must get the treasure. At this moment, in the huge stage, passionate and blood-warming music suddenly sounded, and was transmitted to the ears of all explorers through the regional radio station. Flames burst out on both sides of the stage. Two electric guitarists walked out from behind the flames and suddenly plucked the strings. The wild and explosive sound effects were full of unruly and crazy, like a bomb explosion, instantly igniting the passion of the audience. At this moment, the Scarlet Singer finally turned around. The upper part of her face was covered with a mask inlaid with red diamonds, revealing only the narrow and charming eyes, and the red lips on the lower part of her cheeks. In the communication channel, the voices of various audiences became even crazier. Scarlet Songstress? It's definitely her. In the Spirit Starship. Chung-Chi frowned. Why does this face look so familiar? He thought for a while, trying to restore the true appearance of Scarlet Songstress, and suddenly took a breath of cold air. Isn't this the Disney runaway who wanted to spend the night with me? Suddenly, the woman on the stage, who was the focus of everyone's attention, slowly spoke. Her voice was like the sound of nature, and her beautiful voice and the passionate music blended perfectly, hitting everyone's soul. It was also at this time the huge countdown returned to zero. But in the distant sky hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, the third sun slowly rose. Chapter 103. A bright light rises slowly. It is the third star in the Centaurus A system, Proxima Centauri. On the other two sides, Centaurus A and Centaurus B also shine brightly. A wonder that only appears once every year. 3 suns in the sky. 3 suns echo each other, shining brightly. And where the 3 kinds of sunlight meet, it seems to activate a space that should not exist. The shadow gradually becomes real, spanning at least 20,000 kilometers. It was like a piece of dim glass, gleaming with colorful luster, full of mystery. However, the scene inside it was obscured by the colorful light, and no one knew what it had inside. From a distance, its outline looked like a huge ship, but the tail was tilted downward, and the head was raised high, as if it was sinking. Shipwreck ruins. Everyone shouted excitedly in the public channel. Chung-Chi opened his eyes slightly. He had just left the Earth, and he had never seen anything like it before. This address is indeed mysterious. It does not exist on weekdays. It will only show its true appearance at a specific time and place. At this moment, countless flames lit up in front of them. All the exploration starships ready to go started their propulsion engines one after another. It was like a grand interstellar chase. All kinds of starships were running at full power and sailing towards the shipwreck ruins. At the front of the entire team, a long sword made of pure energy suddenly bloomed in the palm of the space mecha, and the metal wings spread out behind it. The jet engine started, and it was far away. Even the pull of gravity cannot stop it. Courage is blazing in my heart. Bravo to the mysterious world. Let's go, 7, 8. The warrior in my dream. The Scarlet Singer is still singing the song that makes people's blood boil. The emotions of the pilots are at their peak, and they are desperate. Chung-Chi also took a deep breath. The Spirit Starship behind the 4th wall slowly started and followed the tail of the entire large force silently. As they approached the wreck ruins, everyone penetrated one group of gray dust after another, like gauze. After driving for nearly 1,000 kilometers, a thick green smoke wall appeared in front of them. The moment everyone approached, the smoke slowly opened like a curtain. Chung-Chi was slightly startled and saw a strange and shocking scene. In the air in front of them, countless little white people were floating in the air, their legs together, arms straight, holding hands with each other, one connected to another, forming a huge matrix of little white people, also like a huge fishing net. These little white creatures were exactly the same as those on the backs of the 51 elites. Their pure white bodies, eyes and mouths were all thin black lines, completely expressionless, staring at everything without any emotion. Chung-Chi immediately observed the reactions of other starships. No one noticed anything unusual, and the entire expedition fleet sailed majestically and silently in the deep universe. The next moment, the array of little white creatures suddenly disintegrated, like white ghosts, flying all over the sky, and then swooped down towards the expedition starships. Those little white creatures silently penetrated the starship, entered the cockpit and/or the bridge, and then silently penetrated the bodies of the crew members, hovering behind various people. Then, the little white creatures' heads turned 180 degrees, and their backs became their chests. They stretched out their white hands and feet, and circled around the limbs of the crew members. Finally, their expressionless heads limply rested on the shoulders of the crew members. Chang-Chi saw this scene clearly through the glass observation window of a starship. I just felt creepy. In fact, these little white people were the ghosts of unknown creatures in Chang-Chi's eyes. No one could discover their existence except Chang-Chi and Ling. The crew members of other starships had no idea that there was such a strange and creepy thing lying on their backs. Boom! Boom! The sudden explosion startled Chang-Chi. The green smoke around was actually a medium that could transmit sound. The explosion was low and powerful. Chang-Chi looked out through the observation window, and the fire illuminated his face. It turned out that a small exploration starship that entered the shipwreck ruins exploded, and now it was emitting thick black smoke and falling downwards. And what destroyed them was not some strange things, but other human starships in the expedition team. Chang-Chi frowned. Attack each other and eliminate competitors? The next moment, all the starships panicked, and defense force fields of various colors bloomed together, and various thermal weapons poured out. They fired weapons blindly and chaotically as if they had seen a ghost. Through the shared channel, Chang-Chi heard their terrified roars. Monster! 2,300 meters ahead, there is a huge lizard-like monster. It pounces on us. Launch an attack. Unknown spaceship. It has deployed some kind of harvesting force field. It wants to devour us. Open fire. My spaceship was attacked by giant locusts and severely damaged. Help! Chang-Chi looked at the chaotic battlefield in front of him. His eyes narrowed into a slit. There were no monsters at all, no unknown starships at all. The so-called attacks were all caused by these people's confusion and mutual harm. The expedition fleet was dense and compact. In just a moment, dozens of starships exploded and shattered, turning into pieces of broken scrap metal, floating towards the depths of the universe. At this moment, an energy beam with a diameter of nearly 10 meters directly penetrated the Spirit-style starship. The next moment, behind the Spirit-style starship, a starship retreating backwards suffered a disaster. The hull was hit, and directly broke into two sections. At this time, the Spirit starship was behind the fourth wall, and was not in the same dimension as the real world. It was in a state of non-interference with everyone, and it was also an extremely safe state. Chang-Chi turned his head inch by inch. In the corner of the bridge of the Spirit starship, there was also a little white man standing quietly. On his head, which was as big as a football, there was a black line between his eyes and mouth, and he looked at Chang-Chi silently. Chang-Chi stared at the little man, and tilted his head. The little white man also tilted his head, and looked at Chang-Chi. You can actually interfere with human consciousness, and make them see things like hallucinations. Chang-Chi locked onto the little white man, knowing that the shipboard warning systems of other exploration starships did not detect any enemy attacks. Only humans themselves were panicking. Monsters that did not exist appeared in their perspective, and forcibly controlled the starships to attack. The little white man stood quietly in the corner. Its hands drooped, and its 10 fingers were like 10 white pieces of paper, floating slightly in the air. In its cognition, Chang-Chi at this time was a creature behind the fourth wall, the same species as itself, so it did not make a hug movement, but just tilted its head to observe, and seemed to be a little confused. Master Maker. Ling looked at the little white man, and said slowly, they still can't communicate, but can only convey some simple thoughts. They are some kind of guards. Guards? Chang-Chi turned around and glanced at the depths of the shipwreck ruins. What are they guarding? Chapter 104. Continue sailing. Chang-Chi's eyes flashed. He had a unique advantage. The little white man did not interfere, and all the weapons on the scene could not cause any damage. As he thought, if he did not move, I am afraid no one else would be able to explore the true secret of the shipwreck ruins. Amidst the hail of bullets, the Spirit starship sailed slowly. Chang-Chi's eyes were covered with a layer of light green filter, which was a feature behind the fourth wall, and it also conveyed a very comfortable and safe feeling to Chang-Chi. The scene outside was extremely tragic. Chang-Chi also gradually understood the situation. The monsters in the eyes of those starship pilots did not appear out of thin air, but their perspective seemed to have been tampered with, and they saw other starships from the same planet as monsters that pounced on them fiercely. The sudden danger made them maximize their firepower and defense systems. The defense shields of some starships were strong, and they stood firm for the time being. Most of the starships had already fallen apart under the intensive firepower. Chang-Chi once again looked at the little white creature standing stupidly in the corner of his starship. It attracted everyone here, seemingly with some conspiracy, but in fact it made everyone kill each other? What exactly do they want to do? Outside. An equally white disc-shaped starship, which seemed to carry some unique technology, gradually became blurred in the war, turning into a state of nearly 90% transparency, with dim light around it, and it was basically hidden. Chang-Chi noticed that when the starship showed its special stealth ability, the little white man in the cabin slowly raised his head, seeming to be very concerned. But the next second, the disc-shaped starship was discovered. The only black space mecha in the field discovered its existence, and the thruster suddenly ejected, and the pure energy long knife in its hand directly hit the disc-shaped starship, and the starship was damaged and emitted thick black smoke. In the eyes of the space mecha driver, the starship should be some kind of monster with stealth ability. At this time, Chang-Chi found that the little white man in the bridge slowly lowered his head, his body slowly became a little hunched, and he seemed very disappointed. Chang-Chi frowned and thought. But he couldn't find the answer for a while. The Link-style starship gradually left the war, went farther and farther, and got closer and closer to the core area of shipwreck ruins. The flames behind him were soaring into the sky. 80% of the exploration starships had been scrapped, and the space mecha, although small in size, was unmatched and killed all around. It moved forward again for about 4,000 kilometers. The surrounding star fields were extremely quiet, with only occasional gravel floating slowly. Chang-Chi's eyes moved, and he knew in his heart that he should have arrived at a place that no one had ever set foot on. In front of Chang-Chi was a gray smoke with extremely low visibility, almost blocking all vision. Gradually, Chang-Chi penetrated the smoke. The perspective suddenly became clear. Chang-Chi saw a very shocking scene. In the space ahead, there was a dark black object floating. It was very large in size, and it was estimated to be at least 1,000 kilometers long, emitting a faint black light. It looked like a huge black date pit, but the two ends were like bananas, slightly curved inward. It floated silently, exuding an amazing mysterious atmosphere. Is this the core of the shipwreck ruins? Chang-Chi's pupil shrank. In his opinion, it didn't look like an interstellar battleship, because it had no technological texture at all, and there were no detectors, thrusters, etc. Instead, it looked like some kind of ancient totem. Chang-Chi was a little excited. After confirming that the white man in the cabin still did not make any moves, the spirit starship slowly approached the mysterious object. It's too huge. The mysterious object was reflected in Chang-Chi's pupils. From a distance, it looked like a dark mountain, but as it got closer, its size became clearer and clearer, and its surface was simply a continent. The spirit starship came to the center of the huge object. From a distance, the huge object looked like a black moon ship, emitting a strange black mist. The spirit-style starship is a faint starlight suspended on its surface. The vastness and insignificance of the universe are vividly displayed in an instant. Chang-Chi looked down. He found that this huge black jujube core seemed to be made of some metal, but this metal was very rough, like cast iron full of impurities. It must not be as low-end as it looks on the surface, otherwise it would not have existed in the universe for so long. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes. What is that? Looking closely, the surface of the huge jujube pit was filled with darker gullies, crisscrossing each other. The Link-style starship moved silently, approaching a huge pattern nearby, and slowly descended. Chang-Chi's eyes narrowed. Is the interior of this huge object hollow? Those patterns turned out to be a regular hollow pattern, with gaps directly connected to the interior of the huge object, and the wide space inside could be vaguely seen. The brave will die of overeating, and the timid will die of starvation. Chang-Chi made up his mind, and ordered the spirit-style starship to fly into the gap. The gap was so wide that it looked like a canyon. Even if the spirit-style starship was in the real world, it could easily enter. Caution was the first principle. After entering the huge object, the spirit-style starship hovered directly. It was terribly quiet here. Chang-Chi looked down with the help of the dim light. He saw huge gray pillars that were bent into an arc. The bottom of these pillars was bottomless, and the top was close to the ceiling. Judging from the volume of the jujube pit, the height of these pillars was amazing. Every few dozen kilometers, a similar huge pillar will appear, extending into the dark space in the distance. Chang-Chi looked in the opposite direction again. In the dim light, a row of huge pillars bent into an arc can be seen, symmetrical on both sides. It looks like some kind of ancient building, with two rows of pillars at the entrance to enhance the momentum. The shape is a bit strange, like a series of arches with no closure on top, extending into the distance. Chang-Chi nodded secretly, and made an inference. Could the ruins of the shipwreck be an ancient building left by an unknown civilization? Along the center of the pillar, the spirit-style starship traveled horizontally, moving towards the depths of the huge object. In imagination, there should be a huge house there, and if there is a treasure, it must be stored in the house. The light here is dim, Only some light from the 3-day sky penetrates through the hollow pattern, forming a hazy and dark feeling. The speed dare not be too fast, because Chang-Chi still has to carefully observe everything around him, and be alert to everything around him. About 20 minutes later, Chang-Chi reached the end of the 2 rows of pillars, and then he was completely shocked. He was so shocked that he couldn't describe it. Everything in front of him was completely different from what he imagined. Because at the end of these pillars, there was a huge human skull. The skull was so big that the spirit starship could even hover in the center of its eye sockets. There were also huge neck bones and spines connected to the skull, but the depths were dark and deep, and the hole could not be seen. Chang-Chi was completely stunned. Is this a complete skeleton? So, those huge curved black stone pillars just now are its ribs. The spirit starship has been traveling in the chest cavity of a giant skeleton. Damn! Chang-Chi suddenly realized that the huge black decor was a huge coffin. Of course, the interior was not an ancient building, but a supergiant skeleton. Chang-Chi suddenly felt a chill on his back. It turns out, Shipwreck Ruins is a tomb. Chapter 105. After learning the truth, the atmosphere around seemed to have changed. Chang-Chi slowly turned his head. The little white man in the bridge was still standing quietly. On the spherical white head, the eyes and mouth with black lines did not change at all. His hands were still hanging down, and his 10 fingers were floating like paper strips, and his whole body was filled with an indescribable weirdness. Hee. Suddenly, a strange and low laugh came from the air, producing waves of echoes, making people's scalps numb. Chang-Chi turned his head, and found Hanzi was looking at the Flower Robot magazine behind a pillar in the distance, laughing. Chang-Chi was speechless, and then looked at the little white man. So, you are actually guarding this huge coffin. What exactly are you looking for when you go out? The little white man still didn't speak, and his expression remained unchanged. Chang-Chi shook his head silently, and then looked at the huge skeleton below. The jujube coffin is 1,000 kilometers long, which is obviously tailor-made for this skeleton. In other words, the creature buried here was about 800 kilometers tall when he was alive. Chang-Chi's eyes trembled slightly. 800 kilometers. Almost a quarter of the diameter of the moon. In other words, if the guy in the coffin stood up, he would be a quarter of the height of the moon. It is hard to imagine what kind of creature this is. The universe is vast and magical, and humans have also made preliminary explorations. Chang-Chi has heard of various fantastic creatures, but he has never heard of such a huge body. The most terrifying thing. Judging from the skeleton of this creature is extremely similar to that of humans. So when it was alive, did it look like a human? A human with a height of 800 kilometers. Is this a human or a god? The highest mountain on Earth is only 8.84 kilometers, but this huge human is as tall as 10 Mount Everests. If it stood on the moon, it would look like an adult standing on a large yoga ball. If it stood on Earth, it would be clearly visible in outer space hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. The more Chang-Chi thought about it, the more horrified he felt. This creature must be another civilization in the universe. Who is it, and why is it buried here? What about the civilization it belongs to? Are all creatures this huge? Where is the habitat of its civilization? Is it extinct, or does it exist somewhere in the universe? At this moment, Ling, who was in the thinker state, suddenly stood up slowly, straightened his chest, and the yellow ghost fire in his eyes was beating wildly. Ling slowly spoke. His voice was low and trembling. Disturbing my eternal sleep. Chang-Chi's pupils suddenly shrank. Like Cao Cao and Bai Juyi, Ling and the owner of the tomb empathized with each other. Ling looked to the west, his eyes seemed to penetrate thousands of kilometers, and saw the explorers, who broke into the ruins of the shipwreck. The ghost fire in his eyes jumped violently, and he seemed to be extremely angry. 13.7 billion years ago, the singularity exploded, and the universe began to expand from an infinitely small point. And my civilization was born in the 9 billionth year, and it is one of the earliest civilizations in the universe. Ling spoke slowly, with a soul-shaking power in his voice. Chang-Chi opened his eyes slightly. The owner of this tomb was a creature from 4.7 billion years ago. At this time, Ling had completely become the spokesperson for the tomb owner. He held his chest high and looked toward the north. As the universe expands, the pattern of galaxies has also changed. I didn't expect that today. The giant galaxy where my civilization is located has been swallowed up by the Virgo supercluster. You humans also gave this place a ridiculous name, Centaurus A. Chang-Chi's eyes moved. The super-large galaxies in the universe are constantly moving, and they will also merge and collide. The stars in them will collide with each other and explode, turning into dust, and then give birth to new stars. In fact, The Milky Way where the Earth is located will be swallowed up by the galaxy killer Andromeda galaxy one day in the future. At that time, everything will be destroyed, and then the massive fragments will reabsorb the dust and condense into a new galaxy. This is a landform change on a cosmic scale. But this is a bit of a dream for humans, because the collision process of two galaxies has always been calculated in billions of years, and humans may not live to see that day at all. But for this creature in the tomb 4.7 billion years ago, this scene has become a reality. Its home, the giant galaxy, has gone through vicissitudes and become the Centaurus A galaxy defined by humans. Chang-Chi listened quietly and nodded secretly. No wonder this huge coffin appeared here, because this was its former hometown. It was born here and buried here. I just want to sleep peacefully. But the 3-day sky phenomenon here has exposed me to the public. Ling still stared at the west side, where there was a faint fire, which was the explosion caused by the exploration starships attacking each other. A group of ants. I don't want to endure it anymore. Ling's voice became deeper and more trembling, and the ghost fire in his eyes jumped wildly. I want to destroy everything. Chang-Chi frowned slightly. At this time, the huge coffin suddenly shook violently, and for a moment, there was a feeling of shaking the earth and destroying the world. Chang-Chi looked down in astonishment. In the dimness, the giant skeleton seemed to have some abnormality, as if it moved slightly. I want everything here to cease to exist. Ling roared, and the whole coffin shook again. Chang-Chi's pupils shrank slightly. But Ling slowly turned around and looked at Chang-Chi with a ferocious expression on his face. No one can withstand the wrath of the ancient civilization. No one can escape. Even if you are behind the fourth wall, you will still be affected. Boom, boom, boom. The whole coffin was shaking more and more violently, as if the giant skeleton that had been sleeping in it for billions of years was about to wake up. 3 minutes. The ghost fire in the spirit's eye socket jumped and continued to roar. After 3 minutes as defined by you humans, I will destroy everything here. Got it. But Chang-Chi suddenly shrugged and said indifferently, It's not 3 minutes. I will stay here and want to see how you destroy everything here. The ghost fire in the spirit's eye exploded and condensed. You can't rest easy. You will die here too. Chang-Chi raised his head. It doesn't matter. You? Ling's body suddenly stiffened, and he was actually dumbfounded. But it was at this moment. Chang-Chi shook his head and smiled, looking at the little white man in the corner of the bridge. Little guy, don't pretend. The soul of the tomb owner has probably dissipated long ago. Everything is just you pretending to be powerful here. Chapter 106. Snap. Chang-Chi snapped his fingers in front of Ling. Brother, wake up. But Ling shook his head suddenly. The ghost fire in his eyes became much weaker, and then nodded to Chang-Chi, Master Creator. Chang-Chi smiled. Where did those lines come from? Ling replied, I didn't see the specific image of the other party's soul, but I heard a brilliant and grand voice in my mind. It was ancient, tragic, and angry. I accidentally got into the play, and then relayed its words. That's right. Chang-Chi nodded, then squinted at the little white man in the cabin. His eyes flashed with brilliance. Ling is very simple, and was deceived by you. In fact, you can always communicate normally, and those words just now came from your mouth. But the white man's mouth and eyes were still a black line. His expression did not change, and he did not answer. You still don't admit it? Chang-Chi smiled. Regarding the truth of this, shipwreck ruins, I seem to have guessed the general situation. The little white man's expression remained unchanged. When my starship just sailed out of the Stargate hub, the spirit resonated with other souls, and said something inexplicable. Chang-Chi said slowly, It said at the time that even if she disappeared into the vast universe, like a meteor, we must fulfill our promise and guard her until the last moment. Chang-Chi stared at the little white man. The she in it refers to the owner of this tomb, and those who want to fulfill their promise and guard her until the last moment are actually you. The little white man's expression remained unchanged, as if his appearance was fixed and would never change. Chang-Chi smiled, turned around and walked towards the bridge, saying with his back to him, Spirit taught me a lot of knowledge. When the quantum soul of a creature disappears from all entanglements with this world, its soul will also completely dissipate and cease to exist. The owner of the tomb should be in this situation. It seems that you are really loyal. Even if the owner of the tomb has completely left, you still unshakably protect her body. But at this moment, the long eyes of the little white man suddenly shrank and turned into 2 small black dots. Chang-Chi turned around suddenly. But at this moment, the little white man's eyes returned to 2 black lines again, and his face became expressionless again. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes, as if he didn't find anything unusual, and continued, You manipulated the organizers to attract a large number of explorers, and let them enter the edge of the tomb. but set up a major crisis for them. This seems contradictory. But in fact, you should be doing screening. Speaking of this, Chang-Chi turned around and continued to pace with his back to the little white man. What exactly do you want? Are you looking for some kind of technology such as invisibility, concealment, and camouflage? At this moment, the two long eyes of the little white man shrank into two small black dots again. Swish! Chang-Chi turned around suddenly, but the little white man was faster. In the moment Chang-Chi looked at it, it turned back into long eyes again, with a blank expression on its face. Hee. Chang-Chi smiled. In the chaotic battlefield before, a starship used stealth technology with a transparency of nearly 90%. You seemed very interested, but when you found that the warship was discovered by the space mecha, you were disappointed. Let me guess. What you said before, that there is a giant galaxy 4.7 billion years ago, and the deceased is buried here. And other information should be true. And the reason why this huge coffin can exist in the universe for so long should be because it is equipped with some kind of stealth technology. Unfortunately, the erosion of time has caused this technology to malfunction. Chang-Chi turned around again, stroking his chin and said, every year, the 3 days of flying in the sky here will make the coffin hiding technology completely ineffective. Although this is a short period of time, it is obvious that this conflicts with your mission. You will never allow the master you are protecting to be disturbed. Moreover, if things continue like this, disturbance is the least of it, and there is a high possibility that the coffin will be opened and the grave will be dug up. You are behind the fourth wall, and although you can slightly interfere with human consciousness, that's all you can do. Faced with such a situation, you cannot solve it by yourself. So, you have customized a plan based on your own abilities. The first step is to recruit human elites. The second step is to let them fight and passively show their concealment technology. The third step is to select a leading concealment technology that no one can crack. The fourth step is to control the owner of the technology and repair the coffin. But unfortunately, up to now, all the concealment technologies demonstrated by humans have disappointed you. And, in this plan, there is an alternative like me. I can actually pass through fourth wall navigation and drive straight into the coffin. Your mission is to protect, so I am also the one you expel. So, you just used the spirit to pretend to be the owner of the tomb and wanted to scare me away. In fact, you can't do anything, and the giant wreckage is impossible to wake up, let alone destroy everything. Chang-Chi bent down slightly, looked directly into the two black lines in the eyes of the little white man, and smiled. Am I right? But the little white man still had no expression, and did not move. The will-o'-the-wisp in Ling's eyes flickered slightly. Master Creator, it doesn't care about you at all. Your seemingly amazing speculation may be completely irrelevant. What do you mean by ignoring me? Chang-Chi looked at Ling. You guys, you are full of respect for me and your attitude, but why do you always talk back at me? Sorry, Master Creator. Ling nodded slightly. I am still learning and thinking about human language. Next time, I will definitely kill you with one blow. Oh no, it's right to say it. Chang-Chi was somewhat helpless, and then looked at the little white man. There is a reason why it ignored me. At this moment, suddenly, a ball of blazing light came from far away. Chang-Chi looked sideways, and it was the black space mecha from before. He didn't expect it to be so powerful, and it killed the entire expedition fleet by itself. At this time, one person and one machine broke through the blockade and came directly to the core of the shipwreck ruins. At a distance of 500 kilometers from the giant coffin, a green barrier suddenly lit up, covering the sky and the sun, directly protecting the coffin. The space mecha didn't seem to expect this. The deceleration wings on its back opened at the critical moment, and the bright yellow flame thrusters erupted in the opposite direction, completing the emergency brake before hitting the green barrier. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes. This coffin also has a dedicated defense force field. It was not discovered before because the spirit starship was always behind the fourth wall, so the force field was not triggered. Chang-Chi observed the green force field from inside. The green light inside it flickered irregularly, flickering, and it already had a mottled feeling. Chang-Chi thought to himself, it has too long a history, and the energy of this force field is almost exhausted. The space mech was hovering outside the force field, releasing some kind of scanning beam, identifying the strength of the force field. At this moment, behind the space mech, a huge monster slowly drove out of the gray smoke. Chang-Chi's eyes fixed. Is it that space fortress? It actually broke through the siege? However, the next scene was beyond Chang-Chi's expectation. There was no conflict between the space fortress and the space mech. Suddenly, two bright beams of light burst out from the palm of the space mech, and finally condensed into a 50-meter-long pure energy sword. The surface armor of the space fortress suddenly flipped, and the hatch opened wide. Then, 3 black boxes about 10 meters high slowly flew out from its hatch. These boxes were made of metal, painted black, and had their own flight thrusters, which were somewhat similar to Boss Mo's biological boxes. The next second, those boxes actually flew to the back of the space mech, and both sides flipped out 100% matching physical buckles. Click, click, a faint metal collision sound was heard. 3 10-meter-high black boxes were completely assembled with the back of the space mech. From a distance, it looked like a 50-meter-high space mech carrying 3 huge suitcases stacked on top of each other. Chang-Chi opened his eyes. They were actually in the same group. Those boxes should be some kind of high-energy batteries, which are the energy supplement for the space mech. At this moment, a dazzling light lit up, and the pure energy long sword in the space mech's hand suddenly burst out, from the original 50 meters to 300 meters away. In the space mech's hand, it was like a magic weapon. The space mecha did not hesitate at all. It raised the pure energy long sword high, causing the space to tremble slightly, and slashed down towards the green energy shield of the coffin. The defensive force field of the coffin was originally insufficient in energy, and it could not withstand this blow that seemed to create the world. The little white man beside Chang-Chi finally moved at this time. It turned its head. Although its expression did not change, its body was trembling slightly, and it was obviously in fear. Chang-Chi slowly stood up. Little white man, I don't know what you are, and I don't know what your name is, but I can tell you that I am probably the only person in the world who can help you. I understand why you don't want to react. Because in your perception, I am just a soul behind the fourth wall, unable to interfere with the real world, so no matter what I guess, it is meaningless. Too small. Too small. At this moment, Chang-Chi turned his head to look at Ling. The Ling-style starship of Qi civilization should also show up. Chapter 107. Mu Chen. That is Mr. Mu Chen, who won the first place with 18.44 million credit points. He is the driver of the Black Space Mecha, and the most dazzling genius inventor in the B3Q4 Starfield Alliance. He has accumulated amazing wealth through his inventions. For him, the most attractive thing about Shipwreck Ruins is not what amazing treasures are hidden in it, but the opportunity to fully test his inventions under the premise of gathering various human elites. This 50-meter-high space mecha, codenamed M14 Black Phantom. It integrates the most advanced material technology, energy control technology, and beam magnetic cage weapon technology in human civilization. Compared with starships, although it is not large in size, it has amazing maneuverability and terrifying explosive damage. This space mecha is not a mass-produced product. It is Mu Chen's exclusive invention, and the only one in the entire galaxy. And the 10-million-ton space fortress in the back, which is a dream in the eyes of others, is actually just the logistics support center of this mecha. If outsiders knew the truth, they would definitely be shocked. No one could guess that Mukin's trip was just to test the extreme performance of his mecha. He spent 18.44 million credit points to buy the first position for the mecha, and at the same time paid an additional 16 million credit points to buy the second position for the mecha's logistics support center. This is not all the costs. The navigation cost of the space fortress and the mecha is also an astonishing figure. According to Mukin's character, he will not sell any technology of the M14 Black Phantom in the future. In his mind, the M14 Black Phantom is a work of art, and the pleasure lies in meticulous craftsmanship and continuous improvement. As for the expenses, in his eyes, they are just pocket money that can be exchanged for a few inventions, which is not worth mentioning at all. Just now, Mu Chen's consciousness was interfered with, and he fought fiercely with a large number of unknown monsters, but he relied on the powerful performance of the mecha to kill almost all the monsters, which made him more confident and satisfied with his work. At this moment, Mu Chen was sure that only he had broken through the siege, and the core of the Shipwreck Ruins could be seen with the naked eye. No matter what the motive was, since he came here, he should at least leave his footprints on the Shipwreck Ruins. To be precise, it was the footprints of M14 Black Phantom. As usual, this was an achievement that only Mukin could achieve. At this moment, the pure energy long sword in M14 Black Phantom's hand chopped heavily on the green energy shield. The place where the blade and the energy shield came into contact instantly produced a space distortion like transparent steam, and at the same time emitted amazing heat. Mukin squinted his eyes, and saw with his own eyes that the pure energy blade cut through the green energy shield at an extremely fast speed. He smiled disdainfully. It's just E3 level defense strength. The official propaganda is that it is a relic of a high-level civilization. It's too exaggerated. It was also at this moment. A strange phenomenon that he couldn't understand suddenly appeared in front of Mu Chen. Inside the green energy shield, in the dark universe, a dense group of lights suddenly appeared, crisscrossing and flashing blue light. From a distance, it looked like a flat human brain nerve network. What is it? Mu Chen's expression suddenly paused. The next moment, a pure white, seamless ceramic-like small starship slowly sailed out from the inside of the neural network, as if it came from another dimension. The white starship was also covered with a human brain neural network like paint. Suddenly, the blue neural network on the mysterious starship suddenly brightened and burst into a strong light, catching Mu Chen in the cockpit of the mecha off guard, and blinded him for a moment. When Mu Chen's vision recovered, he was shocked to find that the mysterious starship had released more than a dozen layers of defense shields in the instant, and the surface of each layer was covered with patterns similar to human brain neural networks, which were blue and shining. What kind of technology is this? Mu Chen widened his eyes, and moved his sight slightly upward, but saw that the pure energy long sword in his mecha's hand could no longer cut down at this time. Because although the long sword penetrated the green defense shield of the shipwreck ruins, it was resisted by the neural network defense shield released by the mysterious starship inside. This is already a threefold increase in energy. The defense shield of a small starship on the other side is so hard? Mu Chen was a little bit unbelievable, staring at the mysterious starship across the wall. Advanced civilization? But the next moment, I saw a faint black light suddenly flashing on the neural network paint on the surface of the mysterious starship. The black light flowed rapidly in the entire neural network, gathering more and more, and becoming clearer and clearer. A huge energy fluctuation was detected. Hearing the warning of the mecha, Mu Chen's pupils shrank slightly. It is gathering energy. It is going to attack me. In an instant, Mu Chen was sure that the dark energy was similar to the Star Destroyer cannon in the human army, but it seemed to have undergone some kind of large-scale technical optimization, and its destructive power had increased dramatically, but the specific power could not be calculated. Retreat! Mu Chen responded quickly. The pure energy long sword in the space mecha's hand went out, the flying wings behind it flipped, the jet engine roared, and the entire mecha instantly broke through the speed of sound and retreated to the universe behind it. But it was too late. The black energy on the surface of the white starship had already gathered, and a black light column with a diameter of 5 meters shot out through a neuron at the front of the starship. There was no time to react at all. Buzz, the light defense field of the M14 Black Phantom was instantly penetrated, and the black energy beam directly hit its shoulder, completely shattering the entire shoulder blade, and one arm was directly broken off, separated from the body, and fell into the depths of space. The energy of the black beam was not completely consumed, and it once again crossed a distance of nearly 1,000 kilometers and directly hit the space fortress. The space fortress was huge in size. Although this attack directly caused a penetrating injury, the emergency system was also activated, and multiple balance engines erupted, maintaining the body of the space fortress crookedly. The body is seriously damaged, the energy system is burned, the driver's escape program is activated, the control panel in front of Mukin is all red, and various emergency lights are flashing wildly. The next second, a series of pneumatic sounds are heard, and an emergency space helmet and a metal space suit are flipped out of the cockpit and directly put on Mukin's body, and the entire cockpit is quickly detached and ejected from the back of the mecha. The cockpit of the space mecha is also a detachable escape pod, and its appearance is a round sphere. The moment it left the mecha, a certain directional electromagnetic force was released in the distant space fortress, like a huge magnet, directly generating a huge suction force, which could make the escape pod that had lost all power be sucked back to the space fortress through the air and get shelter in time. During the process of flying back, Mu Chen was shocked to find that an observation window was opened on the bridge of the white starship opposite. There stood a boy in a blue cloak. Mu Chen was extremely shocked. His eyes with 6 light circles were wide open. Is it a human? At this time, Chung Chi, standing in the bridge, looked at the escape pod from a distance and slowly said, "Don't steal my business." Mu Chen's body was shocked. He could only vaguely see the boy's mouth shape, and after a while of trying to match it in his brain, he thought he guessed what the boy said. Why is he still cursing? What the hell? Even if you are technologically advanced, you can't just curse people. But at this time, Mukin was powerless to save the situation. The space mecha was scrapped and had to be abandoned. The space fortress was also pierced and was barely maintained. Fortunately, the uncultured guy on the opposite side did not kill him. Now Mukin had no other choice but to evacuate quickly, watching the space fortress crookedly disappear in the distance. Chung Chi smiled indifferently and turned to look at the little white man in the cabin again. At this time, the little white man was already facing Chang-Chi and kneeling on his knees. Its black line-like mouth suddenly gathered into a small black dot, and then stretched into a straight line. In the process, it finally made a sound. "My name is Bao Bao. Great advanced civilization, please help us." Chang-Chi laughed. "I'm not that great. I can help you, but remember to fulfill your promise, and give me the most precious treasure after everything is over." Chapter 108. Hug. On the round head of the little white man, the black line-like mouth gathered into a black dot, and then stretched out. Chang-Chi nodded. "Yes, I know your name is Bao Bao. Hug." The little white man was still kneeling on the ground, facing Chang-Chi, slowly stretched out his arms, and his fingers, like paper notes, floated in the air. "Do you really want to hug me?" Chang-Chi's face changed, thinking of those so-called elites and those explorers who entered the shipwreck ruins. After being hugged from behind by the little white man, they all fell into hallucinations and lost themselves. It was a terrifying hug. "I just want to tell you about the past that I almost forgot. Tell you who I am and who is buried here." Hug. The little white man opened his arms, but he always knelt on the ground, revealing a kind of sincerity. "Do you need physical contact to convey information?" Chang-Chi took a deep breath and stretched out a finger. "There is no need for a hug. We can have a small-scale contact and share information to facilitate the next cooperation." The little white man did not insist any longer and stretched out an arm. His fingers, like white paper strips, gathered together and slowly wrapped around Chang-Chi's fingers. At this moment, Chang-Chi felt that a lot of information was injected into his mind, and this information formed a new five senses. Then, everything in Chang-Chi's eyes changed. Blinking slightly, Chang-Chi found himself standing on a strange planet. There were huge gray stones all around, the soil was also gray, the sky was also gray, and there was no planet, as if the whole world was gray. There are more than a dozen suns floating in the distant sky. They are big and small, and their brightness is not the same. Some are normal yellow, some are red, and some are deep red. Chang-Chi was slightly stunned. They are stars in different periods, adolescent, middle-aged, and some have entered old age. He turned his head slightly, and looked at the other side of the sky. There is also an incredible scene there. There is a massive core floating in the distant universe, slowly absorbing the surrounding dust. As time goes by, it will gather and grow larger, and eventually form a planet. If its gravity is enough, it may also form a brand new sun. The reason why the scenes in outer space can be seen clearly is that there is no atmosphere on the planet where Chang-Chi is located, and the sight is unobstructed. Why are the distances between stars so close, but there is no pulling and collision due to mutual gravity? What's more exaggerated is that new planets are still being nurtured nearby. There is only one explanation. Chang-Chi's eyes moved slightly. This is in the expansion period of the universe. Just like a chessboard that has not been fully spread out, all the chess pieces are piled together, and the mass of each chess piece is very huge. This is the universe 4.6 billion years ago. Boom! Suddenly, the ground shook. An extremely huge foot stepped on the ground on the side of Chang-Chi. The foot was so big that it looked like an aircraft carrier, and it was wearing a shoe made of an unknown gray material. Chang-Chi's neck was tilted almost 90 degrees. He saw a boy of about 14 or 15 years old wearing gray clothes. This boy was like a giant, and his height was at least 600 kilometers away. Chang-Chi was a little dumbfounded. The unprecedented ecological environment and the exaggerated giants were not the most shocking things to Chang-Chi. The most difficult thing to understand was that the facial features of this boy were exactly the same as those of humans 4.6 billion years later. He had black eyebrows, twinkling eyes, a nose and a mouth, all of which made up a weathered face. This was incredible. On this planet, there was no atmosphere, no plants, and more than a dozen suns around. This means there is no oxygen here. The ultraviolet rays are extremely high, and the temperature is amazing. Under such conditions, how could the biological structure that is exactly the same as that 4.6 billion years later evolve? The ultraviolet rays on the Earth are filtered by the atmosphere, so human skin does not need too strong anti-ultraviolet ability, so it is delicate and white. Because the body needs oxygen circulation, humans have evolved organs such as noses. If the objective conditions were completely changed, humans would not be what they are today. Unless, the theory of evolution in human civilization is a complete mistake. Everything here shocked Chang-Chi. It seems that the history of cosmic evolution, the most vast river of time, hides extremely shocking and unknown secrets. Boom, boom, the ground kept shaking, and a long team came from a distance. At the front and back of the team were dozens of teenagers, all dressed in gray. And in the center of the team, there was something similar to a sedan chair, which used some kind of silent suspension technology to float forward. Hug. A loud voice suddenly came from the sedan chair. The owner of the voice seemed to be a cute little girl of 4 or 5 years old, crisp and innocent. On the side of the sedan chair, a boy with short hair nodded slightly. Queen, we will be home soon. It's too windy and sandy here. Chang-Chi felt that his inherent cognition was washed away again and again. This is the language of humans, the customs of humans. Sedan chair, Queen, too much wind and sand, this is like a scene from the old times. I want a hug. The curtain of the gray sedan was lifted, and the only color in this gray world appeared. It was a little girl in red clothes, no more than 3 or 4 years old. She wore a mask made of red gems, and jumped from the sedan to the ground. Boom, the earth shook. In Chang-Chi's eyes, she was a little girl who was at least 400 kilometers tall. Okay, hug. The young guard seemed helpless, and had to hold the little girl in his arms, and then the whole team continued on their way. Chang-Chi only felt the earth rumble, and in his view, the entire team gradually disappeared into the distance. The scene changed. Chang-Chi appeared in a courtyard built of unknown gray materials. He was still so small that even a grain of sand on the ground was a boulder to him. The little girl wearing a ruby mask, who was already 7 or 8 years old, sat on a gray stool in the yard, swinging her legs. The short-haired young guard was also nearly 20 years old, with a scar running through his face, and his right hand was also chopped off. Hug me. The little girl couldn't open her eyes because of the dozens of suns, and she stretched out her hand to the boy. The guard hesitated for a moment, but still picked up the little girl with one arm, and slowly walked into the shade under the eaves. Then, the two stood there quietly. The scene changed again. A long team was walking in the middle. The girl wearing a ruby mask in the sedan chair was already 14 or 15 years old. The one-armed boy who followed beside him had a little stubble, and one of his eyeballs had been removed, leaving only a dark hole in the eye socket. There were many new faces in the long guard team, and many former guard boys died in the battle. The sedan suddenly stopped. The little girl wearing a ruby mask poked her head out, and looked at a gray flower growing on the gray rock. Hug me. Queen, you are no longer a child. I can't hug you anymore. The flower is too high. If I don't hug you, I can't pick it. The guard hesitated for a moment, picked up the girl, and the girl finally picked the gray flower. The scene changed again. The gray house caught fire. The bodies of the guard boys were scattered all over the ground. In the porch, the boy who lost an arm and an eye and had a scar on his face was now a middle-aged man. Opposite him were hundreds of enemies, wearing simple clothes, but holding beam swords. He was the last barrier, and would never waver. The enemies rushed forward, and he fought alone. In less than a moment, he was cut with more than a dozen deep wounds that reached the bone. Blood dripped onto the ground and fell in front of Chang-Chi, shaking violently, and forming a large blood-red pool. During the battle, the guard's other hand and left leg were cut off by the enemy. He could no longer stand and fell to the ground with a bang, like a collapse of Mount Tai. His sworn guarding had an effect, and reinforcements arrived and killed all the enemies. In the innermost room of the compound, a pretty figure with a ruby mask on her face slowly walked out. She knelt beside the guard, slowly hugged the guard's broken body, and said with tears in her eyes, "Hug." The scene changed. Thousands of people knelt and cried. The girl wearing a ruby mask, her lips had lost their color, and she was quietly suspended in the air. She had lost her life, but there were no wounds on her body, as if she died of illness. Two dark curved semicircular metals slowly merged to form her coffin, like a crescent. Someone rotated at the top and end of the crescent, and a small candle lighted at both parts at the same time. The dark crescent coffin slowly rose into the air, becoming more and more transparent, and finally disappeared. Below the direction where the crescent moon disappeared, there was a black lake. The guard boy who had lost 2 arms and 1 leg, with some white hair on his temples, sat in front of the lake. On both sides, there were thousands of young guards wearing the same clothes. The world has changed over time. The guards stayed with him, and gradually, many of them came to the end of their lives, standing and dying, their flesh and blood rotting and turning into bones. 100 years later, the lake dried up, and the people on this planet gradually died out. Thousands of years passed, and an old sun went out. Hundreds of millions of years passed, and the changes in the universe have become clearly visible. The expansion of the speed of light has made the volume of the universe larger and larger, and the density of celestial bodies has become increasingly thinner. The movement of nebulae causes stars to collide and break into interstellar dust and gas clouds, and then condense again to give birth to a new galaxy. Hundreds of millions of years later, a completely new pattern appeared. Many new celestial bodies and 3 dazzling stars appeared in this universe. Time seemed to be fast-forwarded. Many tiny humans, like ants, appeared here in spaceships and built stargates here. Then this place gradually became popular, with strange spaceships constantly visiting, and some people died here due to accidents. But in the time scale of the universe, they were all bacteria that grew and died quickly. Suddenly, the 3 stars here shone at the same time because of the annual orbital alternation. The crescent-like coffin began to flicker intermittently and emerged in the world. Many humans, considering this place as the remains of a high civilization, began to explore it with a treasure-hunting mentality. At this time, rows of little white people appeared in front of the coffin. The past 3 years were condensed into a moment. During the 3 days of flying in the air, the little white people did their best to protect the coffin and keep it from being disturbed. The 4th year, the coffin began to vibrate strongly and seemed to be difficult to maintain. The little white people began to gather a large number of humans, wanting to find a repair technology, but unfortunately it did not go as planned. A strange white starship appeared and went straight to the hinterland. One of the humans actually guessed the truth of the matter. He stretched out a finger and started a strange communication with one of the little white people. Suddenly, the whole world rippled slightly, and everything dissipated like water splashes. Chang-Chi opened his eyes and found himself standing in the bridge of the spirit-style starship, and his forward finger was being entangled by the little white man's paper-like fingers. Chang-Chi's eyes opened, as if he had woken up from a dream that lasted 4.6 billion years. He looked at the little white man in front of him. "You are the guard boy." Then, Chang-Chi turned his head again and looked at the huge black skeleton below through the observation window, and she is the girl wearing a jewel mask. Chapter 109. Why do so many people want to hurt the masked girl? I've forgotten. Why do the people love her so much? I've forgotten. Why did she die? I've forgotten. What's your real name? Hug. Chang-Chi looked at the little white man in front of him with a black line around his eyes and mouth. Its essence is a soul behind the 4th wall, which has not dissipated for billions of years because of obsession. It must have its own name. Perhaps because of the endless erosion of time, all its memories have become faint. The 2 words hug came from its conversation with the masked girl. It only vaguely remembered a few moments with the girl. Other than that, everything else has disappeared, including its original name. I only remember. The little white man's black line-like mouth suddenly turned into a black dot, and then stretched out. I will always protect her side until the last moment. Chang-Chi looked at the little white man. Why are you so persistent? The little white man was silent for a moment, and slowly said, I forgot. Chang-Chi sighed slowly. He knew that the past of the masked girl could not be traced back. It became a colorful stone that sank to the bottom of the long river of time, and no one could turn it over again. Chang-Chi took a breath. Let me see what I can do for you. Under the guidance of the little white man, the spirit-style starship slowly floated into the air. First, it flew to the top of the huge coffin and saw a strange technological candlestick inlaid here, with green energy slowly beating in it. Then, Chang-Chi came to the end of the huge coffin. Although there was also a technological candlestick here, the green candle in it had gone out. It seems that this is the problem. Chang-Chi glanced at the little white man standing beside him, and its black line-like eyes stared at Chang-Chi. Although it had no expression, Chang-Chi could clearly feel its expectation and anticipation. The spirit-style starship slowly lifted up the extinguished candlestick, and transported it all the way up to the top of the coffin, and placed the 2 candlesticks side by side. Type 1 biochemical armor flipped out a black mask, and Chang-Chi slowly walked out of the spirit starship, floating in the air. He raised his right wrist, and the blue fan-shaped scanning beam bloomed. Similar technological creations detected. Ancient Titan civilization mirage system. *2. The space in a specific area can be folded to form an exclusive space corridor, and it can be distinguished from the real world to achieve a state of non-interference and overlapping coexistence. If the power of the equipment is insufficient, it can be interfered by a special magnetic field, causing the space to fail and lose its effect. The equipment comes from a level 3.2 ancient technological civilization. Chang-Chi nodded secretly. One of the candlesticks was damaged, resulting in the so-called power shortage, and the 3-day volley phenomenon in the Centaurus A system just formed the so-called special interference magnetic field. Therefore, shipwreck ruins will appear in the sight of ordinary humans. 3.2 level ancient technological civilization. Chang-Chi looked at the little white man. You can't find a substitute among humans. It's really as I said before. Looking at the entire Milky Way, only I, Chang-Chi, can help you. Begin synthesis. The extinguished candlestick shattered into dots of white light, swaying and merging perfectly with another candlestick. Synthesis successful. Failed space cone. *1. Chang-Chi's eyes paused slightly. Failed? This device can only be released once, but it can pierce the invisible dimension space and form a zero-dimensional independent space. The entrance exists for 24 seconds. When it is closed, the space will disappear permanently in the physical universe and can no longer be traced. The reason why it is called a failed product is that this hiding technology is not only irreversible, but also consumes a lot of energy in an instant. Under realistic conditions, there is no reasonable application scenario at all. The little white man looked at the huge green cone in front of him, which seemed to appear out of thin air, and his expression fell into a sluggish state. Chang-Chi thought for a moment, and then slowly said, after this equipment is activated, the huge coffin will disappear from this world forever, entering an independent space that will never be opened. No one can disturb her anymore, and you will lose her forever. The little white man was silent for a long time, and his black mouth gathered into a small dot. This is her best destination. At this moment, thousands of little white men gathered around the black coffin, forming a circle, holding hands. There was no wind in the universe, but it seemed to be filled with some kind of sobbing song. The failed space cone slowly started up, and in an instant released a thin green beam of light. The surrounding space continued to vibrate, and in front of the huge coffin, a bright white entrance slowly opened. Thousands of kilometers away, Chang-Chi stared at the entrance, and could clearly see that there was a white spherical space inside. Chang-Chi only felt his body trembling, and a strange energy was released from the entrance, and every atom in his body seemed to be beating because of it. Although silent, the vibration of space caused a violent roar. The huge coffin, which was 1,000 kilometers long, was slowly sucked into the mysterious entrance. 24 seconds later, the brilliant light was extinguished in an instant. The universe within thousands of kilometers around became empty. The shipwreck ruins that made countless people yearn for completely disappeared. Chang-Chi looked at the little white people around him. Their eyes, like black lines, slowly melted and turned into drops of black tears, scattered in the universe. This is a good ending. Chang-Chi comforted. The little white man who had communicated with Chang-Chi nodded slowly. Chang-Chi was silent for a moment, and finally spoke. Then, the legendary treasure. The little white man stretched out his hands. Hug. Chang-Chi smiled. I know you call it hug. What I mean is that I have helped you fulfill your wish. So the reward this time. The real treasure in human cognition. The little white man's mouth gathered into a black dot, and said again, hug. Chang-Chi's smile gradually froze. You have been lying to me from the beginning. You don't have any treasure in your hands. Sorry. The little white man's mouth condensed into black spots again. Our civilization has been destroyed for billions of years. In terms of material, we have nothing left. You guy. Chang-Chi took a breath, then looked up at the sky and closed his eyes. But the next second, he quickly adjusted himself and became relieved. Chang-Chi smiled and said softly, if there is no treasure, then there is no treasure. It's just a small effort for me. The little white man was quite moved, his black eyes were melting, and he shed tears silently. But I vaguely remember that our Changda civilization has spiritual treasures that others covet. The little white man suddenly spoke. Changda civilization? Chang-Chi was stunned. Aren't you the ancient Titan civilization? The little white man shook his head. Chang-Chi didn't delve into it. His eyes lit up slightly. What is the spiritual treasure you are talking about? The little white man continued. That spiritual treasure is our queen. Those countless foreign races don't want to hurt her, but want to rob the treasure in her mind. Chang-Chi froze. Your queen has passed away, her consciousness has dissipated, and even her bones have been irreversibly hidden. There is absolutely no solution. Whatever. It's not mine, and I can't force it. Chang-Chi shook his head and smiled, but saw the little white man stretched out his paper-like fingers and drew a 5-leaf clover on the back of Chang-Chi's right hand. The shape was exactly the same as the flower picked by the masked little girl in his memory. She has rested peacefully. We have no more concerns. Just like you said, we will soon disappear in the universe. As the little white man said this, Chang-Chi found that it was not only his black eyes that melted, but also his entire body. On behalf of the Changda Civilization Youth Guard, I would like to express my final thanks to you. As he spoke, the little white man's mouth gradually melted and turned into a drop of ink, and then disappeared in the universe. Chang-Chi nodded and opened his arms completely. Hug. The little white man floated up and hugged Chang-Chi. Perhaps because of the physical contact, at this moment, Chang-Chi's mind reappeared scenes. It was still the memory of the little white man, and still the little girl wearing a diamond mask. But this time, the scene was different. Either in a quiet house, or in a cave that was strictly guarded during the journey. In short, they were all places where one could relieve fatigue and relax. The girl took off her ruby mask, revealing a cute and tender face of only 4 or 5 years old. The scenes flickered one after another, advancing little by little. The girl took off her mask in various safe scenes. That young face was also growing up. From 4 or 5 years old, to 6 or 7 years old, to 11 or 12 years old, she became more and more beautiful and more moving. The last scene of removing the mask was frozen at the age of about 23 or 24. She smiled, with white teeth, eyes like crescent moons, and eyebrows stretched. Chang-Chi froze slightly when he saw this scene. At this time, the little white man who was hugging him completely disappeared. Chang-Chi was in an unspeakable shock. After a long time, Chang-Chi looked at the spirit beside him and asked, "Does the soul of a living thing have reincarnation?" "I'm not sure." The ghost light in the spirit's eyes flickered, "But I guess, if its quantum soul is strong enough, it may be able to descend into a body again." Chang-Chi's expression was still horrified. What if her body looks exactly like her soul? Ling shook her head. "Master Creator, what you described has surpassed my current knowledge." Chang-Chi stood there in a daze. The beautiful figure on the stage appeared in his mind. The Scarlet Songstress? Her face was exactly the same as the queen in Xia Baron's memory. Every frown, smile, gesture, and movement were like the queen reborn. Chapter 110. The deep space is empty. Dark yet silent. No one knows what happened here, who came, who stayed, and why they left. Chang-Chi floated in the universe, stared quietly for a moment, and turned away. The ruins of the shipwreck no longer exist. The spirit-style starship slowly returned. Hee, it's not all for nothing. Chang-Chi observed the space mecha floating quietly in the distant space through the observation window. Its driver had run away, and now it was ownerless. Mecha, one of the dreams of men, Chang-Chi has been craving it for a long time, and it is not an ordinary land mecha, it is a high-level space mecha. When launching the attack before, this guy deliberately controlled the firepower. The most perfect state is to injure the mecha, force the driver to escape, and then pick up a big bargain. The result is satisfactory. The unknown space mecha only had one arm broken, and it was floating not far away. Collect. Must collect. The spirit starship slowly approached, and the cargo hold slowly opened. The volume of the space mecha is only 50 meters, which can be completely loaded into the Link-style starship. The tail cargo hold of the Link-style starship is also equipped with a transport robot arm and a rescue robot arm. Chang-Chi did not even let Ling do it for him, but personally operated the 2 robot arms to perfectly store the space mecha and the broken arm in the cargo hold. Ling was also a little surprised. This was the first time that Chang-Chi operated the universal robot arm, and it was a dual-line operation, with 2 sets of hands at the same time, but the operation process was perfect, and there was not even a little bump. Ling nodded in agreement. "Master Creator, you are quite talented in picking up trash." Chang-Chi was silent for a moment. "You are still the same as always. You are also quite talented in hiding your words." After putting away the space mecha, a blue brain nerve network slowly emerged in front of the Link-style starship. The white starship slowly drove in and entered the 4th wall. As it drove, Chang-Chi came to the previous battlefield, where nearly 1,000 exploration starships had a fierce battle. Chang-Chi thought, let's see if he can pick up some more junk. But he didn't expect that the previous shipwreck ruins expedition officials were actually quite responsible. They have already sent a large number of medical starships and recycling starships, and they not only saved the explorers scattered in the universe, they also took control of their starships, probably to return them to their original owners. After all, most of the starships are not yet scrapped, and they can still be used after repairs. Chang-Chi saw the official old man who spoke on the stage before, and the 50 elites in a panoramic inspection ship. The little white people have left forever, and their backs are empty. At this time, the old man was extremely upset and kept blaming himself. What happened to me at that time? Why did I spend a huge amount of money to develop such a high-risk project? With so many damaged starships, I may have to face high compensation. And the 50 elites, who were full of energy before, were now listless, as if they had no interest in anything. After the little white people disappeared, they had returned to their original selves. Chang-Chi frowned. In fact, there are still many unsolved mysteries in shipwreck ruins. Where did the whites get their abilities? It is clearly the quantum soul of the young guard. Why can it affect the living? As for their abilities, it seems to be a slight manipulation of consciousness, starting from the human heart, which can provide spiritual power to people and interfere with human judgment at a certain level. The spirit starship continued to move forward and came to the exit of shipwreck ruins, penetrating the last layer of light green dust. From afar, the huge sky space station was crowded with people. The stage starship was hovering on one side of the space station, and the stage was still shining with gorgeous light. Countless tourists were watching the performance on the stage through the glass cover of the space station. According to the official plan, they were waiting for the explorers, who had obtained the treasure, to return with glory. Only Chang-Chi knew that no explorer would return with glory. Suddenly, the starship stage went out as a whole, and then the only spotlight was lit, illuminating the slender and beautiful figure standing on the stage. The figure was hazy and dreamy, and the ruby mask on her face was like a small star twinkling in the night sky, reflecting the cross starlight, brilliant and charming. Tens of thousands of viewers in the interstellar space station also held their breath at this moment. The next moment, she opened her mouth, without any musical accompaniment, singing a cappella. Her voice was ethereal, like a spring flowing in the mountains, with an elegant melody and a hint of confusion. That day, I woke up from a dream. Looking at this strange world, I lost myself. I thought. I asked. Every note of hers seemed to be telling a moving story, making people feel lost and confused, as if something in their hearts was also lost in the past. Some people will think of everything that time has taken away, and think of those people and scenes that will never appear again, and can't help but feel sad and shed tears. After the spirit-style starship slowly sailed to a huge pillar of the space station, the blue neural network flickered, and the garbage recycling ship, covered with rust, slowly sailed into reality. Then, after the garbage recycling ship slowly entered the starship, after docking, Chang-Chi walked out of the cabin, hugged his arms, leaned on the ship, raised his head, looked through the glass barrier, and listened quietly to the moving song. A moment after the curtain call performance of the Scarlet Diva, she nodded slightly to the tens of thousands of audience members, and then disappeared behind the stage. The audience went crazy, and the scene was out of control. Countless people rushed to their starships, wanting to drive into space, chase the stage starship, and have a close contact with their dream lover, the super idol of the entire galaxy. Several security robots on the scene were knocked over in an instant, and some had their arms torn off by the audience members with red eyes. The organizer had no choice but to send more security robots. The scene was in chaos. Scarlet Diva. I love you. I'm yours in life and yours in death. Scarlet, look at me. I'm here. You're so beautiful. Ah. Duh. There was a crazy fan who raised a beam pistol in the crowd and fired at the sky. I must get Scarlet Diva's autograph today, and even Jesus can't stop me. Chang-Chi's eyes twitched. These people are crazy. The scene in front of him was similar to the scene on Garbage Earth, where scavengers scrambled for energy blocks. But energy blocks can save lives, while the situation in front of him could lead to death. 15 minutes later, a large number of fanatical fans left to chase the stage starship. The scene was in a mess, with only a few robots cleaning up the mess. Chang-Chi slowly turned his head. He saw a strange figure standing at the front of his starship. She was wearing a huge cap that almost covered half of her face. She also wore a pair of huge sunglasses on her face, and a super oversized men's suit. The long sleeves completely covered her hands, and the trouser legs were also very oversized, piled up on the instep, and covered her shoes. At this time, she was looking up, staring at Chang-Chi's garbage recycling starship in a trance. It was like a child with no money in his pocket, staring at his favorite lollipop. Chapter 111. Chang-Chi walked slowly, and came to the strange figure. The oversized suit made her body look petite and delicate. Under the cap, you could still see her makeup that she hadn't taken off in time, and her bright red lips. Big star. Chang-Chi looked at her and spoke slowly. The figure was obviously stunned, and the voice was clear and pleasant. What are you talking about? Chang-Chi smiled helplessly. Come on, do you think this is a novel? If you change your clothes and put on sunglasses, I won't recognize you. The figure paused. Can you keep it a secret for me? Chang-Chi smiled again, rubbed his fingers and said, you have to pay. The figure suddenly smiled, revealing white teeth, which contrasted with the bright red lips. She knew that the boy in front of her was not one of her crazy fans. He was so calm and indifferent that he might not even be her fan. She felt safe all of a sudden. Just call me Crimson. The woman in the baggy suit raised her head, revealing her smooth white chin, and looked at the garbage starship. I don't know why, but I have a special liking for this starship, just like someone who likes small animals very much. Suddenly saw a furry, cute and adorable puppy. Chang-Chi glanced at the spirit hidden in the starship. I suggest you don't describe it as a dog. Someone will be unhappy. It's just a metaphor. The woman tilted her head. Can I rest in your starship for a while? I have been suffering from insomnia in the past few months. Chang-Chi tilted her head. Is this why you wanted to sleep with me? The woman pursed her lips. I drank a little too much at that time. If you want money, you can pay as much as you want. Chang-Chi thought for a moment. You don't need money, but I want to know the meaning of your farewell song. The light around became a little dimmer. Proxima Centauri was getting farther and farther away, and the spectacle of 3 days in the sky was about to disappear. Fei Hong was very polite, or she didn't trust Chang-Chi enough, so she didn't casually observe the Lingshire starship, and didn't even go deep into the interior. She just leaned against the door of the cabin, with her legs on the climbing ladder, quietly looking at Proxima Centauri in the distance. She put her sunglasses on her baseball cap, revealing her moving eyes, and her left and right hands overlapped, and the fat covered her green fingers. That song is my true experience. She looked at Chang-Chi and smiled softly. You may not believe it. Chang-Chi stood on the ground, leaning against one side of the ship, but it doesn't matter. I came to this world suddenly. I suddenly woke up in a corner of a street, without even clothes, and I didn't remember anything. It's not a complete amnesia. I know this is a city. I know how to breathe, how to walk, how to steal clothes, and how to sing. Fei Hong looked into the distance. The confusion in her eyes became heavier. Then I sang on the roadside, and then I met my boss. After his packaging and promotion, I became a popular singer. After saying all this, Fei Hong looked at Chang-Chi, but Chang-Chi's face was not shocked or unbelievable. Instead, his brows were furrowed, thinking about something. After that, I found that I had a serious problem. Fei Hong continued, I suffer from severe insomnia, and it has become so serious that I have looked for various famous doctors and tried various top medical equipment, but I can't cure it, and I can't even find the cause. Chang-Chi turned around and looked. How serious is it? Fei Hong paused. I have never slept. Chang-Chi's eyes slightly opened. Fei Hong shrugged. If it were an ordinary person, I would have collapsed or died long ago, but I am still fine, just feeling very tired, but I can never fall asleep. Chang-Chi did not interrupt and listened quietly. Fei Hong raised her hand and rubbed her eyes with her sleeve. Sometimes, some memories suddenly emerge in my mind, but they are vague. Don't make fun of me. I feel that it is my previous life. My previous life seemed to be a queen. Speaking of this, Fei Hong looked at Chang-Chi with a guilty conscience, and found that Chang-Chi did not have the slightest intention of teasing, but instead had a serious face. I remember that I was sitting in a sedan chair, and it seemed that I was always on the road. I have a special ability. Wherever I go, the people there can continue to survive. If I can't arrive in time, they will starve to death, die of thirst, and finally perish. Then, there are all kinds of alien races, always looking for opportunities to kidnap me. It seems that there is some kind of treasure in my mind. Fei Hong frowned and then relaxed, but fortunately, there is a group of loyal guards, who always protect me until death. They also grew up with me. When I was young, I often let them hug me. Chang-Chi's eyes suddenly opened when he heard this. But? Fei Hong frowned again. No matter how I think about it, I still can't remember what they look like. I like them very much and rely on them. In the end, I have no choice but to imagine them as little white people. Chang-Chi's body stiffened. I just felt that there was a very mysterious truth behind all this. They have round heads, black eyes and mouths. They will hold hands, form a circle, and guard me. Fei Hong suddenly smiled and looked at Chang-Chi. Do you feel like you are listening to a naive girl telling a fairy tale? Chang-Chi shook his head quietly. No, this is very real. Fei Hong smiled again. Like 100 flowers blooming, I suddenly like you very much. You really tolerate me. Chang-Chi smiled politely. What else did you see? I also have a feeling. Fei Hong looked up and recalled, I don't belong to this world, but because I am too powerful, I broke through some barriers, became a physical entity, and landed here again. Isn't that even more ridiculous? And it's ridiculous and hard to understand. Fei Hong smiled embarrassedly. If you didn't want to hear it, I wouldn't be embarrassed to say it. Chang-Chi shook his head. It doesn't matter, you can say anything. And your starship. Fei Hong leaned against the starship hatch and rubbed her tired eyes again. When I first saw it, I felt very comfortable, as if we had the same origin. As soon as I entered here, I felt extremely relaxed and comfortable. I even felt sleepy like never before. I felt like I could fall asleep here. I want to solemnly declare that I don't want to sleep with you. I just want to be in this starship. Fei Hong's voice became smaller and smaller, and finally it was already unclear. When Chang-Chi looked back, he found that this woman was leaning against the hatch, with her chin on her chest, and fell asleep. Chapter 112. Chang-Chi scratched his head in astonishment. This woman with severe insomnia, who had never slept before, fell asleep in the spirit starship, blinked. Chang-Chi looked at this beautiful woman with a tired face, and wearing an oversized suit, falling into an unprecedented deep sleep. Finally, Chang-Chi exhaled slowly without disturbing her. At this moment, the Proxima Centauri in the distant sky finally broke away from the 3-day orbit, and gradually disappeared like the sun setting. Although there are still 2 suns in the sky, the overall brightness is dimmed a bit, as if the universe has made adjustments for crimson sleep. Chang-Chi stood quietly beside the starship. Connect everything in his mind. Crimson and what Bao Bao said before are like 2 sides of a story. One side is the queen being protected, and the other side is the loyal guard. Obviously, Crimson is related to the queen's quantum soul. Is it really as she said, that she is a powerful existence, and then broke something? The 4th wall, then the queen's soul, materialized into the present Scarlet? In fact, she is not the only one like this. The same is true for Ling. The queen has some kind of treasure in her mind, but Scarlet has lost her memory. Chang-Chi touched his chin. Is it really so bizarre? At this moment, Chang-Chi suddenly felt some strange energy vibration coming from behind him. He turned around inch by inch, but saw a huge figure floating in the sky. Her head had touched the top of the space station, several times higher than the Ling-style starship. It was a woman wearing a red dress and a ruby mask. She was also the queen in Xia Baron's memory. Chang-Chi's sight moved slightly downward and found that this huge figure came from the sleeping Fei Hong. She stood behind Fei Hong like a guardian deity. Ling came to Chang-Chi's side. Master Creator, she is a soul that can materialize itself. Chang-Chi's pupils shrank slightly, and found that the scattered passers-by around could not detect the existence of this huge figure. When Fei Hong falls asleep, the queen will appear. Chang-Chi's expression changed. They are really the same person. At this time, a small light suddenly bloomed on the back of Chang-Chi's right hand. It was the mark left by the little white man. Before it disappeared, it drew a small 5-leaf clover on the back of Chang-Chi's hand. At this time, the grass released a faint white halo, flickering slightly, and was extremely clear. But the huge queen stared at the small 4-leaf clover for a long time, and suddenly nodded slightly to Chang-Chi. Then, she looked at Ling standing next to Chang-Chi. The will-o'-the-wisp in Ling's eye socket suddenly jumped. Master Maker, I have received countless information in my mind. Chang-Chi opened his eyes slightly. Ling was a little shocked and said, it is a large amount of scientific and technological knowledge about construction, which comes from giant humans 4.6 billion years ago. Because of their huge size, they must use special high-strength materials to build various facilities and tools. Although these technologies are unremarkable in the giant society, compared with the current human civilization, this is a major leap in material science. Because of their huge size, their energy demand will also be extremely huge. They have powerful nuclear control capabilities and ultra-high energy Dyson sphere technology. Everything seems to be similar to today's technology. But in fact, the overall reference system is completely different. Preliminary estimates show that these technologies are at least 1 level higher than the existing technology of human civilization. Chang-Chi was a little stunned. He recalled the black building in the little white man's memory, and the sedan chair floating in the air. At first glance, there is nothing special about it, but as Ling said, the reference system is completely different. 4.6 billion years ago, the density and gravity of celestial bodies were completely different from now, and all objective conditions were hundreds of times worse than today. What's more, the humans who used those equipment and buildings were giants with a height of 800 kilometers. That ordinary sedan chair must be hundreds of millions of tons. It can be suspended in the air, which requires amazing energy consumption and an extremely powerful anti-gravity system. There are also those gray houses, gray tables and chairs. Now think about it, the material is somewhat similar to that huge coffin. Their mass, density, and toughness must be very amazing. In other words, under the same effect, if everything is magnified to the giant society, their construction quality is extremely exaggerated. This involves a completely different material science system and energy system from today. Too much information. The ghost fire in the spiritual eye socket jumped wildly. I need a lot of time to learn and digest. In the future, I can apply these technologies to the spiritual starship, or build other facilities for the beggar civilization. Chang-Chi's heart trembled. This is a great harvest. My beggar civilization seems to have taken the first step at this moment. The huge queen figure turned her head to look at Chang-Chi. Boom! Chang-Chi only felt a buzz in his mind, and he actually received a lot of information. This information was also huge and chaotic, and it was difficult to understand for a while. But Chang-Chi had a vague feeling that this information seemed to explain the relationship between genes and consciousness. But the tall queen figure tilted her head slightly, and her expression seemed a little confused and a little surprised. Because Chang-Chi felt confused at this time. For a moment, his double gene sequence slightly switched. In Chang-Chi's pupils, and a small part of his skin, the characteristics of silicon-based creatures emerged, turning into dazzling crystals. The queen nodded quietly. Then another huge amount of information entered Chang-Chi's mind. Chang-Chi felt dizzy. It felt like his stomach was full, but it was stuffed with all kinds of food. Although the food was delicious and the easiest to digest and absorb, it still felt like it was hitting his throat. Of course, for Chang-Chi's feelings at this time, replacing the stomach with the brain is very appropriate. In the darkness, Chang-Chi saw his two sets of DNA again. One set is the double helix structure of humans, and the other is the rhombic dodecahedron structure of silicon-based organisms. But this time, the two DNAs were surrounded by a blue light like smoke. In the dark, Chang-Chi naturally gained the corresponding cognition. That blue smoke-like thing is his own consciousness. But Chang-Chi was unable to perceive them. The relationship between consciousness and DNA is that between a minister and a king, while the relationship between the body and DNA is that between a soldier and a minister. Humans are not native life, but a body that carries consciousness. Consciousness is the essence of cosmic life. The stronger the consciousness, the more the DNA sequence will be optimized. The stronger the DNA, the more the body will evolve accordingly. For 0.6 billion years ago, the purity of consciousness was much greater than it is now, so we also understood more of the truth of the universe. At this moment, Chang-Chi could feel that the information that had been poured into his mind before was some knowledge about controlling consciousness. It was like a precise and complex Rubik's Cube, which was turned by his own subjective will. But it had too many facets, perhaps hundreds of millions. The Rubik's Cube was turning rapidly, and Chang-Chi thought that he had only pieced together 100,000th of its facets. At this moment, in reality, Chang-Chi opened his eyes slightly, and in his pupils, 3 apertures representing sea-level genes suddenly lit up. Between the strong flashes, the 4th aperture slowly emerged. Chapter 113. Chang-Chi's perspective was still in a dark space. There were 2 beams of light in front of him, which contained his 2 sets of DNA. Suddenly, a dark and deep black light flashed behind the 2 sets of DNA, and the light began to spread, like a smudged ink painting. The painting became larger and larger, and white spots appeared one after another. There were more and more light spots, shining against each other. Chang-Chi had guessed its meaning. Is this the universe? The next moment, his 2 sets of DNA also merged into the background of the universe. Each node in the DNA structure became a twinkling star in the universe, but the DNA skeleton became dimmer and dimmer, and finally merged with the universe. This perspective is very strange. Because of the previous visual anchor point, Chang-Chi could find his 2 sets of DNA at a glance. But if Chang-Chi had not seen the fusion process before, then what he saw before him was just a microcosm of the universe that can be seen everywhere. This is like the constellations in human cognition. If you use lines to link specific stars, you will form patterns like Sagittarius, Libra, and Gemini. If you link the visual anchor points in Chang-Chi's eyes at this time, then there will be 2 groups of DNA patterns in the universe, carbon-based and silicon-based. Chang-Chi couldn't help but think, if my cognition is enough, can I find the model of all DNA in the universe? At this time, the Queen's cold and noble voice sounded in Chang-Chi's ears. At the beginning of the vast universe, there was a primitive, diffuse cosmic consciousness. It had no specific form, like a huge energy network, connecting every particle and every energy wave in the universe. With the evolution of the universe, life gradually emerged and developed. In the long process of biological evolution, many highly intelligent creatures appeared, and their consciousness did not come out of thin air, but was gradually nurtured under the influence of cosmic consciousness. So, the consciousness of intelligent creatures and the consciousness of the universe are at the same level. It has an unimaginable upper limit, the most primitive and powerful power, and the most efficient and creative thinking. But at a certain moment, all the time, all the space, the consciousness of all creatures was put in a shackle. I named this shackle inhibition chain. It may be from the hands of an ancient super high-level civilization. I don't know what the purpose of this advanced civilization is. Perhaps, They just don't want a second civilization comparable to theirs to be born in the universe. But I can be sure that they violated the universe's intention. I was born 4.6 billion years ago, when the expansion volume of the universe was only 65% of what it is now. The purity of my consciousness is also far greater than that of today's humans. So, I discovered the existence of the suppression chain, which is a truth that no human can realize, whether it is my people or all humans in your era. For millions of living beings, it is something completely beyond their cognition. Even if it is separated by a thin veil that can be torn with a light touch, it cannot be realized. Now, you are the second human to know the truth. This is a secret from 4.6 billion years ago that has long been buried in the transformation of the universe. From Chang-Chi's perspective, the miniature universe gradually dissipated and returned to its own two sets of DNA. At this time, a faint black light and shadow appeared on the surface of the two sets of DNA. The light and shadow gradually condensed and gathered into two gray and cold iron chains. The iron chains intertwined and trapped the two sets of DNA tightly. This scene was like the truth that had been hidden for a long time, finally coming to the surface. This was also a possibility that Chang-Chi had never thought of. When you realize the inhibition chain, it will appear in a visual form. For other people, from birth to death, they cannot see the true appearance of the inhibition chain. For them, it is a non-existent secret. When the inhibition chain appears, you will be more concretely imprisoned. In reality, Chang-Chi, standing in front of the spirit starship, opened his eyes slightly. But he saw that the 4 blue light circles in his eyes, representing the B-level gene, suddenly became dim, gradually lost color, and then covered with cracks, and collapsed silently, and the 4 light circles directly shattered into countless gray fragments. At the same time, the bright eyes of the silicon-based gene appeared, and the colorful light circles in them also went through the same process, shattering and disappearing. Finally, in Chang-Chi's eyes, only half of the gray light circle remained, located in the lower half of the pupil, dim and full of dead gray. At the same time, in Chang-Chi's conscious world, it seemed as if there were weakening energies that kept washing over him, making his brain dull and slow. Break down before you build up. The so-called gene enhancement in human civilization is just dancing in shackles, just pursuing success and failure. Even if they have reached the so-called SSS-level genes, they are only the strongest ants under the inhibition chain. I originally just wanted to repay you for your kindness in placing my bones, and for your grace in liberating the little white people. But I didn't expect that you are a human being who may have a different future, a very special human being. Not only can you look inside your own genes, but you also have a double gene sequence that I have never seen before. At this moment, I activated the dusty knowledge and conveyed to you the existence of the inhibition chain. You have suffered more obvious inhibition because of this. But if you can break through the current initial inhibition, you will truly start the first step to fight against the inhibition chain, and you will get the first stage of consciousness liberation. Your genes have been restored to their original levels, and have been strengthened in essence. Under the same gene level, after the first stage of consciousness liberation, the abilities brought by your genes will be 100 to 12,000% of others. And such a strengthening will have a double effect on you, acting on both the carbon-based and silicon-based sequences. At that time, you will be able to glimpse the most real corner of consciousness. Chang-Chi's thoughts condensed slightly, and then he asked, how to achieve the so-called breakthrough. It improves your consciousness from the root, and it doesn't require a big span. It can be done through the feedback of human DNA. If it is quantified into a level, then it is the A-level gene defined by humans. Chang-Chi thought for a moment. Just now, for a moment, he felt that his gene level was promoted from C to B. But after he learned about the existence of inhibition chain, his genes seemed to be shattered and became levelless. I originally thought that the appearance of the Queen directly brought me unexpected gains. Now it seems that she brought me an unexpected task. Inhibition chain? A secret that no one knows. I was lucky to learn the truth from the soul of 4.9 billion years ago, and then those iron chains instantly materialized and backfired. The child was originally a C-level gene. Although this gene level is at most a small elite in the society of all mankind, the child is, after all, a thriving seedling born from the garbage earth, overcoming all difficulties. Now the 4 dishes have just been served, and the table has been overturned before they have even been touched. But if my gene level can reach A level, then the backlash of inhibition chain will be broken. Then my genes will be essentially improved beyond the gene level defined by humans, and the range of this improvement will be 100 to 12,000%, and it will also act on the double gene sequence, A-level gene. This is an unattainable existence for ordinary humans. But for me who has STC, it doesn't seem that difficult at this moment. Chang Chi's thoughts surged. In fact, many times, I have a clear feeling in my heart. To become a strong person, there are many prerequisites, such as strong perseverance, such as arduous efforts behind the scenes, and such as talents that are proud of the world. I am not that arrogant. I believe that there are many people in this world who have made much more efforts than me. But in fact, not all efforts can be exchanged for equal results. If success is a road, there will be countless forks before this road. Whether the road becomes narrower or wider depends on another thing, that is, opportunity. Many people who work hard just lack some opportunities. What you bring to me is a huge opportunity. This is the most precious thing. Destroy and then build. I, Chang Chi, like this word. Chapter 114. What to do next? I understand. Chang Chi's consciousness was still in the dark space. He looked around. I know you are the queen in Xiaobai's memory, but at the same time, I have no idea what kind of existence you are and why you can. Higher self. I am the higher self of the queen. Chang Chi's thoughts paused. What is the higher self? However, before the queen could answer the question, Chang Chi's consciousness suddenly returned to reality. From his perspective, the huge queen figure in the air was rapidly becoming transparent and was about to disappear. At this moment, Fenhong, who was leaning against the hatch of the spirit starship, had her narrow eyelashes trembling slightly. She suddenly reached out her hand, rubbed her eyes, and then stretched her waist and opened her eyes. It was also at this moment. The giant queen figure in the air suddenly disappeared completely, as if it had never existed. Chang Chi's pupils trembled. Wow! I slept so comfortably. It's so comfortable. I've never had such an experience before. Fei Hong stared at Chang Chi with her beautiful eyes. The fatigue on her face had been swept away. She was full of sunshine and vitality, and exuded the unique charm of a woman. Chang Chi at this time has understood the logic. When Fei Hong fell asleep, the queen would appear, and when Fei Hong woke up, the queen would disappear in an instant. Although the logic is so logical, it still hides the truth and principle that makes people elusive. Suddenly, Fei Hong held Chang Chi's hands, and the touch was warm and delicate. From a close distance, her skin was as white jade, and her eyes were deep and beautiful. Chang Chi, if I continue to suffer from insomnia and become very, very tired, can I come to you again and rest in your starship? Chang Chi paused slightly. Perhaps he had a little bit of straight male attributes in his bones, or he simply ignored the other party's honey trap. He found a key problem in a different way. When did I tell you that my name is Chang Chi? Fei Hong paused, and she thought about it carefully. The other party did not introduce himself. I don't know, but your name appeared in my mind very magically. Fei Hong suddenly smiled with eyes like a crescent moon. Maybe this is the so-called fate? Chang Chi thought. He only mentioned his name to the queen. There was a slight communication between the queen and Fei Hong, but Fei Hong knew nothing about it. Okay. When you are tired in the future, you can contact me. Chang Chi smiled. Perhaps being intimate with a big star like Scarlet Diva is the ultimate fantasy of countless men. But for Chang Chi, this is not what he covets at all. He covets the queen. Because the queen's cognition contains countless secrets, which are information gaps like pearls in the deep sea, and there are also very likely to be other extremely precious opportunities. In the future, when Scarlet rests in the spirit starship, Chang Chi will also have the opportunity to talk to the queen. At this moment, a series of Huawei brand small luxury starships entered the space station. After these starships docked, more than 20 bodyguards in black suits walked out one after another and headed straight for Chang Chi. Fei Hong stuck out her tongue. It's over, they found me, I'm afraid I have to leave. Then, Fei Hong left surrounded by a group of men in black. One of them looked reproachful, but didn't dare to say anything more. They only whispered, Teacher Fei Hong, you've been running for more than 5 hours, and the whole team is anxious. If something happens to you, none of us can take the responsibility. Then another man in black found Chang Chi and asked him for the contact ID of the starship according to the instructions of Scarlet Songstress. The man in black was very polite, but he still couldn't hide his emotions perfectly. He stared at Chang Chi's junk starship for a long time, and then stared at Chang Chi for a long time. Teacher Scarlet spent 5 hours with this boy in such a junk starship? This. It must not be what I thought. They must be discussing the origin of the universe. Yes, it is the origin of the universe that is being discussed. If you think in this way, it makes sense. Woo-woo. What is your vision, Teacher Fei Hong? Inside the spirit starship, Chang Chi stared at his pupils in front of a mirror. The handsome halo disappeared, and only a gray semicircle remained in his pupils, like a rough rock without any luster. Chang-Chi also tested his physical fitness. Without the help of the Type 1 biochemical armor, his body has regressed to the scavenger period, just an ordinary person. Of course, if the Type 1 biochemical armor is activated, his strength can easily reach tens of thousands of newtons, and his speed can easily exceed 30 meters per second, but he is still a little pervert. It doesn't matter. As long as you break through the A-level gene, everything will come back, and it will complete the transformation and be strengthened several times or dozens of times. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes. Just take some good drugs. But this so-called drug taking is not what ordinary people understand as drug taking. A gene is definitely a rare existence among humans. To reach this height, almost all of them rely on innate genetic advantages, that is, the so-called foundation. You must have a high-quality foundation to have a certain probability of impacting the height of A-level genes. On the contrary, if the foundation is not good, no matter how many drugs you take, there will be no cumulative results. After the rapid development of human genetics, there have been super-rich people who spent all their wealth to buy a large amount of gene-catalytic drugs for themselves, but his final result was that before reaching level A, the phenomenon of gene dissolution occurred, and he inevitably died. People gradually came to a conclusion. The concept of quantitative change leading to qualitative change does not work on the road of genetic evolution. Chang-Chi's judgment on himself is that his genes are relatively good. After all, he had taken Valente Fantasy Potion and jumped 3 levels in a row. And the effect of Valente Fantasy Potion also depends on the genetic foundation. Chang-Chi is not blindly confident. He relies on STC. If he can get enough synthetic raw materials, the final synthetic product will be unimaginable. It is very likely to be a one-shot hit. No, it is possible to be directly promoted to A-level. So, Chang-Chi's next goal is very clear. He needs a large number of genetic drugs of the same model. It doesn't matter if it's a failed product or a defective product. The larger the quantity, the more stable it is. Because here, quantitative change leads to qualitative change is the ultimate iron law. Chapter 115. The family is in turmoil, and I am too busy to take care of you. I will thank you for your kindness later. Mo, I will never break my promise. Chang-Chi listened to the reply in the communicator. Has Mo not been dealt with yet? And his tone was still so hasty. After replying one sentence, he disappeared completely. Mo's procurement channel is still unusable for the time being. Squeak. At this moment, a bunch of white, soft objects climbed up Chang-Chi's trouser legs and onto his shoulders. Chang-Chi tilted his head. When leaving the garbage earth, it is natural to bring Gigi, the little friend, with you. However, this little guy has not been very active recently, and has been taking a nap in the ventilation duct of the spirit starship. Gigi stood on Chang-Chi's shoulder, and touched Chang-Chi's cheek with his pointed mouth. Chang-Chi could feel its beard and furry mouth, which was a little warm and healing. But the next second, Gigi's whole body tilted, leaning directly on Chang-Chi's neck, and slumped on his shoulder, with his 2 front paws resting on his pink belly. Gigi, what's wrong with you? Gigi. The crisp and clean voice of a little girl came into Chang-Chi's ears. Don't call me Gigi, I'm Gigi's cousin, because the real Gigi died of starvation 2 days ago, and I will die of starvation 2 days later. Said. Gigi patted his flat belly with his paw. Oh, this. Chang-Chi knew that the one on his shoulder was Gigi, but this little guy was extremely intelligent and was joking, but his stomach was really hungry. Gigi is the only surviving mouse in the D-Country Gene Research Institute. The reason why it is in its current state is that it ate a large amount of gene catalytic drugs sealed by the Gene Research Institute. To this day, this little guy can only survive with gene drugs. In the days before in the underground shelter, Gigi survived on the inferior gene drugs left after Chang-Chi synthesized them. But there were only 1 or 2 of them, and they were quickly drunk up. At that time, Chang-Chi discovered that Gigi didn't like those inferior gene drug failures very much, but it still drank them all up. There is an old saying that a dog does not mind a poor family. Gigi's status is naturally much higher than that of a pet dog, and his real identity is the king of hundreds of millions of killer rats. This little guy trusts Chang-Chi very much and has helped Chang-Chi fight. Chang-Chi scratched his head. If Gigi is really starved to death, it would be a great sin. Gene medicine. I need a lot of gene medicine. Gigi also needs to eat gene medicine. Urgently. Chang-Chi frowned in thought, and suddenly his eyes lit up. I remember that I saw a planet related to gene medicine in Hua Kunlun's memory chip before. Chang-Chi came directly to the bridge. The processor began to quickly analyze the contents of the Hua Kunlun chip. Ophiuchus Beta, the old star Barnard star field, D3JD34 Earth-like planet, known as the Gene City, is currently the largest gene medicine hub in human civilization. Good, good, good. Chung-Chi's eyes gradually lighted up. Let's go. The engine of the garbage recycling starship slowly started, with a clear goal. After leaving the space station, it plunged into the directional stargate leading to Ophiuchus Beta. Toll 80,000. Toll 180,000. Toll 360,000. Toll 420,000. As an interstellar rookie, Chung-Chi had never expected that he would have to go through 7 or 8 directional stargates to reach Beta Ophiuchi, which is only 5.96 light-years away from the Sun. Chung-Chi no longer dared to look at the subsequent tolls he paid. The accumulated figure has reached millions, which is enough to live a life of idleness and wait for death on this garbage Earth, or even bully men and women and be tyrannical for a lifetime. Sure enough, with the current technological level of human beings, it is very difficult to travel across the entire universe. The energy consumption of those directional stargates is extremely astonishing, and the mining of interstellar energy is extremely laborious, which indirectly leads to astronomical interstellar navigation costs. During the spiritual star navigation, Chung-Chi came to the cargo hold, where a cool space mecha was sleeping. At present, the mecha has been damaged, and there is no core control cabin, because its core control cabin, which was the previous escape cabin, has been recovered by the space fortress. But these are all minor problems. Chung-Chi planned to deal with a genetic drug crisis. He would go to the core city of human civilization, where there must be a large mecha sales center or a custom factory. Chung-Chi could buy one or more mechas, and then combine them with this mecha. As a real man, the third dream in his mind is to own a mecha that can blow up the sky. This dream is no longer far away. It will be in the near future. In 5 minutes, we will enter the D3JD34 exclusive Stargate. It is expected that in 8 minutes, the Ling starship will reach the final target point. Chung-Chi was also slightly stunned when he heard the prompt sound echoing in the starship. Isn't D3JD34 the city of genes? I didn't expect it to have its own exclusive Stargate, which is equivalent to a city with a direct airport in the old times, which shows its prosperity. Quickly returned to the bridge. Chung-Chi saw Ling sitting on the steps in a thinker's posture without moving. This state has lasted for the entire voyage, which is about 40 hours. Chung-Chi knew that he also received a gift from the Queen, which was the knowledge of material science and energy utilization in the giant society 4.9 billion years ago. Ling's own personality is very studious and likes immersive thinking. Therefore, Ling has been learning and sorting out those precious knowledge. In the near future, Ling will give this knowledge back to the Qi civilization, which is nothing at the moment. The magnificent music sounded. The rusty garbage ship slowly used the last Stargate. About 10,000 kilometers ahead, there was a red planet floating quietly. It had an atmosphere that was rare in the universe, and dark gas masses were rotating on the surface of the atmosphere. Although it looked weird. But in fact, it was understandable, because the star in this star field, that is, the Sun, was the bartered star mentioned in the previous positioning. It was old and belonged to the dim red dwarf of the M4 type. Its surface temperature was about 3000 K, and it emitted red light. All the celestial bodies in the nearby star field were illuminated by it, and turned into a dark red color. And the red planet 10,000 kilometers away was exactly the destination of Chung-Chi's trip, the legendary Gene City, sailing nearby. Chung-Chi discovered that this planet had special space navigation personnel, who drove and commanded starships to guide all foreign starships to a unified entrance and enter the atmosphere of the Gene City through here. At the entrance, there were human operators, operating large scanning equipment, scanning the garbage collection ship. Chung-Chi, the only pilot, also received the same scan. After everything was completed, a huge right arrow appeared in the huge empty screen in front. Chung-Chi was also a little confused, because the channel in front was actually divided into two, forming two entrances on the left and right. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. The garbage collection ship slowly drove into the right entrance, according to the instructions. During the landing process, Chung-Chi found that there was always an extremely tall metal wall on the left side of the starship, as if it was rooted in the ground and went straight to the atmosphere, as if it also divided the space on the ground into two. 30 minutes later, the garbage collection ship slowly landed on the dark red ground. It was a desolate place, with dark red soil and dark red rocks, without any buildings or traces of human civilization, like an undeveloped planet. Of course, on Chung-Chi's left, the huge wall made of gray metal still reached the sky. Chung-Chi slowly walked down the starship, looking at the surrounding scene in confusion, What's going on? Suddenly, Chung-Chi felt someone pulling his trouser legs. Looking down, I saw a little boy of about 7 or 8 years old wearing a white vest and black shorts. He had his hands behind his back and was covered in dirt and mud. Chung-Chi looked behind the little boy and saw an endless red desert. Where did he come from? Brother, do you have medicine? The little boy spoke in a clear and crisp voice. Chung-Chi paused. What medicine? It's... As the little boy spoke, he suddenly stretched out his hand hidden behind his back and pointed it at his mouth. At this time, Chung-Chi suddenly discovered that the boy had 3 arms growing on his right shoulder. 2 of them were malnourished and looked like corpses. As the main arm was raised, the other 2 swayed in the air. The boy opened his mouth again, and then it cracked into an arc twice the size of an ordinary person. Chung-Chi clearly saw that there were 7 or 8 layers of pure black teeth in his mouth. Chapter 116. Ugh! A terrifying mouth kept approaching, as if it wanted to bite and devour Chung-Chi. Chung-Chi could even see the black uvula in its throat. Suddenly, the grinder-like mouth stopped in front of Chung-Chi. The little boy stretched out his deformed arm and pointed at the 7 or 8 layers of teeth in his mouth. Because he spoke with his mouth open, his voice was unclear. It is the medicine that can cure my strange disease. The little boy's body was weird, but his eyes were still clear. Under the terrifying appearance, there is the soul of an ordinary little boy. Chung-Chi shook his head. I just came here too, and I'm also looking for medicine. The little boy's mouth closed strangely, and a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Oh. It was also at this time. A patrol aircraft of the Jean City slowly passed in front of Chung-Chi. In the aircraft, a man wearing protective clothing, similar to a security guard, looked down at Chung-Chi and the strange little boy. Chung-Chi asked, How can I get into the city? The aircraft paused slightly, and the man inside said, You are not qualified. Chung-Chi frowned. Why am I not qualified? The man's face showed a trace of impatience. Because you are a failure. Chung-Chi paused slightly, then frowned deeper. Where do you get this standard from? I don't know if you have amnesia caused by drugs, or if you suffered a failure on other planets and ended up here. The security guard on the aircraft put his arm on the window. Look at yourself carefully, and then look at the child. Chung-Chi suddenly realized something, and looked down at the boy's pupils. The boy also grinned at Chung-Chi, revealing 7 or 8 layers of teeth. Chung-Chi clearly saw that there was a semicircular pattern in the boy's pupils. In the lower arc of the pupils, it was dim and the material was like rough and cracked rocks. Chung-Chi's eyes opened slightly. The genetic appearance of this child is exactly the same as his own. Little brother. The security guard on the aircraft looked at Chung-Chi's surprised expression, and finally showed a trace of sympathy. Everyone has a hard time. Everyone wants to climb up. Successful people are always a minority. You are just like those kids now. I see you are still young, so I won't say those 2 words. In short, your existence, like those kids, has no meaning. The aircraft started slowly. The voice of the security guard was getting farther and farther away. The rules of the Gene City are very clear. Failed genes and defective genes are not allowed to enter. Chung-Chi stood there and had a guess in his mind. This child should have a genetic problem, which caused his body deformity. But there is an essential difference between me and the child. My condition is temporary, while this child's is lifelong. The people of the Gene City have made themselves and these children the same. The reason why the route of this planet is divided into 2 is to divide different types of genes. Chung-Chi looked up at the towering wall in front of him. In other words, this is the real Gene City, and the people inside are all so-called high-level gene people. Suddenly, a door suddenly opened on the wall not far away. There were 7 or 8 figures standing in the gate. They were all wearing the same special black work clothes, which looked a bit like the old Zhongshan suits. On the right side of their chests, there was a pure golden human DNA pattern. The leader was a young man, about 23 or 24 years old, with black hair, handsome face, and heroic spirit. Brother Beige. The little boy next to Chung-Chi suddenly shouted excitedly. At this moment, wooden boards suddenly turned over on the ground around them. These wooden boards were covered with red soil, which was difficult to find before. Under these wooden boards were half-meter deep earthen beds. Many children crawled out of the earthen pits and ran towards the man in the gate. Chung-Chi was stunned. It turned out that the little guy had been hiding under the ground before. None of the children who ran out were normal. They all had different degrees of deformity on their bodies. Some did not wear shoes, their feet were abnormally enlarged, and they had multiple toes. Others had an N-shaped spine, and could not stand upright, so they could only crawl on all 4s. The child who looked the most normal had a third eye growing out of his right eye. Looking at the scene in front of him, Chung-Chi gained new information and made new inferences. These children obviously had different genetic problems. And there must be a reason why they gathered outside the Gene City. I'm afraid this Gene City is not as glamorous as imagined. For example, all their achievements were at the cost of endless test subjects, and these children. I'm afraid they are those test subjects. Brother Beige. Brother Beige. The children obviously knew the man and cheered non-stop. The man in black also smiled warmly, and reached out to touch the children's heads one by one without a trace of disgust. Then, the man in black waved his hand. Several staff members behind him slowly brought out a huge glass jar with an electronic measuring tap installed at the front of the jar. Some staff members took out test tubes one by one, took out precise doses of black liquid from the jar, and then distributed them to the deformed children. Chung-Chi narrowed his eyes. The children showed no fear, but rather anticipation and excitement. After they took the test tube, they drank the black liquid in it impatiently, and then showed satisfied and comfortable expressions. One child wanted another cup, but the staff shook his head and pointed to the scale on the test tube, which roughly meant that the medicine needed to be quantitative. Chung-Chi felt that the behavior in front of him and the black medicine revealed something weird, and then he took a slight step. It was also at this time. The black-clad man in the lead saw Chung-Chi and made eye contact with him. For some reason, the black-clad man looked at Chung-Chi's clothes and then at Chung-Chi's garbage recycling starship. He suddenly froze in place, and his pupils trembled violently. He took a few steps forward. The black-clad man, who was called Brother White Dove by the children, came straight to Chung-Chi. He widened his eyes, and 4 blue circles in his pupils flickered. Chung-Chi paused slightly. What does this guy mean? My name is Jung Beige. The man in black slowly reached out and grabbed Chung-Chi's blue scavenger's cloak. He held a worn and rough cloak, rubbing his fingers slightly, and tears appeared in his pupils. In fact, the scavenger's cloak in his hand was not the original one at all, but the outer garment simulated by Chung-Chi's Type 1 biochemical armor. But it was obvious. The man in black in front of him had a special feeling for the scavenger's cloak. He looked up, and the tears in his eyes were clearly visible. Friend, are you from the garbage earth? Chung-Chi was a little confused and nodded slowly. Jung Beige suddenly became excited and hugged Chung-Chi. He didn't mind the dust on Chung-Chi at all. He said in Chung-Chi's ear with a trembling voice, Brother, my name is Jung Beige, from the A33 area of the garbage earth. Chung-Chi opened his eyes slightly. You? From the garbage earth? Jung Beige let go of Chung-Chi and looked at Chung-Chi with tears in his eyes. Once, there was also a blue scavenger's cloak that accompanied me for 20 years. Chung-Chi suddenly realized and was a little shocked. I have always heard that on the former garbage earth, some rare scavengers relied on their talents to break through genetic limitations, and then left the garbage earth and entered human society. Jung Beige nodded. I am honored to be one of them. Chung-Chi's eyes widened, which was really unexpected. Jung Beige's arms were shaking with excitement. Brother, you know, although the environment of the garbage earth is bad and the residents are fighting, I feel very close to you and this familiar cloak when I see you. The universe is so big, and I can see a scavenger again. This is like a dream. Perhaps driven by Jung Beige's emotions, Chung-Chi was also somewhat moved. Indeed, in an environment like the garbage earth, being able to overcome numerous difficulties and obstacles, become a leader, and then leave the earth and enter the universe, this is itself an event with a very low probability. Not to mention, the probability of 2 leaders meeting in the vast universe is even lower than that. If you really want to find out the root cause, it can only be the arrangement of fate. Chung-Chi looked at Jung Beige and inexplicably felt a sense of closeness. This guy is now glamorous and has walked out of the Gene City, and he is also accompanied by 7 or 8 subordinates. All signs indicate that he is doing well. In any case, he is also a leader on the garbage earth. Even if he enters human society now, he will definitely not fall to the bottom. He should be a slightly powerful person in this Gene City, at least a captain or department director. That saying is wrong. It is better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix? No, since he is the head of a chicken, he must have outstanding qualities. As long as he does not get tired, he will never be the tail of a phoenix, at this time. The patrol security guard came in a flying vehicle, took 2 steps at a time, came to Jung Beige, and bowed 90 degrees. Hello, boss. Chung-Chi paused and looked at the security guard. Boss? The security guard looked up and smiled at Chung-Chi. Brother, I didn't expect that you actually know the boss of our Gene City. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Ah? Chung-Chi looked at Jung Beige in surprise. You, the boss of Gene City? Zhang Beige smiled and nodded slightly. It's my honor. It's me. Chapter 117. Oh my god. I am too narrow-minded. Has this guy turned from a chicken head into a phoenix head? What a counterattack. Chang-Chi looked at Zhang Beige in front of him in a daze. According to previous visual observations, the volume of this Earth-like planet under his feet is close to half of the Earth, and the wall of the Gene City divides it into two parts, which means that the area of the Gene City is half of this planet. Such a huge area shows its prosperity and wealth. As for Zhang Beige, his boss, TSK, his strength and financial resources are unimaginable. Gradually, Chang-Chi smiled. There are always people who meet each other in life, and there are always surprises. Since the boss of Gene City is his fellow villager, then his medicine shortage is probably no longer a problem. But, before telling his true purpose, Chang-Chi still needs to confirm Zhang Beige's character. Because the large number of deformed children and the strange black liquid are also facts. Then, Chang-Chi looked at the children, who were taking the black medicine in the distance. What's wrong with them? Zhang Beige looked at the child from a distance and sighed slightly. They are not the test subjects of the gene medicine, but their parents are. Chang-Chi slowly turned his head and looked at Zhang Beige. Zhang Beige recalled. About 5 years ago, the Gene City developed a new generation of gene modification medicine, and this medicine is very likely to enable the human gene level to achieve a cross-level upgrade. Therefore, the entire Gene City has attracted much attention overnight. But we know that this medicine is only in the initial stage, and the effect cannot be 100% confirmed. We need a lot of experiments and corrections. And the only way to experiment is human experimentation. Gene City is not an evil force, and will never do anything inhumane in secret. We are recruiting the entire human society. We hope to find a certain number of experimenters based on the principles of equality and voluntariness. There is no reward for this experiment. In addition, we have described the consequences of a failed experiment in an extremely clear and even exaggerated way. As he said that, Zhang Beige looked at Chang-Chi. Guess what the final result was? Chang-Chi's eyes flashed. They flocked here. Zhang Beige nodded. The temptation of gene enhancement is too great, not to mention the chance of leapfrogging. 2 hours after the recruitment was announced, the Gene City was crowded with thousands of people. If we hadn't stopped the recruitment in time, there might have been 100,000, 1 million, or even more people gathered here. Chang-Chi frowned. Then what? Zhang Beige said slowly. Under the strong request of the first 5,845 people, we conducted a drug experiment on all of them. Chang-Chi raised his head. What was the result? Zhang Beige hesitated, frowning more and more. After a full minute of silence, he slowly spoke. Failed, all failed, 5,845 people, without exception. Chang-Chi frowned. How could this be? The drug has already produced a finished product. Even if the success rate is not high, it can't be zero. Zhang Beige slowly lowered his head. This is a mistake made by the City of Genes. A major mistake. Chang-Chi slowly exhaled. What happened next? At first, the 5,845 test subjects did not show any abnormalities. We once thought that this was a blessing in disguise, and did not cause any catastrophic consequences. But gradually, some of them had problems with their genes, and their healthy genes turned into defective genes. Some people developed various diseases, and some died. They gathered here to denounce us, demanding that we be responsible for them, asking us to develop new medicines to cure them, and asking us to promise that after they are cured, we will find a way to improve their genetic level again as compensation. Before the experiment, we signed a waiver agreement, so the Interstellar Alliance stood on our side and did not sanction us. But I know that I have no reason to expel them. This is our unshirkable responsibility. However, 5 years have passed, and we still haven't found a way to cure them. Zhang Beige looked at the desert in front of him. They are still here, but most of them are too weak to protest. Moreover, in the past, they ignored our dissuasion and formed families here, even had promiscuous sex, and gave birth to babies. Zhang Beige looked at the deformed child. New life is beautiful, the world is beautiful, but if life is full of flaws at birth and is destined to be irreparable, then this world will be like purgatory. I would rather they had never been here. Chang-Chi already understood everything. What did they drink? The defective gene will cause their immune system to be disordered, their bodies will have irregular fevers and severe bone pain. Zhang Beige said bluntly. I lied to them, and said it was a gene repair drug. In fact, it was just some ordinary painkillers. At this time, the children had finished drinking the drug, blinking their eyes one by one, with a glow of expectation. Zhang Beige said again. I also lied to them that as long as they persist in taking the medicine, one day their bodies will return to normal. The dark red sun hangs in the sky. The breeze swirls the red soil. A group of deformed children look ahead with longing. Changqi knows. This is the sad song of the times, the negative consequences of technological progress. Who should be blamed? Is it the fault of the Gene City, or the fault of those experimenters? They are all wrong, or neither is wrong. The progress of the times has given birth to gene optimization technology, and the greed of human nature has made those experimenters reckless and out of control of their desires, causing those children to be born into the world. Maybe it has nothing to do with genes, it is all the flaws of human nature. Chapter 118. Brother. Zheng Beige looked at Changqi. I haven't asked you yet. What do you want to do here? I need a lot of gene medicine. Not repair medicine, but gene enhancement medicine. I don't care about quality, success rate, or even failure. Changqi looked at Zheng Beige, and now knew that this person was kind-hearted and not an evil person, so he told him the purpose of this trip. Zheng Beige had noticed the half-circle in Changqi's eyes before. In his mind, he thought that his fellow villager must have used gene catalytic drug somewhere, which caused the gene to collapse. Although he was a little better than those experimenters, he was in a similar situation, and could only pin his future on those very slim hopes. Zheng Beige showed a trace of sadness on his face. I will try my best to help you. Zheng Beige, what are you doing? At this moment, an angry shout came from the gate of the city wall, and it turned out to be a tall, blond and blue-eyed man of European descent. Zheng Beige's expression changed, and he quickly turned back, showing a smile and said, Brother, I'm just. You are doing this kind of meaningless and wasteful thing again. The blond man frowned. How many times have I told you not to open the city gates and not to rescue them? Just then, the deformed boy came to the blond man's legs, pulled his trouser legs, and opened his big mouth with 7 or 8 layers of teeth. Brother, do you have medicine? So disgusting. The blond man raised his hand, and was about to slap the little boy in the face. But Zheng Beige stood between the man and the little boy and said with a smile, Brother, don't be angry. The blond man's palm stopped in the air, and suddenly glanced at the black potion next to him, and his brows frowned immediately. With such a large dose, do you think my Gene City is a charity? Pa! A loud slapping sound came, and it was the blond man who slapped Zheng Beige in the face. Zheng Beige's head tilted, his cheeks red, but then he smiled and said, Brother, I will reduce it next time. How dare you do it next time? The blond man glared. Zheng Beige swallowed his saliva and dared not speak. This scene. It was completely beyond Changqi's expectation. Isn't Zheng Beige the boss of Gene City? Who is the blond man? How could he slap the owner of Gene City at the door? The big customer of the K233 colony planet has landed in the city. This is the largest order of my Gene City this year. You don't want to go with me to receive customers, but you still have the heart to do these meaningless things here? The blond man glared at him. Zheng Beige, can you still do a good job as a boss? Zheng Beige nodded repeatedly, yes, yes. But the blond man turned around and walked towards the city gate. Zheng Beige stood there, hesitated for a while, and ran straight to Changqi. Changqi spoke first. Who is that man? Zheng Beige's cheeks were still slightly red, and he sighed. He is my senior brother, my elder, and this Gene City was created by our common teacher. For years ago, the teacher disappeared for no reason, leaving only a letter for me to take over the position of boss. So you are the boss who is stuck in the middle. Internal fighting among the sect? Changqi's eyes flickered slightly, and he looked at the blond man's back with a hint of coldness in his eyes. Since you are willing to help me, in exchange, I can actually do something for you. Zheng Beige instantly guessed what Changqi meant, shook his head and smiled bitterly. It's not what you think. Zheng Beige, what are you still hesitating about? The blond man's furious voice came from the city gate again. Waste. Zheng Beige panicked instantly, and whispered to Changqi, we will meet here at 3 o'clock tonight. I will give you what you want. Then, Zheng Beige looked at the little boy with 7 or 8 layers of teeth. Do me a favor and find a place for this brother to rest temporarily. The little boy nodded. Then, Zheng Beige trotted and followed the blond man, and the gate of the Gene City closed with a bang. Brother, let's go. The little boy next to him grinned, showing 7 or 8 layers of black teeth. Take you to my house. Your home? Changqi thought. Zheng Beige said that more than 5,000 experimenters had never left here and settled down here. The home the little boy mentioned must be where they lived. Changqi knew too little about the outside world, so he didn't mind seeing more of the local customs. Then, Changqi moved with the children. The little boy with 7 or 8 layers of teeth suddenly smiled and said, My name is Circle Teeth Boy. Another little boy with 3 eyes said, My name is 3 Eyes Boy. The kid with no shoes and huge feet said, My name is Fatty Foot. My name is Chung-Chi. Chung-Chi smiled. These kids' names are simple and direct. They are named after their characteristics. Suddenly, a little boy with no flaws in his appearance jumped in front of Chung-Chi and grinned, My name is Shuang-Ji Zai. Chung-Chi looked at the little guy. Shuang-Ji. What, don't you believe it? The little boy touched his belt. I take off my pants for you to see. Forget it, I believe it. While walking, Chung-Chi looked back at the endless city wall of Jin City. So far, they don't know what Zheng Beige, the blonde man, and Jin City are like, and what unknown secrets are hidden behind them. When they meet Zheng Beige in the evening, they will have a chance to ask clearly. If Zheng Beige really has something to hide, Chung-Chi doesn't mind lending a hand. At this time, Chung-Chi suddenly saw Quan Yazi eating something. Looking closely, it turned out to be a rough energy bar. Quan Yazi kept a small part for himself and gave most of it to other children. Chung-Chi asked, Where did you get the energy bar? Quan Yazi chewed his food and said, I stole it from the pocket of that big blonde guy just now. So you approached that guy just now to steal something? You are really a little kid with a big heart. But Chung-Chi looked at the energy bar in Quan Yazi's hand and gradually narrowed his eyes. This energy bar looks very rough, similar to the rations of scavengers on the garbage earth. After all, that guy is the senior brother of the boss of Jin City. Why would he carry such low-quality food with him? Chapter 119. Inside the magnificent and grand Jin City. On the huge square of hundreds of thousands of square meters, there is a luxurious starship with black paint and a sense of wealth. Haha, Boss Shen. No matter how much your order is this time, we in Jin City will give you the highest discount. The blonde and blue-eyed senior brother shook hands with a fat man who was hugging a charming female companion. Zheng Beige stood quietly aside. Whether you want to extend the fingers of your esports athletes through secondary gene programming, or want to customize a slender waist for the dancers in your entertainment venues. The blonde senior brother smiled. Our Jin City guarantees to achieve the greatest effect in the shortest time. Those little fights are no longer meaningful. What's more, there are at least 3 transformation agencies outside that have surpassed you in terms of technology. The fat man opposite had a face full of fat, and his eyes were squeezed into slits. I came here this time because I need something else. The blonde senior brother's face froze slightly, and then he smiled indifferently. What exactly does Boss Shen want? The fat man raised his head. I want the number 2 potion left by your teacher. Number 2 potion? The blonde senior brother's expression changed slightly. Don't be ridiculous. Number 2 potion was even produced 5 years ago. It's outdated. No matter how old it is, number 2 potion has a 23% improvement rate. This thing is very popular on the black market. The fat man said, I want to buy the formula of number 2. As for the price, you can name it. Ha ha ha. The blonde senior brother laughed heartily. Boss Shen is getting more and more humorous. Number 2 is the result of the teacher's early years. The effect is hard to describe. After the teacher left, I don't know where the relevant files went. So where is the formula? Kezius, can you stop pretending? The fat man smiled coldly. Don't think I don't know the true face of your Jin City. You are worse than a dog now. The blonde senior brother's smile froze. Boss Shen, what are you talking about? I said, your Jin City is now poor and destitute, just like a dog. The fat man said lightly, and you are still pretending to be glamorous, seemingly on an equal footing with me, and talking business with me? The blonde senior brother frowned. Boss Shen, please watch your words. Words? I've given you enough face. Without your teacher, you, and the nominal boss Zheng Beige, you are nothing. The fat man pointed at Zheng Beige, then at the blonde senior, and shouted, I said people to investigate you before. Your Jin City has been going downhill since the experimental accident 5 years ago. Now you have nothing left. It's a pity that I have cooperated with you in the past few years. You treated me like a dog first. Paw! A loud slapping sound was heard, and the fat man slapped the blonde senior brother in the face with great force. The blonde senior brother retreated again, and finally fell to the ground. Senior brother? Zheng Beige stepped forward and quickly supported the blonde man. The fat man said, your only value now is the formulas left by your teacher. I will be here tonight and give you 12 hours. You can decide whether to sell it to me for cash or continue to wait for death. After that, the fat man turned around and boarded his starship. The luxurious starship also slowly floated into the air and finally hovered below the atmosphere. This starship was fully equipped, and the fat man could spend the night comfortably while waiting. The blonde senior brother knelt on the ground, his eyes trembling. It was also at this time. Not far away, a prompt sound of insufficient energy sounded. Suddenly, the entire Gene City flickered frequently, and the tall laboratories, luxurious residences, and wide and straight roads around it all began to appear and disappear like phantoms. Finally, the energy of the holographic projection was exhausted. The Gene City revealed its original appearance. The white stone road was full of cracks, the artificial green plants turned into bare tree trunks, the glass of almost all buildings was broken, and there was no light at all, and all the buildings were empty. This was the remains of a glorious city, like a wasteland at the end of the world. In the huge square, there was only the blonde senior brother kneeling on the ground and young beige holding his shoulder. The previous boss should seem fat, but in fact, he had undergone a lot of genetic optimization and had great strength. This slap made the blonde senior brother's face swell up halfway. He stared at the ground, spat, and spit out 2 bloody teeth. Young beige exhaled tremblingly. He turned around and looked at the 100-meter-tall sculpture in the center of the square. The sculpture was an old man wearing a worn and patched white coat, with curly and tangled hair. He was about 60 years old, with his hands behind his back, looking into the distance. Teacher. Young Bei's eyes were filled with tears. The fat man was right. In fact, since the experimental accident 5 years ago, the reputation of Gene City has been bad. More and more institutions have terminated their cooperation. Gene City has lost its former glory, and has become lingering. Before leaving, the teacher had mental problems, and perhaps he did not want to leave this mess behind. Despite this, he and his senior brother did not intend to give up the Gene City, which had brought them countless glory, and took them in when they were desperate. The two had been working hard and trying to find a way to save the Gene City. But the defeat was like a landslide, and the decline became more and more severe. At this moment, the huge Gene City could only receive sporadic gene customization business. It was called gene customization, but in fact it was equivalent to plastic surgery in the old days, and it was a very low-end project. There are about 20 employees left, but they will soon not be able to pay salaries. Everything can only be made up by illusions. No one knows that inside this tall city wall, it is actually more desolate than outside. Senior brother is irritable because of the huge pressure, but whenever there is a major event, he always stands at the forefront. Before, I blamed myself for distributing painkillers to those children, but in fact it was a helpless act. It was just a bucket of painkillers. Such a huge Gene City can hardly afford it. Teacher. Young Beige was still looking at the huge sculpture, which had become mottled and dilapidated after being exposed to the wind and sun. We know you have a laboratory. It stores your previous formulas and thousands of drug test products. But why didn't you tell us where you were before you left? I came from the garbage earth, and was despised and targeted everywhere. It was you who accepted me as a student. My senior brother was born with defective genes, and you saved him. We will not abuse our power for personal gain. We just want to save Gene City. Where is your laboratory? And where did you go? At this moment, the voice of Fatty Boss Shin suddenly came from the blonde senior's communicator. Oh, by the way, if you don't plan to sell me the formula of number 2 potion, then I will make the truth about your Gene City public. After all, as a successful entrepreneur, I have to shoulder the corresponding social responsibilities. The blonde senior's eyes trembled, and he roared in a low voice, his eyes full of anger and unwillingness. He kept punching the ground with his fists, and the broken tiles cut his palms, bleeding. Chapter 120. D3JD34 has a unique landform. With the shining of the old stars, an endless red Gobi desert has formed here. The small tornado that carried the soil was also a strange red color, which was very novel. Chung-Chi looked ahead, and it was flat without any shadow of any buildings. He couldn't help but ask Kunyatsi, "Is your home far away?" "No." Kunyatsi trotted forward a few steps, then jumped on a red stone, pointed his finger downward. "Here we are." Chung-Chi's expression changed. He took a few steps forward, climbed up the stone, and looked down. But he saw a huge red canyon below, stretching for hundreds of kilometers. The two sides of the canyon were rugged, with natural plank roads, and nearly 1,000 caves of different sizes. In those caves, weak yellow lights were lit, and some of the caves had curtains made of tattered cloth hanging at the entrance. It was vaguely visible that many figures were walking on the plank road, and some were cooking at the entrance of the cave, with curling smoke rising. The toothy boy grinned strangely and said, "Welcome to the Valley of the Flawed." Chung-Chi felt that the scene in front of him was quite shocking. "You live underground?" "Yes." The toothy boy said, "We live underground, so we won't be discovered by customers in the universe. so Brother Beige can make a deal with them. We don't want to embarrass Brother Beige. Chang-Chi looked at the toothy boy. You have such a good impression of Zhang Beige? Of course. The toothy boy sighed. We all know that he just took over the mess of the old city lord. If I knew where the old city lord was, I would definitely use my teeth to bite his balls. Chang-Chi nodded secretly. According to the timeline, the teacher who established the Jean City left Zhang Beige and others behind and ran away soon after he got into trouble. Following a few children, he walked along the steep side wall into the canyon. Chang-Chi saw the so-called defectives on the road. They were almost all skinny, dark-skinned, and half-dressed. Many of them had no hair and swollen eyes, like goldfish. But fortunately, they all had a clear mind and just looked at Chang-Chi with dull and numb eyes. If they were irrational and would attack humans wantonly, this place would be no different from the zombie nest in the movie. Sister! At the bottom of the canyon, Quan Yazi shouted at a hole with a tattered sackcloth hanging on it. I brought a stranger back, and Brother Baigu asked us to take care of him for a few hours. The sackcloth was lifted, and a girl of about 16 or 17 walked out. She had a graceful figure, and you could tell at a glance that her facial features were very beautiful. But unfortunately, she had no hair and her forehead was swollen, twice as big as that of an ordinary person. Chang-Chi nodded and smiled at her, wondering if her name would be the same as her appearance. My name is Vanilla. The girl looked at Chang-Chi and said coldly, I am one of the experimenters. My name is Chang-Chi. The boy who was born on the garbage earth never discriminated against anyone. The girl paused, returned to the cave, took out a very rough thing similar to a steamed bun, and stuffed it into Chang-Chi's hand. Quan Yazi swallowed his saliva beside him. Chang-Chi saw it clearly. There was a clay pot made by traditional methods in the girl's cave, and there was only a half-steamed bun in it. Vanilla stayed on the half-steamed bun for a moment, and finally took out the whole steamed bun and gave it to Chang-Chi. Chang-Chi took the steamed bun without saying anything. He felt a clear touch in his hand. This steamed bun was even inferior to Lao Lin's impure energy block. You are here to treat your illness. Vanilla looked at the half-gray light circle in Chang-Chi's eyes. We also have an outsider here. I will take you to see him. You may have some common language, and you may feel more relaxed when getting along with him. Chang-Chi was stunned. There are actually outsiders living in the Valley of Defects. He has lived here for 4 years. As she spoke, Vanilla began to walk, leading the way. Chang-Chi followed and said, Sister Vanilla, since you are an experimenter, you were one of the first visitors 5 years ago. You must know something about the founder of this Jean City, Zhang Bei's teacher, right? Vanilla just nodded, without any intention to express anything, and her expression was always cold. Chang-Chi was not discouraged. Can you tell me about him? You have a defective gene, and we also have defective genes. Vanilla opened her eyes, and the half-gray halo in her pupils was particularly obvious, but the reason for our formation is different. In the entire Defect Valley, everyone hates that name, and no one wants to mention him. Then, Vanilla looked back at Chang-Chi, who looked a little apologetic, and thought that he was entrusted by Zhang Beige. Finally, Vanilla sighed slowly. His name is Valente. Valente? Chang-Chi paused slightly. He clearly remembered that he had seen this name more than once when he synthesized genetic drugs on the garbage earth. The various genetic drugs synthesized by Chang-Chi all come from Valente's formula. He is a genius pharmacist in the black market. He created a variety of genetic drugs and sold them at a high price in the black market. But suddenly one day, Valente disappeared from the black market. It is rumored that he was recruited by the Galactic Alliance. Are they the same person? I only know that this guy once accumulated a lot of wealth through his shameful identity. Vanilla said while leading the way. Then he came here with his savings, established the Jean City, and transformed himself into a well-known scientist and businessman. After saying this, Vanilla fell silent, as if she didn't want to mention that name anymore, or maybe that was all she knew. Chang-Chi suddenly felt that this incident was becoming more and more interesting. Who are you going to take me to see? Chang-Chi didn't want to embarrass Vanilla anymore, so he changed the subject. He calls himself Uncle Fei. Vanilla turned a corner and continued walking. He is from the outside world like you, and he is also a person with defective genes. In your case, you may die at any time, and Uncle Fei seems to have a deep understanding of health preservation and life extension. It should be helpful for you to communicate with him. Oh! Chang-Chi also found it very interesting. There is such a thing? We are here. Vanilla stopped in front of a cave door. Uncle Fei is inside. Soon, Vanilla lifted the tattered linen cloth to reveal the scene inside the cave. But the wide and tall cave was full of miscellaneous items and crisscrossed wooden shelves. On one of the beams, A hemp rope was tied, and an old man with curly silver hair hanged himself. His body was still swaying slightly, and it seemed that he had been cold for a long time. Chang-Chi was shocked. Is this what you said? A deep understanding of health preservation? Chapter 121. Uncle Fei. Stop playing, there are guests. Vanilla was used to it, and said calmly. The eyes of the hanged old man, which had completely turned white, suddenly turned, revealing 2 black pupils, and then his hands moved. He fumbled at his clothes for a while, took out a pair of scissors, and cut the rope with his backhand. Plop! He fell directly into the big iron pot below, and there was burning firewood under the iron pot. The water in the pot was boiling, and he began to stew himself in the iron pot again. Chang-Chi's eyes twitched. Am I too ignorant? Is this some kind of extreme health care that I have never seen before? I am such a loser. The old man sighed in the boiling water. I can't even kill myself. You guys chat, I'm leaving first. Xiangzhou said hello and turned away. Chang-Chi looked calm, found a worn-out bench, sat down slowly, and began to look at the furnishings in the cave. It was very messy here, with all kinds of worn-out sundries. Deep in the cave, there was a slightly tilted workbench. On top of it were test tubes carved from rocks, a crucible that seemed to be made from iron slag, and some wooden tweezers. The only decent thing was a glass alcohol lamp. But these items were covered with dust, and they must have not been used for a long time. Chang-Chi rolled his eyes, and looked at the old man in the wastewater again. His tone was full of pain, but it was obviously not caused by the scalding heat, but rather a kind of inner collapse. Chang-Chi tilted his head slightly, looking over the old man's shoulder at his face. It can be said that it was very ugly and terrifying. It was not his natural appearance, but the disfigurement caused by being splashed with sulfuric acid or something like that. The big pits on his face were covered with small pits, and new scars covered old scars. Oh no! The old man in the iron pot suddenly exclaimed, People have 3 urgent needs. I can't help hanging myself and boiling, but I can't help shitting. I want to go to the toilet. With a splash, the old man stood up from the iron pot. Chang-Chi's pupils shrank slightly as he looked at his body. His wrists and belly were exposed and covered with scars, but they were not caused by boiling water. The boiling water just now only made his skin slightly red. Paper. Paper. The old man jumped out of the iron pot, covering his butt with one hand and frantically searching among the sundries in the house with the other hand, extremely eager, like a rolling top. Little brother, do you have any paper? Chang-Chi shook his head. Oh my god, I can't do it anymore. Yahoo, I found it. But the old man found a tattered diary among a pile of broken wooden boards, opened it quickly, tore off 7 or 8 pages, and then threw the diary away, clutching the paper ball, and ran out of the cave with his butt covered. Chang-Chi stood up and picked up the diary. But he saw 5 big characters written on the surface of the diary, but the first 3 characters had been slashed with a knife, and the paper was penetrated, and it was completely unreadable. Only the last 2 characters were clear. Diary? Diary of so-and-so? Chang-Chi flipped through the diary, but saw that at least half of the diary was torn off, which should have been used by the old man to wipe his butt before. Chang-Chi turned to a half-page diary. Potion number 2. Gene enhancement success rate 23%. Except for these words, the rest of the content was torn off diagonally, probably because he was in a hurry to clean up. The 23% success rate is completely consistent with the super black market genetic potion I synthesized before. Chang-Chi's eyes flickered. He remembered that this kind of potion would cause disability after failure, so he did not stop at all and chose to continue synthesizing. Turning the diary again. This time it was a complete page. So-and-so genetic medicine. The so-and-so in it was also cut by a knife, and the scraps of paper were already moldy. It seemed that it happened a long time ago. Based on CRISPR-Cas9, a gene sequencing technology was created. The catalytic success rate of the medicine reached 90.8%. It will definitely make those idiots of the Galaxy Science Association angry. Chang-Chi looked at the annotation of so-and-so genetic medicine, his eyes slightly widened. Isn't this the Valente genetic medicine that I once synthesized, from the hands of the legendary black market medicine genius, Valente? Chang-Chi flipped through the diary again. So-and-so's fantasy potion. Similarly, so-and-so's body parts were scratched to pieces. And there were clear words underneath. May 24th. This is a nearly perfect potion, which was first born in my fantasy. When I figured out its function, I was so excited that I even suffered from insomnia for 3 whole days. I must create this potion, because I am an unprecedented genius pharmacist, and I must do it, When the day comes when the potion is released, I will become the most dazzling star among all mankind, and I will change the entire pattern of human civilization. June 1st. I am so excited today. I bought the right to use an entire planet, and I will build my own genetic empire here. July 15th. I actually found a feasible method for the fantasy potion, which will be my first step in changing human history. September 6th. It is unbelievable that I actually made a semi-finished product of the fantasy potion. October 30th. The gene empire was completed. December 1st. The fantasy potion has been tested in various theories. From a certain perspective, I seem to have succeeded. December 15th. We are recruiting drug experimenters from the entire human civilization. This information drives all of humanity crazy. December 20th. I am a complete loser. I am a waste. December 31st. Even if I die 100,000 times, I cannot make up for the mistakes I made. Chang-Chi continued to flip through the diary. Although there were still papers at the back, they were all blank. Close the diary. Chang-Chi recalled the scene when he took the potion for the first time and was promoted 3 levels in a row. And the potion he took at that time, STC gave a clear annotation. Valente Fantasy Potion. This potion is a concept that exists in the notes of the genius pharmacist Valente. This is his ultimate imagination of his own technology, but until Valente disappeared, he failed to bring this imagination into reality. Chapter 122. Huh? Uncle Fei walked into the cave with a comfortable look on his face. He saw that the boy was still sitting on the bench, but his toilet paper was neatly placed beside him. Obviously it had been turned over. Uncle Fei frowned, then laughed. Look at what that thing is for. It's all garbage thrown out of the Gene City. It can only be used to wipe your butt. Yeah. Chang-Chi just nodded calmly, but his eyes were always examining the old man who called himself Uncle Fei. There was also a half-gray circle in his pupil, just like Chang-Chi and all the flawed ones. But the Type 1 biochemical armor Jalu secretly reminded Chang-Chi that he was wearing biological camouflage glasses. This kind of equipment is worn by old actors, and Hong Yun also has the same style. Combined with the fact that Uncle Fei did not die even after hanging himself, and was not afraid of boiling water. Chang-Chi already had the answer in his mind. Uncle Fei was a high-level gene person. After all, as a genius pharmacist, it is normal to use some high success rate potions to strengthen himself. How could a butcher's family be short of lard? Little brother, I see from your appearance that you are from the garbage earth? Uncle Fei scratched his ear and changed the subject. No normal human being would pay attention to a place like the garbage earth. Uncle Fei, did you identify my identity by my cloak? Chang-Chi smiled and said, this is not reasonable, unless you have seen other scavengers before. Uncle Fei paused, feeling that talking to this kid was like walking on the edge of a cliff. So what if he read the diary? The things recorded in it were clearly only understandable to him. I just heard it from others. Uncle Fei actually strengthened his credibility by confronting him directly. He continued, it is a lucky thing that you can walk out of the garbage earth, but I heard that even so, the outside world still despises the former scavengers, fearing that they carry some ancient viruses or something. Therefore, the garbage scavengers who walked out of the earth did not live very well. I'm doing well. Chang-Chi smiled calmly. At this moment, the air in the valley was stirred, and a 3-kilometer-long garbage collection ship slowly landed at the bottom of the valley. Is that your ship? Uncle Fei smiled helplessly. It's still collecting garbage outside. What's the good of it? At this moment, the rear hatch of the garbage collection ship opened. Hanzi walked out of it and greeted Chang-Chi across the hole. Chang-Chi, I received your order. I sent the food up. Hanzi turned sideways and saw 2 steel mothers carrying out a large amount of fresh fruits and vegetables, and then distributed them to the flawed people in the valley. The children such as Quan Yazi had never seen so many fresh fruits before, and they were so happy that they seemed to be crazy. Vanilla Girl was also looking at the fruits piled up in front of her, with a face full of shock. A steel mother passed by and stuffed a big red apple into Vanilla's hand. Vanilla looked at Chang-Chi in even greater astonishment. Chang-Chi raised the rough steamed bun in his hand in the air, smiled, and shook it towards Vanilla. Chang-Chi opened his mouth slightly and said, thank you. Han Xiang was stunned. Her expressionless face finally showed a smile, and she nodded with moist eyes. These fruits and vegetables came from the ecological planting platform in the Lingshire starship. The yield was huge. Chang-Chi couldn't eat them all. He even had to adjust the growth rate. Even if he gave them all to the defectives, he would have a new big harvest in just a few hours. Nani robot, transport robot, hiss. I also vaguely saw that there was some kind of ecological planting gel inside that I had never seen before. Uncle Fei was also surprised, staring at Chang-Chi with wide eyes. Chang-Chi shrugged. I've said I'm doing well, maybe. It's because I'm not dragged down? Uncle Fei looked strange. His face twitched unnaturally. I feel pity for these flawed people. Chang-Chi seemed to be talking to himself. I heard that it was because the founder of the Gene City used immature gene drugs in a hurry. TSK, I heard from Quan Yazi that if he finds the founder, he will bite the founder's balls to pieces. Uncle Fei's eyes twitched, and he subconsciously covered his crotch. Hey, Mr. Valente. Chang-Chi suddenly thought, you said, can that fantasy potion really make people's genes jump 3 levels? But Uncle Fei said seriously, you are talking about an extreme situation. In principle. Uncle Fei was halfway through his words, and suddenly froze, his eyes widened in horror. Chang-Chi slowly turned his head and looked straight at him. TSK, I picked up a psychology novel on the garbage earth before, called The Abyss of Insomnia. It says that if the other party refuses to admit something, then you can first describe some situations to awaken the other party's past memories, bring them into it, and fall into panic, and then suddenly question him, which will give rise to a possibility that his brain will not be able to react and subconsciously admit it. I didn't expect it to be so useful. You? Uncle Fei was visibly panicked. You kid, what kind of crappy book is that? Chang-Chi shrugged. I think that book is pretty good, the author is a handsome guy. Uncle Fei's chest rose and fell violently. His face was extremely struggling. After a long time, Uncle Fei leaned directly on the big iron pot, letting the firewood burn his skin. I am Valente. I am the founder of the Gene City, but so what? He said with a blank look in his eyes. Go and tell those flawed people, go ahead. Let them know that this coward has been living among them. Let them kill me, whatever they want. Anyway, I always want to die. Chang-Chi just sat there quietly, without moving. But Uncle Fei had already collapsed. It's all because of Valente's fantasy potion. That thing is completely nonsense. A technology that is completely impossible to achieve. All because of it. It hurt me and everyone else. It's nonsense, nonsense, nonsense. I'm just a waste. Uncle Fei, waste. My mind is full of unrealistic fantasies. It's wishful thinking. It's this kind of thinking that gave birth to such terrible consequences. Uncle Fei grabbed his hair frantically. Valente fantasy potion. Ha ha ha. What a joke. A joke that is not realistic at all. This thing does not exist in the world, and it is impossible to exist. Ha ha ha. But Chang-Chi said calmly, I can make it. Uncle Fei paused slightly, and looked at Chang-Chi. What did you say? Chang-Chi said word by word. I said, I can make Valente fantasy potion. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha, ha, ha. Uncle Fei was shaking his head and tail, hysterical. The fire ignited his clothes, but he laughed wildly. Maybe you are an outstanding scavenger, but you don't understand the Valente gene potion at all. You don't understand what it is. He laughed and pointed at Chang-Chi. Although I once made a sample of the Valente potion, it was a big joke. All theories have been overturned. How can I tell you? I tell you, you can condense gold from the air. Do you believe it? Let's assume that this concept is established, but you have to tell me what the first step should be. This is nonsense. Chang-Chi said, don't worry about other things. If I can take out a finished product of Valente fantasy potion, with your ability, you should be able to deduce its production process. Uncle Fei paused for a moment, and then laughed. Hee hee, then what? I guess the situation in Gene City is not very good now, so if you can make Valente fantasy potion, everything will be reversed. The money, resources, and everything else will all come back. Chang-Chi looked at Uncle Fei and said seriously, then, I ask you to do 2 things. First, become my genetic medicine supplier, brackets, free, unlimited supplier. Second, develop as many antidotes as possible to save the mistakes made before. Great. Another crazy one. Uncle Fei was silent for a moment, then started laughing again. Your name is Chang-Chi, right? I decided to rename Valente Fantasy Potion to Chang-Chi's Fantasy Potion. Chapter 123. D3JD34. This is the Gene City, which is also an Earth-like planet. It also rotates and revolves, so it also has day and night. Daytime. The star Barnard here, because it has entered its twilight years, can only provide dark red sunlight here. And at night, D3JD34 also has a satellite of its own, just like the moon on Earth. But the moon reflects the dark red light of Barnard. So at this time, a blood-red full moon is suspended on the top of the Gene City. The Earth was dim, and was shrouded in dark red light. The Gene City, which was already dilapidated like a ghost town, looked even more eerie and strange. Dong dong dong, dong dong dong, in front of a dilapidated second floor. Zhang Beige knocked on the metal door in front of him anxiously. Senior brother, are you okay? Senior brother is of European descent. His real name is Kexius. After being beaten by Boss Shen, he was depressed and angry. He shook Zhang Beige off and locked himself in the laboratory alone. Kexius has not been out for 4 hours. Zhang Beige was a little anxious, holding some clean water and energy blocks, and knocking on the door continuously. The senior brother looked fierce, but he actually took good care of his junior brother Zhang Beige. For example, when facing the Boss Shen, who was not a good person before, the senior brother must have stood at the forefront. Senior brother, don't worry, there will be a way. Zhang Beige knocked on the door. His palms were a little red and swollen. The metal door of this laboratory cannot be broken by brute force alone. Crash! The metal door was opened from the inside. Senior brother Cassius appeared at the door, but his blonde hair was messy, his facial muscles were twitching uncontrollably, and his eyes with 4 apertures were full of red bloodshot like earthworms. He was panting heavily, and even saliva flowed out of the corners of his mouth uncontrollably. Senior brother, what's wrong with you? Zhang Beige was frightened and staggered, then looked inside the laboratory. The workbench was covered with large and small pharmaceutical test tubes, the protein separator was still running, the electronic alcohol lamp was also burning, and some unknown green liquid was scattered on the table and the ground, emitting a pungent smell. Zhang Beige opened his eyes wide. What did you do? What did you eat? Don't worry about it. Senior brother Kexius' voice was low and hoarse, and he looked up at the sky. Boss Shen's luxurious starship was still hovering below the atmosphere, waiting for a reply. But the 2 senior brothers couldn't get the number 2 formula that Boss Shen wanted, and those files disappeared with the teacher's disappearance. But if the 2 senior brothers couldn't give Boss Shen a satisfactory answer after 12 hours, then Boss Shen would leak the truth about the ruin of Gene City. At that time, the entire Gene City would never be able to turn over. Senior brother Cassius looked up at the sky, a terrifying red light flashed in his eyes. I will solve everything. Flawed Valley? Zhang sat outside Uncle Fei's cave, looking up at the red blood moon in the sky. Zhang Beige made an appointment with him to meet at 3 o'clock tonight, and he promised to help him. At that time, Zhang only needs to get some inferior gene potions from Zhang Beige, and the quantity does not even need to be too much, just enough to synthesize a Valiant Fantasy potion. As long as there is this potion, the Gene City, which is like a ball of hemp ropes tangled together and tied with countless knots, will find a breakthrough. The knots will be untied one by one, and all problems will be solved. Fantasy Potion Valente reversed the formula and mass-produced it. The Gene City resumed operation, and made a lot of money to feed Chang-Chi. From now on, Chang-Chi's genetic potion gap will no longer exist. You can get whatever you want, and you can even take a bath with the potion. Gigi sat on Chang-Chi's shoulder, leaning on his cheek. His pink belly was like a deflated balloon. The little guy was almost starving. Gigi, hold on a little longer. Chang-Chi stretched out a finger and touched Gigi's forehead. Soon, I will let you eat freely and become the fattest little white mouse in the world. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes, and the half circle in his pupils was dim. I can also break the inhibition chain and see what power the genes have after being liberated. Damn. But the Uncle Fei in the cave was cutting his wrist to commit suicide, but the blade of the broken kitchen knife had already curled up, leaving only a faint white mark on his wrist. The Uncle Fei flicked the kitchen knife, collapsed on the chair, and picked his nose. If you can make Valiant Fantasy Potion, I will poop upside down, and not a single part will fall off, and I will catch it all with my mouth. If you can make Valiant Fantasy Potion, I will run to the Valley of the Defective, bungee jumping without a rope, 800 times a day, and if I miss one time, my image will collapse. If you can do it. But Chang-Chi turned his back and stretched out his hand. Shut up. Uncle Fei paused, snorted, and stopped talking. Uncle Fei was Valente, the former genius pharmacist in the black market. Sometimes, the greater the halo of a person, the greater the pressure, and the expectations of oneself will grow infinitely, even beyond reality. The failure of the fantasy potion has made his faith collapse, and he went crazy. To use the old saying, his heart of Taoism is broken. Although your heart is broken, but this body is indestructible and invulnerable. Chang-Chi slowly turned his head and looked at Uncle Fei. Do you geneticists often use drugs to strengthen yourself? Compared to gene enhancement. It is relatively simple to modify some gene fragments through some drug means to make the body develop again and change some sexual characteristics. Uncle Fei looked into the void. Speaking of which, my first student, Kexius, has always been obsessed with this field, helping others to increase muscle and chicken, and modify skin color, finger length, etc. That guy is ambitious and responsible. But he is a bit paranoid. He even conducted some risky experiments behind my back, and those experiments had the risk of demonizing humans. When I ran away, I actually wanted to find a deserted place to end my life, haha. I left a message specifically to let Zheng Beige be the boss of Gene City. He is my second student. He is cowardly, but also kind and relatively stable. If he is the boss, the defectors will not make things too difficult for Gene City, and they will have a chance to breathe. Hee. Uncle Fei said, tears flashing in his eyes. In fact, they are all innocent. You are right, I dragged them down. Chung Chi had already made some guesses about the inside story Uncle Fei said, so he was not too surprised, and could only sigh. It was just one of Uncle Fei's words that made Chung Chi a little concerned. He looked at Uncle Fei and narrowed his eyes slightly. What is demonization? Chapter 124. Inside the luxurious starship. On the huge waterbed, Boston hugged the black silk short-skirt beauty beside him. These beauties had undergone specific gene optimization before serving the boss. It was not an improvement in gene level, but a lower-end one, some adjustments to external sexual characteristics. 1.2 meter long legs, waist that can be held with both hands, chest like an airbag explosion, perfect face like an angel, a voice that makes men numb all over, and a tongue that is 5 centimeters longer. These characteristics, which can attract huge attention in any short video in the 21st century, can now be perfectly combined in the same woman. If Chung Chi could see the scene, he would understand what Imo said before. Hina's appearance is actually quite ordinary in a normal human society. And Boss Shen, he has an ugly and fat face, weighs at least 150 kilograms, has fat accumulated on his face, and his facial features are looming. He could have adjusted his genes to have a strong and handsome appearance. But he didn't want to. He liked the way he looked now. He had a body like a dead pig, but because he was rich, he could wantonly ravage the top beauties in other people's eyes. This made him feel so superior and twice as happy. Whenever he appeared in backward areas with women on his left and right, the envious and jealous eyes around him made him secretly happy and even more proud. A bunch of trash, a bunch of waste. Boston was lying on the bed, kneading the shoulders of the top beauty with one hand. Those two guys in Gene City, without their teacher, they are nothing, not even worthy of carrying my shoes. Kezius is trash. That Zheng Beige is even worse than trash. The only valuable things are the formulas left by their teacher in his prime. To be honest, Valente is also an idiot. Isn't it better to sell gene potions on the black market and make a fortune quietly? What's the point of building a Gene City and upgrading potions? Now, such a big business empire has become a ghost town. Boston gritted his teeth, his face grim. Those two guys have no way out. They will definitely give me formula number 2. As for the purchase and transaction, I won't give them a penny. I will directly expose their inside story to the world. Then, there is no need to say anything else. Those defectives will know that they have no hope of recovery. They will definitely tear those two guys to pieces. Haha. You are so bad. I like it so much. The beauty in black silk short skirt stretched out her white fingers and slid them back and forth on Boston's chest. Her eyes were like waves, and her hot temper was overwhelming. Haha, do you like it? Boston laughed obscenely. Come on, in the long night, stick out your tongue. Just as Boston turned over and pounced on the beauty, he suddenly felt a chill on the back of his neck, his hair stood on end, and an inexplicable sense of horror filled his body. Boston quickly turned around and looked outside through the observation window of the starship. The next second, his eyes slowly widened, his expression terrified. What is that? Only outer space was seen. The blood-red full moon was quietly hanging in the sky. Because the height of the starship was close to the atmosphere, the full moon looked extremely huge. In front of the full moon, a strange black shadow was quietly floating. It was roughly in the shape of a human, with a very tall body, at least 3 meters away, with a pair of huge wings on its back. The outline of the feathers could be vaguely seen, like a pair of raptor wings, like an eagle, which were still flapping slightly. The hands of this strange shadow were slightly stretched out to the sides of the body. They were not human hands, but claws with sharp nails and curved inwards. The shadow's feet were also very strange. The muscles of the calves were abnormally thick, but at the ankles, they became slender bones, and below them were claws similar to those of a raptor. It was vaguely visible that the pale yellow scales on the claws and calves were reflecting a faint light. Monster! Boss Shen's pupils suddenly shrank, and he suffered a huge mental shock, because the strange shadow, just staring at it from a distance, could release an invisible terror that made people breathless and terrified. But the monster slowly raised its head, and its eyes in the dark seemed to reflect the luster of the star Barnard, bursting out a strong blood-red light. What is that? Boss Shen got goosebumps all over his body, and he shouted in fear, "Open the shield." As a luxury private starship, it naturally has a built-in defense system. A buzzing sound was heard. A light blue energy shield emerged, protecting Boss Shen's starship. TSK! The strange shadow before the blood moon suddenly burst into a sharp and high-pitched bird cry, and the sound waves instantly reached Boss Shen's ears. His eardrums felt like they were torn apart. He covered his ears, and wailed like a pig being slaughtered. A gust of wind whistled. The strange shadow flapped its huge wings and flew towards the starship. Ding! The strange shadow's claws, like eagle claws, collided with the starship's defensive force field, and actually made a metallic clanging sound. The next moment, the black eagle claws, as black as steel, actually penetrated the defense force field with a stress value of hundreds of thousands. The bird's cry resounded through the night sky again, and the two eagle claws suddenly separated, and the starship's defensive force field was instantly torn open. Boss Shen's face was pale, and he had already rolled under the bed. What on earth is that thing? Bang! The next second, 5 black and thick nails pierced the starship's hull, and the cold light directly reflected on Boss Shen's pale face. Crack! A huge gap was directly torn in the alloy hull of the starship. A huge black shadow 3 meters high directly knocked the gap back and entered the cabin of the starship. Boss Shen's pupils reflected the terrifying figure like a demon, and his heart and liver were pounding. This figure was covered with black feathers as hard as metal, and under the fist-sized scarlet eyes was a 1-meter-long light yellow bird beak. Under its feathers, its muscles bulged and burst, and its aura was like that of a terrifying demon, extremely terrifying. Boss Shen was already stiff, and he instantly lost control of his bladder. As if a dark storm flashed by, the wings of the strange shadow spread out, 5 meters long, and it soared into the air, and in an instant, it was above Boss Shen, with 2 eagle claws grabbing Boss Shen's shoulders, and the sharp claws instantly pierced Boss Shen's skin and penetrated his collarbone. Who are you? What are you going to do? Boss Shen's sanity had collapsed, and he screamed and wailed. The monster didn't say anything. Crack! The sound of leather tearing and bones breaking sounded at the same time. Boss Shen's fat body was directly split into 2 halves. His head remained on the left half of his body, still shaking due to inertia, but the right ear and cheek had been torn off and remained on the other half of his body. The left half of the head was a fat human face, and the right half was a bloody skeleton. The soup, the intestines, and the stomach were scattered all over the ground. Boss Shen had already died with a horrified look in his eyes. Ah! Ah! The short-skirted beauty screamed in fear and fled to other cabins. But the strange shadow slowly turned its head, opened its beak, and its scarlet and slender tongue trembled violently, saliva splashed, and a sharp sound wave burst out. In an instant, the electronic equipment in the entire starship burst into strong sparks at the same time, and the short-skirted beauty was bleeding from all 5 holes in an instant, and fell to the ground with a plop, her beautiful eyes wide open. But her brain had turned into a mess. Chapter 125. Boss Shen and his woman have become corpses. No one will tell on us anymore. Thick black smoke billowed from the luxurious starship. All electronic systems were damaged. The ship tilted more and more, and it had already crashed towards the Gene City. TSK, a terrifying bird cry came from the ship, and a fierce figure broke through the ship's armor from the inside. With the blood moon on its back, its wings spread, and it soared into the sky. But at this moment, the body of the terrifying figure paused, and suddenly hovered. As its wings flapped slightly, its scarlet eyes looked towards the sky on the other side. Not far away, a rusty garbage recycling starship was quietly hovering in the air. A young man wearing a blue scavenger's cloak stood on the top of the garbage recycling ship and looked quietly. Under the dark red night, the cloak fluttered. Obviously, the garbage recycling starship was hovering steadily. It should have been hovering for a long time and witnessed the whole process. There was still an hour before 3 o'clock in the morning. Based on the principle of caution, Chang-Chi used the fourth wall navigation function of the spiritual starship to enter the Gene City, ready to explore in advance, but happened to run into the scene in front of him. The monster looked at Chang-Chi with a cold gaze. Chang-Chi also raised his head slightly, and his biochemical armor was ready to fight at any time. The two lines of sight met silently in the air, and undercurrents surged. My name is Chung-Chi, Chi for beggar. Chung-Chi was calm and composed. Who are you? But for some reason, Chung-Chi was wearing a thin black mask at this time, which was naturally a very poor disguise. Anyone who had seen his true face would confirm his identity in an instant. There was a sound of bones crackling in the monster's body, and its two sharp claws collided slightly, making a crisp sound like metal. Its eyes suddenly turned blood red, and then suddenly became dim. It seemed to be suppressing the impulse in its heart, only its huge wings were flashing, but it did not attack. Who are you? Chung-Chi asked again without fear. However, the red light in the monster's eyes flashed and suddenly vibrated its wings, but it did not rush towards Chung-Chi, but turned into a black shadow and swooped down towards the Gene City below. It was also at this time Boston's starship touched the ground, and a violent explosion occurred, steaming up a huge amount of dust. The black monster also disappeared in the dust. Zhang Beige pushed open the metal door of his senior brother's laboratory again. Because there was a huge chaos just now, he had to deal with it, but it was strange that he didn't see his senior brother in such a serious situation. Unexpectedly, his senior brother stayed alone in the laboratory. At this time, his senior brother Cassius was lying on the bed. His body was shaking constantly, and he seemed to have lost weight and was covered with sweat. Brother, what happened to you? Zhang Beige looked anxious and hurried to check on his brother. I'm fine. Cassius's lips were pale, and the red bloodshot in his eyes had turned black. I'm not very skilled. I developed a new gene drug before, hoping it could save our Gene City, but I didn't expect it to fail. Zhang Bei's eyes trembled. Did you treat yourself as a test subject? Ahem. Cassius said weakly. It's okay, I'm a high-level gene person after all, my body will soon be able to dissolve these toxins, and I'd be better tomorrow. Zhang Bei's eyes were filled with tears. Brother, you have sacrificed too much. Cassius smiled. Can you stop crying all the time? You are the boss of Gene City after all. It's ridiculous to be so timid every day. Brother, I have a piece of news that I don't know whether it is good or bad. Zhang Beige wiped her tears and said, that annoying boss Shin, his starship seems to have some malfunction. 20 minutes ago, it suddenly crashed deep in Gene City. He didn't have a chance to tell the secret. Oh! Cassius seemed to be somewhat calm. I can tell you clearly that this is good news. Suddenly, Cassius touched Zhang Bei's pocket and found two hard objects. He took out the two objects while Zhang Beige was not paying attention. They were two light blue potions. Cassius' eyes widened. Teacher's number 3 potion? This is one of the few stocks we have, and it is our lifeline. What are you doing with these things? Zhang Bei's eyes dodged. He shrunk his shoulders and dared not speak. Cassius stared with bloodshot eyes. You want to give it to that scavenger? Zhang Beige frowned. His momentum was very weak. I don't want him to follow in my footsteps and get into trouble. You bastard. You take care of him. Who will take care of us? Cassius raised his hand and was about to slap him. But he seemed to have suffered some kind of backlash at this time, and he was extremely weak, and Zhang Beige actually snatched 2 potions from his hand. Zhang Beige was standing at the door. Brother, I must give this to him and let him go. I know this potion is very precious. When I come back, you can beat me or scold me. Then, Zhang Bei's figure disappeared in the night. Xiao struggled to get up from the bed, but fell to the ground with a thump. When he raised his head, the bloodshot in his eyes turned red again. He growled, Zhang Beige, don't blame me for not remembering our old friendship. 3 o'clock in the morning. Outside the gate of Gene City, Zhang Beige handed 2 light blue potions in his hand to Chung-Chi. Chung-Chi took the potion and looked at it carefully, feeling familiar. This potion was once circulated on the black market and was called the Lente potion. Zhang Beige smiled and said, the Lente is my teacher, and this potion is his top work. The effect is amazing, and should be able to solve your dilemma. Chung-Chi remembered it clearly. Looking at the entire black market, there are a total of 13 of this potion circulating, and if they are synthesized, the next step is the Lente Fantasy Potion. Zhang Bei's gift went straight to Chung-Chi's heart. Bei. Chung-Chi turned around and said, this medicine is very expensive, isn't it? Zhang Beige smiled heartily. It is very expensive, but it is nothing to my huge Gene City, just a drop in the bucket. I am really touched. Chung-Chi said, in fact, I also know that since the last experimenter incident, Gene City has lost its former glory. After all, it is an economy, and needs a lot of business to maintain. Zhang Beige paused for a moment, then smiled again. A lean camel is bigger than a horse, don't worry. Chang-Chi nodded, and suddenly said, I just heard a huge starship crash and explosion. Could it be that your client had an accident? Zhang Beige frowned. It was Boss Shin, whose starship crashed inexplicably. It's definitely not that simple. Chang-Chi shook his head. Your clients are either rich or noble, and the performance of the starship must be good. How could it crash so easily? Zhang Beige was silent. His face became a little ugly. Chang-Chi kept looking at Zhang Beige. He couldn't bear it anymore. After a long time, Zhang Beige sighed slightly. There is a monster in the Jin City. Oh! Chang-Chi looked at Zhang Beige in confusion. I have seen the guy a few times. It looks like a human-shaped bird of prey, very huge, with an eagle's beak and claws. I gave it a name, called Eagle Demon. An eagle-like devil. Zhang Beige recalled. A trace of fear appeared on his face. I guess someone took some failed gene drugs, which caused physical abnormalities. But there are many people in the Jin City. I am not sure who it is. I have been investigating this matter. Chang-Chi's face was calm. He had traveled secretly in the Jin City before, and he already knew all the truth. There were no large numbers of people, only a few security guards with no genetic level, and 2 brothers with high genes. It is very unlikely that an ordinary person would suddenly become such a powerful monster because of taking some kind of medicine, because before the body changes, it is likely that they have been poisoned to death. Could it be that the true face of the monster is your brother? Chang-Chi suddenly said, and then stared at Zhang Beige's cheek, which was red and swollen because of the slap from his senior brother. Chang-Chi, don't talk nonsense. Zhang Beige suddenly got excited. Senior brother is dedicated to the revival of Jin City. You can't imagine what he is paid. He can't do such a thing. Zhang Beige suddenly realized that he was a little excited, and then slowed down his tone and said, Chang-Chi, I will investigate this matter secretly, and try to minimize the losses. You also know that this Jin City is a place of right and wrong, and there are terrible monsters inside. Take the potion I gave you and leave quickly. Zhang Beige said, pushing Chang-Chi out. Chang-Chi, please keep it a secret for the sake of the garbage earth. Ah. Chang-Chi suddenly sighed. Maybe I'm not very polite. I haven't introduced myself since I met you. How did you know that my name is Chang-Chi? Zhang Beige suddenly paused. This is not important. This is very important. Chang-Chi stood still. After coming here, besides Quan Yazi, Xiang Cao, and Fei Shu, I only introduced myself to Mo. Zhang Bei's body stiffened. What are you talking about? I don't mean to disrespect you. Chang-Chi said slowly. I have lived on Earth for 18 years. Every scavenger has a smell that is difficult to remove because of being in a highly polluted environment for a long time. When we first met, you hugged me. Although it was very faint, I still smelled that familiar smell. When I explored the Jin City before, I wore a mask made of biochemical armor on my face, which greatly increased my sense of smell. Even if the monster was far away from me at that time, I could still clearly identify that smell. That unique smell of scavengers. Looking at the entire D3JD34, there are only you and me. Thank you for considering the friendship of fellow villagers, and willing to spend such a large price to send me away safely. At this time, Chang-Chi looked at the dazed man. You are the timid and kind-hearted white dove, but also the cruel and devil-like eagle demon. Chapter 126. White Pigeon. Eagle Demon. What a strong contrast. Under the scarlet night sky, Chang-Chi's eyes flickered. I was a witness to the eagle demon's murder, but you still didn't have the heart to kill me, and took out 2 such precious potions, wanting me to be satisfied, and then leave forever, without causing any trouble, and without losing my life. Zhang Bei's thoughts surged, and his face trembled with excitement. Look at me, cowardly and incompetent. I'm really not an eagle demon. You are kind and sentimental. You must have a reason for killing someone. Chang-Chi's expression was calm. The previous boss Shin probably did something that threatened the Jin City. If you want to kill a villain like him, who took advantage of others' misfortune, just kill him. I stand on your side. Zhang Bei's eyes suddenly opened when he heard this, but he was silent for a moment, and still gritted his teeth, and said, I really don't know who the eagle demon is. But Chang-Chi smiled, and patted Zhang Bei on the shoulder. It doesn't matter. If that's the case, then I don't know who the eagle demon is either. Zhang Bei was stunned again, and tears welled up in his eyes. Then I thank you on behalf of Eagle Demon. At this moment, a red line as thin as a hair suddenly appeared between the two of them, shooting from the sky and slanting into the ground, like the positioning light of some beam weapon. In the sky, a 10-kilometer-long black battle starship sailed out of the atmosphere. Zhang Bei looked up in astonishment. It should be that Bosch sent out a distress signal before he died. He has an interstellar mercenary group under his command. There was no time to react. The battle starship fired a red energy beam, following the previous laser, bombarding the ground at the speed of light. Boom! The beam touched the ground and instantly spread, forming a huge red sphere with a diameter of 100 meters, filled with high temperature and high pressure, and the energy also reached its peak at the same time, and then a devastating explosion occurred. At this moment, the Type 1 biochemical armor instinctively protected Chang-Chi's whole body. Chang-Chi crossed his arms, but the energy was too violent, flipping his body over and flying backwards. The Type 1 biochemical armor extended a biological tentacle, rooted in the ground, causing Chang-Chi's body to fall back to the ground and be controlled. Boom! The terrifying energy was raging wildly, and a huge hole as high as 100 meters was blown out of the sky-high wall of the Gene City. Huge concrete fragments fell from the sky, shaking the ground. After about 30 seconds, the energy was finally exhausted. A gust of wind blew away the smoke and dust, revealing Chang-Chi's body. At this time, he was wearing a black biological armor. On the surface of the armor, crisscrossing muscles and thick blood vessels were wriggling frequently. The armor was burned red and emitted bursts of green smoke, but it was not damaged. A large yellow eye on the chest was shining with a strange light. The biological mask faded. Chang-Chi looked up, and his pupils suddenly shrank. He saw Zheng Beige being hit by a huge concrete block with a diameter of at least 50 meters and a weight of at least thousands of tons. His neck and below were all pressed by the concrete block. It was hard to imagine the state of his body at this time. Zheng Beige's mouth was bleeding, his eyes were torn, and his eyes were wide open. "Zheng Beige!" Chang-Chi shouted. Zheng Beige was seriously injured at this time. He was a B-level gene user, with 4 blue light circles in his eyes, but at this time those light circles flickered, becoming weaker and weaker, and were about to go out. But at the moment, when the 4 light circles in Zheng Beige's eyes were completely extinguished, 4 new red light circles lit up. Those light circles were strange and bloody, and they were shining with fascinating light. "Ah!" Zheng Beige suddenly roared, and the second half of his roar suddenly turned into a bird cry that seemed to pierce the eardrums. Zheng Beige, who was in despair, suddenly mutated. His arms grew sharp and hard black feathers, the dimensions of the entire arm increased exponentially, the muscles surged and burst, and his hands turned into black and curved eagle claws. Crash! Crash! Boom! Zheng Beige lifted the huge concrete block with just his arms, and threw it aside. Dust was rising, and the vision was blurred. A huge black shadow 3 meters high could be seen rising slowly from the ruins. 2 huge wings with a wingspan of 6 meters suddenly opened. This figure was like a demon on earth, shocking people. The huge wings flapped, and the black shadow flew into the sky, breaking through the noisy dust in an instant and appearing in front of the blood moon. It was the eagle demon with a bird's beak, a human body, and claws on all 4 limbs. Chang-Chi stood there and suddenly smiled. It turned out that this guy could switch at will. For red light circles. He was already a genetic mutant. Zheng Beige was definitely the top individual combat power in human civilization, but Chang-Chi lowered his head slightly and looked at his palm. The 2 glass test tubes were shattered in the explosion just now. The light blue liquid in them scattered all over the ground along the cracks in his palm, leaving little. Damn! Boom boom boom, boom boom boom. The battle starship in the sky, thinking that the 2 weak humans Zheng Beige and Chang-Chi were already dead, was launching an indiscriminate attack on the entire Gene City. The city wall kept having gaps, and the buildings inside were collapsing in large pieces. The original virtual imaging camouflage system had long been damaged, and the Gene City was now ruined and destroyed. The starship discovered the terrifying Eagle Demon. It continuously emitted high-voltage electromagnetic nets, and the electricity contained in them was enough to burn elephant-like creatures into ashes in an instant. The soaring Eagle Demon was wrapped in a high-voltage electromagnetic net. The voltage of tens of millions of volts exploded instantly, and the air was as bright as day. But the Eagle Demon was strong, and its alloy claws instantly tore the electromagnetic net apart. But the electromagnetic nets were one after another, and sometimes the Eagle Demon would be surrounded by multiple electromagnetic nets at the same time. Although it could easily escape each time, its steps were seriously hindered, and it could not smoothly approach the battle starship. At this moment, the strange and terrifying eagle head suddenly turned its head, and saw that hundreds of meters away, Chang-Chi's feet were releasing a hazy green light, and floating in the air. The Eagle Demon's eyes with 4 red light circles flickered slightly. Chang-Chi said, "I've already said it, I will stand on your side. The next moment, Chung-Chi slowly took out the first generation of muon catalyst, and the energy value in it was instantly pushed to 100%. Chung-Chi was also angry and shouted, "Compensate for my potion with your life." Buzz, the space trembled, and the muon catalyst suddenly exploded, blooming a dazzling blue light column, like a divine sword, and was thrown out by Chung-Chi in a huge arc. The energy beam suddenly slashed down. The defense level of this private combat starship is far inferior to that of the former military Harrier starship. The defense position was broken in an instant, and then the surface of the starship was hit hard, and the armor was instantly wrinkled and broken. This slash created a huge gap of 20 meters in the starship, and the starship directly lost its flying posture and tilted down. Chung-Chi did not give up, and the muon catalyst slashed continuously. The scene was like a small human body swinging a huge light weapon, slashing the starship in the air into pieces. In the end, the private combat starship turned into huge fragments and crashed to the ground. During this process, even the pupils of the Eagle Demon were constantly shrinking. Chapter 127. Looking back at the entire Gene City. At this time, it has become dilapidated and mottled, with more than half of the buildings destroyed, and the towering city walls are full of gaps and a mess. The Eagle Demon is hanging in the air, with an indescribable look in his eyes. The pale and extremely weak senior brother Cassius also walked out of his laboratory, looked at the surrounding scenes, slowly raised his head, and tears fell. The blood-red sun also slowly rose from the east. The darkness gradually faded, which also meant that the truth of the Gene City would be exposed. The huge explosion and the sound of destruction had already alarmed thousands of flawed people. They walked out of the flawed valley, from the far end of the horizon, with the red morning light behind them, and slowly walked towards the Gene City. They no longer needed to get too close. They could see the scene inside the Gene City through the gap in the city wall. Although they walked in the morning sun, they were becoming more and more desperate. If the truth of the Gene City was like this, then they would no longer have the hope of being cured. Uncle Fei walked at the front, his eyes trembling, and 2 lines of turbid tears on his face. He had never thought that after he disappeared for 5 years, the Gene City had fallen to such a state. Through the largest gap, you can still see the huge statue of the genius pharmacist Valente. It survived the war, and is still standing. Valente in the statue has wise eyes, and looks firmly into the distance. At this point, it has become a huge irony. Gradually, all the flawed people gathered in front of the city wall. Cassius dragged his weak body over the city wall, and stood alone in front of all the flawed people. Their gazes were like sharp swords, piercing his body into pieces. Plop. Cassius bent his legs, facing thousands of flawed people, and suddenly knelt on the ground, slowly lowering his head. At this point, he had nothing to explain. It was also at this time. The terrifying figure of the Eagle Demon fell from the sky and landed beside Cassius, and then the eagle claws and black feathers gradually faded, revealing the face of Zheng Beige. Senior brother Kexayusi was shocked, but when he saw Zheng Beige slowly kneeling on his knees, he could only smile sadly. Even if Zheng Beige had great abilities, he had nowhere to display them because of his guilt. Suddenly, Uncle Fei slowly walked out of the crowd of flawed people, and while walking, he looked back at the somewhat dazed Xiangso and Quanyazi. Finally, Uncle Fei came to Kexayusi and Zheng Beige, reached out his hand, touched their heads, smiled, and raised his hand to tear off the biological disguise masks on their faces. Zheng Beige and Kexayusi were shocked, "Teacher." Someone in the crowd of flawed people also screamed, "Valente." Uncle Fei also faced thousands of flawed people, and slowly knelt on the ground. "I know my mistake cannot be made up, but 2 students were implicated by me. If possible, I will let you deal with them. Please let them live." "Teacher." Zheng Beige and Kexayusi both had tears in their eyes. "You are all responsible. You can't run away." The decline of the Gene City completely ignited the anger in the hearts of the defectors, and this flame became more fierce because it was fueled by despair. Chung-Chi did not participate in this conflict, where one side was extremely weak. Instead, he landed on the ground and walked in the ruined Gene City. Finally, Chung-Chi came to the sculpture of Valente and looked up. The half-gray light circle in his pupils had no light, but his shoulders flashed a blue light. That was the travel package of the KP-03 Quantum Intelligent Repair Cluster, that is, the small UFO carrying tens of thousands of nano-repair robots. The nano-robot floated out slowly like smoke and sank into the base of the huge sculpture. An electronic sound rang out. Encrypted door lock detected. Start cracking. 3, 2, 1. Swish. On the base of the sculpture, a secret door more than one person tall slowly opened. Chang-Chi smiled, slowly turned around, and looked at Valente, who was kneeling on the ground. Valente also noticed this scene. Inside the sculpture was his secret laboratory. Valente had not told anyone the location of this laboratory, because in his plan, the two stubborn students would eventually give up the Gene City and completely abandon it. At that time, he would tell the two students the location of the laboratory. The things in the lab are enough for the two students to live the rest of their lives in peace. At this moment, Valente sighed deeply and slowly closed his eyes. Chang-Chi, this little bastard. The reason why he approached the two students and himself was because he wanted to take the lab. What else can he make? Valente fantasy potion. He is talking nonsense. He is full of lies. At this point, the defectors will definitely beat himself and the two students to death, or even tear them apart. No one can stop Chang-Chi from moving the lab clean. Valente didn't know how Chang-Chi found the secret laboratory. But no matter what, that kid will be the biggest winner in the whole incident. Chang-Chi, you damn bastard. The scavenger boy wearing a blue cloak slowly walked into the entrance of the laboratory. In front of him was a spiral staircase, and he climbed up slowly step by step. He recalled the scene of last night in his mind. The reason why he used Type 1 biochemical armor to transform into a black mask was indeed to enhance his sense of smell, but not to identify the identity of the Eagle Demon, because he didn't know the existence of the Eagle Demon when he entered the Gene City for the first time. The former X-Series Ultraman armor had the function of enhancing the five senses of humans. Not to mention the Type 1 biochemical armor that was several levels higher. After receiving assistance, Chang-Chi's sense of smell was enhanced by nearly 30 times. He concluded that even if the Gene City was in ruins, there must be some inventory, and it might be inventory that even Zheng Beige didn't know about. Because Uncle Fei's words were full of guilt for the two students, he was very likely to have left some escape routes for the two students. Although it was just a tentative guess. But Chang-Chi still decided to enter the Gene City and start a search. But genetic medicines don't release any signal sources. How can we search the Gene City, which is so big? So Chang-Chi remembered the smell of the discarded medicines on the broken table in the Feishu cave. Although this behavior is a bit dog-like. But Chang-Chi still relied on his enhanced sense of smell to find the same smell in the Gene City, and then locked on this Valente sculpture. Unexpectedly, Valente was still a little narcissistic, and put his secret laboratory in his sculpture. This trick was also very effective. Zheng Beige and Kexius did not find it. And the encounter with the Eagle Demon. It was indeed beyond Chang-Chi's expectations. But it happened that it was the enhanced sense of smell at that time that enabled Chang-Chi to determine the true identity of the Eagle Demon in advance through the smell of the scavenger. Chapter 128. After climbing the last spiral staircase, it seemed that some kind of sensor switch was triggered. The white lights on the ceiling, like a ladder to heaven, lit up one after another, and the view suddenly became clear. This is a wide corridor. On both sides of the corridor, there are two rows of glass cabinets facing each other, shining brightly. There are also white lights installed in the cabinets, which illuminate the rows of black light-shielding test tubes clearly. As Chang-Chi walked, STC emits a blue beam of light. Similar technological creations detected, synthesis, similar technological creations detected, synthesis, similar technological creations detected, synthesis. The most wonderful sounds rang in my ears, one after another. Chang-Chi opened his arms, a smile on his face, and walked forward with his eyes closed. At this moment, he seemed to embrace the whole world. I said it before. I am the king of the world. At this time, a white, soft object came out of Chang-Chi's pocket. The person stood on Chang-Chi's shoulder. In his small black gemstone eyes, countless genetic drugs were reflected, and tears were faintly visible. Squeak! Squeak! I finally have food. I didn't expect that Valente was quite sentimental. When Chang-Chi walked in, the sound system automatically turned on, and played a gorgeous and cheerful dance music. Chang-Chi had never heard such beautiful music before, and he was in a good mood, so he danced unconsciously. The scavenger boy can't dance at all, but he can dance blindly. In the beautiful dance music, Chang-Chi made a gorgeous 360-degree turn, followed the rhythm of the music, touched his chest with his left hand, and pointed to a genetic medicine cabinet with his right hand. The blue scanning beam bloomed brilliantly. Ordinary black market genetic medicine, *118, start synthesis, synthesis successful, high-quality black market genetic medicine, *59. Chang-Chi made another gorgeous 720-degree turn, raised his head, and pointed to another set of genetic medicine cabinets with his right hand. High-quality black market gene medicine, *56, start synthesis, synthesis successful, super black market gene medicine, *28. The music began to get louder. Chang-Chi did a front flip, plus a gorgeous rotation of unknown degree, and pointed to another set of medicine cabinets. Valente gene medicine, *22, start synthesis, synthesis successful. Valente fantasy medicine, *11. The crazy synthesis has just begun. Chang-Chi did another gorgeous rotation of unknown degree, with his left hand supporting the back of his head and his right hand pointing forward. Start synthesis, success, success, success. Valente fantasy potion, *170. During this process, Chang-Chi spun in circles one after another, mainly because in his impression, dancing is just spinning to death. Oh my god, I can't do it anymore. I'm a little confused. Chang-Chi stumbled and exited the spinning top state. He could only feel a bunch of small flies flying back and forth in front of him. Fuck, everyone is flying little stars, but I'm flying little flies. Again, I'm going to end up with a garbage dump in this life. Chang-Chi held his head and looked at what was in front of him. He turned to the end of the corridor unconsciously, and in front of him were a dozen jars lined up on the ground, among which were some black medicines. These medicines were not treated well. They were not in the cabinet, but in the corner of the wall. Chang-Chi looked and smelled. It turned out that this was the kind of painkiller, which was the medicine that Zheng Beige had distributed to the children before. I won't turn around anymore. But the synthesis must continue. Chang-Chi raised his right wrist, and the STC burst out a blue beam, covering more than a dozen bottles of painkillers. Similar technological creations detected. Conventional gene painkillers, *12. Synthesis successful, gene abnormality suppression medicine, *6. Chang-Chi did not stop and continued to synthesize. Gene repair medicine, *3. Synthesis successful. Human exclusive defect gene repair medicine, paradox version, *1. Chang-Chi looked at the new synthetic creation and narrowed his eyes. Paradox version? What do you mean? The source of this medicine is extremely mysterious, but its effect is extremely powerful. It can repair 99% of the defective genes in the human body caused by drug experiments, congenital genetic defects, etc. Chang-Chi's eyes narrowed. Isn't this just used to repair defective people? Paradox version. At present, this medicine is in a paradoxical state, between existence and non-existence. Whether it will eventually condense into shape depends on the subsequent causal choice. The chooser Valente, hiss. Chang-Chi took a deep breath, and then looked at the plain black test tube in his hand. Professional gene drug test tubes are all painted black on the outside to prevent direct sunlight, and prevent unexpected reactions of the drug, which may damage the effect. Chang-Chi gently opened the stopper of the test tube and looked inside. He saw a magical scene. The light green liquid in it suddenly became transparent. The weight on his hand was reduced a little, as if it had never existed. In the next moment, green liquid formed in the test tube again, rippling slightly. It's really between existence and non-existence. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes, and had a guess in his mind. The blueprint of the human exclusive defective gene repair agent, synthesized by STC this time, may come from a parallel universe, just like the Mullen Mars version of superconducting electronic assistant. For this universe, whether this repair agent can exist depends on Valente's choice. If he chooses the wrong one, then this agent will disappear into thin air. If he chooses the right one, then this agent will truly become a physical entity. As for what the options are, Chang-Chi looked at the Valente fantasy potion he had synthesized, and the answer was obvious. Later, Chang-Chi would let that guy make the final choice, and now. Chang-Chi looked at the 170 Valente fantasy potion in front of him and smiled. This kind of potion is already the limit for Valente, but for me, Chang-Chi, it's just the beginning. After taking out two Valente fantasy potion separately, STC emits a blue fan-shaped beam. Similar technological creation detected, begin synthesis, bud of life gene sequence liberating potion, *84, tree of life gene sequence liberating potion, *42. Chang-Chi is looking forward to it more and more. The synthesis path is still the same, and the next step is a height that has never been reached before. Begin synthesis, synthesis successful, human extreme genetic potion, *21. Chapter 129. Human extreme genetic medicine, looking at the myriad intelligent creatures in the universe, humans are in the middle and lower stages. The upper limit of genes for each human being is determined at birth. Under this premise, the genetic limit of each human being is different, human extreme genetic medicine can activate all the potential contained in human genes in a short period of time, forming a genetic level impact. Once successful, the genetic level of the user will be instantly raised to the upper limit, and the level will be permanently fixed, instant upper limit. Chang-Chi looked at the annotation in his view and couldn't help but exclaimed, "The Lente Fantasy Potion only has a chance to upgrade 3 levels in a row, but this potion at this time is even more abnormal, and it is directly capped." When Chang-Chi saw the last line of the annotation, the expression on his face was hard to describe. Probability of successful impact 0.00000001%. This is lower than the probability of 10 consecutive draws in the game in the old era. Chang-Chi shook his head. Sure enough, with such a crazy reward, the success rate is ridiculously low. I don't know what level of destiny one must have to be to unleash the power of this potion. Of course, even if someone has this probability, he probably doesn't have the channel to obtain this potion. As for whether Chang-Chi is the Destiny Child, there is no need to test it at all. Just continue to synthesize, and the effect of the potion will naturally be multiplied. Start synthesis. Synthesis successful. Gene explosion potion. *10. Chang-Chi's eyes widened. Big explosion? The moment he saw the name of the potion, Chang-Chi thought that he had taken too big a step, and was screwing his balls. What the hell is this big explosion? Will he explode on the spot after taking it? Gene Big Explosion Potion, upgraded version of Extreme Potion. The principle is also to call on gene potential, but it does not form a single impact, but gradually forms 30 gene big explosions, resulting in gene enhancement, gene mutation, and gene leapfrogging. Although it cannot achieve the effect of instant capping, the single success rate is greatly improved, and there are almost no side effects, The most precious thing about this potion is that it can break through various inhibitory situations such as congenital defect genes, default gene caps, and high-energy civilization gene locks. In this field, this potion is one of the best products, This potion comes from a 3.8 level new human civilization, Chang-Chi paused, his eyes slowly lit up. Breakthrough inhibition? The inhibition chain mentioned by the Queen is a kind of inhibition, so this medicine in front of him is just the right medicine. There are also 30 gene explosions. This description sounds extremely amazing. Then, Chang-Chi asked with some doubts, what is the new human civilization? Although their civilization has the word human, it is completely different from humans. It is just that under the same cosmic ecological environment, they have evolved the same physiological structure as humans, including the same appearance characteristics and brain, but their wisdom, cognition, and technological level are far higher than humans. They are also human, but they are a bit like the gods we know. Chang-Chi's eyes were full of longing. I wonder if I will have the opportunity to see them, and their civilization in person in the future. It was also at this time. Chang-Chi suddenly saw that there was a small black cube in the row of Gene Explosion Potion that had just been synthesized. Pick up the cube. Chang-Chi found that the material of this thing was very delicate, with a frosted touch. It was about the same size as human mahjong, but very thin and very high-end. What is this? Chang-Chi looked at the small cube. How could such an item appear in the potion? It clearly did not exist just now. In the new human civilization, every 10 gene explosion drugs will be equipped with such a device. Its function is the gene manual. You can think of it as a gift. Gene manual. Chang-Chi's eyes lit up. You are really humane. You even synthesized the instructions. According to the instructions of STC, Chang-Chi attached the black piece to his right wrist. A magical scene appeared. The black piece seemed to melt and penetrated into Chang-Chi's skin. In the end, only a small black square was left on his wrist, just like a tattoo. Chang-Chi was a little surprised. Even if it's a gift, it has a very high technological content. Touch the black box gently. A picture suddenly appeared in Chang-Chi's perspective. The black bottom looks like a coordinate axis at the bottom, with 24 nodes on it, but both the coordinates and nodes are dark gray, as if they are not activated. And under the second and third nodes, there are 2 groups of words. Instinct line and supernatural line. Above these 2 nodes, 2 vertical axes extend out, with 24 nodes in them. Similarly, these nodes are also gray, as if they are not colored. Is this a genetic instruction manual? It's not that simple. A glimpse of the whole picture reveals the whole picture. Chang-Chi can instantly determine that this is a genetic ability map. Instinct line. Supernatural line. Chang-Chi's eyes flickered. Before he was blocked by the inhibition chain, he should have activated these 2 abilities. Lines. Then, the horizontal axis has 24 nodes, which means that there are 24 different lines in human genes. The vertical axis should be the promotion space of these abilities. The instinct line should refer to the basic abilities of humans, such as thinking, basic physical fitness, etc. The supernatural line should refer to the supernatural abilities defined by humans. It is rumored that some people with high-level genes will master some special abilities, which should belong to this category. Like Zheng Beige, he should belong to another line. For example, the gene mutation line or something like that. I see. Cheng Qi was a little dignified. This time he realized that he had uncovered a small corner of the vast genetic world through that small instruction manual. I don't know what kind of data will appear in this interface in the future, but at least it can allow Cheng Qi to fully understand his own situation. Human genes actually have 24 lines. I wonder how many lines have been opened in today's human civilization, and to what extent has it been improved. As for myself, when I break the inhibition chain, the gene circuit diagram should be updated. At this moment, Cheng Qi looked at 10, Gene Explosion Potion, which was undoubtedly the most suitable potion. Squeak. Cheng Qi just picked up a potion, but heard a squeak. The little guy was holding the Valent Fantasy Potion that Cheng Qi had just given him like a pillar, but he didn't drink it, but stared at the gene explosion in front of Cheng Qi with his little eyes. Cheng Qi tilted his head. You want to drink this too? Gigi. Gigi called out weakly, not to make trouble, but to seek Cheng Qi's opinion. If nothing unexpected happens, we will not lack the raw materials for the medicine in the future. Cheng Qi smiled. What's more, I once promised you that I would raise you to be the fattest little white mouse in the universe. Said. Cheng Qi picked up a gene explosion, pulled out the cork, and put it in Gigi's arms. Gigi's pink nose twitched, his beard trembled, and his little eyes flashed. Then, Cheng Qi also picked up a gene explosion, pulled out the cork, and gently touched it with the medicine in Gigi's arms, making a crisp collision sound. Come on, cheers! Gigi. Chapter 130. Ton ton ton. Sizzle. Cheng Qi tilted his head back to drink the medicine. Gigi put his mouth into the test tube to drink the medicine. A moment. Both medicines were upside down. Cheng Qi smacked his lips. Gigi also smacked his lips. Apart from the good taste, it seemed that there was nothing else. Cheng Qi remembered that the notes clearly stated that there were almost no side effects. So he did not hesitate, and immediately opened 2 more bottles, and clinked glasses with Gigi. Keep drinking. Ton ton ton. Hiss hiss hiss. No feeling. Squeak. Not full. Keep drinking. Ton ton ton. Hiss hiss hiss. 1 man and 1 mouse, spinning, gene explosion potion, like crazy. If a human geneticist saw this scene, he would probably go crazy on the spot. Each gene explosion potion actually forms 30 critical hits in essence. Not to mention the gene repair function, each critical hit has a high probability of a leapfrog upgrade of the gene level. 30 times plus high probability. 1 Valent Fantasy Potion can drive the entire human race crazy, and the effect of gene explosion potion is undoubtedly geometrical multiples of it, and the existing human civilization is simply impossible to produce such a potion. Its preciousness is probably beyond definition. However, it is such a potion that Cheng Qi drinks like tap water, in the end. Cheng Qi drank a full 6 bottles of Gene Explosion Potion, while Gigi drank 4 bottles. At this time, Gigi was like a fluffy balloon, with 4 legs unable to touch the ground, and 4 feet facing up, rolling slightly on the ground. Gigi's expression could be said to be very blurred, and he squinted his eyes, as if he had entered a state of food addiction. The whole mouse felt very comfortable, and he had never drunk such a delicious potion. In the basement of the Gene Research Institute, in order to survive for a long time, he needed to eat a fixed amount of food every day, so he had never eaten so wantonly. Gigi. Gigi murmured a little. Cheng Qi knew that this little guy was now very satisfied and felt like he was floating in the air. Then, Cheng Qi began to understand his own situation. He first entered the switching interface of the double gene sequence. It was called a page, but it was actually a mysterious space deep in his consciousness. The space was dark and deep, with only 2 sets of DNA floating quietly. But at this time, 2 concrete, dark gray iron chains tightly wrapped the 2 sets of DNA, making it airtight. This is the inhibition chain that was concretized after the Queen's reminder. It seemed as if everything had fallen into a kind of stagnation and silence. Nothing has changed. Does the effect of the medicine need time? Cheng Qi was puzzled and his perspective returned to reality. But he found that Gigi was standing on the ground, hunched over, looking at the ground, with pink light blooming in his eyes, and it was unusually strong. Moreover, Gigi's round belly also disappeared, as if all the medicine had been digested by it. Gigi! Gigi let out a loud cry, and saw the pink crystals on its head growing inch by inch. Chang-Chi opened his eyes slightly. Gigi could actually evolve through drugs. The crystals on Gigi's brain grew longer and longer. Originally only about 2 to 3 centimeters, they have now grown to nearly 10 centimeters. Then the crystals slowly bent backwards, and gradually fitted onto Gigi's back. The white hair on its spine seemed to be melted by the crystals, and then the crystals merged with the skin on its back, blooming with pink brilliance. About 3 minutes later, Gigi's appearance changed dramatically. The crystals formed a crystal-clear skull on top of its head. Its brain, which was originally exposed, was finally covered. Then the crystals on the top of its head formed a crystal spine along Gigi's body. Gigi's entire tail turned into pink crystal, but it was not rigid. Instead, it could swing back and forth in the air. This must be some kind of evolution. Chang-Chi felt incredible. At this moment, Gigi suddenly raised his head and uttered a penetrating cry towards the sky. Gigi. Although Chang-Chi's silicon-based biological genes were suppressed, he still maintained basic contact with Gigi. There were no strange sounds at the scene. But when Gigi made that cry, Chang-Chi heard countless earth-shaking beast roars, as if they were some kind of response to Gigi. And none of those beast sounds were what Chang-Chi had heard before. They came from the depths of the universe, and could be any kind of outer space monster on any planet. At this moment, the yellow eyes of the Type 1 biochemical armor on Chang-Chi's chest also appeared automatically. It looked at Gigi, and yellow light bloomed in its eyes, and it also made a low response sound. Slurp! Chang-Chi instantly realized the truth. After Gigi evolved, he could establish connections with more strange creatures? And this connection can span infinitely far distances. Chang-Chi also thought of a possibility. Suppose he encounters other monsters in space in the future, can Gigi also control them? Even if it is not so ideal, it should not be a problem to establish some communication. This is a very strong advantage. This is indeed a bit of an unexpected surprise. Chang-Chi wanted to feed Gigi, but he did not expect that it would promote Gigi's evolution. Just as Chang-Chi was happy, there was a sudden loud noise, which scared Chang-Chi into a cold sweat. Boom! The sound was so loud that it was even a little scary. For a moment, Chang-Chi thought that the Valente sculpture was hit by a large lightspeed weapon, but in fact, there was no change around, and the terrifying loud noise came from his mind. Boom! Another loud noise. Chang-Chi's whole body shook, he was covered in cold sweat, and his head hurt. The perspective returned to his own gene space, and he finally discovered the truth. But the loud noise came from his own human DNA double helix. The DNA was still entangled by the thick iron chain, but after another shocking loud noise, the thick iron chain trembled. Chang-Chi suddenly realized. The gene explosion. No, it was his own critical strike. Boom! Another terrifying loud noise. Inhibition chain trembles. Boom, boom, boom. The loud noises continued, and it felt like there was a house made of reinforced concrete, with windows and doors sealed. But a big man holding a heavy hammer was smashing it again and again inside the house. He wanted to break the cage, because all this happened in Chang-Chi's mind. So this kind of smashing brought a shocking impact, and a loud noise that only Chang-Chi could hear. Boom, boom. Amid the loud noises, Chang-Chi silently calculated that a huge response should be a critical hit, and he took 6 gene explosion drugs, which is 6*30, 180 times. After about the 60th smash, the chains on human DNA were already full of cracks. A blazing flame ignited in Chang-Chi's heart. I am finally going to break free. Chapter 131. Bang! Crack! The red stone exploded. It was a flawed person who smashed Valente's head with the broken stone in his hand. Valente had no expression, and the stone did not cause any damage to him, but left some debris and a shallow white mark on his head. In the back, many flawed people held the stones tightly. The master and his disciples knelt like that, facing thousands of flawed people. If their nature was extremely evil, then this scene would not have happened at all. They would have run away long ago, disappearing without a trace. Because of the conscience in their hearts, they turned into a huge self-blame. So, they put aside all their thoughts and quietly waited for the final punishment. There is a saying that is not very appropriate, but it is quite appropriate. Good people don't last long, bad people live for 1,000 years. Okay. It was Chang-Chi who slowly walked out of the gap in the city wall, and looked at the group of flawed people. Stop fighting. The flawed person at the front stopped his arm in the air, and did not continue to hit. Chang-Chi's words had a little weight among the flawed people. Because not long ago, Chang-Chi's junk starship landed in the valley, and brought them a lot of fresh fruits and vegetables. Zhang Beige frowned. What are you doing here? Get out of here. Valente looked unfriendly, and looked at Changqi with eyes like fire. What else do you want? Changqi didn't say anything nonsense, and a black test tube appeared in his palm. He stretched his palm in front of Valente. Valente Fantasy Potion. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was silent. Valente's pupils shrank instantly. Ha. But after just a few seconds, Valente laughed absurdly. Ha. Are you crazy or am I crazy? You stayed in my laboratory for more than 10 minutes and took out the Valente Fantasy Potion? Ha. Changqi looked calm, raised his hand, and took out a device with a small screen at the tail and a thin steel needle at the tip. This is a drug component detector. You can measure the data yourself. Changqi said slowly. As a genius pharmacist, you will definitely see the result at a glance. Valente was stunned. Is this the equipment in my laboratory? Why haven't I seen it before? Changqi smiled. I made a small upgrade to it. Valente was stunned. He glanced at the unreliable equipment in Changqi's hand, and then at the ordinary test tube of medicine. Ha. Valente started laughing absurdly again. How is it possible? How is it possible? I have spent my entire life's knowledge and countless resources to touch the medicine, and you are a young boy from a garbage earth. How could you? Valente suddenly choked back the second half of his sentence, and became extremely quiet. He stared at Changqi's pupils with wide eyes. There was still a half-gray circle in Changqi's pupils, which was the characteristic of defective genes or gene failures. But at this time, the half-circle in Changqi's eyes was actually covered with fine cracks. In fact, Changqi's gene crit had not ended yet, and the shocking loud noise in his head continued. He walked out early because he was afraid that Valente, Zhang Beige, and others would really be beaten to death by the defectives. Valente's eyes widened. He found that Changqi's pupils were not only full of cracks on the gray semicircle, but also faintly appeared in the depths of the pupils. Because the pupils were too small, Valente had to use all his eyesight to count them one by one. 1, 2, 3, 4. But before he finished counting, the light of those light circles became stronger, intertwined, and could not be distinguished. Valente was completely shocked. He stuttered. What on earth did you do, or what potion did you make? Valente couldn't believe it. Changqi must have taken something. The signs were obvious. What kind of medicine could allow a person with defective genes to transform directly into a person with high genes? These were impossible in Valente's knowledge and experience. But Changqi pushed the black test tube in his hand forward again, and said with a burning look, Test. Valente's heart suddenly twitched. If Changqi really had the ability to turn decay into magic, then Valente was still kneeling on the ground, his arms trembling as he picked up Changqi's test instrument, opened the test tube, slowly inserted it into the tester, and let the probe touch the original solution. The next moment, a large amount of data appeared on the screen above the tester. In the blue interface, white characters scrolled quickly, including extremely complex chemical formulas and a large number of text annotations. The characters scrolled very fast. If it were someone else, let alone understanding it, it would be a problem whether they could even see it clearly. But Valente didn't move, his face flickered under the screen, his pupils were beating rapidly, worthy of the name of genius. He could see clearly, understand and digest. After a full minute and a half, the data finally scrolled to the end, the screen stopped flashing, and the words replay appeared on the top, but Valente didn't click it. Instead he turned into a clay sculpture. Changqi raised his hand, and took the potion back from Valente. Without asking, Changqi also knew that Valente had identified the authenticity of the potion. Cries pursed his pale, cracked lips, and called out softly, Teacher. Valente was kneeling on the ground, his hand still holding the potion, and the wind with red sand blew his white hair, shaking it slightly. Zhang Beige also looked worried. Teacher. Woo. Valente, who was frozen in place, suddenly cried, and tears burst out in an instant. He suddenly fell on his back, with his face facing the red sky, and his crying became louder and louder. On his face, dirt and tears mixed together to form dark red mud. He wiped it with his sleeve, and his whole face became even more turbid. Woo. New tears washed away the mud, leaving traces on his face. Valente recalled his own glory in the black market. Recalling the self, who refused the invitation of the Galaxy Science Alliance, and was proud of his talent. Also recalled the self, who had just established the Gene City, and was full of vigor and vitality. And the self who had just developed the prototype of Valente Fantasy Potion, and jumped 3 feet high. Woo. Valente, a man close to 70 years old, cried more miserably. He recalled the first and only large-scale test of the fantasy potion, when the crowds were crowded and scrambling. Then, human faces appeared in his eyes. They were the first batch of humans who became skinny and had severe brain edema due to the sequelae of the fantasy potion. Then, these people died one after another. The scene was miserable. Valente stood up, knelt on the ground, and knocked his head against the stone in front of him again and again. Even though he was physically strong, this time he finally knocked out blood, which mixed with tears and mud. Woo woo woo. In the past few years. As a waste uncle, he lived among the defectives, trying to find a way to treat them by observing their symptoms. But no matter whether it was 100 or 200 experiments, they all failed. As the waste uncle, he watched his student Jung Beige from afar, secretly distributing painkillers to the defective children, and watched Jung Beige become thinner day by day. As the waste uncle, he also secretly observed the number of customer starships in the atmosphere. He knew very well that the customers were decreasing day by day, and in the end, there were almost no customers in the Gene City. He knew that he could not die, but he still tried various suicides every day to relieve his guilt. All of this was because of him. It was all because of the gene potion he imagined. Once, he had made an unshakable conclusion that Valente fantasy potion absolutely did not exist, but he just saw it. He really saw that what Chang-Chi had in his hand was the Valente fantasy potion he had always dreamed of. Now he clearly has the potion. But for some reason, he just couldn't suppress his emotions, and couldn't suppress his crying. Whoa! Valente curled up on the ground, his forehead pressed against the soil, pulling his hair, his voice hoarse from crying. He gradually understood. Once, he made a failed fantasy potion, causing 5,000 people to fall into hell. This was a huge mistake. If Valente fantasy potion really didn't exist, it would be fine. No one in this world can make Valente fantasy potion. As long as you touch it, you will inevitably make mistakes. But now, the real Valente fantasy potion has appeared, which means that the beautiful dream that he denied does exist, but he has no ability to touch it. This makes him lose his last excuse, and self-blame is like a huge wave, drowning everything. Why didn't it appear earlier? Or, it's okay that he never had the idea to make this potion. People thought that he had found an outlet for his emotions at this moment. But in fact, his emotions became more complicated at this moment. Valente suddenly raised his head, looked at the blood-red sun in the sky, and let out a heart-wrenching cry. Chapter 132. The shouts pierced the sky. Valente's hysteria gradually made the flawed people lose their patience. They clenched the stones in their hands and slowly gathered forward. Chang-Chi had a little status in their hearts, but it was not high. With a whoosh, the flawed person threw a stone, which hit Valente's forehead and broke into pieces. I don't know which flawed person threw a fist-sized stone at Chang-Chi without knowing right or wrong, with great force and speed. The Type 1 biochemical armor reacted quickly. Chang-Chi waved his hand to smash the stone into powder, and then squinted his eyes at the group of defectives. Some people even trembled because of Chang-Chi's gaze. But Valente slowly stood up. His voice was calm, but it echoed in everyone's ears. He, Chang-Chi, developed the real Valente fantasy potion. This sentence, like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, caused an uproar. The defectives were startled, and then countless whispers overlapped and became a rumbling sound. They had already completely despaired of Valente fantasy potion, but the words of confirmation came from Valente himself, which made them have to believe it. Kexius and Jung Beige looked at each other, and saw extremely shocked expressions in each other's eyes. Valente looked up at the red sky. Chang-Chi's attainments in genetic medicine are 100 times, 10,000 times, 10,000 times better than mine. I am unworthy of being called a genius. Valente slowly closed his eyes, and 2 lines of compromised tears slowly flowed down his cheeks. Chang-Chi called out, Valente, come to me. Yes. No one expected that Valente would say yes in obedience to Chang-Chi's call. Perhaps, this is the great emotional change of a top scientist after his self-confidence was shattered, and he completely gave up. Valente came to Chang-Chi and bowed his head slightly. Chang-Chi stretched out his hands, one of which was the Valente fantasy potion, and the other hand was a test tube with a light shielding coating. Chang-Chi suddenly lowered his voice. You have to make a choice now. Valente's eyes slightly opened, not knowing what was going on. 2 potions, one is Valente fantasy potion. The other is the defective gene repair potion, which has a certain probability of curing the defectives. And you can only take one of them from me. Chang-Chi's voice was so low that only Valente and the 2 students nearby could hear it. Which one do you choose? Valente's eyes suddenly opened wide. He really didn't expect to encounter such a choice at this time and place. His heart also surged with huge waves at this moment. Chang-Chi stared at Valente. If he chose Valente Fantasy Potion, then Gene City would truly rise, and its reputation would spread throughout the entire human civilization. This potion would be enough to make them rich in a short period of time, and become as rich as a country. The advantage is that Chang-Chi would get a powerful, and even the most powerful potion supplier in the entire human society, and the feedback he could get would be unimaginable, because as long as there is sufficient funding, genetic technology will also be innovative. The downside is that by then, there may be high-level genes everywhere, and I am no better than a dog. Of course, a dog is a bit exaggerated. After all, Chang-Chi is a man with STC. He is definitely outstanding, but his personal aura will be weakened. And if Valente chooses, human-exclusive defective gene repair agent, then thousands of defective people will be cured, Valente's heart will be redeemed, and the defective crisis will be over. The human gene system will not be shaken. With Valente's previous technology, it shouldn't be a problem to make some basic gene drugs. The problem is that Gene City can't turn around instantly, its financial strength will become much weaker, and research and development will be hindered. The supply to Chang-Chi will inevitably be slow and insufficient. As for why it must choose one of the two, STC made a supplement before. Since Chang-Chi synthesized the paradoxical item, he must solve this paradox, either make the repair potion a reality, or make it disappear. If the paradox persists, it will cause unpredictable serious consequences. Valente Fantasy Potion is a fantasy. Human-exclusive defective gene repair potion is a paradox. In human civilization, only one of the two can exist. Chang-Chi sighed inwardly. As the old saying goes, you can't have both fish and bear's paw. At this time, Zhang Beige and Cassius' lips trembled to varying degrees, and they stared at their teacher intently. Valente's forehead was covered with a layer of sweat unconsciously. This was not an easy choice. Chang-Chi had a guess in his mind. He had had in-depth contact with Valente, so Chang-Chi had another interpretation of Valente's seemingly crazy behavior just now. Valente's heart was filled with only regret and remorse. When he saw the fantasy potion become a reality, regret and remorse swallowed up everything in him. So he was very likely to choose the repair potion to complete his self-salvation and completely get rid of his inner demons. The breeze blew the red sand. Valente's white hair was also blown by the wind, and he stretched out his trembling arms, but unexpectedly, he grabbed the Valente Fantasy Potion. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes slightly. Valente raised the potion and looked at the liquid in it under the red sunlight. The liquid also turned blood red due to the sunlight. Valente's eyes were moist. What he held in his hand was exactly what he had been dreaming about. Chang-Chi could clearly feel that the weight of the repair potion in his hand was getting lighter and lighter. Hee. Valente suddenly smiled. Whoosh! He swung his arm, and snap! Valente Fantasy Potion was thrown to the ground by him. The test tube broke into pieces. The potion was scattered all over the ground, slowly seeping into the soil and disappearing. Chang-Chi tilted his head slightly. Zhang Beige and Cassius' faces suddenly froze. Next, Valente took a deep breath again, took the gene repair potion from Chang-Chi's hand, and held it tightly in his hand. Valente Fantasy Potion can be born. Then, Zhang Lunt Fantasy Potion and Li Lunt Fantasy Potion will definitely be born in the future. They may all become disasters for mankind. I don't want to be the beginning of this matter. I would rather that Valente Fantasy Potion never existed. Valente looked at Chang-Chi with a firm gaze. I choose to heal everyone. Zhang Beige and Cassius had a complicated look on their faces, then slowly became relieved. Mr. Chang-Chi, don't worry. Valente said, from now on, I can still provide you with unlimited potions. Chang-Chi smiled and looked at the broken potion on the ground. How to provide it? You no longer have a cash cow. You don't know? Valente held the repair potion in his hand, not knowing whether it was an illusion or some other reason, but he only felt that its weight was getting heavier and heavier. In the entire human civilization, the number of people with genetic defects due to various reasons is already an astonishing number. Perhaps it has accounted for 30% of the total human population. Among them, there are many wealthy and powerful people. Valente looked at Chang-Chi. Gene City, from today on, will change its nature and become the first effective gene repair hospital in the entire human civilization. Repair hospital? Chang-Chi opened his eyes slightly. He remembered that Hong Yun on the garbage earth had suffered genetic damage due to the backlash of the drug. Although her genetic level was later improved, the damage was permanently imprinted in her genes. It seems that, Looking at the entire human civilization, everyone is pursuing advanced genes, and the effects of the drugs on the market are almost all of the kind of rare success rate and huge damage rate. Under such a background, the number of people with genetic defects and damage is probably countless. As for this drug, since it comes from Mr. Chang-Chi's hands, the effect is self-evident. I will restore and produce this drug. It won't take long. Valente's eyes flickered. Gene City will gain another unshakable position and amazing wealth. And you, Chang-Chi, will be the only boss of Gene City. As for me, Valente. The gray-haired old man gritted his teeth. I am just a redeemer who is ready to spend the rest of his life healing humans. Chang-Chi's eyes flickered. He had just entered human society and had little experience. He had never thought that there was such a different way. Of course. Valente promised. I will also build a gene drug production line, but I will not sell it. I will only serve Mr. Chung. At this moment, Chang-Chi finally understood Valente's entire plan. He couldn't help but smile with relief. It turns out, you can have both fish and bear's paw. Chapter 133. Boom, boom, in Chang-Chi's mind, the huge sound continued. In the process just now, his own gene crit never stopped, and in the gene space, the iron chain of inhibition chain was already full of cracks, and those cracks were getting bigger and bigger, and dazzling golden light penetrated from the gaps, and what surprised Chang-Chi was that, at first, only the iron chain on the human double helix DNA had cracks. And now, the iron chain of silicon-based DNA has also changed and is also full of cracks. At first, Chang-Chi was still worried that the inhibition chain of silicon-based creatures would require some other drugs, such as silicon-based civilization drugs, to break the blockade. Now, the two genes are one and the same, both belong to Chang-Chi, and can be used together. Chang-Chi didn't know whether this was a kind of luck or a common phenomenon. Of course, there was no way to verify this. Perhaps, Chang-Chi was the only owner of a double gene sequence in this universe. Chang-Chi himself stood on the dark red ground with his eyes slightly open. In the gene space, the iron chain on the carbon-based DNA was overwhelmed and began to drop fragments. Chang-Chi could vaguely see that the double helix DNA inside the iron chain had turned golden, shining brightly, exuding a shocking momentum. What the hell are you two doing there? You said you made a fantasy potion. Why did you fall again? Are you acting? If they run away, we will be completely hopeless. I think they are just stalling for time. Everyone, come on, catch them. At this time, the defectives have already started rioting. Their faces were originally ugly, and now they surrounded them like zombies. Boom, boom, the loud noises in Chang-Chi's mind became stronger and stronger, and the frequency became faster and faster. With a bang, the iron chain on the carbon-based DNA fell apart and exploded into countless fragments. The complete double helix DNA emerged, no longer the previous blue, but golden, as if it was made of gold, dazzling. Shut up. Facing thousands of defectives, Chang-Chi suddenly shouted angrily. At this moment, the gray semicircle in his pupil suddenly shattered, and 5 golden halos appeared in his pupil. Thousands of flawed people suddenly felt an unprecedented state, which was a kind of intangible and invisible shock, as if carrying a natural restraint, making them feel palpitations and hair stand on end. Unconsciously, thousands of flawed people actually took a step back. This is... Valente stood beside Chang-Chi and clearly saw the changes in Chang-Chi's pupils. A-level gene person. But no, why is their gene expression this color? Valente is knowledgeable in the field of genes. He has seen more than 5 A-level gene people, but at this moment, he can't explain the situation in front of him. At the same time, Valente turned his head and looked at the terrified flawed people. His heart was pounding. In theory, legend, and speculation, human genes are related to the mysterious power of the universe. The strength of the gene level is the strength of the mysterious power. This is originally a field of mysticism, but it can also be linked to biomagnetic fields and quantum mechanics between thoughts. If it is placed in the animal world, when a weak antelope sees a mature tiger, even if there is no predation, the antelope will instinctively fear it. In severe cases, it may even lose the ability to escape. Valente's eyes moved back and forth between the defective person and Chang-Chi. On one side is a very low-level defective gene person, and on the other side is a high-level gene person with unique genetic attributes. Antelopes and tigers. This... Valente's eyes twitched. Could this be the unproven genetic suppression? You are all greedy. Chang-Chi spoke, 5 golden circles flashing in his eyes. His voice was shocking and penetrating. The city of genes can be what it is today, half because of Valente's recklessness, and the other half because of your greed. You seem weak. In fact, in my heart, pity and hatred coexist. Chang-Chi's eyes were like sharp swords. For example, Vanilla, she is only a teenager now. She was just a child 5 years ago. Who brought her here? It was you, the parents, and Quan Yazi. You knew that your genes were flawed, but you still didn't control your desires. You released them here recklessly, and had promiscuous sex. The moment those children were born, they had already stepped half a foot into hell. Valente and the others did not escape, but stayed here, which can be regarded as facing their responsibilities. And I am willing to provide the gene repair drug as an option, which is also my last mercy. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes slightly. If you continue to be so vicious, I will let you. Fend for yourself. This sentence was repeated. In addition to the invisible gene suppression, all the defectives were stiff, their pupils trembled, and the scene was silent. Zheng Bei's eyes were full of tears again, and she looked at Chang-Chi with some trembling. No one is willing to be trapped endlessly, and no one will really be willing to take all the responsibilities. He just never complained because he blamed himself. Chang-Chi said what he had never dared to say. Valente slowly exhaled, but the breath was trembling and his throat was bitter. Boom, boom, boom. The huge sound in Chang-Chi's brain did not stop. The chain of silicon-based DNA also broke at this moment, but after all, it was the human gene Big Bang agent, which did not catalyze the silicon-based gene, so the silicon-based rhombus dodecasome DNA did not change significantly, but only broke through the inhibition chain. Despite this, deep in Chang-Chi's pupils, the characteristics of silicon-based creatures emerged for a moment, and in the center of the light circle, dazzling colorful glass appeared. Valente suddenly took a step back, staring at Chang-Chi's pupils. What is this? Boom, boom, boom. Chang-Chi's gene critical hits have not been used up, and there are about 20 left. The loud noise is still continuing, and Chang-Chi clearly feels that the remaining 20 critical hits will all act on his carbon-based DNA. Boom! The earth shook. This time, it was the external landform that changed. In the far distance, the defective valley suddenly began to steam up a lot of dust, and heard huge cracking and falling sounds. Zheng Beige reacted first. The main part of the defective valley is soil. The previous fierce bombardment of the starship caused geological tremors, and the defective valley is going to collapse. Not good. In the defective crowd, Vanilla exclaimed, the kids of Kwanya Zai are still in the valley. Boom, boom, boom. The critical strike in Chang-Chi's mind continued, but no one could see it. In the depths of his pupils, a sixth light circle appeared faintly. This was the 1/1000th of S-level high-level gene in human civilization. At the same time, the gene circuit map, obtained earlier, appeared in Chang-Chi's eyes. On the horizontal coordinate axis, the word supernatural line lit up slightly. At the same time, a line was extended on the corresponding vertical coordinate axis, and nodes were lit up one after another. The birth of every human consciousness has its unique, specific meaning and role. This also determines his ability range. Every human with a special mission has his own special ability. User Chang-Chi, your ability is speed. Genetic circuit diagram. Slowly emerged a line of explanation. At the same time, accompanied by the loud noise of gene crit, the annotation of the first node slowly emerged on the vertical axis corresponding to the supernatural line. First level speed. Then, the annotation of the second node also emerged. Level 2 speed. Then the third node. Level 3 speed. Then the fourth and fourth. Level 4 speed. At the same time, a branch suddenly split out horizontally on the fourth node, forming a new node, which seemed to be some kind of derivative ability, super metabolic rate. Chang-Chi opened his eyes slightly. I, who was promoted to a new gene level, gained the legendary supernatural power. And all this has long hinted that this power is speed. So, what is the so-called level 4 speed, and how many meters per second is it, at this moment? There was a loud bang, and the rocks where Chang-Chi was located cracked, and the soil rolled back. Chang-Chi himself, like an arrow shot from a bow, turned into a black light and shadow, instantly passing through 5,000 flawed people, rolling up a strong wind and more than 10 meters of noisy dust. In the moment when no one could react, he rushed into the flawed valley. Chapter 134. When Chang-Chi rushed out, his world was different from others. Blurred. The surrounding people, boulders, etc., could not be clearly distinguished in detail as in a static state. The eyes did not have time to focus on each specific object, which formed a strong sense of dynamics, as if the whole world was flowing at a very fast speed. Depth. The scenery was not only blurred, but also flashed by, and the sense of distance was gone, making it difficult to accurately grasp the relationship between distance and nearness. Color. Different areas have different brightness. When passing through different areas quickly, the colors of the scenery flicker strongly, as if someone is quickly pressing the light switch in a dim room. Chung-Chi's eyes felt strongly uncomfortable, and clusters of blue halos appeared in his vision, as if he had rubbed his eyes hard for 10 minutes, and the sequelae appeared. The structure of the human body seems to be completely unable to adapt to this speed. Chung-Chi gained a great pressure while gaining the ability. Chung-Chi's thoughts were churning. Perhaps every strongman, behind the scenes, has to make similar confrontations. Suddenly, the instinct line in the gene pathway map began to flash, and 2 nodes lit up in succession on the corresponding vertical coordinates. First level instinct, second level instinct. The emergence of these abilities can be said to be timely. The next moment, the scenery in Chung-Chi's eyes became much clearer, the sense of distance was barely restored, and the extremely fast color changes became acceptable. His world changed from a blurry mess to a display with extremely low resolution. Although everything was mosaic, at least he could tell which was a person, and which was a stone, and how many meters away they were. The frequency of the guy frantically pressing switches in the room was also greatly reduced. The so-called asterisk level instinct should be related to the basic 5 senses of human beings. At this moment, the 5 senses of the Type 1 biochemical armor were enhanced, and the resolution in Chung-Chi's world was increased again. With each layer of enhancement, Chung-Chi was finally able to control himself. It was also at this moment of clarity that Chung-Chi was shocked to find that he had crossed at least 5 kilometers in the process just now. With a sudden break, he stood at the edge of the defective valley. One step forward would be a bottomless abyss. Chung-Chi took a deep breath in fear. At this time, his body paused, and everything in his vision returned to normal. He looked at the valley that was falling apart and collapsing under his feet, and quickly planned a route of action in his mind. In just half a second, Chung-Chi's body turned into a black shadow again and rushed into the valley. The super speed plus inertia made him as light as a swallow. He could rush forward dozens of meters by just tapping the falling gravel with his toes. The collapsing plank road would have a tendency to maintain its original static state for a moment, and it was this moment of stability that was enough to form a strong support for Chung-Chi. He passed by at high speed as if walking on flat ground. The faster the speed, the slower the time. This logic is valid. Chung-Chi found Sanyanzi huddled in a corner in a cave. He was looking up in horror, watching a pillar falling on his head. This scene was like a movie played 10 times slower. The Type 1 biochemical armor extended its tentacles to protect Sanyanzi's neck and limb joints, preventing him from breaking bones due to the subsequent high-speed movement. Afterwards, Chung-Chi found Fatty Foot, Shuangjizi, and 7 or 8 other children in the valley like a whirlwind. After confirming that there were no other children in the valley, the Type 1 biochemical armor marked a red light circle in the field of vision, planned a climbing route on the rugged cliff, and Chung-Chi led a group of children and rushed out of the valley quickly. Like a whirlwind, it returned to its original position and appeared in front of thousands of flawed people and Valente's teacher and students. The whole process took about 2 minutes. It was almost the time for everyone to come back to their senses and just figure out the situation. At the same moment, the flawed valley also collapsed completely, and dust and smoke rose everywhere. At this time, Chung-Chi put the children on the ground. The tentacles of the Type 1 biochemical armor retracted, and the black mask flipped, revealing Chung-Chi's face. The black armor gradually turned into a blue scavenger's cloak and ordinary clothes. Snap! The stone in the hand of a defective fell to the ground, and his mouth opened wide. Valente's face was also twitching violently. He was well informed and knew that some hygiene people would awaken some supernatural powers, but he had never seen or heard of Chung-Chi's ability before. In fact, most of the supernatural powers awakened by advanced gene users are nothing more than great strength or amazing eyesight. As for the suit on Chung-Chi's body, it seems to have integrated some kind of biotechnology, and it actually has such a variety of abilities, and it seems to be able to perfectly match Chung-Chi's super speed. All of this is beyond Valente's cognition, which shocked him greatly. Boom, boom. The last 2 gene crits in Chung-Chi's mind were completed. Chung-Chi only felt that the last 20 critical hits broke through some kind of more solid invisible barrier, and the gene level was once again improved. Suddenly, the 6th golden light circle lit up in Chung-Chi's eyes. Thump, thump, thump. Valente took 3 steps back directly. He was the closest and saw it clearly, S-level gene. As a top existence in the field of genes, he had heard of it twice, but had never seen it. There were also several defectives who discovered this scene and exclaimed continuously, and Chung-Chi himself felt very bad at this time. In physics, there is a concept called G-value, which is the value of gravity acceleration. It exists in various high-speed sports scenes. Ordinary people can feel scenes such as a rapidly rising elevator, where they will feel a downward drag force that makes them physically uncomfortable. For example, in a high-speed racing competition, every time the car completes a high-speed turn, the driver will feel a lateral drag force. The faster the speed, the greater the force. They must resist this force, especially the head, which is the reason why the neck muscles of top racing drivers are abnormally developed. For example, pilots of high-speed fighter jets, space shuttle pilots, etc., will encounter similar situations. They all need to withstand extremely high G-forces, so they must undergo strict anti-G-force training. And if an ordinary person suddenly experiences an irresistible G-force, then he will experience a huge sense of oppression, difficulty breathing, cerebral ischemia, ruptured internal organs, broken bones, and other problems. Chung-Chi has all of the above problems. He now feels severe pain all over his body, abdominal distension and chest tightness, and his arms and legs should have fractured. If it weren't for the protection of the Type 1 biochemical armor, it would probably be several times more serious. Chung-Chi's face is extremely handsome and cool, but he is complaining wildly in his heart. Damn. I have gained super speed, but I haven't gained the corresponding physique. Is this reasonable? Will I die suddenly? Chapter 135. Just as the sixth aperture lit up, gene circuit map, another node lit up. This node is after the super metabolic rate branch of the supernatural line. Super metabolic rate LV2. Chung-Chi's metabolic rate has been improved again. At this moment, he had a wonderful feeling, as if the activity of all the cells in his body had been greatly enhanced. The energy in the body was burning, the immune system was working crazily, and the self-healing system was also working crazily. Although he couldn't see, he could sense that the blood congestion in his internal organs was being rapidly absorbed by the capillaries, and was receding in large quantities. The active factors in the bones were also boiling. Calcium and phosphorus, two essential elements for bone regeneration, were madly active. The vitamin D in the body was also madly squeezed out. All of this acted on the cracks in the bones. Chung-Chi could clearly feel that the pain caused by the broken bones was greatly reduced. Chung-Chi opened his eyes slightly. Super metabolic rate is roughly equal to super conversion rate of energy and super self-healing ability of the body. To some extent, this is a compensation for super speed. Thank you. At this time, Vanilla looked at the children, who were safe and sound, and bowed slowly to Chung-Chi. And thousands of flawed people no longer dared to disobey at this time, and bowed their heads to Chung-Chi. And the front wave of people clearly saw the 6 light circles in Chung-Chi's pupils. They knew what this meant. This represents a huge gap that he cannot cross in this life, and represents that in the near future, the boy will become the most powerful, the most influential, and even the most outstanding existence in the entire human civilization. And this boy said that they will be cured. Then it will definitely be. 1 hour later. Chung-Chi, Valente, Shung Beige, and Kexius. Standing in the ruined Gene City, in front of the huge Valente statue. And thousands of defectives set up a temporary camp outside the city, quietly waiting for treatment. The first step to renovate this place. It is to destroy this sculpture. Valente looked up and said slowly, and my name from now on will be Uncle Fei. 1 month. Valente looked at Chung-Chi. I will build the entire supply chain. By that time, if Boss Chung wants any potion, he just needs to send me a message. Chung-Chi nodded and smiled. Valente fantasy potion, you have also seen it with your own eyes. So those previous promises, such as shitting upside down. Valente was silent for a moment. Perhaps his madness had not yet completely ended. He gritted his teeth, walked slowly to one side, and reached out to touch his belt. Chung-Chi was stunned. I was just joking. No! I must perform handstand shitting today. Valente actually stopped walking as he spoke, turned around, and suddenly started laughing, his expression full of relief and relaxation. Chung-Chi also laughed. I don't really like the title of Boss Chung. From now on, we are good friends, and the most solid partners. Yes. Valente's eyes were filled with tears, partner. While speaking, Chung-Chi turned around and looked at Shung Beige, who also had a smile on his face. Shung Beige nodded slowly. Chung-Chi, you are probably the best scavenger in this universe. Chung-Chi tilted his head. What's the matter with the eagle demon? At this time, Shung Beige no longer concealed, but said freely, I am not good at learning skills. In the past, I have always wanted to develop a repair potion with good enough effect. In this process, I kept doing experiments on myself. As you can see, the repair function is almost non-existent, but I mutated myself. Zhang Beige looked at Valente, a little afraid to look directly at him. I am ashamed of my teacher's teachings. As I said before, I am not talented, and I am not well trained. I can only develop some weird things. No! Zhang Qi's eyes flashed. After you transformed into an eagle demon, your combat power is terrifying, and your autonomous consciousness is clear, without a trace of loss of control. In my opinion, your achievements are simply amazing. Zhang Beige trembled and looked at Zhang Qi with some emotion. But Zhang Qi suddenly turned around. Uncle Fei, after the renovation of the Jin City, can you build a special laboratory for Beige and equip him with a professional team so that he can give full play to his talents and conduct in-depth research on mutant drugs? Although the name Uncle Fei is not nice. But Valente felt warm, because the sudden change of address represented Zhang Qi's respect for his decision. Uncle Fei nodded. Listen to Boss Chung. I said I don't like the name of Boss Chung. Okay, Boss Chung. Don't play these old tricks. But Uncle Fei smiled. No matter what kind of achievements Jin City will achieve in the future, the starting point of all this is your gene repair medicine. This is unshakable. No matter how big Jin City is, no matter what medicine is developed, it is all yours, Zhang Qi. Although it is somewhat against your wishes, I need to use this name to remind myself all the time. Okay. Zhang Qi sighed helplessly, and looked at Zhang Beige. Regarding your mutant potion, looking at the entire universe, there are countless unknown civilizations and unknown creatures. Humans will inevitably face war one day. At that time, your mutant potion will definitely become a very powerful weapon. Before that, it may not be released, but it cannot be absent. Zhang Beige nodded heavily. I will do my best. Then, Zhang Qi looked at Master Goxias. At this time, Kexayusi was still pale, with sweat all over his forehead, and it was difficult for him to even stand. Zhang Qi frowned. Since Zhang Beige is an eagle demon, you are just an ordinary person, and have nothing to do with any backlash. So what's wrong with your physical condition? I took an order. Kexayusi raised his head, and his weak body finally couldn't support it. He fell to the ground with a plop, and said slowly, like Beige, I also did experiments on my body. What order? Uncle Fei stepped forward and checked on Kishio's condition. You look like you've been poisoned. It's the gene poison order. Kishio's pale lips trembled. The customer's requirements are very high, and the reward is also very high. I just want to save the Jin City. You are confused. Uncle Fei collapsed. How could you do such a thing? Teacher, at that time, the Jin City was at the end of its rope, and I had no choice. Kishio slowly lowered his head. I extracted a cell fluid toxin from the corpse of an alien creature, and then combined it with gene-locking technology to create a toxin. At present, it cannot be cracked with the existing medical conditions of mankind. Cytotoxicity? Zhang Qi opened his eyes slightly when he heard this. What is gene-locking technology? Kexayusi coughed. It is to lock on special groups of people, such as an entire family. Zhang Qi was a little shocked. Who is your client? Kexayusi lowered his head even more. I don't know his true face. He just contacted me through encrypted signals. But Zhang Qi's eyes flashed with a strong light. You said that the client's requirements are very high. How high is it? Toxins are divided into two types, A and B, and the effects are in 3 stages. Kexas lowered his head. After taking toxin A, chronic poisoning will occur, the body will become weaker and weaker, afraid of light, and golden spots will appear in the pupils. Zhang Qi's pupils shrank slightly. And if toxin B is taken during this process? Kexas was silent for a moment, and whispered, the poisoning effect will instantly enter the 2nd stage, and within 3 hours, the poisoned person will die suddenly. Uncle Fei was shocked when he heard this. He grabbed Kexas's shoulders and shook him hard. Little bastard, say it. How many medicines did you test on yourself? Teacher. I'm sorry. Kex's tears fell. His voice suddenly stopped, his head tilted slightly to one side, and a layer of white film gradually covered his pupils. Uncle Fei hurriedly tested Kexas's breath and pulse. The next moment, Uncle Fei began to cry in a low voice. Zhang Qi's eyes were slightly open, and the corners of his eyes trembled violently. In the Lingshire starship, Zhang Qi took out the communicator dedicated to Mo. Slowly pressed the communication button. Boss Missouri, are you there? The family is in turmoil, and I am too busy to be with you. I will thank you for your kindness later. Mo, I will never break my promise. Zhang Qi frowned and said, Dog Mo, are you fucking dead? The same tone of voice came from the communicator, and even the pauses were exactly the same. The family is in turmoil, and I am too busy to be with you. I will thank you for your kindness later. Mo, I will never break my promise. Chapter 136. The garbage recycling starship slowly took off. Countless flawed people looked up. Uncle Fei and Zheng Beige stood in the Gene City with tears on their faces, waving goodbye. In the bridge, Changqi frowned, thinking back to the scene just now. The symptoms all matched. The toxin in the order of Kexius was the toxin in the energy drink of the MO family. However, what Changqi had detected was toxin A. And toxin B was very likely mixed in another batch of drinks. If someone drank both drinks at the same time, he would enter the second stage. As for Mo's reply, it has been confirmed that it is a repetitive recording. Perhaps it was set by Mo himself, similar to the function of automatic reply. Perhaps it was a poor disguise made by the murderer to cover up the truth. Could it be that Mo's mouth was not twisted into Nike, but was killed by someone? This is not how online novels are written, right? Changqi's mood was a little gloomy. Boss Missouri, why are you so useless? Originally, in Changqi's plan, Mo was a very important channel. As the saying goes, behind every successful man, there is an excellent equipment supplier, because next, Changqi plans to find some basic materials that can be synthesized, turn waste into treasure, and exchange a large amount of cash through Mo. Then, through Mo's channels, purchase a large amount of equipment, such as handy weapons, turbo-powered shoes, etc., as well as the same space mecha as in the cabin, and then synthesize them into more powerful equipment. After all, this is an era of technology, an era where even asteroids can be destroyed instantly in front of supergiant ships. Once, Changqi was worried whether there would be any problems with this channel. Now, the worry is finally gone. And the situation in front of us. Since humans opened the era of the universe, the living space is based on the galaxy. Human civilization has become somewhat sparsely populated, a bit like the nomadic people in the old times. Perhaps after sailing millions of kilometers between planets, or even light years as a distance, you can see a gathering place for humans. And the universe itself is also sparsely populated. Although you can look up at the stars on Earth, in fact, 95% of the space in the universe is empty, cold and lonely. Changqi knows very little about the universe, and he doesn't have a guide like a map of human civilization. He really wants to know about Mo's situation, but he doesn't know the location of the Mo family. If the Mo line is really completely useless, then it will be very difficult to find a reliable and powerful supplier again in the vast universe. Location. Location. We need to know the location of the Mo family. Changqi looked up and looked at the dim sky through the observation window of the starship. The thinker's spirit felt Changqi's inner emotions, so it played a tragic and desolate Eru song on the ship's sound system. Changqi's eyes were moist. Compared to the supply chain being broken, there was another thing that made him very sad. When he was on the garbage Earth, he established a friendship with Mo. That guy was the first friend he made in the vast universe outside the garbage Earth. Did you really have an accident? Under the tragic music, Changqi's throat trembled. I, Changqi, am not that nosy, but I must understand your business clearly. Because you took more than 10,000 yuan of high-entropy alloy from me without paying a penny. I must find your hometown. If I can't get the money back, even if you are dead, I will dig up your grave. The sound of the Eru is melodious. Changqi wiped his tears, heartbroken. Suddenly, Changqi's eyes lit up, and he thought of a person whose ability and nickname were very strange. He was called the Thousand-Faced Demon Lord. This guy works closely with Mo, so he should know the location of the Mo family. Hey! You're asking about Boss Mo's home. Hey, it's in Tingzhou. Tingzhou? Changqi felt a little strange. This was a place name on Earth in the old times. But when the Thousand-Faced Demon Lord sent the specific location coordinates, Changqi knew the real location of this place. 7.9 light-years away from the solar system. Leo, Wolf 359 star system, my 2342 terrestrial planet. The Mo family bought the right to use the entire planet and renamed it Tingzhou. My child, I was born in poverty. Every square meter and every stitch was hard-earned. Changqi wiped his tears and suddenly became full of fighting spirit. So, no one can shirk my debt. Although directional star gates are spread throughout the Milky Way, if you want to reach a destination several light-years away, you usually need to travel between multiple star gates. The navigation system gave a plan, and it would take another 5.5 hours to reach Tingzhou. The Spirit Starship activated the fourth wall navigation technology, and Changqi's perspective was covered by a light green filter, and the whole entered an extremely safe state. Then, Changqi came to the physical training area of the starship, which can be understood as a high-tech gym of nearly 1,000 square meters. His eyes were fixed on a spherical treadmill. Above this machine, there was a white sphere. When the tester stood in it and took a step, the sphere could rotate 360 degrees with the tester's movements and simulate the resistance in various environments. The function of this device is to test the speed and flexibility of the user. Know yourself and know your enemy. Chung-Chi needs to know his own speed limit and the degree of backlash under high G value. He entered the sphere, and all indicators were based on the Earth as a reference, with the same gravity, wind resistance, and friction. Chung-Chi narrowed his eyes, and golden light flashed in his eyes. Buzz, the moment Chung-Chi started running, the white sphere spun wildly. In an instant, it broke through the previous speed limit of 56 meters per second. Chung-Chi gritted his teeth and endured the pain brought by the high G value. 108 m/s, 230 m/s, 301 m/s. At this moment, Chung-Chi felt that his body had reached its limit. He suddenly stopped and his chest was heaving. The white ball also stopped suddenly, and it actually emitted waves of heat. This machine was extremely sturdy and had no damage, but when it was first designed, it did not consider encountering a perverted user like Chung-Chi. 301 m/s, 6 times faster than before. It was already close to the speed of sound. Such a speed, for a human body, can only be described as horrible, but Chung-Chi knew that this was not the limit of his speed, but the limit of his body. The strong G value was unbearable for him, and his body was already damaged. Although he was protected by the Type 1 biochemical armor, it could not reduce the centrifugal force generated when turning. For example, the armor could protect Chung-Chi's skull from damage, but when the centrifugal force increased to a certain extent, it would cause great pressure on his brain, and his brain might be thrown into a ball of paste. It's like clothes being swung at high speed in a washing machine. Moreover, if Chung-Chi continues to increase his speed, he will exceed the speed of sound and hit the wall of sound. For example, a supersonic fighter jet will produce a cool sonic boom at the moment of breaking the speed of sound. That is actually the moment of breaking the wall of sound. The surrounding air will also be strongly compressed and disturbed at this moment, generating a huge reaction force. Chung-Chi, who was already struggling to resist the high G value, can no longer bear this consequence. You need to find a way to improve your physique, so that you can fully exert your abilities and characteristics. Physique. The poison drinks of the MO family have the effect of improving physique, but I have no idea about the current situation of the MO family and the whereabouts of those drinks. You can say, human genetic abilities are really special. For example, I have gained super speed, but other attributes are very sparse and have hardly improved. I have not gained abnormal brain power, nor do I have singing talent, business talent, etc. It's just fast. Go for broke, go as fast as you can. A real man can't say he's fast. You're biased. Chung-Chi pondered. The gene map shows that everyone's genetic potential is related to his mission. I guess my future path is still to improve speed, so I've achieved the ultimate speed, so what? Run fast. Outrun sound. Outrun light. Relativity theory says that when an object exceeds the speed of light, it also transcends time. Will I eventually outrun time and return to the past? Chung-Chi was somewhat fascinated, but all this was just his own conjecture. If he wanted to know the final result, he needed to take it step by step and be down to earth. Afterwards, Chung-Chi entered his own gene space. Inhibition chain had disappeared. The human double helix DNA has now turned into a dazzling gold, more grand and profound, as if it is closer to its original appearance. There are many different opinions about the origin of humans. If humans are not the product of evolution, then the nature of human genes will be a huge mystery. Although the super speed is very strong, Chung-Chi still has a vague feeling that his genes have been activated with great potential, but he has not been able to fully control it. He still does not understand what the Queen said about consciousness determining genes. If there is a chance in the future, sleep with Scarlet again. No, Scarlet Diva will come to the starship to sleep again, then Chung-Chi must learn more knowledge from the Queen. And his own silicon-based gene. Its inhibition chain also disappeared, and Chung-Chi's ability with silicon-based creatures was fully revived. But the silicon-based gene did not improve, but only emitted a slight golden light. Chung-Chi's previous guess was correct. The silicon-based gene has its own exclusive catalytic agent, which will be Chung-Chi's future goal. And then, will Chung-Chi still have super speed after he is fully transformed into a silicon-based life body? The result is the same as he thought. Silicon-based is silicon-based, and carbon-based is carbon-based. The silicon-based biological body has a preliminary electronic resonance, can simply control some electronic chips, and has a toughness with a mysterious upper limit, but it has no speed. Even if it is partially siliconized, the body will feel stiff and unable to exert speed. Finally, Chang-Chi looked at his pupils in the mirror. 6 golden light circles, closely connected, more solid than before, blooming with soft and restrained golden light. If you don't zoom in to see it, you can't distinguish the details, just like wearing a golden beauty contact lens in the pupil. Chang-Chi knew. This is an S-level gene, and it is an S-level gene after breaking through the inhibition chain. S-level genes are already rare, and after breaking through the inhibition chain, the color changes from blue to gold, which is even rarer, and it is possible that it has never appeared before. I am afraid that even if I stand on the street without covering up, no one can recognize my true nature. After a lot of trouble, Chang-Chi feels hungry, extremely hungry. Because when testing the speed, his body was damaged again, and the super speed's additional ability LV2 super metabolic rate is rapidly repairing his body. The underlying logic is the law of conservation of energy. Therefore, Chang-Chi needed a lot of energy at this time, such as protein, vitamins, calcium, etc. I'm so hungry. Chang-Chi picked a lot of fruits and vegetables from the ship's farm, and ate them all. Although he was full quickly, he felt that something was missing. Meat. I really want to eat meat. Chang-Chi stared. The last time he ate meat was the last time, which seemed to be years ago. Now his bones are cracked, and his muscles are torn, so he needs a lot of protein. Chang-Chi wanted to eat meat, but felt that there was no meat taste in his mouth. This was actually a demand from the brain. Humans all have similar conditions. For example, the precursor of hypoglycemia is to inexplicably want to eat sweets, such as ice cream and chocolate. Because the brain has a self-protection mechanism, it will release subconscious when it lacks certain energy. So, when someone calls you a foodie, you can put your hands on your hips and refute on the spot, I can't help it. That's my brain wanting to eat. Slurp. Chang-Chi is now crazy about meat. He looks at his white and tender arms and sucks his saliva. Is it steamed or sashimi? After all, at this time, the spirit is a semi-virtual body on the entire Link-style starship, and it can't be chewed. Hanzi is full of iron lumps, and it's even harder to chew. Although Gigi has some meat, it's not enough to fill the gaps between teeth. D3JD34. Not long after Chang-Chi left, a piece of red ground near the wall of Gene City appeared slightly crisp. This is also the place where Valente smashed the Valente Fantasy Potion. Before, there was no Circle Tooth Boy in the crowd of flawed people, and there was no Circle Tooth Boy when Chang-Chi saved the children in the valley. Because this little guy has been hiding in his own earth pit, and the earth pit is covered with a tattered wooden board, and there is also red soil on the board, which blends with the earth. Circle Tooth Boy and his friends often wait for Zheng Beige to feed them in this way. Medicine. The Circle Tooth Boy in the cave looked at the green liquid seeping out of the soil, opened his mouth with 7 or 8 layers of teeth, and took the Valente Fantasy Potion drop by drop. It tastes so good. The Circle Tooth Boy didn't know that the gray semicircle in his pupils had gradually cracked. Chapter 137. Toll 130, 000. Toll 250, 000. Toll 120, 000. Toll 880, 000. Fuck 880,000. Do I look like 880, 000? Chang-Chi stood in the bridge, listening to the sound of the directional Stargate deductions. His heart was bleeding. The cost of interstellar navigation is too high. Chang-Chi had traded high-entropy alloys with MO before, and most of the fees were exchanged for inferior gene drugs, and he only took 10 million credit points in cash. After Monkey and his team started the acquisition business, Chang-Chi gave Monkey another 2 million in startup capital. At that time, Chang-Chi had the remaining 8 million yuan in his hand, and he felt that he had reached the peak of his life. He could not spend it all. Indeed, 8 million credit points would definitely make him rich on the garbage earth. But when Chang-Chi entered the universe, the transportation fee alone had cost him 3 million yuan. It only took a few days, and only 3 places. For the second high-entropy alloy transaction, because it was impossible to make an accurate valuation at that time, MO first gave Chang-Chi a credit limit of 500 million yuan, and Chang-Chi could exchange items at will. Who would have thought that although the credit limit was there, the person was gone? Originally, Chang-Chi was planning to take some money from MO and give it to Uncle Fei to speed up the construction of the new Gene City and get the supply of medicine earlier. Chang-Chi is now starving and cold, and he wants to eat meat madly, and his credit points are almost at the bottom. MO, you'd better not die. Chang-Chi took a deep breath. At this moment, the garbage recycling starship passed through the last Stargate. The magnificent music sounded again in his ears. What appeared in front of Chang-Chi was a white planet, much smaller than the Earth, but very beautiful. It was like a pearl floating in space, reflecting the sunlight and emitting a warm luster. This is Tingzhou, the home of the Mo family. Of course, this place itself is also one of the Mo family's industries. As he gradually approached the planet, Chang-Chi discovered that the reason why the planet was white was because a layer of white smoke like cotton gathered around it. It should be some kind of advanced technology that has created an artificial atmosphere for this planet, which can isolate ultraviolet rays and low temperatures, and the residents have thus obtained a high-quality living environment. Sure enough, the Mo family is a wealthy family. The garbage recycling starship penetrated the atmosphere and landed on the surface. Chang-Chi also saw the interior of the planet, which surprised him. The interior of this planet is actually green mountains and green waters, and the smoke is misty. Chang-Chi, who grew up on the garbage earth, has never seen such dense green plants, but he has also heard similar descriptions on the radio. This planet is like a paradise. After confirming the quality of the external air, the starship turned on the air circulation system. Chang-Chi in the bridge took a deep breath and could only feel the air was fresh, warm and soft, which made people extremely comfortable. Awesome. Chang-Chi's eyes flashed. The nearby star is an M-type red dwarf star, with a mass of about 11% of the sun and insufficient brightness, so the original landform must not be like this, so the green plants all over the planet should be specially transplanted or artificially cultivated. The human, material and financial resources involved must be extremely huge and unimaginable. Mo, you are really the ceiling of ATM machines. Chang-Chi clenched his fists nervously. Please don't die. The garbage recycling starship slowly landed in the ship port inside the planet. The hatch opened and Chang-Chi walked out slowly. The touch under his feet was soft, and even the huge parking area was covered with green lawns, which was very luxurious. Chang-Chi looked around and found that this place was also very prosperous, with all kinds of private starships parked around. In the distance, 3 figures walked slowly towards him. Chang-Chi looked at them and felt strange. All 3 were men, wearing straight light blue classical robes with a Mo character embroidered on their chests. They all had long hair and handsome faces. They were elegant in their gestures. Moreover, there were 2 azure halos in the eyes of the 3. All of them were D-level gene holders, and they were also the so-called elites in human society. Chang-Chi was also dignified. On the garbage earth, D-level genes were hard to come by in a century, but here you could easily meet 3 of them. My friend, I am Mo Yuan. It was the long-robed man in the lead. He came to Chang-Chi, nodded slightly, and said in a very cultured tone, Welcome to Tingzhou. On behalf of the Mo family, Student Mo Yuan would like to express his gratitude to you. The young man also nodded. My name is Chang-Chi. He was dressed as a scavenger, and the starship was also a garbage recycling starship, but the other party did not show any disdain, which made Chang-Chi feel a little good about him. However, the 3 people on the opposite side stared at the golden round cake in Chang-Chi's pupils with a puzzled look. As Chang-Chi expected, they couldn't tell their gene levels at all. Mr. Chang-Chi, please come this way. Mo Yuan was still so polite, holding his sleeve with one hand and pointing to the distance. And the place he pointed to was actually an ancient door frame with carved beams and painted buildings. Mo Yuan nodded again and said, I need you to do a gene-level identification. Oh! Chang-Chi was stunned. Is that door a gene tester? Mo Yuan nodded. The name of Tingzhou is taken from the hometown of Mozi, the founder of the school. Later generations respect teachers and respect morality. No matter how the technology is innovated, the simple and ancient charm has been passed down, so all the facilities in Tingzhou are antique appearance. Interesting. Chang-Chi nodded, staring at the genetic testing instrument and said, I thought you didn't care about the identity and status of the visitors. Mr. Chung, don't get me wrong. We don't classify visitors as noble or humble. Mo Yuan said apologetically, but some visitors have high genes and prominent status, so they will inevitably have some unique hobbies, so we need to identify their identities and treat them with caution. Chang-Chi smiled. I see. Some people are self-righteous, troublesome, and difficult to serve, so you need to highlight the key points. Mo Yuan actually smiled. Mr. Chung is a bit blunt. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Chang-Chi walked towards the quaint door frame. But before he could get close, another group of men in black suits stood between Chang-Chi and the gene tester. At the same time, a man in a luxurious suit, with a strong back and a cold look, walked into the gene tester, surrounded by people in front and behind him. 7 or 8 scanning beams scanned back and forth on his body, and another soft beam hovered above his pupils. At the same time, the 5 circles of light in the man's pupils suddenly brightened. A-level gene person. The gene test machine issued the final judgment result. Mo Yuan's expression changed, and he quickly signaled another man in a long robe to come forward to receive him. At the same time, Mo Yuan pressed the communicator on his wrist and said cautiously, "Add more senior disciples to receive him. Counselor Liu of the Li Interstellar Federation has arrived. Genetic level A." Cheng Qi frowned slightly, feeling dissatisfied. But before he could speak, he saw the burly Counselor Liu turned around and said, "Little brother, I'm sorry, I'm really anxious." Although Counselor Liu was apologizing, his arrogance seemed to be innate and could not be concealed. But he did not follow the routine and actually lowered his attitude to apologize. Cheng Qi did not pursue it too much. Counselor Liu and his party also hurried away. Then, accompanied by Mo Yuan, Cheng Qi entered the unique gene tester. Multiple beams of light were constantly scanning, and a soft beam of light hovered over Cheng Qi's pupils to identify and distinguish. A minute later, Mo Yuan was a little flustered. "It's been so long. Is there something wrong with the machine?" Just as he was wondering, the identification results emerged. No genetic level recorded. Cheng Qi was slightly stunned. "What does this mean?" Mo Yuan smiled politely. "According to your genetic appearance, the system did not find the corresponding level record. In other words, you have not undergone genetic level upgrades. I saw something strange in your pupils, which should be due to some local genetic optimization. Mr. Cheng Qi, don't worry. No matter what the result is, we will not treat you differently." Cheng Qi smiled inwardly. In their habitual thinking, no record means no level. But in fact, it is the human gene detector that has never recorded the S-level gene after breaking through the inhibition chain. Mo Yuan glanced at the man in the robe beside him. "Mo Shan, you come to accompany Mr. Cheng Qi." But Mo Shan was a little embarrassed. There are not enough people now. Mo Yuan frowned. "Come to pay condolences together. How can Mr. Cheng be unaccompanied?" "Condolences?" Cheng Qi caught the key point. "Today's scene, is it because of the funeral? Who died?" Mo Yuan suddenly showed an indescribable grief. "Speaking of grief, I can't even bear to speak. The mourning hall is in the main courtyard. Why don't you go and check it out yourself?" The main courtyard. Cheng Qi looked up and saw a huge ancient mansion a few kilometers away. "No need to accompany you, goodbye." After Cheng Qi left for a long time, Mo Yuan, who was always busy receiving guests, suddenly heard a beep from the genetic tester. He looked over in confusion. There was no one being tested at this time, and the gate was empty. After the sound, the empty screen of the detector suddenly unfolded automatically, and a bunch of complex codes emerged. Ding! Test result corrected. S-level gene person. Mo Yuan, and several Mo family disciples around him froze. What's going on? Whose result was corrected? S-level gene person. Will such a big man come? Is there a program error, or is there really a delay? Everyone checked the machine in a hurry, but found that the program was slightly confused. This information came inexplicably, and the source could not be found. Mo Yuan was the first to react. "How many people with unrecorded gene levels have we received today?" Mo Shan said sternly. "About 17 or 18. Mo Yuan looked a little horrified. "This? 2 possibilities." Mo Shan frowned and said, "First, there's a problem with the instrument program, and the data is false. No real S-level gene person has arrived. Second, it is a bit scary. The instrument made a mistake in the detection. In a certain test, the original high level was reported as a low level. The correction has just been completed. Those who are really high-level genes will probably not waste time to explain to us. After all, they are all here to mourn the owner of the family." Mo Yuan's forehead suddenly covered with a layer of cold sweat. "I hope it's just a mistake, otherwise. If we neglect such an existence, none of us can bear the responsibility." Cheng Qi walked in Tingzhou. The streets and buildings here are all retro, ancient and beautifully structured. Mo once said that their family is actually the descendant of the ancient Master Mozi. As early as the preaching period of the old times, the Mozi school was an extremely leading existence. Their mechanical technology was ahead of the times, and mastered the legendary Mahist mechanical technology. Today, humans are marching into the universe, and the Mahist school is still strong. The receptionists just now should not belong to the Mo family. Judging from their clothes, they should be disciples of the Mahist school. While walking, Cheng Qi saw that there were white flowers at the entrances of all the courtyards. It was obvious that they were commemorating someone. Chung-Chi's footsteps were inexplicably heavy. Boss Mo? Could it be you who died? Unconsciously, Chung-Chi came to the so-called main courtyard. This is a huge house with a front door, inner courtyard, main house, and wing rooms. The bluestone floor, the huge mahogany pillars, the simple and elegant gray tiles, are magnificent and ancient. In the courtyard, many visitors stood quietly. Chung-Chi frowned, feeling a little uneasy, and slowly squeezed into the crowd, looking towards the center of the courtyard. At this glance, Chung-Chi felt a chill on his forehead. There were 82 magnetically suspended coffins floating quietly in the courtyard, and behind each coffin, there was a holographic projection of the deceased. Chung-Chi searched among the 82 holographic projections. His eyes swept over the elderly, and came to the relatively younger deceased in the second row. After searching in vain, he looked at the third row. Finally, in a corner, Chung-Chi found the figure wearing a black suit, a top hat, and holding an exquisite cane. Fuck. Chung-Chi finally knew the truth. Including Mo himself, the entire family of 82 people, all in one piece, not a single one was left out, all gone. Chapter 138. 82 coffins. Shocking. Chung-Chi did not expect this result. In his subconscious, it was a few people in the Mo family who died, and most of them, including Mo, survived, so there was still room for maneuver, but the current situation was obviously hopeless. It must be said that Valente, now the waste uncle, and his two students were both top geniuses. It's just that their skill points were all wrong. One was a genetic mutation, and the other was a poison master. The toxins that Kid Kuzia studied are divided into two types, A and B. After taking a toxin, there will be no fatal threat for the time being, which is what Mo was like before. But once B is taken, the two toxins merge and enter the second stage, and the poisoned person will die suddenly in a short time. In other words, the entire Mo family, without knowing it, first took A and then took B, and the bottle of energy drink that Chung-Chi once got only contained a toxin. That kind of cell fluid toxin is originally difficult to crack, and it is followed by B toxin, which is hard to guard against. Boss Mo. Chung-Chi looked at the coffin in the corner. The virtual image behind it was a portrait of the technological age. The person in it was extremely clear and genuine. It was the businessman Mo. Chung-Chi moved his position, and found a higher place. He stood on tiptoe, and looked at the person in it through the transparent coffin cover. The facial features were lifelike, as if he was asleep. Looking closely, the skin was covered with a layer of light ice crystals. Chung-Chi confirmed Mo's coffin again. There was no suspense. The familiar old friend Mo was lying quietly in it. Damn it. Chung-Chi gritted his teeth and frowned. Not only did he lose all his money, but now that he saw Mo's body with his own eyes, he couldn't help but feel a trace of grief in his heart. For Chung-Chi, money is very important. But he doesn't only have money in his eyes. Mo is indeed his first friend in the universe. After taking a deep breath, Chung-Chi's eyes gradually became sharp, and he began to observe the situation at the scene. There were people standing side by side here, full of people who came to pay their respects, as well as a large number of Maha's school disciples, who were responsible for reception. The worst among them also has E-level genes. It seems that the Mo family is definitely in the top circle of humans. Chung-Chi narrowed his eyes. Who are they? But at this time, a line of figures slowly walked out of the backyard. All of them were women, wearing the same black long skirt. In order to show solemnity, there was no embellishment on the long skirt. Their faces were uniformly covered with half a piece of black gauze, wearing black silk gloves, and a white flower on their chests. Just a glance, you can tell that these women have extraordinary temperament and excellent looks. Although their long skirts were plain, their outlines were clear, and they all had long legs, slender waists, and proud figures. It's the widow of the Mo family. Someone beside him whispered. Widow. Chung-Chi opened his eyes slightly. She was the wife of the deceased, and also the mother and daughter of different generations. Isn't that energy drink used by the entire Mo family? Why were all the ladies safe and sound? Just as Chung-Chi was puzzled, he suddenly felt a strange sensation in his mind. Perhaps it was because of the sixth sense brought by the improvement of genes. In short, Chung-Chi felt a familiar feeling coming from the left side behind him, and then he turned back suddenly. Chung-Chi saw a strange figure in the crowd. It was wearing a black cloak, covering its face. It flashed in the crowd and left the main courtyard. Chung-Chi frowned and followed closely. After leaving the house, he saw the figure turn around and go into the alley next to the main courtyard. Chung-Chi quickened his pace, turned around, and also entered the alley, but he saw that the figure was not running away, and it was even possible that he did not notice Chung-Chi's pursuit. He just lowered his head and sat in the alley in a daze. Chung-Chi felt more and more weird. After taking a few steps forward, the man heard the voice and subconsciously looked up. Then, a face with tears on it appeared. Chung-Chi opened his eyes wide. You? The man was also shocked. You? Chung-Chi felt a little unbelievable, because the scene in front of him was very unreal. As a result, Chung-Chi spoke briefly and said a code word for identification, a meat bun hitting a donkey? The man's face twitched, a wolf's heart and a pig's lung? Chung-Chi was shocked. This guy was genuine. Why are you not dead? The man was also shocked. How did you leave this garbage earth? Of course I left this garbage earth because I was awesome. Chung-Chi stared at the man, traveling thousands of miles to collect debts. Is that inspiring? The man in the black cloak was the businessman Mo. At this moment, Mo looked at Chung-Chi's appearance, which was a bit like a dream, and suddenly felt sad in his heart, and tears welled up. He only felt that Tingzhou was huge and had countless people. At this moment, only Chung-Chi, a friend from several light years away, could be trusted, but Chung-Chi was also somewhat moved for some reason. What's going on? As you can see, all the male members of my family died. Only I survived. Standing up, huge grief spread. The me in the coffin is a dummy I made. Oh! Chung-Chi narrowed his eyes. Why are you the only one who didn't die? But Mo sighed slowly, his throat trembling. This is another tragedy. I found out before that the poison everyone was infected with carried a certain gene lock, which locked only the bloodline of my Mo family. In other words, only the direct relatives of the Mo family will be poisoned and die. Chung-Chi had known this information for a long time, but he didn't understand the connection for a while. What does this have to do with your survival? But Mo twitched and said, when I woke up, I suddenly realized I was not my father's biological child. This. Chung-Chi opened his eyes slightly. In an instant, a bunch of words flashed through his mind: rich family, ethics, cheating, betrayal, affair, adoption, abandoned baby. In short, if you let your mind run wild, you can write a novel of 1,000,000 words. At this moment, a trace of sympathy flashed in Chung-Chi's eyes. Brother, you have suffered, hold on. Chung-Chi's inner thoughts. This guy is too miserable. The whole family died, and then he found out that he was not his biological child, and it had nothing to do with him. The family is gone, the blood is gone, and crying at the grave is not worthy. No matter what, it was my father who raised me, and it was the entire Mo family who raised me. The tears in Mo's eyes had not yet dissipated, and then a tough look emerged. Now, only you Chung-Chi knows that I am still alive. This is an opportunity. The enemy is in the open, and I am in the dark. I must find out the mastermind behind the scenes. Chapter 139. About my debt? Mo flipped his cloak, revealing a piece of black coarse cloth underneath, and pursed his lips, and said, I can't use any of the family's resources now, including my personal account. After all, in everyone's perception, I'm a dead person. But don't worry. There are no male descendants in the Mo family now. When the truth comes out, no matter what the blood relationship is, I will be the only one who can take charge of the Mo family. Mo looked at Chung-Chi. I promise, when the time comes. I understand. But Chung-Chi waved his hand. I want money, so I must help you uncover all the truth and catch the mastermind. Mo exhaled slowly. Chung-Chi, you can stay out of it. You can leave here, find a quiet place, and wait quietly. But Chung-Chi shook his head and smiled. I can't wait any longer. Mo smiled slowly, looked at Chung-Chi with some emotion. Thank you. Don't waste time. Chung-Chi moved his shoulders slightly. What do you know about this murder? Then, Mo and Chung-Chi each found a stone pillar and stood on it. Because they were in the alley on the side of the main courtyard, at this height, their sight could just climb over the courtyard wall and look at the situation in the main courtyard, and all the guests in the hall were in full view. I have 4 suspects. Mo whispered. On the north side, the widow of the Mo family, the woman standing in the first place. Chung-Chi turned his eyes and looked at the beautiful women in black long skirts in the previous row. The woman standing in the first place was very tall, without a trace of fat on her body. This figure was even better than that of a top model. The black veil covered half of her cheek, revealing a pair of red and swollen eyes. At first glance, she was a 101-point woman. Just half a face and a perfect figure were worth 100 points, and the extra 1 point came from the mystery and reverie under the veil. Her name is Chi Mei. Emma whispered. She is my aunt. Auntie? Chung-Chi was stunned. Let me sort it out. So she is the wife of your father's brother? How old is she? Mo blinked. She should be 49 years old. 49 years old? Chung-Chi was a little shocked. At this age, with such a figure and face, she is still charming. She is even a little beautiful. That's just appearance. Mo frowned. She is an ambitious woman. In the past, she was very dissatisfied with what Uncle did. She repeatedly instigated Uncle, hoping that Uncle would force the old man, that is, my grandfather, to give up the throne. She wants to rule the entire Mo family. Chung-Chi nodded. At present, all the men in the Mo family have been poisoned to death, so the subsequent arrangements naturally need to be decided by women. As the eldest son's woman, it seems natural for Chi Mei to be in charge of the family. But isn't this routine a bit old? Ambition is often proportional to IQ. Isn't it a bit too obvious for Chi Mei to do this? It was also at this time Chung-Chi discovered something strange. I saw Chi Mei's right hand on her slender thigh, and her index finger was tapping with a very small amplitude. Chung-Chi narrowed his eyes slightly. What is she doing with her right hand? Is that some kind of code, similar to Morse code? You found it too? Mo was a little surprised at Chung-Chi's observation. In his perception, this kid was different from the one on the garbage earth, more sensitive and smarter. Although the amplitude of the finger tapping is small, it contains a pattern. She has been tapping since the beginning of the funeral. She is sending a message to someone. Mo exhaled slightly. I have observed for a long time, and found that it is not a known code. She should have a corresponding code disk, and this code disk is likely to be created by them, such as some special letter comparison table. If it does not correspond to the code disk, no one can decipher the content. Chung-Chi nodded secretly. She is indeed worthy of suspicion. Mo turned his head slightly and looked at the second target, at 3 o'clock, the burly man. Chung-Chi also turned his head and paused slightly. Councilman Liu? I know him. Yes, Councilman Liu of the Lee Interstellar Federation. Mo said slowly. The Lee Interstellar Federation is an official organization, and he is also a member of the Galactic Alliance. Lee can be understood as a business management alliance, which is a bit similar to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau in the old days. Our Mo family is a leading retailer, so we have close cooperation. About 4 months ago, Councilor Liu had a conflict with my grandfather. He wanted to raise taxes and make some good performance, but my grandfather thought it was completely unreasonable and complained to the higher-ups of Lee. As a result, not only did taxes not increase, Councilor Liu was also punished. He was expected to run for Lee chairman this year, but after this incident, he completely lost his qualifications. Chung-Chi listened quietly and carefully observed Councilor Liu. This person was the A-level gene holder who had a conflict with him in the queue before. He looked sad at this moment, looking at the coffin of the old man of the Mo family, shaking his head constantly, his eyes moist. He looked really sad. But Chung-Chi recalled the previous scene. This guy was self-righteous, but after cutting in line, he was able to quickly lower his attitude and apologize to Chung-Chi. It was also written in the masterpiece The Abyss of the Unsleeping Abyss. This kind of person, who can adjust his mood and attitude at any time, often does not show his true face to others, and is extremely cunning. Moreover, there is another suspicious point. Although Councilor Liu himself does not seem to have any obvious marks, but behind him stood a bodyguard, who was holding an exquisite silver box in his hand. His face was very cautious, and his eyes were full of vigilance as he observed the surroundings. Chung-Chi said, the things in the bodyguard's box should be very important, and must not be exposed. Mo nodded. I have traded a lot of medicines before, so I can tell at a glance that it is a box for high-level medicines, sealed, light-shielded, and constant temperature. It could be poison or genetic medicine. In short, the things inside are definitely not simple. Chung-Chi nodded. This guy is also very suspicious. Brother Mo, why did you leave so suddenly? At this moment, a cry with a crying tone came from the yard, and a giant fat man, with a body of nearly 500 kilograms was seen. He pulled everyone away with his hands, and slowly walked into the yard. Chung-Chi looked at the amazing fat man, and felt that his eyes were opened. This guy was not wearing any clothes. To be precise, he was not wearing regular clothes. He was wearing a piece of armor made of gold from head to toe. It was not right to call it armor. The shape was not handsome at all, and there was no edge or corner. It was as if he had put on gold bracelets of different sizes all over his body. Moreover, his fat was flowing out from the gaps of the gold bracelets. From a distance, it looked a bit like a human-shaped pig intestine tied with a golden hemp rope. Oh my god, it blinded my eyes. Chung-Chi tilted his head and rubbed his eyes with his hands. Under the strong sunlight, the human-shaped pig intestine reflected dazzling light all over. It would have been fine if he had gold bracelets of different diameters on his arms, legs, and neck. The most eye-catching thing was, even the thing between his legs was covered with gold bracelets, swaying back and forth outside. Don't think too much, the thing didn't show any flesh, it was completely covered by gold. Chang-Chi grinned, what on earth is this thing? Chapter 140. His name is Niming. Don't look at his disgusting appearance. He is one of the richest people I know. Mo introduced in a low voice, he is a Star Master. Chang-Chi tilted his head slightly. Star Master? It means the owner of the planet. It means the same as the house owner and the city lord, but the level is different, and the property is calculated in units of planets. Mo continued, Niming is not an ordinary Star Master. He has 112 mineral planets under his command. They are not ordinary planets that can be seen everywhere in the universe, but planets with a large number of high-value minerals. Interstellar Coal Boss? Chang-Chi nodded, this guy is wearing a lot of gold. In this era, gold is very valuable, right? Not very valuable, but not cheap either. Mo continued, this metal, which has almost no practicality, represents nobleness, love stronger than gold, a house full of gold and jade and other nonsense in the human concept. Therefore, to this day, this metal is still a high-quality ornament in the eyes of many people. Where there is business opportunity, there will be businessmen. So many capitals and consortiums have joined together to create the scarcity of gold and crazy raise the price, with the purpose of making a lot of money. Brother Mo. I didn't even take a last look at you, and you left. Niming was crying in the room, and everyone felt that it was a bit eye-catching. Mo looked disdainful. The brother Mo he mentioned refers to my grandfather, the head of the Mo family. In fact, he is not on the same level as my grandfather. It's not enough to wrap himself in fat, he also wants to flatter himself. The gold mine from my gold mine is of excellent purity and invincible quality. The retail price of 1 gram is as high as 1355 credit points, but it is scrambled by countless young women. Niming stretched out his big hand. Now that Brother Mo has passed away, I am a conservative person, so I must send him some money to express my condolences to the deceased and my condolences to his family. Come here, bring up my 86 tons of gold. Niming waved his hand, and 2 followers behind him drove 2 crane robots and lifted out a huge gold block more than 5 meters high. With a loud bang, the gold block was placed in front of the morning hall, and even the bluestone floor below was cracked. Everyone was speechless. Chang-Chi observed quietly, is this local tycoon one of the suspects? Mo nodded, the Mo family controls a huge retail channel. Grandpa is a little fed up with the methods of those gold dealers. He wants to unite some small mine owners to increase the supply of gold and lower the price. You should know that in this era of the universe, all kinds of planets are rich in mineral resources. Natural minerals, like gold, are not rampant, but they are inexhaustible. Chang-Chi nodded, in the old days, there was a rhetoric in live streaming. What was it called? Your grandfather wants to lower the price of gold, therefore, he directly touched the interests of a large mine owner like Niming, so Niming also had a motive to kill. Yes. Mo's eyes flickered, and he gritted his teeth and said, as long as the big retailer Mo family dies, no group will be able to shake their monopoly. Chang-Chi nodded. Then, he looked at the huge gold block left by Niming. Before, Chang-Chi had a slight feeling that this thing contained a lot of secrets. At this moment, a circle of bright light like glass suddenly appeared in the center of Chang-Chi's pupils, and he started partial siliconization. The next moment, Chang-Chi's perception became clear. In the huge gold block, blue ribbons were emitting. They were groups of electronic signals. There were more than one electronic remote control device hidden in the gold block. Chang-Chi laughed softly. This human-shaped pig intestine was also a double-edged sword. It was not a good thing. Chang-Chi looked at Mo, who is the 4th suspect. Mo paused and said, he hasn't come yet. Chang-Chi nodded. When was the last time he came? Mo pursed his lips. He has never been here. Huh? Chang-Chi was a little confused. He has never been here, but you have listed him as a suspect? He is my grandfather's illegitimate son, but he has never come back. Mo slowly lowered his head and looked at the ground and said, the family has always wanted to accept him, but he has a lot of opinions about the family and even hates it. Illegitimate child, the family really wants to accept him, but he doesn't care at all. And you, who have no blood relationship, want to behave well, but are ignored by the family. Chang-Chi looked at Mo. You listed him as a suspect. Are you sure there are no personal factors? A little bit. Mo sighed and said, but this guy is very strange, and his identity is very scary. He is known to be the ceiling of human individual combat power, S-level gene, and has awakened some supernatural power. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes immediately. combat power ceiling. This person is quite heavy. He now maintains a cooperative relationship with the entire Galactic Alliance in the form of a strategic consultant. To put it bluntly, he is the official super thug. Of course, every time he is asked to take action, the official has to pay a huge price. They are not in a clear superior-subordinate relationship. There is only a slight restriction. The official is not worried about his riots, and he will also be protected by the official to some extent. His name is Li Bailong. According to the current available records, a total of 124 people on 7 colonized planets have seen him take action and his abilities. The authorities have classified these as confidential and cannot spread them privately. I only know that those 124 people all call him Li Shen. Mo's eyes showed a trace of fear. It is rumored that this person has a violent personality, and with the protection of the authorities, he behaves recklessly. He will even vent his anger on passers-by, crushing their bones and throwing them into a manure pit. Manure pit. Chung-Chi was a little dignified. Can you find a manure pit easily on a modern planet? I heard that he tore the ground and dug up the manure pit at the scene. Mo said, in short, this guy is like a terrorist bomb that can explode at any time. The whole family knows that he hates us very much. Although using poison is not in line with his character, considering all factors, I still list him as a suspect. TSK. Chung-Chi frowned. The known ceiling of human combat power. Although Chung-Chi is also an S-level gene person, he does not know much about the combat power system of the entire human civilization. In other words, Chung-Chi, who had just entered the universe and had just come into contact with human civilization, didn't know how strong he was, and how strong the so-called ceiling was. If this S-level gene holder, Li Bailong, was really the mastermind behind the scenes, then this matter was really difficult. As for those other people, Chung-Chi didn't take them to heart. At this moment, Mo was still leaning on the wall, watching the scene with flashing eyes. Chung-Chi followed his gaze and locked onto another person, a woman in the same widow queue, standing in the second integer position. Her figure was also perfect, and her temperament was extraordinary. Chung-Chi asked in confusion, aren't there 4 suspects? Auntie, Counselor Li Mudhopper, Li Bailong, who is the woman in black? Her name is Minglan. She is not a suspect. A core disciple of the Mahis school. I have liked her for 16 years. In fact, I have found opportunities to express it several times, but she didn't understand. Mo's eyes were full of disappointment. Now that I am dead, her eyes have never stayed on my coffin. Haha, it turns out that I was just completely wishful thinking. Chung-Chi looked at the woman. She also covered half of her face with a black veil, but there was a red birthmark on the corner of her right eye, a red flower with 5 petals. This birthmark not only did not affect her appearance, but added another touch of charm and tenderness to her. Forget it. Now is not the time for love. Mo frowned. Who is the murderer? Brother, no matter who the murderer is, I will find him out. Chung-Chi looked straight at Mo. I must give an explanation to your spirit in heaven. Mo suddenly smiled. You guys, you always make this kind of joke. It's not funny at all. But Chung-Chi suddenly said seriously, in the past, I mastered a kind of technology. It's very mysterious. It can actually let me see dead people. Mo was still helpless. What a mess. How can there be such technology? Chung-Chi ignored him and continued, before, I imagined a situation, but I haven't encountered it yet. That is, will some people, who have obviously become undead, not know that they are dead? He would think he was still alive. Even if he saw his own body, he would make up some excuses. Chung-Chi said, pursing his lips. Tears slowly appeared in his eyes. He met a trustworthy brother. Under the guidance of that brother, he could finally confide his inner secrets, including some of his investigations before his death, and even the girl he had a crush on. Mo's eyes widened. Chung-Chi, what are you talking about? But Chung-Chi's eyes were getting redder and redder. Brother, I already know the situation. Next, I will investigate alone. I promise to give you an explanation and eliminate all your obsessions. You? Mo was dumbfounded. For some reason, he suddenly felt that his body was very light. He suddenly remembered a detail. The stone pillar he had just found was very short. Even if he stood on it, he was not high enough to see the scene in the inner courtyard. What was going on? Mo lowered his head inch by inch, and his pupils dilated. He clearly saw that he was not standing on the stone pillar at all, but his whole body was emitting some kind of green light, quietly floating in the air. Only Chung-Chi's voice came slowly. Boss Missouri, I am very happy to cooperate with you. I don't want the debt you owe me. Chapter 141. But there are still too many plans to complete. But I still want to find out who is behind this. But I still want to confess to Meng Lan once more after everything is over. Mo's body floated in the air, his voice became smaller and smaller, as if all his strength was drained away in an instant. Chang-Chi pursed his lips, his facial muscles trembled, and the tears in his eyes gathered more and more. Ha ha ha. I really can't hold it back. Chang-Chi suddenly held his stomach and laughed. I was just joking with you. You took it seriously. Joke? Mo was stunned. I'm not dead, but why am I floating in the air? Chang-Chi held his stomach and stretched out his right hand. A black high-tech glove appeared on his right hand at some point. His 5 fingers opened slightly, and another light green light spread out. His 5 fingers shrank slightly, and absorbed the surrounding green light again. Mo looked stunned, watching the green light around his body disappear, and the power that lifted him up also dissipated, and his body slowly fell to the ground. Ha. Chang-Chi still laughed. This is a biological gravity field regulating glove. Mo was silent for a moment, and finally laughed out of anger. You are really like a medicinal herb, known as the Oriental Magic Herb. Magic herb? Chang-Chi was stunned. What is that? Dog Chi. Then, Mo's expression was covered with a layer of sadness. So, I'm really not my father's biological child. It's just a little joke to lighten the mood. But jokes aside, you owe me a debt, and you can't get rid of it. Chang-Chi came up and shook hands with Mo next. Let's work together to solve the mystery. Mo could clearly feel the touch in his palm, and he could also feel the grip from Chang-Chi's palm, which fully proved that he was a living person. Then, his eyes flashed. Okay, let's work together to solve the mystery. Then, the two stood side by side in the alley, their minds churning. There are so many suspects, each with their own doubts. Where should we start? At this time, there was a slight commotion in front of the main courtyard. The two looked at each other, walked together, came to the entrance of the alley, carefully poked their heads out, and observed the situation outside. But they saw many disciples wearing Mo family robes coming to the main courtyard. The leader was Mo Yuan, who looked anxious at this time, but tried to restrain himself and tried to be humble and polite. He talked to the guests one by one, and after asking for their consent, another special Maha's disciple led the guests away and walked towards the door of the genetic tester. Mo pondered. Mo Yuan is an excellent disciple, humble and polite, and is usually responsible for reception work. Could it be that there is a problem with the genetic test, and they want to retest? Chang-Chi also narrowed his eyes, seeing that he is so nervous. I am afraid he has neglected some important people? At this moment, the two realized a problem at the same time and looked at each other. Could it be that Li Bailong sneaked in? If that perverted guy really joined the puzzle, then the whole incident would inevitably become more complicated and more difficult. Li Bailong is an uncertain factor. Don't worry in advance. Chang-Chi's thinking was very clear. Let's first deal with the 3 suspects who are confirmed to be at the scene, unravel the mystery, and eliminate them one by one. Then, Chang-Chi frowned slightly again, but your boss Missouri is now a dead man. You have to be careful and cautious, and you can't expose yourself easily. And these 3 suspects, I'm afraid they won't do anything unusual in broad daylight. What do you mean I'm a dead man? Your words sound weird. Mo sighed slightly, but added, the people living in Tingzhou planet are mainly disciples of the Maha school, and from 9 to 11 o'clock every night is the evening study time. They will study quietly in their rooms, so every time it is late at night, it is quiet here, and almost no one will go out. Oh! Chang-Chi's eyes flashed. So, no matter what the 3 suspects have in mind, they should be waiting for the evening study time. That is to say, from 9 to 11 o'clock tonight is the time for the demons to dance wildly. Mo nodded, just as I thought. Hey, there seem to be 2 more guests over there. At this time, a Mo family disciple in charge of reception spotted 2 figures in the alley and walked over. Chang-Chi and Mo retreated back to the alley. Chang-Chi's eyes flickered. Then let's find a place to hide and catch thieves at night. Mo pursed his lips. Are you going to use your gravity gloves again? I don't know why, but I feel a little disgusted. At this time, outside the corner, the footsteps of the Mo family disciple came. He was already close, and could find Chang-Chi and the others by turning a corner. Golden light flashed in Chang-Chi's eyes. Gravity gloves? It's too late. You too I am. The Mo family disciple turned the corner with a smile on his face, but he was stunned when he saw the empty alley. There are obviously people here. Am I dazzled? Fuck. Boss Missouri, who has always been highly qualified and elegant, couldn't help but swear. In the moment, Chang-Chi held the back of his head with one hand and then lifted his shoulders. After a dizzy and dazed moment, he was on a street several kilometers away. As expected of a well-informed businessman, He quickly gave the answer, "You are wearing some advanced armor?" Chang-Chi nodded. Mo's guess was right, but he didn't guess it completely. Mo's eyes flickered, and he felt that he could not see through Chang-Chi more and more. There were pedestrians passing by, and Mo quickly adjusted his cloak to cover his face. The two walked on the street. This was still an ancient street with bluestone ground, and on both sides were buildings with ancient charm, and even some scattered vendors, but because the Mo family was holding a funeral, they stopped talking. The password information in Chi Mei's hand is likely to be the key, Mo whispered as he walked, because there is a possibility that this poisoning case is the result of the cooperation of multiple suspects, and the hand gesture code is likely to be a way to discuss countermeasures. If we can crack the code in advance, we will definitely be able to seize the initiative. Chang-Chi, what do you think? There was no response. Mo paused and looked sideways. But he saw Chang-Chi standing in front of a small stall, stroking his chin and staring at the goods on the stall. Mo was a little puzzled, pulled his cloak, took a few steps forward, and stood beside Chang-Chi. However, this small handicraft stall only had one product at the moment, which was an educational toy called Moziu. This was a wooden toy, similar to Warongdeo. In the palm-sized rectangular slide, there were more than a dozen small wooden blocks that could slide up and down, left and right. On one of the wooden blocks, there was an old man wearing ancient costumes holding a cane. On the other wooden blocks, some were printed with stones, some were rivers, and some were soldiers holding broadswords. Ta-ta, ta-ta, ta-ta-ta. A child was sitting next to the stall, biting his tongue, playing with the Mozi game he had just bought. He tapped the side of the toy with his fingers, and it seemed to contain some kind of pattern, and the Mozi inside would slide up and down as the child tapped. Chapter 142. Mozi traveled all his life to promote his doctrine, fearless of hardships and dangers. But his ideas and actions at the time touched the interests of some powerful people. Therefore, Mozi was once hunted down by Zihan, the city governor of Song State. The toy stall owner was a kind-looking old man with white hair and wrinkled face. And the Mozi game was developed based on this incident. Players need to type in codes to control Mozi to move in 4 directions, over mountains and across rivers, and avoid being hunted down. Ta-ta, ta-ta, ta-ta-ta. The kid on the side suddenly raised the Moziu in his hand and said happily, "Yeah, my Mozi has broken through the siege, and I have also made an effort to spread the ideal of promoting the benefits of the world and eliminating the harm of the world." Chang-Chi and Mo had been listening for a while, and now they squinted their eyes at the same time. There are at most 3 groups of taps between 2 nodes, and each group of taps is at most 3 times. It's exactly the same as the tapping method of my Aunt Chi Mei. It turns out that this woman's password was actually derived from a roadside game. The most difficult part of this game is to distinguish up, down, left, and right before the chase begins. The old stall owner smiled and said, "Don't look at this thing as small, but it has a built-in scrolling program. The up, down, left, and right of each game are different, and before the game starts, the player has a total of 20 chances to determine how to hit it." Chang-Chi nodded slowly. Staring at the small Moziu, it turns out that under this wooden appearance, there is a sophisticated electronic structure. Speaking of which, many things in Tingzhou are like this. The so-called gameplay is actually very easy to understand. Each game is different. It is possible that d means left, or it is possible that d simply means left. In short, you need to try, and you need to explore within the limited permutations and combinations to finally find the correct control method. After determining up, down, left, and right, controlling Mozi to escape is actually the easiest step. Chang-Chi suddenly smiled, "Very good idea." The elderly stall owner also smiled and said, "Little brother, would you like to buy one?" "Buy." KMO spoke first. He looked at Chang-Chi in surprise. What was going on with this kid? His insight was so abnormal that he discovered the source of Chi Mei's password just by passing by. Just study this Mozu carefully. It's probably just a matter of time to crack Chi Mei's password. Chang-Chi stared at the last 3 Mozu on the stall. "I want all 3. Okay." The old boss smiled. 1 point for each, 3 points for 3. 3 points? Chang-Chi was stunned. So cheap? 3 credit points are just change on this garbage earth. Tingzhou's folk customs are so simple, and the prices are so low. The next moment, Chang-Chi turned his head to look at Mo and whispered, "After the matter is over, report this money to me." Mo, When Chang-Chi showed his credit point scanning device and prepared to pay, the stall owner paused slightly. "I said learning points. What is this?" Chang-Chi was confused. "What is learning points?" "It is the learning points gained by studying. learning and delving into Maha's doctrines here. The stall owner shook his head and smiled. You two are very lucky. There are many guests in Tingzhou today. Mo Yuan students are afraid that the guests will be treated poorly, so as long as the consumption is not too exaggerated, it can be put on his account. As he said, the stall owner packed 3 sets of moziyu and handed them to Cheng Qi. Cheng Qi nodded in astonishment. The Maha school advocates universal love, emphasizes morality and thought, and the disciples under its command are indeed excellent. It was getting dark, and there were less than 3 hours left before the 9 o'clock evening training. This planet called Tingzhou was beautiful with a lot of mountains and trees. Cheng Qi and Mo were going to enter the nearby mountains to wait and repair. Rustle. The grass in the distance suddenly trembled, and a white shadow flashed by. Is that a rabbit? Cheng Qi's eyes were as big as copper bells. Before, after the super-metabolic rate repaired his body, he felt that he was extremely lacking in meat. After meeting Mo, this emotion was temporarily suppressed by him. At this time, Cheng Qi entered the primitive ecological mountains and felt that there were wild animals running around. His brain couldn't stand it and was going crazy. Meat. Cheng Qi's mouth was drooling. He had eaten meat about 7 or 8 times in 18 years on the garbage earth. At this time, the wonderful memory suddenly emerged from the depths of his brain and could not be suppressed. Cheng Qi seemed to have some kind of hallucination. In a colorful bubble, a big pot on firewood appeared. The fragrant broth was boiling in the pot, and the large pieces of meat were bobbing up and down. I grabbed a piece, which was a little hot. I slowly tore off a strip and put it in my mouth. The hot aroma immediately filled my mouth. I chewed it gently, and the juice burst out. It was so fragrant. Cheng Qi, are you okay? Mo looked at Cheng Qi in shock. This guy picked up a branch from somewhere, and put it in his mouth to chew. I'm fine. Cheng Qi shook his head quickly. Hurry up and find a place to set up camp in the leeward area. You are responsible for making a fire. After saying the words make a fire, a bunch of colorful bubbles appeared in Cheng Qi's mind. The bubbles dispersed, and a whole roasted lamb on the fire appeared. It was golden in color, sizzling with oil, and smelled really good. Deep in the forest, a bonfire was lit. Mo sat by the fire, holding a set of moziyu in his hand, constantly testing and calculating, and occasionally marking the ground with a branch at hand. The blazing flames danced on his face, echoing his obsession. He must solve the problem and find the mastermind. Time went by unnoticed during this immersion. When Mo came to his senses, he didn't know how much time had passed, maybe 40 minutes, maybe an hour. Earlier, Cheng Qi took away 2 sets of moziyu and a fire, and disappeared. Mo looked around and saw the light of a campfire behind a big tree not far away. He stood up and walked towards there, and saw Cheng Qi's back from a distance, and smelled something burning. As he walked in, Mo saw a whole sheep roasted and charred on the campfire in front of Cheng Qi. Mo shook his head helplessly. The animals on the mountains of Tingzhou were carefully cultivated by the family at a great cost, with the purpose of increasing the vitality of Tingzhou. There is a rule in the family that these animals cannot be hunted or eaten. Then, Mo smiled again. Cheng Qi is his good brother, who came from afar, and is now helping him. It's just a goat. If he wants to eat it, then eat it. Meat. Cheng Qi squatted by the campfire, his eyes wide open, and the demand conveyed by his brain made him almost crazy. Is this also food for humans? Mo looked at the miserable goat in front of him. There are almost no edible animals under garbage earth, so you don't know how to cook. Then, he took out the dagger he carried with him, cut off the burnt parts of the goat bit by bit, and searched around for a while, and found some special plant leaves. This is rosemary, with a strong aroma, a mixture of pine and lemon. Mo roasted the young branches of rosemary on the charcoal fire to let the fragrance come out, and then crushed the dry leaves and sprinkled them on the meat. This is chamomile, a natural spice that can remove fishy smells. Mo squeezed the plant to extract juice, and smeared it on the meat, and stuffed the remaining leaves into the whole sheep's stomach. Cheng Qi's eyes glowed green like a hungry wolf. So fragrant. It's done. 10 minutes later, Mo clapped his hands and said with a smile, let's eat. Cheng Qi instantly jumped more than 3 meters high. Meat. I eat it to death. Ah. Cheng Qi pulled off a leg of the beast and tore off half a pound of meat in one bite. Oil sizzled at the corners of his mouth, and tears welled up in his eyes. Amazing. It's so delicious. This meat saved my life. It's so delicious. It's so good. Mo, I didn't expect you to be able to cook. From today on, your position in my heart has risen a lot. Cheng Qi was shouting and eating voraciously. Mo watched quietly with a smile on his face. Then, Mo also tore off a small piece of meat and put it in his palm, his eyes flashing. By the way, when I was 9 years old, I also stole a goat, and it tasted really good. In fact, the rules in the family are a bit too rigid. The animals on this mountain have been breeding for dozens of generations, and the number is huge. The only one that cannot be moved is the special 9-colored deer. Mo glanced at the green mountain in front of him. It seems to be a rare species caused by genetic mutation. It is rumored that it has survived from the time of the Mahist ancestors to the present, and the first animal created by the Mahist ancestors through the Mahist mechanical technology was also based on it, and named Rolu. Chung Chi, who was chewing meat frantically with his mouth full of oil, suddenly paused. What? It's okay, eat yours. Mo was fascinated again. The deer is quite spiritual and moves very fast. Few people have seen its true face. It has now become the totem of our Mo family. I even feel that after Grandpa fell asleep, his soul merged with the deer. The deer is Grandpa, and Grandpa is the deer. Chung Chi paused again, his mouth full of delicious meat. But Mo also licked his lips, put the meat in his hand in his mouth, and tasted it carefully. It's delicious. Then, Mo couldn't help tearing off another piece of meat and chewing it slowly in his mouth. Where did you catch this goat? The meat is very special? This? Chung Chi looked at the goat, which was almost only a skeleton, and pursed his lips and said, actually, this is not a goat, it is called a Tuatan beast. Tuatan? Mo paused slightly. What kind of animal is this? At this moment, in the city at the foot of the mountain, a melodious bell sounded. The seemingly simple bell actually has a sophisticated timing device installed inside. Mo suddenly stood up, his eyes flashing. It's 9 o'clock. It's time for evening study. Chapter 143. In the night, Chung Chi and Mo walked out of the mountains. They stood on the quiet street of Tingzhou, with ancient houses in front of them. Each house was lit with a candle-like light, as if countless Mahist disciples could be seen reading by lamplight at night. Although there were many guests staying overnight, they also chose to respect the tradition here, and did not go out casually. The night wind was a little cool. This planet called Tingzhou, in the depths of the universe, actually had a strange and treacherous atmosphere. Let's go check on my Aunt Chimei first. The two of them moved along the wall, and soon came to a grand 3-story building. This was Uncle Mo's house. Now that Uncle Mo is dead, only Chimei and some servants live here. Although Uncle Mo is not young, he has no children. This scene is suspicious of visiting a widow at night. Chung Chi and Mo squatted in the bushes outside the building, squinting to watch the situation ahead. Unexpectedly, Chimei was alone, standing on the balcony of the 3-story building, staring at the night sky. At this time, although she was still wearing the black dress she wore during the day, she had taken off the veil on her face and the shawl on her shoulders. Her face was exposed, and it was even more beautiful than Chung Chi had imagined. Her face was flawless, with narrow eyes, a straight nose, and a cherry-red mouth, which was beautiful and charming. Her white shoulders were half exposed, which made her even more graceful. At this time, looking at the starry sky, her face was a pitiful and beautiful expression. Chung Chi couldn't help but sigh. At the age of 49, I don't know if she has used some kind of genetic modification technology. In short, this woman is simply one in a million, and she is more beautiful than all the other beauties. Is she the murderer who caused the Mo family tragedy? Suddenly, Chimei stretched out her white palm, leaned on the wooden railing, stretched out her slender index finger, and tapped it at a very high frequency. Ta-ta-ta, ta-ta-ta. Chung Chi and Mo's eyes suddenly fixed. Mo's eyes suddenly became extremely sharp, and instantly focused on Chimei's fingers. I have tested all the password permutations and combinations in Mozyu before. After all, it's just an educational toy, and there are only 24 permutations. Mo lowered his voice and said, now, I just need to make a match in my mind to know which one Chimei used. Chung Chi was slightly surprised. This guy said it lightly, 24 password arrangements, which is equivalent to remembering 24 ways to pass Mozyu, and each way is a different combination of tapping methods. How many results are there? Chung Chi also did a simple calculation before. It is 5832, but Mo needs to remember all the combinations in order in his mind, and at the same time, match them with the movements of Chimei's hands in a short time to find the only result. Mo's arithmetic ability and memory are both amazing. Chung Chi said with some awe, you are really a natural businessman. Your genetic talent is also related to these aspects. It's nothing. Mo looked serious. I just hope that Chimei's password method really comes from Mozio, otherwise we will have no clue again. Next, Mo's frown relaxed slightly revealing a hint of joy. It's really Emozio. She used the 12th way to pass the level. Let me see what she is compiling. Left, right, up, left, down. Changchi thought to himself. Since the code comes from Mozio, the corresponding information must be direction information, because Mozio can only control the direction. Next, we need to use a code disk. Mo's eyes flashed. It should be a matrix alphabet. All the letters are arranged in a large square. The starting point is the most central position, according to the signal sent by Chi Mei, such as up, left, right, down, etc., to find the corresponding letters, and finally spell out a sentence, and that sentence is the message she wants to convey. Changchi nodded, and then asked in confusion, "Didn't you lack such a cipher disk before?" The situation is different now. With the direction information, I can make an inference. Chi Mei is from the Mo family after all, so the letters should be spelled in pinyin. I will try to guess her first word according to the language habits of human speech, and then follow the expression logic to follow the next words. If the general logic is reasonable, I can reversely determine what letters are in individual positions, and then reversely align them with each other. While cracking, I can sort out the entire cipher table. Mo said seriously, in the early days of the anti-Japanese war, the code experts of country decracked the enemy's code bit by bit without any rules. Changchi was in awe. This is so abstract. How to do it? It's very simple. Mo narrowed his eyes. According to human speaking habits, the first word Chi Mei said may be me, you, today, mission, etc. I use the first letters of these words to match directions such as up, left, etc., and try to determine the arrangement of the code disk. Changchi was even more surprised. There are countless possibilities. If you can figure it out, you are a pervert. I have to say that there is some luck involved. But I have known my aunt for so long, and I know a little about the way she speaks. Then, Mo stopped talking, his eyes burst into light, and 3 gene halos flashed. Changchi could feel that this guy's CPU was bursting and boiling, and it was running continuously in a very terrifying state. You. Mo's expression flickered. Her first word is you. Changchi's eyes slightly opened. You. Today. His second word is today. Mo narrated in a low voice, you bring medicine today. Changchi felt a chill on his back. He really did it. Pervert. You bring medicine today. What medicine? Toxin. The two of them looked around. The current situation was clear. There must be a third person watching Chi Mei's password at this moment. Mo's brows suddenly frowned. No, Chi Mei changed the code disk after sending this sentence. She is so cautious. On the stands, Chi Mei's fingers were still tapping the railing. Mo's expression changed again. After finishing the second sentence, she changed another code disk. 3 sentences, although they are all Mozio's conversion methods, but 3 code disks were changed. Mo held his head with both hands, staring at the ground with his eyes wide open. This frequency is too high, I can't calculate it. But Changchi patted Mo on the shoulder. Okay, you are already very good, but no matter how good a player is, he can't compare to a cheater. Mo turned his head. What do you mean, you are a cheater? I am not. It is. But Changchi took out a Mozio that he had never seen before from his pocket. This equipment is no longer made of wood, but metal. There is no slider in the center, but a blue interactive projection screen. Intellectual game GM system, the work of a game enthusiast, with a built-in collection of 4,488 puzzle game cracking methods including Mozio, Warongdeo, Sudoku, Julianhuan, etc., which can realize various plug-in functions, including but not limited to the reverse deduction of all decryption logic. This device comes from the Parallel Universe 01254 game world. Changchi grinned and said, Boss Missouri, your IQ has already shown me off. It's my turn next. Mo was a little shocked. What kind of device is this? Where did it come from? Changchi shrugged. Mozio is a technological device. I was free when I was grilling meat, so I disassembled and combined 2 Mozios and assembled them into a new device. Otherwise, how could I have burnt that picture? Whole lamb? Chapter 144. Next. Changchi's operation seemed extremely relaxed and casual. He stared at Chi Mei's fingers, then held the intellectual game GM system, replicated Chi Mei's frequency 1-to-1, and gently tapped the edge of the device. Chi Mei did not surprise him, and sent all the messages 3 times in a row. This is a routine operation to prevent the other party from not receiving it. You brought medicine today. The intellectual game GM system showed the reverse cracking content, which was exactly the same as Mo's inference. But then, after the password disk was changed, the content became even more outrageous. Come back in an hour. I have sent all the servants away. I have specially prepared a new set of lace underwear today. Password disk changed. Come back in 2 hours and enter through the back door. You bad guy, you hurt my arm last time. I will give it to you to play with this time, but you have to be gentle. I have a set of beautiful lace underwear. Although it has been used, I can still show it to you. Chung-Chi and Mo stared at the content on the virtual screen. Their eyes twitched and fell into silence. Finally, Mo exploded in silence, almost going berserk. Damn this slut. Her uncle's body is still warm, but she is seducing men here, and she uses such complicated and sophisticated code words. So, she tapped her fingers at the funeral to communicate with her lover? And she kept changing the code disk because the recipients of these messages were not the same person? She was contacting 3 lovers at the same time? Damn, she used the same underwear twice in one night? No wonder there were rumors before that she was dissatisfied with her uncle and cheated on him so much. She was quite dissatisfied. Mo's eyes went dark, and he almost fainted. Chung-Chi was also shocked. Now, isn't it the way men and women communicate that has evolved to this level? He thought of Mo's life experience again. The rich family is as deep as the sea. This is too chaotic. It was also at this time. In the distance, a sneaky figure appeared in the night. This figure was tall, and held a box tightly in his arms. He carefully observed the surroundings, and then went into the house where Chi Mei was. Chung-Chi and Mo looked at each other. That was Counselor Lu of the Li Alliance. At this time, Chi Mei finished sending all the messages, turned around slowly, walked into the house with a graceful back, and closed the curtains. Chung-Chi pursed his lips. The other 2 came 1 hour later, and 2 hours later, respectively. Counselor Lu is here now, which means he is the first. Mo looked up to the sky and sighed. I can't stand it anymore. I want to expose this couple. Bang! Mo kicked open Chi Mei's door. But they saw 2 people entangled together on the bed. Counselor Lu's suit was still beside him, and the collar of his shirt was torn open, while Chi Mei took off her long skirt and wore a black silk underwear. Mo closed his eyes slightly, unable to bear to look. It turned out that this underwear had to be used 3 times a night. Who? Xiao Mo. Chi Mei screamed and quickly covered her body with the bed sheet. She was terrified because Mo was resurrected. Mo saw that on one side of the house, Counselor Lu's metal box had been opened, and 3 medicines were displayed in it. Mo slowly stepped forward and took out the only one left, because the other 2 were already empty bottles. He opened it and sniffed it, then looked at the 2 panicked couples on the bed. He already understood what the medicine you brought was. It was not poison, but some kind of tonic for men. No wonder he asked the bodyguard to keep a close watch on it before, because once this thing was exposed, it would be too difficult to talk about. Chung-Chi followed closely behind, leaning against the door frame with his arms folded. Looking closely at Chi Mei's face and figure, it's still the same thing. This woman is a top beauty, almost perfect, sexy and seductive, and no one believes that she is already 49 years old. Such a woman, but fickle. I want to expose you. Mo said in a low voice. I don't care about the huge scandal of the Mo family, and I don't care about the huge scandal of you Li. Brother. I was forced. But Counselor Lu rolled and crawled from the bed to the surface, grabbing Mo's arm. Brother, I was really forced. I didn't want to do this. It was that woman who seduced me. I didn't obey at first. I have the chat records as proof. But when something happened to your Mo family, this woman threatened me, saying that she would be in charge in the future. If I didn't obey her, she would cut off the deep cooperation between the Mo family and Li and switch to other business alliances. I need the performance of the Mo family. I don't hate your grandfather's previous complaints at all. I just want to keep my current position. I was forced. Although I have A-level genes, I use drugs to stack them. I don't have any special talents. I have a 1 in a million dead gene, only an appearance that can bluff people. But Counselor Lu was crying. I was really forced. Mo frowned. After the adulterers were caught, it seems that you always said the same thing, but it was usually said by women. You are too shameless. Do you think I will believe everything you say? There have been rumors in Li for a long time, but I have never admitted it. Now that things have come to this, I will tell you. Counselor Lu gritted his teeth, took out his portable communicator, and flipped through the photos. Among them were photos of Counselor Lu and a group of strong and handsome men, half naked on the bed, leaning against each other, and his bodyguard was also one of them. I don't like women. Member Lu cried. Can you imagine? A person like me, being coerced by a woman. I have to take medicine. Woo, do you know how great an insult and pain this is? Mo's eyes twitched, and the scene in front of him hurt his eyes. Don't touch me, get out. Then, Emo looked at Chi-Mei on the bed. You woman, is this all you have in your mind? Chi-Mei wrapped her body with a sheet, bit her lip and said, I have a special physique, and I am naturally difficult to control. Chi-Mei, for the sake of our family, you must pack up your things and disappear from the Emo family. Go as far away as you can, don't alarm anyone, and never have any contact with the Emo family again. Mo's eyes were sharp. If you dare to show up again, I will expose these scandals. I believe that if your lover's wife knew about this, they would want to kill you. Chi-Mei trembled all over. Okay, I get out now. Then, the couple put on their clothes and ran out the door. But Emo let Chi-Mei leave first, but called Counselor Lu, when you go back, continue to be a counselor, but remember, I have 2 handles on you. In the future, I will make some requests to you at the appropriate time. You must do whatever I ask you to do. Counselor Lu's eyes flashed with fear. Yes. Chung-Chi, who was leaning on the side of the door, saw Mo's expression and actions at this time, and tilted his head slightly. Chapter 145. What is this? Chung-Chi saw a small device on the head of Chi-Mei's bed. It looked like a pink peach blossom, and was very delicate. It's called Shu-Ming. Mo smiled softly. It's Ming-Lan's work. She is very good at brain nerd science. This small device can release a special electromagnetic wave to improve people's sleep quality. Ming-Lan is very considerate, and gave the same device to almost everyone. Chi-Mei has disappeared now. Chung-Chi fumbled with the equipment in his hand. Can I take this thing away? Of course. Emo frowned and looked out the window. Since Chi-Mei and Counselor Lu are just a pair of dogs and bitches, who is the murderer? The main courtyard of the Emo family. Chung-Chi and Emo squatted on the beams of the gate. The courtyard was very quiet, and there was no one else. But it was a little scary, because although there was no one, there were 82 coffins placed in the courtyard. The Emo family was still a little conservative. The deceased had to stay in the frozen coffin for 3 days, and the guests could use this time to pay their respects to the remains. The most discordant scene was the huge 5-meter-high gold block in the yard. Chung-Chi frowned. Even if it's evening training time, isn't there anyone else keeping watch? Emo said, it's a bit strange. Maybe they were too tired during the day, so the Emo family members took a rest. However, Tingzhou is very safe, and there are no chicken stealing and dog stealing things. While Emo was not paying attention, Chung-Chi completed the partial siliconization, and the center of his pupils flashed with a glass-like light. In the huge gold block, the blue ribbons became clearer and clearer, and the number increased, almost hundreds of them. Chung-Chi knew that someone had issued a command to the equipment inside the gold block. Click. Click. A slight sound suddenly came from the gold block, like the sound of some metal structure breaking. In the dim light, circles of cracks suddenly appeared at the bottom of the huge gold block. These cracks were round, like the size of duck eggs, attached to the surface of the huge gold block. Chung-Chi and Emo narrowed their eyes at the same time. But they saw that the cracks trembled slightly, and then one by one, golden duck eggs were peeled off from the huge gold block, falling to the ground with a tinkling sound, spinning on the ground, reflecting golden light. Suddenly, a more subtle sound came, and 8 slender golden mechanical legs split out from each duck egg, just like a duck egg growing spider legs. Mo's eyes widened slightly. He actually realized that there was a secret hidden in the gold nugget, but he had never seen such a device. Like a small robot. When the duck eggs fell to the bottom, the gap on the huge gold nugget also closed automatically, and there was no change in appearance. The robots were chirping, as if they had received some kind of command, and suddenly spread out. Some of them crawled towards the guest room, and some crawled towards the distant ship parking lot. Chung-Chi and Emo looked at each other. They immediately began to track some of the golden duck eggs and found that after these robots entered the guest's room, they did not do anything incredible. Instead, they drilled into the guest's luggage, found the most private part, and their 8 legs shrank and returned to an oval shape, and then there was no movement. During this process, Chung-Chi also saw that there was a Shu-Ming on the bedside of each guest, and the guests were all sleeping soundly. Only a few of the golden robots entered the guest's room, and most of them poured into the ship parking lot. They seemed to have a specific screening method. After selecting some specific starships, they drilled into the starships, found secret places, and lay dormant. Emo frowned and thought, these golden robots, without exception, choose targets that are all star masters of all sizes. These star masters have more or less mineral planets in their hands. I only heard Chung-Chi say, I have probably guessed the purpose of the human-shaped pig intestine. He is not the murderer. Emo was a little confused. There is so little information now. How do you judge? Chang-Chi raised his head and pointed to the distance. Let's go in and find out, and the result will come out naturally. The direction Chang-Chi pointed to was actually the deepest part of the starship docking area. There was a golden starship dock there that was extremely noble and dazzling. The length of this starship was more than 10 kilometers, and the width was at least 5 kilometers. It was a very large private starship. Coupled with its golden appearance, the owner's financial strength was obvious. Mo looked back. Is that the starship of the Mudhopper? Chang-Chi nodded. Well, I have checked it out. The truth will shock you. Mo was even more puzzled. When did you check it? 2 hours ago. Chang-Chi locked onto this golden starship. Because its style was too special and matched the exaggerated decoration of the Mudhopper too well, it was hard not to associate them together. But Chang-Chi didn't need to check it in person. The thinker spirit received the order, and the garbage recycling starship that no one cared about started slowly. In a corner that no one noticed, it opened the magnificent and mysterious brain nerve network and entered the fourth wall. Then, the spirit starship sailed in full view of the crowd, silently, as if merging with each other, and entered the interior of the golden starship. The size of the golden starship was so huge that the spirit starship could even float in it. The luxurious golden starship only had a shell. Inside was a shabby small mining starship. Various metal brackets were welded on the surface of the mining starship to support the camouflage of the golden starship. The shell was naturally not pure gold, but just a thin layer of plating on the shabby metal. Mudhopper, at this time, was lying in the dilapidated mining starship. The gold decorations on his body were also removed and thrown aside, revealing the black carbon fiber inside. His outfit was also plated with gold. Gold was not expensive to begin with, but he still plated it. The only real gold on his body was a ring on his hand. At this time, he turned it slightly, and the ring emitted a blue light. It was the command center of those golden duck eggs. Mo stood outside the golden starship with some doubts, staring at the golden hatch in front of him. He said, normally, a starship of this level has an advanced defense system. If Mudhopper doesn't open the door, we can't get in. You think too much. Chang-Chi smiled. Push hard. Mo was a little skeptical, and reached out to touch the golden starship in front of him. Sure enough, there was no alarm. He frowned, exerted force with both arms, and pushed the hatch in front of him hard. There was a creaking sound of metal friction. So loose. Mo was a little surprised. If it is sailing in space, it will disintegrate in minutes? But Chang-Chi smiled meaningfully. Why not install the parts in the cabin first, and assemble them before entering the Tingzhou atmosphere? Assemble? What do you mean? Just as Mo was puzzled, a sound similar to a screw breaking suddenly came from the golden hatch in front of him. Crack, squeak, boom, the golden hatch actually flipped directly inwards. Mo's hands were empty, and he fell forward without standing firmly. Fortunately, Chang-Chi acted in time and grabbed Mo's collar, leaving him hanging in the air. Mo could see clearly that there was a huge dark pit below. And the front was not the internal structure of the starship at all, but a mining starship that was almost scrapped, suspended in the air by various steel brackets. The interior of this starship was like a huge date with a small date pit hidden inside, and there was no date meat, only a variety of crisscrossing meridians, which were the fixed steel bars. Looking at the scene in front of him, Mo already understood a little. At this time, the naked and fat Mudhopper in the mining starship also saw Mo and stood up in fear. Master Mo. Mudhopper, what's wrong with you? Next, spend 10 minutes to relieve Mudhopper's fear of seeing a ghost. Plop! Mudhopper fell to his knees. Master Mo, I'm not afraid of your grandfather's targeting at all. I've been bankrupt for a long time. Mo's eyes twitched. This guy has been pretending to be rich. My name is Mudhopper. It's a little bug born in the mud. I was very poor when I was a child. It was really like living in a quagmire. Later, I made money and became a star master. My industry continued to expand. But because of my reckless spending and the depletion of mineral resources, I went downhill. I tried my best, but couldn't save it. Now I only have a few hollowed-out planets, and a lot of broken mining equipment. I was really sad to hear about the changes in your family. But I don't want to go back to the poor days of the past. I know that many star masters will be here today. So I used my last cash to customize those precious metal detection robots, which are the golden duck eggs you just mentioned. I controlled those robots, and hid them in the luggage of the star masters, or on the starships. I wanted them to go back with them, and then act secretly to determine the mineral storage conditions of their planets. The Mudhopper cried, I wanted to select star masters with insufficient mining capabilities, and then propose cooperation with them. On the surface, I was helping the mine, but in fact, I wanted to use my idle equipment and earn a share. Mudhopper stretched out his fat arms and hugged Mo's thighs. I really don't have any other thoughts. I just want to make a comeback, Master Mo. Got it. You have to keep the fact that I'm still alive a secret for me. Mo took a long breath. As for you, after I finish the things on my hands, I will use the power of the Mo family to help you search for Star Masters and make full use of your equipment. You will make a lot of money, but remember, from now on, you have to become a subordinate of my Mo family and become my subordinate. Okay. Nieming nodded repeatedly, grateful. As long as I can turn things around, I, Nieming, will be Master Mo's dog. Mo waved his hand. Take back your robots. But Nieming said with an ugly face, I don't know why, in the past few minutes, all the robots have lost contact. I spent a full 300 million credit points. Mo was stunned. Was it taken away by someone? No one should know the existence of those robots. Wait. Where's the dog beggar? At this time, Chang-Chi slowly walked in from the outside of the starship. Oh, I just heard that you have reached a cooperation, which is gratifying. In this case, those precious metal detection robots are useless, just garbage. Chang-Chi shrugged and looked at Mo and said, You know, I am a professional garbage collector. Nieming was not happy when he heard it. Hey, who are you? Hand over the things to me. Mo reached out to stop Nieming. Okay. Then. Mo's expression was also a bit hard to describe. He is indeed very professional. Chapter 146. In the Green Mountains. The bonfire was lit again. In order not to attract attention, the fire was small, illuminating only a radius of 4 or 5 meters. The night was quiet, and the shadows of the trees around were dark, swaying slightly, and rustling continuously. Chang-Chi and Mo sat by the bonfire, lost in thought. And Chi Mei, Counselor Li Lu, and the fat man in I-Chen were not the real culprit behind the scenes. So who was it? The evening study time had passed. Looking far away, you can see Mo Yuan, Mo Shan and other Mo family disciples walking out of the house again, and starting to visit the guests at the funeral. They are still searching hard for the S-level gene person. Chang-Chi couldn't help but frown. Now there is another possibility. The murderer is the legendary Li Shen. If he really comes, it will be a problem for Chang-Chi. Not to mention Mo Yuan and other D-level gene people, they may not see the shadow of Li Shen, even if they run their legs off and use all their tricks. Li Shen, Li Bailong. What kind of person is he? What kind of ability does he have? If he really comes, how can we lure him out? Of course. You can't think in a fixed way. Assuming that Li Shen didn't come at all, he had no intention of participating in the fight of the Mo family. Then, who else could be the murderer? Chang-Chi's thoughts were churning, but he still couldn't find a breakthrough. He looked at Mo on the side. This guy was even more frowning, with a haggard face, and he must have not rested for several days and nights. Just now. Under Mo's protection, the Mudhopper was speechless, and had no way to express his grievances. Chang-Chi hacked 50 precious metal detection robots. Chang-Chi put the robots back into the Lingshire starship. After finishing the current task, he would see what interesting equipment he could combine. Chang-Chi, I want to take a break. Mo stared with bloodshot eyes. Just take a 10-minute break. If possible, wake me up after 10 minutes. Chang-Chi nodded, don't worry. But he saw Mo groping in his clothes and slowly took out a small device. It looked like a pink peach blossom, and was very delicate. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes slightly. That's Ming Lan Shu Ming. You carry this device with you? Of course. Mo held Shu Ming in his hand, and couldn't let go. I've become accustomed to it. I can't sleep without it. Mo gently pressed the stamens of the petals, and the whole device lit up with a faint blue light. Putting Shu Ming on one side, Mo lay on the ground, resting his head on a stone, and slowly closed his eyes, contented. In almost 10 seconds, he began to breathe evenly and fell asleep. Looking at everything in front of him, Chang-Chi had an indescribable strange feeling. He also recalled a detail. Just when Mo said goodbye to Nieming, Nieming said excitedly, Master Mo, our cooperation is destined by heaven. You may not believe it, but I just dreamed that although all the men in the Mo family died, only you, Master Mo, did not die. Chang-Chi felt a little strange. Nieming was only seeking wealth on this trip, and even dreamed of getting rich. How could he dream of Mo, a young master who had a very low status in the family, and was always in a semi-transparent state? Isn't this too unpopular? Moreover, Chang-Chi also noticed that as a VIP, Nieming was also given a Shu Ming by Ming Lan, and it was placed in his broken starship. Chang-Chi was also a little tired. He kept thinking, and his temples were aching, and he felt drowsy. The small Shumeng beside Imo flickered with a faint blue light. Unconsciously, Changqi also closed his eyes unconsciously, as if he was interfered by an imperceptible force. His eyelids were too heavy, and the moment they slowly closed, it was as if someone closed the curtain of heaven and earth, and it was pitch black. Changqi shuddered and opened his eyes immediately. He forced himself to be energetic, dispelling the fatigue in his mind, and stared at Shumeng. There is something wrong with this thing, it seems to force people to fall asleep. It was also at this time Changqi felt a mountain wind blowing behind him, which was cooler than before. The mountain wind rolled the grass on the ground, rolling continuously, and finally fell into the campfire and burned to ashes. Changqi's pupils suddenly shrank, but to his surprise, he wanted to turn back, but found that his body seemed to be sealed by transparent cement, and he couldn't even turn his head. Not good. What is going on? Changqi stared and could only look at the scene in front of him. In his view, there were dark and deep green mountains and a weak and fragile bonfire. His 5 senses were normal, and he could hear the crackling sound of firewood in the bonfire. A strange fragrance came into his nose, fresh and orchid-like peach blossoms. Then, a graceful figure in a black dress slowly walked into Changqi's view from the back. This figure just looked forward, as if Changqi did not exist. She wore half a black veil, revealing beautiful and resentful eyes, with narrow and smart eyelashes, hanging with mountain dewdrops, and there was an obvious birthmark on the right corner of her eye, which was a pink peach blossom. This beautiful birthmark has become a kind of decoration, adding a different temperament to her whole person. Changqi opened his eyes slightly. Menglan? But the strange feeling permeated his whole body, and Changqi couldn't move. Menglan stood in front, staring at the sleeping Imo quietly. On the hillside, she looked charming with the lights of Tingzhou behind her. Suddenly, Menglan slowly touched her waist. Changqi's pupils contracted, and he felt that she was taking out a weapon. But the next moment, Changqi's pupils relaxed again. Menglan took out a bamboo flute, one end of which had a red tassel, and slight signs of wear. Changqi was puzzled. Was she going to play a song? But then, Menglan did not put the flute to her lips, but held one end of the flute and stretched it forward. At this moment, she suddenly turned back and looked at Changqi, her beautiful eyes wide open, and 5 blue circles of light suddenly flashed in her pupils. Changqi was stunned, because his body seemed to be controlled by an invisible force. Changqi actually slowly stretched out his right arm into the air. At the same time, an idea came to Changqi's mind uncontrollably. He ordered the Type 1 biochemical armor to condense a sharp knife on his right arm. But Menglan slowly walked forward. Changqi couldn't control himself and walked forward. It was just 3 steps, and Changqi stood beside Imo, who was still sleeping at this time. Menglan always stood 7 or 8 meters away. She held the flute, but there was nothing in front of her. Menglan slowly waved her arm downward. Changqi's body, like a puppet, also made the same movements as her. But Changqi had a sharp blade in his hand, and Imo in front of him. He was extremely horrified. Changqi frantically wanted to resist. He wanted to stop the movement of his hands or wake up Imo, but he couldn't do it at all. The only thing Changqi could control seemed to be his pupils. But at this time, they could only tremble like an earthquake. How sharp was the blade condensed by the Type 1 biochemical armor. The moment it touched Mo's white neck, it was like silently cutting into tofu. First, a bright red bloodline appeared, and then the artery ruptured and blood gushed out. Mo opened his eyes in horror. But it was too late. I saw Menglan suddenly raised his hand. Changqi also raised his hand. In the dark mountains, Menglan's cold and ruthless eyes reflected the flickering campfire, the blood splashing for several meters, and a head flying high. Chapter 147. Mo! Changqi suddenly managed to control his throat, and he screamed in fear. At this moment, Changqi suddenly opened his eyes, but found himself leaning against a stone, and the bonfire in front of him was still flickering slightly, and the few firewoods had not yet burned out. Mo, who was sleeping soundly beside him, was also awakened, opened his hazy eyes, and was safe and sound. What's wrong? A nightmare? Mo looked at Changqi, and couldn't help but smile. You are so old and still have nightmares. It seems that you dreamed that I was dead. Changqi looked around in surprise, looking at his hands. There was no sharp blade, no blood, and no Menglan. Was it a dream? Changqi was suddenly surprised. It was too real, but Changqi was not forgiving. He glanced at Mo and said, "What a pity. It was just a dream." Mo smiled helplessly. He clearly saw that Changqi's forehead was covered with cold sweat. The dream scared him a lot. This kid really cares about his safety. Don't think too much. Chung-Chi suddenly said, I'm just afraid that you default on your debt. Mo pursed his lips. Okay. But Chung-Chi began to frown and think, Mo, you introduced Meng-Lan to me before, saying that she is a core disciple of the Mahes school. What is the status of a core disciple? Mo also sat up and explained, the Mahes school used to be a widely known school, and it is still the same now. The so-called disciples are all those who agree with the Mahes teachings, and come here to study. You can think of it as another form of university. According to tradition, disciples are divided into entry-level, ordinary, and advanced. Don't think of it as cultivating immortals. This is the real level of the Mahes school, divided according to the results of cultivation, which comes from Mosey's 1,000-year heritage. And above the advanced disciples are the core disciples. Core disciples are the highest level of ordinary disciples, because above them are the masters. The master is the head of the Mahes school. Speaking of this, Mo showed a proud smile like a dog. Meng-Lan is one of the few core disciples of the Mahes school today, and is also my grandfather's eldest disciple. That's right. Chung-Chi asked again in confusion. I have never understood what the relationship is between your Mo family and the Mahes school? Homophones, but different characters. Mo continued to explain. In fact, we are the descendants of Mosey. Mo is Mo, but we chose a homophone. We think we are ashamed of our ancestors because we are mainly engaged in business and cannot show the Mahist heritage, but there is nothing we can do about it. You know, in this era, without money, nothing can go smoothly. As for our status, Mo Zijian said in a scornful manner, we are also considered some kind of core disciples, which is a bit shameful because we only have the advantage of bloodline. In terms of research on the Mosey school, I am not even as good as Mo Yuan. Your Mo family is considered a core disciple. Chung-Chi's eyes flashed. That means, if all the men in your Mo family die, then the remaining core disciples, such as Meng-Lan, may become the next great master? After hearing Chung-Chi's analysis, Mo's expression changed continuously. What are you thinking? Meng-Lan can't do such a thing. I pat my chest to guarantee that it is definitely not her. I just realized that you are a bit of a dog licker. Chung-Chi looked at Mo. You have so many beauties in the Mo family, and now they are all widows. Can't we find someone to lick? Meng-Lan rejected you so many times. Your perseverance is really commendable. You? Mo's face turned blue and purple. Go-Chi, you are also a dog. Please don't make personal attacks on another dog. Chung-Chi was somewhat helpless. It can be said that Meng-Lan's gene level is not low. Does she have any special abilities? No. Mo said unhappily. She just likes to study neurology in her spare time. Apart from that, she is just a weak woman with both talent and beauty. Chung-Chi pursed his lips, and then stood up. What a weak woman with both talent and beauty. I'm going to pee. He ignored Mo. Chung-Chi turned and walked into the woods. The next second, he burst out at a speed of 200 meters per second and headed straight for the city of Tingzhou. Is Meng-Lan a weak woman? Absolutely not. Chung-Chi is sure that the dream he just had of killing Mo was definitely not natural. Will Meng-Lan have the legendary ability of dream control? It was written in the masterpiece The Abyss of Insomnia that some people will have sleepwalking behavior due to special genetic factors, psychological factors, etc. Dream control plus sleepwalking equals puppet. In other words, Meng-Lan can completely hide behind the deepest level and use puppets to accomplish various things without being known, such as poisoning, such as annihilating the entire Mo family. Mo did not include Meng-Lan as a suspect for personal reasons. But for Chung-Chi, Meng-Lan's suspicion is too great. It's simply off the charts. As for Chung-Chi, there has never been a precedent of sleepwalking. Otherwise, the dream just now might have become real, and the only survivor of the Mo family would have died inexplicably at the hands of Chung-Chi. At this moment, under the night, Chung-Chi stood on the tallest house in the main courtyard of the Mo family. Under his feet were the 82 coffins of the Mo family. Above his head was the starry sky. The young man opened his eyes slightly, and his whole body instantly became siliconized, emitting a glass-like brilliance. He reached out and looked at the shoe meng he had obtained from Chi Mei's room. This small device really released blue ribbons. It was a remote control device. Then, Chung-Chi scanned the entire Tingzhou, and the colorful light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. A shocking scene appeared. Countless slender blue ribbons spread across the entire sky of Tingzhou, and the source of these ribbons came from every guest, every house of Ma's students. Everyone, no matter who they are, without exception, has been given shoe meng. At this moment, those small shoemengs are at the bedside of different people, releasing imperceptible radio waves, controlling everyone's dreams. And these countless blue ribbons, floating and spreading, gathered in the sky, forming the thickest blue ribbon, and this ribbon, like a 9-day waterfall, fell to the mortal world. Its final landing point. It is a small courtyard full of peach blossoms on the north side of Chengchi. Chapter 148. Creaky, Chengchi pushed open the bamboo gate in front of him, and suddenly smelled the fragrance of flowers. If it weren't for the countless blue ribbons that gathered together, revealing the weirdness of this small courtyard, then this small courtyard would be warm and elegant, beautiful and comfortable. The breeze swayed the peach tree on one side, and it was like a demon with bared fangs and claws in the dark. Chengchi took a step, and came to the front of the 3 wooden houses, slowly raised his hand, and pushed open the wooden door. At this moment, Chengchi's eyes suddenly narrowed. The small courtyard looks simple on the outside, but the inside is amazing. Meng Lan, wearing a black dress, stood in the middle of the house. Behind her, it seemed as if a sun was shining. The light even penetrated her black dress, outlining her slender and perfect figure. She closed her eyes, and her long black hair danced in the air. On her head, she wore a sophisticated metal helmet, with hundreds of metal pipes connected to the upper side of the helmet. These pipes crisscrossed like the venomous hair of Medusa. Blue signals kept flowing along the pipes to the equipment behind Meng Lan. And that huge device is the source of all the blue ribbons. The sun-like light is the matrix indicator light of the device, which is extremely dazzling and is operating at a high frequency. The wind in the room comes from the cooling system of the device, with an almost scorching temperature. It is hard to imagine how long this device has been operating. Chengchi was shocked. The scene in front of him is not difficult to understand. This device must have the function of strengthening brain power and enhancing brain waves. Meng Lan has some brain abilities, but the effect is not strong enough. She needs to use such a device to complete her plan. This device belongs to the control core, and the output terminal must be those little Shumeng. It seems that she sensed Chengchi's presence. Meng Lan suddenly opened her eyes, and there were indeed 5 blue circles in her pupils. A-level gene. According to legend, when the gene level reaches a certain level, supernatural powers will be awakened. Chengchi once thought that this standard needs to be above S level, but now it seems that this is related to talent and varies from person to person. Meng Lan, her ability appeared very early, and is also very strange. Her ability works in dreams. Now that Chengchi is facing her in reality, she is afraid that she has no power to fight back. At this moment, Chengchi saw Meng Lan's complete face. She was very beautiful, fresh and elegant, noble and extraordinary. Mo has good vision. Chengchi suddenly said, but if he knew this, he would be very sad. He is sad? What should he be sad about? Meng Lan spoke slowly, her voice was clear and moving, but with a chill. I have been studying hard in the Mo family for so many years, but I have never been able to make a breakthrough. He has a status comparable to the core disciples just by virtue of his bloodline. Chengchi pursed his lips. Mo actually doesn't even have blood. Meng Lan's eyes widened. Do you want to avenge the Mo family? Chengchi looked up. It's so tragic. This revenge must be avenged. Not to mention, Mo still owes me money. Hee hee. Meng Lan smiled. I used to think that if I killed all the members of the Mo family, I would have a chance to become the leader, but I found that the previous leader of the Mo family has been alive. He seems to have lived for thousands of years, and never died. He has been wandering in the universe, and there is no news. Chengchi nodded. Mo told me the guy's name is Mou. Yes, Mou. Meng Lan suddenly smiled sadly. With that guy around, I will never become a great man. Chengchi's eyes gradually became cold. You killed innocent people, but got nothing. Yes. Nothing. Meng Lan suddenly showed a strange smile. So, I installed a geocentric bomb in this planet. The power of the bomb itself is very weak, but it can detonate the high temperature and high pressure core of the planet. No one can stop it. At the same time, everyone will be buried with me who is heartbroken. No matter whether it is the Mo family or the Mo family, they will no longer exist. Said. Meng Lan suddenly spread out her palm. In her palm was a small peach blossom-shaped device, not the previous Shumeng, but more like some kind of detonation switch. Destroy them all. Meng Lan didn't say much. Her white fingers bent and pressed the switch. Her fingers were very close to the switch, and the process of falling was only a few tenths of a second. Chengchi's eyes suddenly opened, and his leg muscles exploded, running towards the switch. This was a truly critical moment. Chengchi never expected that Meng Lan would prepare a fate of destruction for him. She wanted to blow up the entire Tingzhou. She wanted to destroy everything. No. Absolutely not. The speed was increased to the extreme, and Chengchi's time seemed to slow down. He clearly saw Minglan's finger falling slowly, only half a centimeter away from the switch. Facing the situation just now, Chang-Chi's brain reacted within a few milliseconds. Although the speed was very fast, it still wasted time. At this moment, he felt that his speed had been increased to the extreme in an instant. The sudden increase in G value triggered intense pain, but Chang-Chi completely ignored it. But the next moment, Chang-Chi still felt that he had hit a wall, which caused him to stagnate and be blocked for a few microseconds. Chang-Chi's eyes, as if in slow motion, widened a little more. No, it's too late. Click. Minglan had already pressed the detonation switch. Almost without any delay, this planet called Tingzhou, in the deepest part of the Earth's core, suddenly felt a violent vibration. The rumbling sound of thunder also broke out instantly. The core of the planet contains unimaginable power. Once it is detonated, it is completely beyond the control of human technology. No one can reverse this planetary bomb, and everyone will be wiped out. Chang-Chi has rushed to Minglan, and his finger has touched the detonation switch. But perhaps it is just 0.0001 seconds late, and everything is meaningless. Chang-Chi looked annoyed, his chest rose and fell violently, his arms trembled, and he stared at Minglan's face. But the woman's smile became more and more strange. She didn't become more crazy. Instead, her smile became softer and calmer, giving people a feeling of tenderness and spring breeze. Moreover, her eyes even showed a trace of respect for Chang-Chi. Chang-Chi suddenly felt a little conflicted. How could a woman with such a smile be the devil, who killed 82 people in the Mo family? I do have the ability to control dreams. Minglan's voice came slowly. I made you dream of killing Mo before, but I was actually secretly feeling your resistance. I am sure that you don't want to kill Mo, and your resistance is very strong. Just now, I asked if you wanted to avenge the Mo family. I also felt your sincerity. When I was about to blow up the entire Tingzhou, your desire to stop me was also very strong and very real. Because people in dreams don't lie. In view of what you did, Minglan would like to express gratitude to you on behalf of the Mo family. But the beautiful woman suddenly nodded politely to Chang-Chi. Sorry to bother you, you are not the murderer. At this moment, the entire planet Tingzhou suddenly exploded. There was no imagined crustal shattering, nor was there an imagined magma eruption. Instead, the entire planet suddenly turned into a peach blossom and suddenly bloomed. In the universe, this peach blossom was as dazzling as a star. Although it was silent, it was clean and brilliant. Chang-Chi suddenly opened his eyes, and then sat up, feeling a cool breeze, which appeared from the soles of his feet and swept across his body. He suddenly found that he was still on the hillside in the wild, and there was still a weak bonfire not far away. Mo, who was sleeping soundly, had already woken up and was standing on a stone in the distance, with his back to Chang-Chi, looking out over the entire Tingzhou. And that Xu Ming was just 2 meters away, emitting a faint blue light. It's still a dream. Chang-Chi's pupil shrank instantly. Minglan is not the murderer, on the contrary, she is also secretly looking for the murderer. Chapter 149. So this is Minglan's ability. Chang-Chi sat by the campfire, and began to sort out everything. The Xu Ming device can make people fall asleep quickly, and it is also a signal transmitter. And Minglan can use some large devices to enhance her own abilities, achieving the effect of entering other people's dreams, or even interfering with other people's dreams. But her interference is limited. She cannot create a dream for others out of thin air, but the information in the dream must be built on the dreamer's own memory. For example, she made Chang-Chi dream of the scene of killing Mo, but she could not plan the specific method Chang-Chi would use to kill Mo. Chang-Chi's subconscious mind chose to use the Type 1 biochemical armor to condense into a sharp blade, and because his body was out of control, he killed Mo. Only Chang-Chi knew the fact that he was wearing the biochemical armor, and after breaking through the inhibition chain, Chang-Chi always felt that he did not have the ability to fully control the golden gene. This subconscious thought formed the result of the body was out of control. As for the dream of detonating Tingzhou, Minglan can only set it as Chang-Chi cannot stop it. Therefore, Chang-Chi in the dream encountered a sound wall while running at high speed, which eventually led to a slight difference. These information are all real things in Chang-Chi's cognition. People's dreams are like this, and they are most likely related to the real world. For example, if you dream that after the start of school, the school has become a hell on earth, it is probably because you have not finished your homework. For example, if you dream that you are in a small space, and this space is constantly shrinking, it may be because your vacation balance is insufficient. For example, if you dreamed of having an affair with a sexy female colleague and being caught and beaten black and blue, It is very likely that you really want to have an affair with your female colleague, and her husband is a burly man. Okay, use myself to control myself, right? No problem, only in this way can I see your true intentions. At this time, Chung-Chi slowly raised his head, his black and white eyes looked at the sky. Chung-Chi, wake up. Snap, he snapped his fingers. In the deep mountains, beside the campfire, Chung-Chi suddenly opened his eyes while sleeping. He sat up and moved his neck slightly. Then, he stretched out his right hand, fumbled behind his earlobe for a while, and took out a small black disc. The disc was precise and complex, and the electronic patterns on the surface formed a dream catcher pattern. Time went back to 1 hour ago. When Chung-Chi collected the precious metal detection robots of the Mudhopper, he took away the Shuming of several guests in the spirit of not wasting or burying. This device, which looks like a peach blossom, is essentially a device that regulates human brain waves. Break into original matter, begin synthesis, human brain wave instant adjustment instrument. Humans have 4 main brain waves, alpha, beta, theta and delta, which are responsible for wakefulness, sleep, efficiency and suggestibility respectively. This device can achieve instant adjustment effect and switch different states of human beings, break into original matter, begin synthesis, dream editor, *2. Before falling asleep, you can use this device to edit a desired dream for yourself, such as a hero dream, a dream of the dead resurrected, a spring dream, break into original matter, begin synthesis, V33 Dream Master, *1. You can enter the dreamland anytime and anywhere, unfold the dream. Not only can you edit the dream in advance, but also you can unfold the editing interface at any time during the dream process, compile the dream in real time like a master, and you can enter other people's dreams. The editing degree depends on the other party's dream wall defense. This device comes from a 3.8 level entertainment civilization at this time. Chung-Chi fumbled with a small black disc in his hand. This is the extremely exciting V33 Dream Master. After contacting Xu Ming, Chung-Chi became suspicious of Ming Lan and guessed that her ability was related to dreams. So Chung-Chi got a few Shumings with a trial mentality and synthesized them. But he didn't expect to get a divine weapon. Level 3.8 Entertainment Civilization. Judging from the literal meaning, this civilization studies how to have fun and how to play all day long, and has played things like dreams. But it just so happens that this device perfectly restrains Ming Lan. So, before going to sleep, Chung-Chi attached this small disc device behind his right earlobe according to the usage, and designed a dream. The dream is divided into 2 layers. The first layer is Chung-Chi's God's perspective. He overlooks everything with a panoramic view. The second layer is an unaware Chung-Chi. After Ming Lan enters the dream, she will be guided to this layer, and then do whatever she wants to Chung-Chi. In this way, Ming Lan will expose all her true motives and thoughts, and Chung-Chi, who is on the first layer, will see them all and make a judgment on her. Chung-Chi also unexpectedly discovered that Ming Lan's control of dreams is so handy, layer by layer. But in this wave, Chung-Chi is in the atmosphere. To put it simply, this is a dream within a dream within a dream within a dream within a dream. However, Ming Lan also knows some of Chung-Chi's abilities, such as Type 1 biochemical armor, such as silicon-based body, because Ming Lan also has the ability to monitor the 2 dreams at the bottom. Is it possible that Ming Lan modified the final words because he witnessed Chung-Chi's ability? In fact, a final judgment can be made. Chung-Chi smiled slightly. You always enter other people's dreams and modify other people's dreams. So what kind of dreams do you have yourself? Press the black disc, and the dreamcatcher pattern emits a rhythmic blue light. Chung-Chi put the black disc on his right earlobe and slowly closed his eyes. When Ming Lan interfered with Chung-Chi's dream, she also exposed some personal information, such as her real residence, the small courtyard with peach trees. Under the quiet night sky, a colorful bubble floated on almost every house in Tingzhou. That was people's dream. There was also a colorful bubble on the peach courtyard. Chung-Chi, floating in the air in the form of a dream body, smiled. Ming Lan has a dream while entering other people's dreams. Chung-Chi swooped down, entered the dream belonging to Ming Lan. Chapter 150. This is a long canyon. The rock walls on both sides are towering into the sky, made of gray rocks. Chung-Chi stood at the bottom of the canyon, with yellow soil under his feet and no grass growing. There was only a sliver of sky above his head, and the sky was also gray. There was no end in sight, and there was no one around. Is this Ming Lan's dream? Depressing, gray, cold, and endless canyon. Chung-Chi took a step forward, and his first reaction was that the canyon was too long and a waste of time. He gently turned his head to the upper right corner, and a blue empty screen appeared. This was the control interface of the V33 Dream Master, the true system. One step is 10 kilometers. Changqi read out the settings, and the system prompted that the dream editing was completed. After that, Changqi took a step, and the surrounding scenery instantly became like blurred light and shadow, and quickly retreated. But after walking more than 10 steps, Changqi found that the canyon still had no end. One step is 1,000 kilometers. After walking a few steps, the light and shadow around him were blurred, and there was still no end. Changqi narrowed his eyes. This should be the bad memory in Menglan's heart, which is reflected in the dream, and it is very likely to mean endless. Changqi pondered for a moment, called up the interface, and said, "One step to endless." Then, Changqi took a step forward, and the light and shadow of the surrounding scenery flowed, as if the world was turned upside down. After standing still, although the scene was still a canyon, but a ragged little girl, about 4 or 5 years old, appeared in front. I saw her face from a distance, pretty and cute, with the embryonic features of Menglan. That was the young Menglan. Changqi narrowed his eyes, called up the system interface, and ordered again, "No matter what the situation, she will never be able to see me." Then, Changqi approached the little girl. But he found that she was standing alone on the ground, lonely and helpless, and her eyes were full of fear. At this moment, countless monsters roared all around. Many strange and indescribable monsters flew down from the sky, trying to tear the little girl apart and devour her. The young Menglan was also terrified and stretched out his arms to block his eyes. This should be Menglan's nightmare when she was young. Changqi looked at the terrifying monster in the sky. The little girl was young and helpless. Like all children, she had nightmares. He wanted to help the child stop the monster, but he controlled himself. After all, this was Menglan's dream. If he interfered with the trajectory, he might not see the truth. Suddenly, the little girl disappeared. She appeared a few kilometers ahead. Her face became calm because there was a kind-looking old man standing in front of her. Changqi recognized the old man's face because he had seen him in the 82 coffins of the Mo family. He was Mo's grandfather and the head of the Mo family. The old man smiled at the ragged little girl, stretched out his hand, held her hand, and walked forward, appearing again in the valley hundreds of meters away. Changqi also walked forward. He found another scene. The little girl had put on the robe of a Maha's disciple, clean and tidy, like a little book boy dressed as a man, cute and adorable. At the same time, green grass and unknown flowers grew around the valley. Changqi nodded and understood some of the past. Menglan should be an orphan, or abandoned by her parents, and then taken in by Grandpa Mo, who made her a disciple of the Mo family. From then on, she no longer had to live on the streets and starve, and she found a home. At this time, Changqi turned around and looked at the monsters hovering in the distant valley. He called up the dream editing interface. "I blink, and those monsters will be smashed to pieces." Then, Changqi blinked. Boom, boom, boom. Those terrifying monsters exploded one after another, turning into dust all over the sky. In front, the young Menglan who was reading suddenly looked up at the distant sky. Her crystal-clear eyes flashed. She seemed to realize that there was a powerful god who killed the dream demon that troubled her entire childhood, but she couldn't find this god. Changqi continued to walk forward. He saw Menglan was about 10 years old and had grown a lot taller. She was in the Maha's school, studying hard every day and devoted herself to studying Mosey's theory. But there was an annoying boy who always disturbed her and kept throwing things at her from the window, sometimes some wild fruits, sometimes some colorful pebbles, and sometimes some bracelets made of wild flowers. In Changqi's eyes, Menglan's classroom was still located in a deep canyon, but there were more and more wild flowers and grass around it. Changqi continued to walk forward. He found that Menglan was already 15 years old, and was the most outstanding child among all the Mo family disciples. Grandpa Mo appeared again, and accepted her as a disciple. Changqi also saw the young Mo Yuan among the Mo family disciples. He was full of envy. At the same time, the boy who had been harassing Menglan was also there. This guy had grown up to 15 or 16 years old, the right age for getting into trouble. He actually set Menglan's desk on fire. Changqi continued to walk forward. He found that Menglan was already 20 years old, beautiful, and like a fairy. She also became the most core young disciple of Moism. The same was true for that young boy, who was still annoying. He would fly a big heart-shaped kite in the sky with the word dream written on it. He also got a white puppy from somewhere with a love letter hanging around its neck, and then threw the puppy into Menglan's room in the middle of the night. This boy would occasionally prepare some gifts for Menglan, such as a bamboo flute with red tassels. Time was quiet, calm and soothing, and with a hint of warmth. At this moment, the valley was already green and full of flowers. Chang-Chi knew that this valley should be the main body of Meng Lan's dream. All her experiences were transformed into dreams and presented in this valley. Finally, Chang-Chi came to the end of the valley. This is a wooden house surrounded by a fence, and a peach tree is planted in the yard. Chang-Chi understood that this was Meng Lan's current residence, and the scene in it also represented Meng Lan's current state of mind. Walk into the small courtyard. The moonlight is like frost, covering every corner. Meng Lan, wearing a black dress and with a beautiful face, stood in the courtyard. She held a bamboo flute in her hand, and a fat white puppy lay at her feet. I understand your feelings. Meng Lan suddenly burst into tears. I have always treasured the letter you gave me, and I have always carried the flute with me. Xiaobai is now 5 years old. I also planted the wild fruit you once threw to me, and now it has grown into a peach tree. When I was young, I was devoted to studying because I didn't dare to let my teacher down. When I grew up, I gradually realized that you were the son of the Mo family, and I was just an apprentice from outside. I felt inferior and pitted myself, and I didn't dare to accept everything about you. Crystal clear tears, like beads that had broken off the string, streaked across Meng Lan's cheeks. If you hadn't died, I would never have been reserved. I would have embraced you passionately and unrestrainedly. Chapter 151. Chang-Chi opened his eyes. Dreams are the truest expression of human subconsciousness. Meng Lan always remembered the kindness of Grandpa Mo and the kindness of her family. The time she spent studying at the Mo family was a process of her moving from the bottom to the light. She was definitely not the murderer. She was really trying her best to find the real murderer. Moreover, she had a crush on the young boy since she was a child, but she was too shy to express her feelings when she first fell in love. Today, it has become a regret in her heart. She can only think of him and shed tears when she sees him. It was even more impossible for her to kill that annoying young man. Chang-Chi looked at the bonfire in front of him. Although it was very weak, it was still not extinguished. There was no trace of Mo next to the bonfire. He did stand up and looked at Tingzhou from a distance. Chang-Chi realized that he had been looking at the direction of the peach blossom cottage. Meng Lan was indeed a brilliant and silent peach blossom. She was grateful and yearned for love. Now that the Mo family was destroyed, she did her best in secret to repay her gratitude and to commemorate his death. Chang-Chi frowned. Who is the murderer? At this moment, Chang-Chi's communicator rang. This was the device that Zheng Beige gave him when he left the Jin city. It not only allows long-distance communication, but also has the function of image transmission. Chang-Chi pressed the communicator and saw Uncle Fei's face appear. Boss Chung, I have the latest discovery here. There happened to be a holographic camera near Cassius's laboratory. The Jin city was dilapidated. Everyone thought that the camera had been damaged before, but I didn't expect that I just retrieved some images from it. It records the footage of the genetic toxin customer. Chang-Chi's eyes lit up. What footage? The first set of footage shows the customer taking the medicine away, but the customer did not show up, but used a tool. This is the record of that time. Then, a set of video footage was received in the communicator. Under the red night, Cassius was holding a small genetic medicine box, standing outside his laboratory, waiting for someone. Suddenly, a faint green light appeared in the sky. The light point came closer and closer, and slowly landed in front of Cassius. When he saw the item clearly, Chang-Chi's pupils suddenly shrank. That black biotech box was used to transport items over short distances. Chang-Chi had obtained a lot of them, and synthesized the Iron Mother. This kind of box is also Mo's special box. And Mo? Chang-Chi's mind was buzzing. He glanced at Mo's back in the distance, and then at the box in the picture. He shook his head. Don't be arbitrary. Everyone in the Mo family may have this kind of box. Uncle Fei said again, this is the first transaction, but the medicine seems to have some problems. So the customer came in person, and we also found the corresponding picture. Chang-Chi's heart trembled. The true face of the customer? Then Uncle Fei sent the second picture. It was also in the dark red night. A small starship slowly landed in the ruined Jin city. At this time, Cassius was already pale, obviously tested the poison. He trotted and stood outside the starship to greet him. Swish, the hatch of the starship slowly opened, and a figure emerged from the darkness. Click. First, a very high-end cane was stuck on the landing ladder of the starship, and then a slender figure in a black suit slowly walked out. It was a young man with a pale face and handsome features, but only 25 or 26 years old. Then, he had some conversations with Cassius, but because the camera was half faulty, the content could not be heard clearly. Finally, he took the brand new gene toxin drug from Cassius. The reason why it was certain that it was a genetic toxin drug was that when the customer opened the box to check, he could clearly see that the drug was divided into two compartments, marked A and B. The communicator was still rustling, and there was still a signal coming. But Chang-Chi's pupils trembled. The customer's figure was Mo, the real Mo, at this moment. Chang-Chi felt a little dizzy, and at the same time, a lot of ignored information also flooded into Chang-Chi's mind. I am not my father's biological child. Mo. What if Mo had known this information a long time ago? Now there are no male descendants in the Mo family. When the truth comes out, no matter what the blood relationship is, I will be the only one who can take charge of the Mo family. Mo. If the fact that I am not my biological child is exposed, and if the other male descendants of the Mo family are all there, then Mo will definitely not have the right of inheritance. Chang-Chi, you can stay out of it, you can leave here. Mo. He didn't want me to get involved from the beginning. Mr. Liu, I have two handles on you. In the future, I will make some requests to you at the appropriate time. You have to do whatever I tell you to do. Mo. Mo is ready to take over the family. He is even paving the way for the future. I, Niming, am a dog of Master Mo. Although this sentence comes from Niming, it is completely controlled and arranged by Mo, which is also paving the way for the future. Chang-Chi's eyes widened. After learning that the toxins were divided into A-B, he was afraid that Gigi's blood could not detoxify. So Chang-Chi accepted the outcome of Mo's family's death. But then again, where did that drop of blood go? If it was taken, would it be possible to delay the disease? In order to identify the real culprit, Menglan entered everyone's dream through the device. Then why didn't she see Mo's dream? Why did she always think Mo was dead? There is only one possibility, Mo never fell asleep. So, during the time when Chang-Chi entered the dream, did he still stay on the hillside, or go somewhere else, at this moment? There was a cry at the foot of the mountain. Mo Yuan and others found a body in the river at the foot of the mountain. Chang-Chi took a few steps forward and stood on the edge of the cliff, squinting his eyes. It was a very beautiful female corpse, with a pale face, eyes wide open, chest torn open, floating on the water. Chang-Chi recognized this woman. Her name was Chi Mei, and she was Mo's aunt. Mo did not kill her before, but let her go and never show up again. At the same time, she was the only one who had no interest in Mo and knew that Mo was still alive. At this time, a black shadow appeared under Chang-Chi's feet. He slowly turned his head, but saw Mo frowning and appearing behind him. Chapter 152. In the Silent Forest. Sometimes, unknown wild animals shuttled through. At this time, a wild wolf with gray hair stood on the top of the mountain and howled to the sky. Then, the wild wolf turned back quietly, its eyes reflecting green light, looking at the two people on the hillside. In front of Chang-Chi was a steep cliff. Although it was not steep, it was more than 10 meters high. An ordinary person would fall down and roll, and would be almost dead. When Chang-Chi turned back, he saw Mo frowning, stretching out his hands and pushing his shoulders. Paw. Mo did not push Chang-Chi, but put his hands on Chang-Chi's shoulders. I think I know who the murderer is. In the night, Chang-Chi looked at Mo, whose face was a little dark, and narrowed his eyes. Who is he? Li Bolong Li Shin. Mo's eyes flickered. Do you still remember the legend that Li Bolong abused passers-by? That guy actually tore a cesspool on the ground, and the body of my Aunt Chi Mei was also torn in the chest. They were all torn. Li Bolong's ability is to tear. Before Chang-Chi could react, Mo retracted his hands, turned around, and pulled his hair hard. Okay, I know this is too far-fetched. It's just forced hooking. I'm really about to collapse. Who is this murderer? Did you want to push me down just now? Chang-Chi took a few steps forward, but you thought of the mysterious armor on me, and knew that this height couldn't hurt me, so you gave up the idea. Mo looked back in shock. Why would I have such a thought? What happened to you? Actually, I left the garbage earth 5 days ago. Chang-Chi approached Mo and said, I know very little about the entire human society. For various reasons, before coming here, I only went to 2 places. One is called Shipwreck Ruins, and the other is called Jean City. Hearing the words Jean City, Mo's body suddenly stiffened. Chang-Chi smiled. You never thought that things in this world are so coincidental. Not only did I go to Jean City, but I also met the owners there, including Valente, Zheng Beige, and Kexius, who is good at making drugs. Mo's body stiffened again. Chang-Chi had come close, staring at Mo. The poison in Mo's company came from Kexius. A mysterious customer placed an order with him. The toxins are divided into two types, A and B. When the two toxins are mixed, the poisoned person will die suddenly in a short time. The drink you gave me before only contained toxin A. Because it has gene-locking technology, even if I drink it, there will be no serious consequences, and it can even enhance my physical strength. But you didn't expect that I could identify the poison and give you a drop of antidote. Of course, none of this affects your plan. But you never expected that after I learned about the properties of the drug through the Gene City, I actually came to Tingzhou. This is not the most fatal thing. The most fatal thing is that you thought that after Cassius personally tested the poison, he would die soon, so you were careless and showed up in person to trade with Cassius. Chang-Chi's eyes opened, his eyes were burning, and all of this happened to be recorded by a broken camera. If I hadn't given Gene City a new chance, all the truth would have been buried forever. Your plan is very thorough, and it takes into account almost all factors. You even took poison with everyone else, but in the end, you survived alone because of your bloodline. After that, you can secretly win over all the idle forces as the only survivor, and of course, you can also clean up unstable factors such as Chimei. But? You just ignored me, a variable from the garbage earth. Chang-Chi frowned. Do you have anything else to explain? But Mo's expression kept changing, and finally, he sighed heavily. I have nothing to explain. Chang-Chi tilted his head. Don't, the brothers are still waiting for a reversal. It can't be reversed. Mo raised his head, with a resigned expression. I am the client of Cassius, the poison is customized by me, and the person who poisoned is also me. TSK. Chang-Chi glanced at Mo. You said it can't be turned, so it can't be turned? But Chang-Chi slowly took out his communicator. A palm-sized empty screen was lit above the communicator, and on the screen was a blond man. Although his lips were still a little pale, he looked more like he had recovered a little after a serious illness. Boss Missouri, I'm sorry. I didn't keep the secret. Because you are just my client after all, and Mr. Chang-Chi is now my real boss. Mo took a deep breath when he saw the person on the screen. Kexis, you. But Chang-Chi smiled. Fortunately, I am sharp. Before Kexis died, he said that there would be 3 stages of mixing AB drugs, and the second stage was death. But he didn't have time to say the third stage. Chang-Chi looked at Mo. So before leaving the Gene City, I asked Uncle Fei, Kexis's teacher Valente, to study his experimental data and his drug residues. Once the third stage is confirmed, notify me immediately. But I didn't expect that before the research results were obtained. Kexis was alive. Are you surprised or surprised? Speaking of this, Chang-Chi smiled. According to Kexis's explanation, this is the most complicated toxin order he has ever received, because according to the customer's requirements, there will be mild poisoning in the first stage, death in the second stage, and resurrection in the third stage. I said, no matter how dedicated Kexis is, he can't use himself to test the poison. Besides, he is kind and responsible by nature like Zheng Beige. How could he study such a vicious toxin? You went to see Cassius in person before because you were worried about the effect of the poison, right? Also, I thought the Mo family's customs were strange. Even after a person dies, they have to be kept in a frozen coffin for 3 days for people to pay their respects? Now it seems that this cannot be cremated. Boss Missouri. Chang-Chi fiddled with the communicator. What's going on? You faked your death to deceive the world and use it to find out who is behind it. Poor me, Chang-Chi, I care about the debt. No, I care about your safety. My sincerity is obvious to everyone, but you even want to deceive me? Chapter 153. You? Mo's face was blue and purple, staring at Chang-Chi. Why are you so perverted? Why are you so smart all of a sudden? How did you become the boss of Gene City? You? Chang-Chi stretched out his hand. Please don't change the subject. You better give me a satisfactory explanation, otherwise I will activate the super awesome armor and slap you to death, the little trash D-level Gene mastermind. But Mo frowned and gritted his teeth, wanting to say something but stopping. Chang-Chi tilted his head. Is it so difficult to say? It's nothing more than eliminating some potential threats. Is it necessary for you Mo family to make such a big fuss and pretend to be dead together? It is necessary. Mo gritted his teeth and seemed to have made up his mind. You come with me. Taking advantage of the night, Mo took Chang-Chi into Tingzhou again and sneaked into the main courtyard. 82 coffins were still quietly placed in the main courtyard. The two squatted on the beams and waited for a while. People seemed to be attracted by Chi Mei's tragic death and gathered by the river. At this time, the main courtyard was quiet and empty. Mo brought Chang-Chi to the last coffin in the first row. He didn't care about etiquette or respect and quickly opened the lid of the coffin. Among them, There was an old man about 60 years old, with his eyes closed, and a thin layer of frost on his body. "This is my fourth uncle," Mo said, and suddenly tore off the old man's suit and shirt, and the old man's chest was instantly exposed. But on the old man's chest, there was a sutured wound that was a full meter long, and the skin was bruised and wrinkled. Chung-Chi narrowed his eyes. Was he injured before he died? Not just injured. At this time, Mo had come to the second row of coffins, opened the cover of another coffin, and also tore open the clothes on the chest of the corpse. Mo stood by and pointed at the corpse. "This is my sixth brother." Chung-Chi narrowed his eyes, and saw that the corpse was relatively young, about 40 years old, and there was also a huge scar on his chest. At this time, Mo came to the back of the coffin again, opened the cover, and found a boy of 18 or 19 years old. Mo turned his body over and pulled open the clothes on his back, but saw a huge wound on the boy's back, almost running through his entire torso. Mo's eyes were filled with tears. "This is my third brother." Chung-Chi was stunned. Thoughts were churning in his mind, and he had never expected this scene. 82 male members of the Mo family, 14 of whom died before entering the coffin. Mo began to sort out the clothes of the dead one by one, put them in place, and then covered the coffins one by one. They died strangely, and were suddenly killed in Tingzhou. When they were found, their bodies all had such huge lacerations, which was also the cause of their death. There were surveillance equipment in Tingzhou, but every time they encountered an accident, the surveillance would be inexplicably disturbed, and we couldn't see the murderer's killing method, let alone the murderer. They died one after another, and the trend was obvious. The murderer wanted to kill the Mo family one by one. Mo looked at Chung-Chi. "Fourth uncle and his family have some enemies in the business world, which I can accept, but a childlike third brother has never even left Tingzhou. I don't understand why the murderer didn't let him go." Chung-Chi and Mo left the main courtyard where they could be easily exposed. They came to a remote alley. Few outsiders know that the Mo family has had a series of deaths, because these things are kept secret by the family. We have been investigating in secret for a long time, but we can't even find the trace of the murderer. We have only confirmed one thing: the murderer is not a member of the Mo family. Deaths happen almost every day. Grandpa has no choice but to make this plan of poisoning death. Because I have the least presence in the family, I am responsible for customizing the poison. And when everyone is faking death, the most intelligent and strategic second uncle will wake up, carrying the hope of the whole family, and secretly investigating the murderer. Mo sat on a stone pier, a little absent-minded. I didn't expect that I, a bastard, would also wake up. Chung-Chi opened his eyes slightly, trying to digest everything. There were 14 people in the coffin who died before, and the rest of the people pretended to be dead. In fact, to avoid plus investigate the murderer in the dark, Mo is indeed the one who customized the poison, but this plan is the overall plan of their family. Mo is the mastermind, but not the darkest one. The murderer does exist, but he is not the one who poisoned. This is layered on top of each other, and there is no end to it. Wait. Since your awakening is an accident. Chung-Chi looked at Mo, then, where is your brave and heroic second uncle? Mo looked at the ground with despair on his face. He ran away. Chung-Chi was stunned. Huh? Mo said again. I woke up later, and the first thing I did was to check on second uncle's body. I found that it had been replaced by a simulated human. This step was correct. Then I thought, since I woke up, it was God's will. I was going to help second uncle, but I found that all the property in second uncle's house had been taken away, and his private starship had disappeared. Chung-Chi grinned. Your second uncle is a complete coward. I was really upset at the time, but I couldn't just walk away. I want to solve all this by my own strength and find the real murderer behind the scenes. Mo looked at Chung-Chi. Your appearance is indeed an accident, and I really don't want you to be involved in this matter, but you insist on staying, and I have no choice. Regarding the fake death of my family, even if I trust you very much, I can't tell you. After all, this is the last line of defense. Who would have thought that you would find out? Just now when you questioned whether I was the real murderer behind the scenes. I'm not going to refute it. It doesn't matter if the crime is put on me. Anyway, you just want money. I will find a way to get you some funds, and you should leave, and not be willing to meddle in other people's business. The reason why I am so negative. Mo frowned, because I now feel that there is only one possibility for the murderer, that is Li Bolong. He is the ceiling of individual combat power, S-level genes, hiding in the dark, and as official protection. In comparison, I am just a weak ant. Not only me, but the entire Mo family is the same. Chung-Chi tilted his head. How can you be sure that the murderer is Li Bolong? Tear. You just saw that the way Chi Mei died was the same as the victims of the Mo family, with huge wounds on their bodies. Mo's eyes flickered. What I said before was not a joke. Li Belong's ability is really related to tearing. Only he can kill so many people silently, and without leaving any trace. Moreover, the potential opponents of the family have been eliminated. Then who else is unwilling to let go of even the children in the family? Only Li Bolong, who hates our entire family. Chi Mei's death proves that Li Bolong has always been in Tingzhou. He still has the identity of a strategic consultant, so he will not blatantly kill people. Mo's pupils trembled slightly. Chang-Chi, if you leave now, it's still not too late. It may not be Li Bolong. Chang-Chi groped his chin and muttered to himself. He suddenly smiled. This matter is really interesting. The entire Mo family faked their death and placed their hopes on your second uncle, but that guy ran away. Instead, you, an unwelcome wild child, are working hard to reverse everything. Mo lowered his head. As if he had lost all his confidence, I overestimated my own abilities. If Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes. When the other members of the Mo family wake up and find that it is you, Master Mo, who has caught the real murderer and solved the crisis, what will their expressions be? And your boss Mo's mouth should be able to be twisted into Nike, right? Mo was stunned. Even in this situation, you still want to help me? Is it because of friendship? You really don't do it for money? I'm not that great. Chang-Chi looked at Mo seriously. I just want more. Chapter 154. I saw a figure upstream of the river. He was very strong and could give off a terrifying feeling. His eyes were bright, and his genetic level must be very high. Mo Shan stood by the river, his eyes full of fear. He is very likely the murderer. At this time, Chi Mei's body was salvaged and laid flat on the shore, covered with a white cloth. This sudden incident alarmed almost everyone, including more than 30 Mo family disciples nearby, more than a dozen Mo family widows, and nearly 100 guests, who came to pay their respects. Everyone gathered at the riverside, each with a terrified look on their face, but they didn't know the truth. The night was dark, and the pale moonlight was spread on the corpse covered with white cloth. Water mixed with blood flowed out from under the corpse, soaking the ground. The scene was weird and eerie, making people's scalps numb. What on earth is going on? First, the male of the Mo family was poisoned and died. Now, another widow has died. The guests were horrified and discussed in a low voice. Everyone, on behalf of all the Mo disciples, who were responsible for the reception, I want to apologize to everyone. Mo Yuan's expression was indescribable, with a mixture of fear and strong self-blame. We need to test the gene level of the guests during the reception, but we were seriously negligent in this work. The guests were immediately confused. Gene testing? What does it have to do with the murder in front of us? Mo Yuan gritted his teeth and lowered his head. Because the detector malfunctioned, the test results of a high-level gene person were delayed. After he entered Tingzhou, we knew his true gene level. The guests at the scene did not react strongly, because to ordinary people, they were all high-level gene people. He has S-level genes. Mo Yuan's words were like a bombshell, causing an uproar in the crowd, and then there were whispers in the crowd. There are only a handful of people with such a high level. Even in the entire Milky Way Alliance, he is a precious existence. If it is a kind of talent enhancement type, then he is definitely a genius in a specific field, and the top one. If he has awakened some kind of supernatural power, then he is definitely a powerful combat individual. The guests looked at each other, and their first reaction was to confirm whether this high-level gene person could stand by their side, and then make friends with him and establish a top-level relationship from then on. I repeatedly compared the data in the gene tester. Because the data is damaged, only some information such as height, weight, and hair color can be seen. Height 183, weight 112 kilograms, age about 39 years old, hair color dark red. Mo Yuan lowered his head, his inner self-blame becoming stronger and stronger. I am 100% sure that he is Li Bolong. The guests and more than a dozen widows of the Mo family froze. It's that guy, the most violent and reckless S-level gene person. I heard that this guy will kill people in the street if he is depressed, and the Galactic Alliance is very partial to him. As long as it is not too much and does not have a huge impact, the Galactic Alliance will turn a blind eye. Wait! A guest who looked distinguished and dressed in a high-end suit suddenly spoke up. It is rumored that Li Bolong is the illegitimate son of your old man Mo. Is this true? Mo Yuan lowered his head and frowned. This was like a fig leaf that he was unwilling to tear off with his own hands, but his silence was also an answer to the guest's question. So that's how it is. The guest's eyes widened. Li Bolong has always hated the Mo family, and the behavior of old man Mo. He is very disgusted with the Mo family. I understand. All the murders are related to Li Bolong. The guest's face turned pale. You guys neglected your duties, and failed to identify his identity. He entered Tingzhou and hid in Tingzhou. He hates the Mo family, and is cruel and ruthless. He is taking revenge on you. The reason why he hides in the dark is that he doesn't want to make things too obvious. As long as there is no solid evidence, the Galactic Alliance will turn a blind eye. You have provoked an S-level gene person, who is known as Li Xin. The Mo family is finished. The guests were in a panic, and the widows were extremely pale and trembling. Cheng Qi and Mo, wearing a cloak, stood at the back of the crowd. Mo's expression was extremely serious, and he unconsciously felt a sense of despair in his heart. His hand trembled, and a paper roll fell to the ground. This was not a secret, but a list that Cheng Qi had just written. Cheng Qi bent down, picked up the paper roll, and put it back into Mo's hand. Take it, this is very important. Mo was a little powerless. This list is the reward that Cheng Qi asked for. If Cheng Qi can find the murderer and successfully resolve the crisis of the Mo family, then Mo cannot be stingy, and needs to fulfill the items on the list one by one. 1. Pay off all the balance of the previous high-entropy alloy. 2. 10,000 bottles of high-energy protein extract of the Mo family. 3. A 24 Nani robot, 50 units, add more if not enough 4. Jet-powered shoes, 50 pairs, add more if not enough 5. Micro high-power gravity field adjustment gloves, 50 pairs, add more if not enough. The first and second items are easy to understand. But the next few items made Mo look confused. What are these? Are you not enough? Add more? In fact, Cheng Qi tried to restrain himself. In order to avoid STC exposure, he did not list too many needs. After all, as long as he had the funds for the first item, he could purchase them in succession. The few equipment on the list were portable, and Cheng Qi planned to synthesize them to the top level first. Hansi, I am not equipment, I am so handsome. Of course, the premise of all this is whether Cheng Qi can find the real culprit behind the scenes. Is it the powerful Li Bolong, or some other dark shadow hiding in the dark? Cheng Qi looked at Mo, and suddenly said, Wang Kai. Mo didn't react at first. He glanced at Cheng Qi, then turned his head back, and thought for a moment. He felt something was wrong, and then looked at Cheng Qi again. You called me? Yes, Wang Kai. Are you sick? If I don't give you a code name, do I still call you by your real name? There are so many people here. What if someone hears it? Cheng Qi rubbed his chin. Wang Kai, what exactly is the ability of this, Li Xin, and what exactly is the so-called tearing? Mo had no choice but to be forced to talk. Tearing is just an adjective. I heard that the abilities awakened by some S-level gene holders are very simple at first glance, but if fully developed, they will have infinite effects. For example, Li Bolong, his ability may have nothing to do with tearing. For example, his ability may be to heat the air remotely. When he fights, he heats the air in the opponent's chest cavity, resulting in the effect of thermal expansion and contraction, and then causes the opponent's stomach to burst, forming an effect similar to tearing. Mo emphasized again, this is all my guess. Don't form a fixed mindset. Cheng Qi nodded, thinking, single, fully developed, infinite changes. Break the fixed mindset. You can say that. Mo turned back and stared at Cheng Qi's pupils. What's the matter with the golden round cake in your eyes? Is it the sequelae of taking inferior medicine? What level are you? Is it the pancake level? In fact, Cheng Qi's genetic appearance is the effect of the 6 golden light circles overlapping highly after breaking through the inhibition chain. TSK, even if it is the pancake level. Cheng Qi curled his lips. The pancake that you, Wang Kai, will never get. Chapter 155. Has that Mo Yuan always been in charge of reception? Cheng Qi looked through the crowd and looked at the man standing in the middle. He was wearing a Mo family robe, elegant and handsome. He had obviously become the spokesperson of the Mo family, and was facing everything alone. He is a student of the Ma's school. He has been here for 20 years, studying hard, obsessed with Mozi's thoughts, and has unique insights. Even if humans have entered the era of the universe, he is determined to carry forward Mozi's thoughts. Although he is only a senior disciple, he is one of the best in the whole Tingzhou in terms of his research on Ma's doctrine. Remember the evening study just now? Senior disciples have a special school. For 20 years, Mo Yuan has never been absent or late. Mo felt a little unfair for Mo Yuan, but because the Mo family's business is huge, Tingzhou has a constant stream of visitors. So the polite Mo Yuan has been in charge of reception work, which is indeed a bit unfair to him. Cheng Qi's eyes flickered, And he nodded and said, "Have you noticed that Mo Yuan's waist is always bulging, and it seems that he is wearing a lot of accessories?" Mo also narrowed his eyes, and noticed that Mo Yuan's robe was straight, but there was indeed a slight bulge at the waist. "It's a bit weird, but it's normal. The robe is slim, and will bulge out if you carry anything casually." Mo thought, "Do I have to open his clothes in public? Chung-Chi, are you too sensitive?" But Chung-Chi's right hand hidden behind his back moved slightly. The gravity field gloves assimilated by the Type 1 biochemical armor slowly reappeared. At this moment, his 5 fingers suddenly opened. Under the cover of darkness, a light green wave spread out. The gravity ahead was in chaos for a moment. Some ladies exclaimed because their hair fluttered inexplicably. Mo Yuan, who was most obviously affected by the force, had his robe hem suddenly fluttering, revealing the ornaments on his waist. Chung-Chi narrowed his eyes immediately. There were actually 3 small gadgets hanging on Mo Yuan's waist. Chung-Chi recognized the first one. It was the puzzle game Mozia. The second one was an exquisite wooden pendant. The third one is also made of wood, like a Rubik's Cube, but the details are different from the Rubik's Cube, and the size is very small. Everyone just thought it was a gust of unknown wind. And Mo Yuan was even more indifferent, without any special expression on his face. He rearranged his clothes and smoothed the wrinkles, then looked up at everyone, extremely elegant. Mo whispered, "The mechanism pendant is a small object designed according to the concept of Mo's mechanism art, with some simple mechanism structures, such as rotation, opening and closing, etc. The Mahis cube of Shangtong was invented by Mozi, the founder of Moism, to help his disciples better understand the meaning of Shangtong. It is equivalent to a 3-level Rubik's Cube. Although it looks simple, it contains the principles and essence of Mahist mechanical techniques. It is cleverly designed with small mechanisms. You can gently push the buckle to open the interior and place small objects such as incense pills and paper." Mo tilted his head and said, "Not only Mo Yuan, but many Mahist disciples like these things very much, and it is normal to carry them with them." "I understand." But the gleam in Chung-Chi's eyes became stronger. Finally, all this can be connected. Mo was slightly stunned, and seeing Chung-Chi's expression, he didn't seem to be joking. "What do you understand? And what do you connect?" "I still need a verification." Chung-Chi nodded secretly. "Wonkai, you wait here for me, I will be back soon." Mo looked at Chung-Chi's back disappearing in the darkness, and fell into silence. A Wonkai broke his defense again. "Is this kid thinking so jumpy?" Chung-Chi walked forward in the night. The purpose was clear, that is, the shipyard in Tingzhou. Now the super strongman, Li Shen, has sneaked into Tingzhou and is killing people, so the safest strategy is to run away. That is impossible. Chung-Chi's target is the ancient gene detection instrument. As expected, the Mahist disciples here are attracted by Chi Mei's tragic death. At this time, the place is quiet and empty. Chung-Chi came to the door of the gene detection. The screen was lit with a faint blue light, and it was still working steadily. His eyes slightly opened. Chung-Chi walked through the gate with a pacing posture and stood under the scanner. Several blue beams of light suddenly started, sweeping back and forth on his body, and at the same time, a soft beam of light stayed in front of his eyes, scanning his pupils over and over again. On the side, a virtual screen automatically lit up. A large amount of data scrolled rapidly, and at the same time, the screen split into 2, and another set of historical data emerged. Because of the high similarity, the scanner launched a detailed comparison. Ding! Test result corrected. Overwrite KF22022 error data. The tester did not fail to record the gene level. Final test result, S+ level. Please note that the only error data generated 11 hours, 23 minutes, and 35 seconds ago has been corrected and is the only result now. Please note that the operator. Chung-Chi looked at all this and exhaled slowly. I am an S+ gene, which seems to have exceeded the properties of ordinary S-level genes. This is consistent with the gene state after breaking through the inhibition chain. This is very gratifying, but it is only one of the information. Overwrite the only wrong data. Chung-Chi narrowed his eyes. My inference is correct. Li Bolong has never appeared, and he has never arrived in Tingzhou. I, Chung-Chi, am the S-level gene person that Mahis disciples have been looking for, and it is S+, height 183, weight 112 kilograms, age about 39 years old, dark red hair color. There is no such information in the machine. This is just a description of Li Bolong's appearance, a fact that many people know. Mo Yuan is lying. His purpose is very simple, to fabricate a murderer and create a cover-up for himself. Because Mo Yuan is the real murderer behind this series of murders. As for what tools he used, what methods he used, why he wanted to kill Chi Mei, Zhang Qi already has the answer to all of this. Zhang Qi nodded silently, his expression stern. I never expected that the first person I saw when I entered Tingzhou was the instigator of everything. Chapter 156. Everyone. Listen to me. Mo Yuan stood beside Chi Mei's body, his face complex and heavy. The current situation has seriously exceeded our control. Li Bailong is definitely not someone we can fight against. All the guests, including the widows of the Mo family, lowered their heads in fear and swallowed their saliva secretly. At this point, all we can do is think of the next countermeasures. Mo Yuan took a deep breath, as if he had made a difficult decision. We, the disciples of the Mo family, will arrange for all the guests to return safely. As for the ladies of the Mo family, Mo Yuan looked at the trembling widows. Your best choice is to leave here overnight. Take your belongings and the rest of your family. Find a distant and safe planet. Spend the rest of your life there. Never reveal your identity again, and never return to Tingzhou again. The widows' faces became extremely complicated, and they glanced at their hometown with their eyes full of reluctance. But when they saw Chi Mei's tragic death on the ground, they shuddered again. If they didn't leave, what awaited them was Li Bailong's indiscriminate massacre. Mo stood at the end of the crowd, frowning. He looked back somewhat uneasily, glancing in the direction of the Mo family's main courtyard. In about 10 minutes, the drug effect will enter the third stage. Grandpa and the others will wake up. Mo gritted his teeth in frustration. He didn't know what to do or how to explain the huge mess in front of him. Everyone. Mo Yuan, who was in the middle of the crowd, said with a firm face, We are disciples of the Mo family, and this is Tingzhou in the era of the universe, the only home of the Mo family's school. I will not leave. Even if the road ahead is dangerous, I will face it calmly. Well said. I am even infected by Mo Yuan's fearless and righteous mentality. A young man wearing a scavenger's cloak and inferior protective clothing slowly walked out of the crowd. He said loudly, I suggest that you widows of the Mo family learn from him, and stay here to pass on the family line and continue to expand the Mo family. Who is this person? What is he talking about? I seem to have seen him in that outfit in the news, but I can't remember it. An inconspicuous news. The onlookers whispered and looked at Cheng Qi. Mr. Chang Yu. Mo Yuan's expression twitched a little. The situation is very serious now. Please stop joking, if everyone doesn't leave quickly. But Cheng Qi suddenly turned his head, looked at Mo Yuan, and smiled. Then your plan has failed. Mo Yuan was stunned, and was actually frozen for a few seconds. Then he was surprised and said, What plan do I have? All the men of the Mo family are dead. If all the widows leave again and never come back. Cheng Qi looked at Mo Yuan and nodded to himself. Then, isn't Tingzhou the world of Mo family disciples, like you? Mo Yuan was stunned for a few seconds again, then smiled helplessly. So Mr. Cheng is suspecting that I want to usurp the throne? He just shook his head. You don't know. First of all, I, Mo Yuan, am not a core disciple, and secondly, I have just publicly stated that I hope the widows will take away all the Mo family's property. In this case, Tingzhou is just an empty planet. What can I get? That's right. A guest reacted. Mo Yuan doesn't need to do this. First, he can't get the property, and second, he can't become the leader among the students. Brother, your guess is completely unreasonable. Mo Yuan looked at Cheng Qi and nodded politely. The reason I did this is simply because Li Bailong is too scary. Cheng Qi nodded. Because Li Bailong is too scary, you put the crime of murder on him. Who dares to pursue it? Mo Yuan was shocked. Mr. Cheng, what do you mean by this? Because you, Mo Yuan, are the real murderer. Cheng Qi's eyes were burning. You killed more than a dozen men of the Mo family before, and killed Chi Mei tonight. As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar at the scene. Who is this young man? Don't talk nonsense. I remember that he is dressed like a scavenger on Earth. Doesn't the Galactic Alliance have a rule that scavengers cannot leave the Earth at will? How did he get out? And who invited him? The young man in the blue cape raised his head slightly, and looked at the cloaked figure at the back of the crowd. My name is Cheng Qi, a friend of Master Mo. Master Mo? Which Master Mo? Everyone was puzzled. The Mo family is huge, and there are many masters. There is the eldest master who is in charge of the northern region's transactions, and the second master who is running for the commander of the interstellar hub. There are many talents. Which one is he talking about? I understand the routine. You want evidence, right? I have it. Cheng Qi suddenly lowered his head and searched inside his cape. Everyone immediately focused. Even Mo Yuan, who was standing by, frowned and subconsciously moved closer. However, Chung-chi did not play by the rules. There was no evidence in his clothes. Instead, his eyes changed, and he suddenly raised his hand and lifted Mo Yuan's collar. When he touched Shang Tong and Mo Fang, a strange argument came from the magic cube. Chung-chi smiled faintly, and his inference became more certain. Mo Yuan quickly stepped back, pressed his collar, and looked a little terrified. Everyone also saw the ornaments on Mo Yuan's waist again, and many people recognized these small objects. They were small handicrafts such as MOZU and so on, which were born from the Maha's school. The clues should start from Chi Mei. Clue 1, Chi Mei's lover. Chung-chi smiled and pointed to the body covered with white cloth on the ground. Chi Mei is fickle, and has been maintaining improper relationships with many men. The way they use to pass on information about their affairs is a very complex code, and this code is the puzzle game MOZU. Mo Yuan frowned. I did carry MOZU with me, but so what? With just this little connection, you say I am the murderer. Isn't it a bit far-fetched? Before, my friends and I suspected that Chi Mei was the real culprit behind all this. Chung-chi said slowly. We hid outside Chi Mei's room around 9 o'clock in the evening and observed her actions. Everyone was a little confused. This young man has friends? And is the beautiful and dignified Chi Mei really as he said? Chi Mei's debauchery is far beyond my imagination. She actually made appointments with 3 men in a row in one night. Chung-chi's eyes swept across everyone. She is simply a contemporary time management master. She made an appointment with the first man at 9 o'clock, the second man an hour later, and the third man 2 hours later. I was a little surprised at the time. Seeing her impatient look, why did the third man arrive 2 hours later? Later I realized that she had to wait from 9 o'clock to 11 o'clock 3 hours later. Because his lover needs to complete the evening study. Everyone should know that the evening study of Maha's students is from 9 to 11 o'clock every night. Just now, I went to the evening study classroom of senior disciples, and found that the classroom on the 3rd floor can see Chi Mei's courtyard without any obstruction. In other words, you only need to stand in front of the window of the classroom to receive the signal transmitted by Chi Mei. Speaking, Chung-chi looked at Mo Yuan and said playfully, I heard that Mo Yuan has never been late or absent from the evening study for 20 years. Chapter 157. What is this? Mo Yuan took a step back. You are going to blame me for this inexplicable connection? Nonsense. I just found out today that Chi Mei is such a woman. Chung-chi smiled. Not long after the evening training ended, Chi Mei's body floated down from the upper reaches of the river. Because her scandal was exposed, she had to leave Tingzhou forever. The question is, who can find out that she is no longer in her house in the first place? Of course it's his lover. Who else could be so rude as to visit a widow at night? Chung-chi squatted down and lifted the white cloth. Chi Mei's body is still warm. According to the time when the body appeared, the person who found her and killed her is most likely the third lover. Chung-chi suddenly looked at the other Maha's disciples. After the evening training, you will continue to look for the missing S-level gene person. I guess during this process, Mo Yuan must have found some excuses and then acted alone. The student named Mo Shan was stunned. He blinked and thought for a long time, and suddenly looked at Mo Yuan in surprise, because Mr. Chung-chi's status is also gene unrecorded. So you said you would go to find Mr. Chung-chi alone, and then disappeared for about 20 minutes. Where did you go? Hey, you shot yourself in the foot. If he really approached my starship, I would receive a prompt. He never looked for me. Chung-chi smiled. Of course, he went to have an affair, but unfortunately, he found that his mistress wanted to escape, so he became angry and the affair turned into murder. As for why he was able to find Chi Mei so quickly, it may be that Chi Mei took the initiative to contact him, and wanted a starship to escape. And the reason why she killed Chi Mei. It may be that there was some vow of love before, and Mo Yuan believed it innocently, but in the end, he found out that the other party was just a slut who was desperate to abandon him. It may also be that in order to create panic among the widows, Mo Yuan had to kill one of them, so that he could put the blame on Li Bolong. Of course, it may be both reasons. Chung-chi shrugged. After all, Chi Mei communicated with him through such secret means that it would be difficult for others to track him down. Nonsense. These are all your guesses. Mo Yuan's face trembled with excitement. I can also make up stories. This is meaningless. Chung-chi said slowly. The password disk customized by Chi Mei is very complicated, and most people can't remember it. If you search your residence or your body, it is very likely that you will find a letter matrix table. Mo Yuan's pupil shrank suddenly, and he suddenly choked. Indeed, these inferences are mostly based on speculation, but I seem to have guessed it right. Chung-chi observed Mo Yuan's reaction. His eyes flickering, Chi Mei died by having her chest torn, which is the same as the death of more than a dozen Mo family men before, so the murderer was the same person from beginning to end. Everyone was stunned. Didn't the Mo family men die of collective poisoning? Why is there another hidden story? Nonsense! Mo Yuan's eyes widened. I am devoted to studying. Although I am a D-level gene, my talent is indeed in studying. I am almost powerless. How could I kill someone? Forget Chi Mei. How could I have the ability to kill 14 male members of the Mo family, and do it without anyone knowing? Their deaths were clearly caused by Li Bolong. I can't imitate them at all. Mo, who was at the back of the crowd, suddenly opened his eyes when he heard this. At this time, in the main courtyard of the Mo family, the indicator lights of 68 coffins suddenly flashed, and the transparent cover slowly opened. Clue 2, Murder Method. Zhang-Chi smiled faintly. When I came to Tingzhou, my brain sent some strange signals. It said it wanted to eat meat. Everyone looked at each other, and was stunned. You are greedy. But what do you mean your brain wants to eat? Later I found that above Tingzhou, there is only this small city in front of me, and the rest are all green mountains and clear waters. And in the mountains, there are many animals carefully cultivated by the Mo family. So I captured some animals, and wanted to feed them to my brain. But I found something strange. Among the animals that were forbidden to be touched by the Mo family's order, I caught 6 in total. Except for that. Zhang-Chi glanced at Mo at the back of the crowd. Except for that peculiar beast, the others are all precision mechanical bodies, and they are so precise that they are beyond imagination. They don't have any conventional energy sources, but rely on compressing high-strength springs to accumulate physical kinetic energy to achieve lifelike movements. It's hard to tell whether they are real or fake. At first, I thought it was a secret of the Mo family. Later, I found out that even the young master of the Mo family didn't know about it. Zhang-Chi tilted his head. I guess, in the past few years, someone has secretly replaced the animals in the mountains with mechanical bodies, with the purpose of realizing a shocking conspiracy. Mo, who was far away, opened his eyes again when he heard this. At the same time, in the distance, Zhang-Chi saw more than 60 figures staggering from the main courtyard of the Mo family, like a zombie army. About this kind of mechanical body. Zhang-Chi turned his head and looked at Mo Yuan. You have studied Mahis doctrine for 20 years, and your talent is studying, so you should be familiar with the legendary Mahis mechanical art, right? At this time, Mo Shan also frowned. Senior brother Mo Yuan's mechanical art is the strongest among us. Makes sense. Zhang-Chi looked at Mo Yuan's waist. I just touched Shang Tong Mo Fang, and found that its vibration frequency is very similar to that of the mechanical beast. I guess it is a kind of mechanism, which is used to control the mechanical beasts in the mountains. The so-called traceless and tearing scars. It was the work of those mechanical beasts. The terrifying figure that Mo Shan saw upstream of the river before should also be some kind of mechanical beast. Zhang-Chi's eyes flashed. And you, Mo Yuan, are there behind-the-scenes driver? Guess all guesses. No direction. Mo Yuan pointed at a group of Mo family students. There are many people who practice mechanical arts. Why is it me? Clue 3 lie. Zhang-Chi stared at Mo Yuan. I really want to ask you. Height 183, weight 112 kilograms, age about 39 years old, dark red hair. Where did you get this information from? Of course the data comes from the gene detector. Mo Yuan opened his eyes, as if he had found an opportunity to refute. More than one Mo family disciple heard the prompt of the machine, and the machine did have data delays. There is indeed an unknown S-level gene among us. At this time, Mo Shan and several Mo family disciples in charge of reception all nodded. Zhang-Chi asked other Mahis disciples, the data delay of the machine is confirmed to be unique, right? All the disciples nodded. That instrument has not made any mistakes in the past 3 years. Under our monitoring, all people entering Tingzhou must pass through that machine, and the result is confirmed to be unique. But Mo Shan was a little confused, but the only one who checked the detailed data was Mo Yuan. The prompt of the machine is true. Zhang-Chi looked at Mo Yuan. But in your heart, you believe that there is an error in the data, not a delay, because you know very well that Li Bolong was not there at all, and S-level gene people are so rare, and they are also famous and well known, so you don't believe at all that there will be other S-level gene people coming to a Mo family funeral. The probability is too low. Then you took advantage of the information gap, and simply fabricated a Li Bolong. Zhang-Chi stared at Mo Yuan with a sharp gaze. Am I right? Mo Yuan's lips trembled, and he was speechless for a moment. Zhang-Chi smiled confidently. You are the third lover, and you killed Chi Mei in the same way as you killed Mo Shi. Li Bolong did not show up at all, but you fabricated information that Li Bolong was there. This is your biggest flaw, because only the real murderer would try every means to frame others. Everyone at the scene was stunned. The story told by this young man was really exciting and unexpected. But in the end, it was all his narration. He was just a scavenger from the garbage earth. It was rumored that they had inferior genes and could do anything to survive. Should we believe his words? Totally wrong. It's all speculation. But Mo Yuan gritted his teeth and said, everything you said is based on the fact that Li Bolong is not the murderer. The results of the machine are in front of us. No one can be sure whether the delayed data is Li Bolong. Of course I can be sure. The machine did detect the only S-level gene person, but he is not Li Bolong. Because that handsome and intelligent S-level gene person is me. At this moment, Chang-Chi raised his head slightly, opened his eyes slightly, and the golden light in his pupils spread. The 6 light circles produced a rhythm, slightly contracted, and suddenly became bright, becoming clear layer by layer. If I, Chang-Chi, hadn't been there, you would have really concealed the truth. There was a cry of surprise at the scene. This was a gorgeous scene they had never seen before. It was noble, and carried an invisible deterrent force. When Mo, who was far away, saw this scene, his body trembled violently, and the paper tube in his hand fell directly. Chapter 158. 1, 2, 3. The first reaction of the crowd was to silently count the number of apertures in Chang-Chi's pupils. In this era, even if you don't do anything, the genetic expression in your pupils can show your invisible momentum and make others imagine your terrifying status. It's like the number of golden olive branches and gold stars on the shoulder straps in the army. It's also like in the business battlefield, other bosses drive million-dollar luxury cars to the scene, but you ride a luxurious private helicopter, coming from the horizon and slowly landing, silently explaining the gap in status, strength, and circle. 6 light circles, S-level gene person. A towering existence. When everyone saw this dreamy, even somewhat unrealistic scene, they were unprepared and their brains were directly confused. There were many high-level gene people at the scene, but they were only relatively high-level. Most of them were E-level and D-level. The only A-level gene person, Counselor Liu, had left in shame because his affair and homosexuality were discovered at the same time. But even if he was present, A-level and S-level could not be compared. It seems to be a gap of 1 level, but in fact there is a huge mountain between them. The gene level of human beings cannot be steadily improved by taking drugs crazily. There is no such attribute as accumulation in the promotion path above level B. It depends entirely on talent, your destined upper limit, and even fate, perhaps, no matter how many years humans survive and reproduce, and how many billions of people the population base reaches. The number of S-level gene people will always be a fixed number. That boy is actually an S-level gene? Is he really from Garbage Earth? Can Garbage Earth also produce such a person? Why is his genetic appearance golden? Humanity's understanding of genes is just a quarter of the vast universe. Gold must represent another level, which is probably not something we can guess or understand. This young man named Chang-Chi is already an S-level gene user. He is young. Even if he has just been promoted to S-level, it will take 30 years for him to change. His status, connections, and financial resources will be immeasurable. There is no reason for an S-level gene person to distort the facts and frame someone in this small MO family. Moreover, the personal abilities and insights of S-level gene people are beyond our imagination. So that means, everyone's eyes suddenly turned to Mo Yuan. You are really the real culprit behind all these events. It's just like the old times. The successful people standing at the top of the pyramid are right no matter what they say. There are countless flatterers who will regard every word of theirs as the Bible. At this moment, Emma was stunned. This kid. Cookie. The golden pancake in his eyes turned out to be a circle of light with 6 rays of light converging together, his gene level. The previous pancake pupil was indeed very strange, but how could Emma think of such a result? It's like your roommate who usually steals your hot water even when making a pack of instant noodles, suddenly transformed into Ultraman. Mo didn't understand, and couldn't figure out how Chang-Chi could do this today. At this moment, Mo bent down, picked up the paper roll on the ground, wiped off the dust on it carefully with his fingers, and then held it in his hand. Then, Mo's eyes turned red, and he stared at Mo Yuan. Mo Yuan suddenly smiled. His smile was very strange, mixed with many emotions. He saw an unexpected scene, and also saw his own dead end. This smile is a sigh of the impermanence of the world, and also a kind of helplessness after being completely defeated. In fact, even if Mo Yuan did not admit it, Given the persuasiveness of Changqi's S-level gene, everyone would investigate to confirm whether Mo Yuan had hidden the code table, whether his Shang Tong Mo Fong had hidden mechanisms, and whether the beasts in the mountains had been replaced. You can't guess my motives, right? Mo Yuan looked up at Changqi, obviously no longer afraid of anything, and showed a hint of sarcasm. Honorable S-level gene person, you may have everything at your fingertips, but you don't understand. You can't comprehend. My motives are very noble. Noble. I do understand it a little. Changqi looked at Mo Yuan. When I bought Moziyu before, I found that the items in Tingzhou need to be paid with learning points. As a student of the Mo family, you have studied hard in the past days and accumulated a lot of learning points, but you are very selfless and allow guests to use your learning points at will. This shows that you are really devoted to studying and have no other desires. And evening classes. For 20 years, you have never been absent or late. This is not something that ordinary people can do. Changqi nodded silently. You are an excellent student, even a student fanatic. The root of everything should come from this, right? Mo Yuan's eyes widened slightly. You are worthy of S-level genes. I am really eye-opening. Such an inconspicuous factor has been linked to it by you. I heard that the improvement of genes will bring about changes in IQ. It seems to be true. Changqi shook his head and shrugged, saying, my improvement is not obvious. Maybe I am born smart. Smart? Intelligence comes from learning and more understanding. Mo Yuan said, now that we have entered the era of the universe, the Mahis school is still preserved. This is a great blessing. I can become a student of the Mahis school and learn Mahis theories. It is also a great blessing. But? Mo Yuan suddenly stared at Changqi, raised his hand, and pointed to the Mo family's main courtyard in the distance. What are the current leaders of the Mahis school and the so-called Mo family doing? Mozi did advocate love each other, benefit each other, and encourage fair trade. But what has the Mo family become now? They have completely given up on learning. All of them are engaged in business, and their minds are full of pros and cons, trades, money, and currying favor with the powerful. The gloomy Tingzhou has been made a mess by him. And what have we, the students of the Mo family, become now? We have become receptionists, doormen, and the logistics department of the Mo family's business. I spent 20 years to master Mozi's theory, but what is the result? Isn't this Tingzhou? Isn't Tingzhou named after Mozi's hometown? These green mountains and clear waters, these ancient charms and elegance, are all to please guests. And why did our students end up like this? Why? It was me who killed the male members of the Mo family, and Li Buoluan's presence was indeed fabricated by me. I just wanted to drive the Mo family out of Tingzhou. I don't want to be a leader of the Mo family, let alone the Mo family's property. I have no other requests. I just want to restore peace here, and I just want all students to concentrate on their studies. At this moment, Mo Yuan's eyes were bloodshot, and he roared hysterically, I want to restore academic orthodoxy, and I want Mo's thoughts to continue to shine in this vast universe. Chapter 159. Mo Yuan's remarks. However, they also shocked everyone. People did not expect that the motive of this murderer had such a connotation. Mo, who was at the back of the crowd, was also stunned. Indeed, the Mo family was the descendant of Mozi, and he was the descendant of the Mo family, but in the process of growing up for more than 20 years, he had never seriously studied Ma's thought. What he was exposed to was business, transactions, and money, and the word performance was like a giant ladder standing in the Mo family. All everyone had to do was climb up to see who climbed higher and faster. S-level gene person, right? Mo Yuan stared at Changqi. His state was a little crazy. It is said that you have a certain probability of awakening supernatural abilities. I have no way out, and I don't care about retreating. I will disobey you today. I want to see how supernatural you are. At this time, Mo Yuan has already held the Shang Tong Mo Fong and the mechanical pendant on his waist in his hands. He rubbed his right thumb slightly, and the round mechanical pendant suddenly spread out like petals, and the diameter increased a circle. From the original bottle cap size, it became a small compass, and on the 8 directions of the compass, there was an unconventional character engraved, and outsiders did not know its meaning. At the same time, Mo Yuan's left hand held the Rubik's Cube with Shang Tong Mo Fong, and his index and middle fingers were turning the Rubik's Cube at an astonishing speed. His movements were precise and lightning fast, just like an excellent player in a top Rubik's Cube competition. Click. The Rubik's Cube was adjusted by Mo Yuan to a specific sequence, and the sound of the precise mechanism inside it was heard, and the surface moved intricately, and then a small window slowly opened in the center. It was clearly visible that a small iron sheet was installed inside the Rubik's Cube, but the size of a fingernail, and it was vibrating rapidly and slightly, making a buzzing sound. This buzzing sound is extremely weak in an open environment, and can only be barely recognized if you prick up your ears at a close distance. Chang-Chi is very sure that no blue ribbons flowed out of Shantung Mo Fong and the mechanical pendant. The two items cannot emit any electromagnetic signals, and there are not even any electronic components inside. Mosey is not only a thinker and politician in the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period. He is also an outstanding tool craftsman. Through practical experience and superb skills, he created the world-famous Mahis mechanical art. And this technology is to invent, manufacture and control machinery. It is hard to imagine that with the productivity level of more than 2,000 years ago, Mosey could design and manufacture mechanical devices that are ingenious, such as crossbow carts, rotating shooting machines, and the legendary reconnaissance kites that can fly into the sky. In that era, there was no energy condition at all. There was no steam engine, no internal combustion engine, and no electricity. It depends on the mutual conversion of elastic potential energy and kinetic energy. The internal power of the machine comes from the elastic cowhide rope or the compressed and bent bamboo. The descendants of Mahis still follow the same principle, gradually changing to springs or metal sheets with stronger elasticity. The principle is similar to that of a clockwork toy. But through ingenious construction and precise design, even clockwork toys can create amazing and stunning effects. This is true of the Mahis mechanical art and the complete book of Luban. It fully interprets the exquisite thoughts and ingenious creativity of the ancient people of Country D. The Shantung Rubik's Cube in Mo Yuan's hand vibrates continuously, evenly and steadily, like a unique signal. He then merged the mechanical pendant on his other hand with the Rubik's Cube. The gap on the surface of the Rubik's Cube overlapped with the hollow part of the pendant. By rotating the pendant, he adjusted the release direction of the vibration sound wave. In the deep mountains on the other side of the river, an unknown wind suddenly blew. The forest under the dark night was like a series of ghost shadows swaying left and right. Suddenly, a pair of strong arms tore two trees and appeared halfway up the mountain. The body of that thing was terrifying and strong, at least 2 meters tall, and red light circles flashed in its eyes. Everyone narrowed their eyes and saw clearly that it was a black-haired gorilla standing up. The gorilla clenched its huge fist, hammered its chest, and roared to the sky, and a roar that sounded like an animal but not an animal, mixed with metallic vibrations, came out of its mouth. Everyone's face changed. This gorilla was obviously a sophisticated Mo family mechanical beast, and the terrifying figure that Mo Shan saw before was probably this guy. Chang-Chi looked at Mo Yuan and smiled. That's it? Anything else? Mo Yuan didn't say anything and continued to turn the mechanical pendant in his hand. At this moment, countless birds suddenly startled from the huge black mountain, and the flock of birds circled in the air, but the forest was so vast that there seemed to be no place for them to stay. In the end, they could only fly towards the distant night. Where everyone was standing was a trickling river. On the other side of the river was a continuous mountain, with a slope tilted towards everyone. At this moment, countless pairs of scarlet eyes lit up in the dense forest on the hillside, the grass and branches trembled, and all kinds of countless animals showed their heads. From squirrels and rabbits to goats and sika deer, there are even many tigers and colorful pythons. They have intelligence, and their eyes are all looking at Chang-Chi at the foot of the mountain. Click! Mo Yuan finally turned the pendant to the final position, and then released a fierce light in his eyes, and looked at Chang-Chi. At this time, all kinds of animals showed abnormal behavior, standing up one after another, and howling with metallic sounds. Boom! The whole hillside was thundering, and those animals suddenly rushed down the mountain like crazy. As they ran, a more bizarre and novel scene occurred. Their metal joints broke. Because of the high-speed running, the bones pierced the camouflage fur. At first glance, it seemed that some screws were lost, and then there was a running failure. But this was obviously not a failure, because this state appeared in every mechanical beast. Suddenly, dozens of huge wild boars rushed to the front of the entire herd. Their 4 hooves retracted and curled into their bodies, and then the camouflage fur was torn from the inside, and the precise and thick buckles flipped out from the sides of their bodies. About 10 mechanical wild boars gathered together, the buckles rotated, and they were locked in a mortise and tenon structure, and then they fell to the ground with a bang, forming a large base. At the same time, more mechanical beasts took off into the air, and different parts of their bodies flipped out precise buckles. One after another, the mechanical beasts were connected together through buckles, stacking higher and higher, forming a column with a diameter of several meters, which was connected to the base formed by the wild boars. At the same time, In the other 3 directions, there were 3 similar bases that were being quickly spliced together. The whole process was grand and shocking. There must be tens of thousands of mechanical beasts. Their bodies were finely pieced together through some precise settings, and their internal mechanical parts were also perfectly matched, forming a whole that could be linked. Finally, dozens of python mechanical beasts formed 2 huge horns with jagged and intertwined horns in the sky. A huge roar that could penetrate hundreds of kilometers sounded. At this moment, the object standing on the other side of the river was a giant mechanical beast with 4 hooves, a horse body, and a dragon head, and deer horns on its head. Its height is at least 80 meters away, which is equivalent to a 30-story building. Boom! Its giant hoof, which is made up of more than a dozen wild boars, stepped on the ground, and the ground shook instantly. Its colorful body is made up of camouflaged furs of various animals. At the same time, due to the splicing, many parts of it are exposed without fur. To the naked eye, the interior is an extremely precise and ingenious mechanical structure. Levers, pulleys, gears, transmission shafts, couplings, all made of metal, and the density of the components is extremely high, and some places are even as precise as clocks. In the night, the slightly rotating metal parts reflected a dark silver luster, full of the beauty of metal texture and precision machinery. There were no real pupils in its eyes, but hundreds of tightly connected gears that were slowly turning, and the gaps were shining with dark red light, which looked mysterious and impressive. Mo said in a deep voice. The first mechanical beast developed by Mosey, the founder of the Maha school, had 4 hooves and looked like a young deer. The mechanical beast complex I created is to pay tribute to my ancestors. It is named Mechanical Beast Rulu. The huge mechanical deer screamed to the sky. With a fierce stomp of its 4 hooves, its huge body suddenly soared into the air like a nimble flying swallow, and in an instant it crossed the river. The huge iron hoof weighing more than 10 tons formed a large shadow on the ground, stepping towards Cheng-Chi. At this time, Cheng-Chi stared at the mechanical beast in the air with his eyes wide open. There was no electronic signal overflowing, and it completely relied on specific vibration waves to receive commands. There was no modern energy in the whole body, and it was driven entirely by a precise clockwork structure. The exposed gears, each emitting a golden glow, are so exquisitely crafted. With a casual glance, you can see a corner of the precise physical structure. Everything is so smooth and smooth. There are at least hundreds of millions of gears, and they are running silently. In the dark night sky, Mechanical Beast Rulu exudes a charming brilliance. Any straight man, after seeing it with his own eyes, cannot resist the visual feast presented by this ultimate mechanical aesthetics. This feast, unlike Hua Kunlun's prosthetics, does not have such a strong sense of the future. Instead, it is a kind of retro, handmade, precise, vast and silent, and at the same time full of a sense of shocking power. Unique ingenuity, magnificent and majestic. The mechanical art of the Maha school, the divine work of the ancient D country, is well deserved, at this moment. In Cheng-Chi's eyes, it seemed as if countless fireworks exploded, and his mouth opened slightly. So handsome, so handsome. Chapter 160. Mechanical Beast Rulu. Its huge body, like a divine beast, soared into the air, crossed the river, raised 1 iron hoof high, and trampled down towards where Cheng-Chi was. The spectators nearby were immediately panicked and fled. They did not expect that watching the excitement would lead to such a crisis. Those who were trampled by the iron hoof would be reduced to meat paste. Only Cheng-Chi stood there without any movement, but frowned slightly. Appreciation is appreciation, but the crisis still needs to be resolved. But the strange thing is that Cheng-Chi did not call up the Type 1 biochemical armor, nor did he transform his body into a silicon-based state. Instead, his eyes flashed at high speed, as if he was sensing something. He had to complete a test, which was also an extreme challenge. At this moment, in Cheng-Chi's mind, he recalled a sentence that he had said inadvertently. The ability of an S-level gene person may seem simple at first glance, but if fully developed, there will be endless changes in the effect. Cheng-Chi's thoughts were surging, and his ideas were as fast as lightning. He looked at the Shang Tong Mo Fong in Mo Yuan's hand. Its sound vibration came from the small iron piece in the core. Once, when Cheng-Chi was on garbage earth, in order to sell it at a good price, he also tried to repair a lot of equipment and learn some general physics knowledge. Hertz. The unit of frequency, that is, the number of periodic changes per second. The small iron piece in the Shang Tong Mo Fong is about 3 centimeters long and about 1 millimeter thick. Its vibration frequency should be between tens of hertz and hundreds of hertz. It is this frequency that produces a similar resonance effect with certain parts of the mechanical beast, thus achieving the purpose of controlling the mechanical beast. Make some adjustments. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes. I use super speed to move quickly in a small area, which can also create a vibration effect. If my frequency can reach the same hertz as Shang Tong and Mo Fang, then in theory, I can also control the mechanical beast. Mo Yuan uses equipment, and I use myself, just as Mo said. The ability of the S-level gene seems very simple at first glance, but if used skillfully, it can also be infinitely varied. Vibration is definitely one of the development directions of super speed. At the extreme speed, Chang-Chi's control over his body is not so precise, as if covered by a layer of gauze, unable to transform into a human vibrator. So Chang-Chi set his movement range to 0.5 meters. A round trip is 1 meter, which is also equivalent to a vibration. Considering the environmental factors, according to the maximum speed of 300 meters per second, the maximum frequency that Chang-Chi can currently reach is 300 Hz. He can start from scratch and gradually increase the frequency. If Shang Tong Mo Fang is within 300 Hz, then Chang-Chi will always have the moment to align, and his idea is likely to become a reality at this moment. A noisy dust suddenly filled the ground around Chang-Chi's feet. It can be seen that he is moving left and right, but his outline is getting more and more blurred. The spectators have already run far away, and some people look back in horror. What is that S-level gene person doing? He is so fast, but he is moving in place. He hasn't even walked out of the enemy's range. If the iron hoof steps on him, he will be turned into meat paste. Chang-Chi was in pain and happy at the moment. He felt that his brain was about to be smashed into paste, and his bones were also in pain. But at the same time, he also realized that the vibration method should work. Everything in Chang-Chi's perspective had become blurred, and the world was like a high-definition monitor. But at this time someone was holding the monitor and shaking it wildly. The scenery was mixed into a pool, and the colors were also smashed into lines. This rapid turnaround is different from running in a straight line, and the intensity is indeed quite high. Chang-Chi is feeling his own situation. It has almost reached 100 Hz, and there is no frequency matching. 200, 250, no frequency matching. Continue. At this time, the huge iron hoof is less than 2 meters away from Chang-Chi's head, and it is like a mountain pressing down on his head. At this moment, it is about 270 to 290 Hz, and Chang-Chi suddenly has a strange feeling. The surrounding scenery is still blurry. But Chang-Chi saw the thousands of core mechanisms in the body of mechanical beast Rulu, which were like mechanical hearts. They seemed unusually clear in the blurry world. Chang-Chi could even feel the release of the tension of the spring, and the vibration of various mechanical reeds. His eyes opened slightly. Chang-Chi suddenly realized. This was not a kind of vision, but more like a bat sonar detection mechanism. Everything he saw was a vibration feedback, and then formed an image in Chang-Chi's mind, which was not only penetrable, but also clear compared to other objects. It was also at this time. Chang-Chi finally understood that the core components of the entire mechanical beast were vibrating in a relatively narrow range, and he was now in this range. Chang-Chi did not know this principle before, but accidentally entered a sonar mechanism. At the same time, Chang-Chi also found that the colors of the thousands of mechanical beast core components in his field of view were different, because they were all blue, but some were dark blue, and some were light blue. And as Chang-Chi adjusted his own frequency, their depth would change. Finally, it was confirmed that the closer Chang-Chi himself was to the frequency of a certain component, the darker the color of the component became. The principle should be that the stronger the resonance, the clearer the brain's construction of the object. Chang-Chi knew that what he had discovered was a very supernatural reconnaissance ability, but he needed to find time to fully study it. As for the control method of the mechanical beast, I already understood it. Chang-Chi locked onto a component similar to a rudder in the head of mechanical beast Rulu. This component was very precise, like a large gear, but each tooth was a thin, slightly vibrating iron sheet. At the critical moment, Chang-Chi raised his hand, his palm facing the sky, seemingly trying to resist the falling iron hoof with his ant body. But in fact, Chang-Chi was slightly adjusting his own vibration frequency. Guided by the depth of color, the final frequency was about 275 Hz, and this frequency was also the same as the small iron piece with stop 0 engraved on the rudder. A roaring sound came from the body of mechanical beast Rulu. Boom, 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 the ground was shaken 3 times. It was the sound of the 3 iron hooves of the giant mechanical beast landing. Its right front hoof suddenly stopped while falling rapidly, and the airflow it created blew a circular dust ripple below. The center of the ripple was the young man in the blue cape. His body stopped shaking, and everyone could clearly see that he raised one hand to the air, seemingly touching the suspended iron hoof, but in fact, it was still about 10 centimeters away. At this time, the mechanical beast Rolu was like a sculpture, no longer moving and still in the air. Of course, even if it stopped moving, the oppressive body was still majestic. Everyone felt incredible. It was like a magical spell. The huge, mechanical beast Rolu actually obeyed Chang-Chi's command. How is it possible? What did you do? Mo Yuan was also shocked. The mechanical pendant in his hand was a prop that adjusted the vibration frequency. Its purpose was to match the rudder in the mechanical beast and guide the mechanical beast to complete specific actions. The pendant can adjust up to 24 frequencies, and only he knows the matching actions. That guy named Chang-Chi can actually rely on himself to emit a vibration of up to 300 Hz, even if the S-level gene person is beyond imagination and can do this. But how did he crack his own matching method? Chang-Chi guessed. He guessed that the two words Jiling on the rudder should mean stillness, so he adjusted the frequency to the same. It doesn't matter if he guessed wrong, at the last moment, he can move at high speed to avoid being trampled. But the result is that Chang-Chi guessed right. This wave made him pretend. Everyone's eyes were full of wonder. The blue cloak fluttered, like a god who could control a giant beast. Chapter 161. Chang-Chi's body began to vibrate again. 285 Hz. It coincided with the frequency of the iron plate with North 22 written on the rudder of Mechanical Beast Rolu. At the scene, Chang-Chi raised his hand and waved slightly to the north. The roar sounded again, and the huge mechanical beast moved slightly, took a step to the north, and then stood up with its head held high. Chang-Chi put down his arm and turned around slowly. In the night, the giant mechanical beast was amazing. It moved and stood just behind Chang-Chi, as if it was a soldier under Chang-Chi who obeyed his orders. This scene was magical and incredible. Some timid guests at the scene even had the idea of kneeling down and worshipping. Impossible. How could you control the creations of the Mo family? How could you control my work? Mo Yuan held the Shang Tong Mo Fong and the mechanical pendant, his body trembling, and he operated it in a panic, trying to regain control of the mechanical beast. But for some reason, Mo Yuan felt that his hands were out of control, his arms trembled, and the Rubik's Cube and the pendant fell to the ground with a crash, rolling a long way. The pendant also broke due to the fall, and several pieces of debris splashed out. Then, Mo Yuan stumbled and fell to the ground with a thud. Chang-Chi noticed Mo Yuan's face, and was slightly startled. Blood was flowing from his eyes, nostrils, and ears. At this time, Mo Yuan held his temples with both hands and said painfully, "When you vibrated at high speed just now, there were a few moments when I felt a headache, as if my brain was smashed by an electric drill. Ah, it hurts." Chang-Chi opened his eyes slightly. It's resonance. Each object has its own special vibration frequency. Once a high-frequency vibration environment appears nearby and the vibration frequencies are similar, the vibration amplitude will be superimposed, causing internal damage. It's like swinging on a swing. If you push it at the right time, it will swing higher and higher. In human history, there have been many accidents caused by resonance. In 1850, a group of soldiers from Country F were walking on the main river bridge in Angers, Western Country F. As a result, their steps were too neat, and the frequency they produced accidentally matched the natural frequency of the bridge, causing resonance, causing the bridge to suddenly collapse, and 226 people died. The collapse of the Broughton Suspension Bridge in Country E in 1831 was a similar situation. The human brain also has its own frequency, which is about 20 to 30 Hz. Just now, Chang-Chi's own vibration frequency increased from 0 to 300, and went through every frequency band. Mo Yuan was standing very close to Chang-Chi, so a resonance phenomenon occurred in Mo Yuan's brain. At this time, Mo Yuan's facial features were bleeding, and blood vessels should have ruptured. Chang-Chi felt very surprised. Super speed can be transformed into vibration, and vibration can actually cause such damage. If I can control my fist accurately, and make the vibration frequency of my fist similar to that of stone, then I may not need much force to smash it into pieces. Impossible. Why is this happening? Mo Yuan crawled on the ground, gritting his teeth, trying to reach the damaged mechanical pendant in front of him. I can't fail. I want to drive the Mo family out of Tingzhou. If I can't drive them out, I will kill them all. Mo Yuan. At this moment, a low roar came from a distance. Mo Yuan was stunned when he heard this familiar voice. He turned around tremblingly, and looked not far away. There were 67 figures in black suits, standing quietly in the night. Mo Yuan's pupil shrank suddenly. Among the figures, an old man about 80 years old stood in the front, and all the others consciously kept half a step away from the old man. He had white hair and a hunched body, but his eyes were shining. Although he was old, he still had the momentum he had gained from his lifelong experience in the business world. Mo Yuan. The old man sighed and closed his eyes slightly. I never thought that you would be such a person. All the guests were shocked and their legs were numb. Aren't these the deceased members of the Mo family? I came here to attend their funeral. Don't panic. I apologize to you on behalf of the Mo family. The old man said slowly, all this is a plan customized by our Mo family. The purpose is to avoid the murderer's pursuit and reveal the murderer's true face in secret. We have only taken some special genetic drugs. The guests took a deep breath and resumed their lost breath. Mo Yuan lay on the ground, his pupils filled with indescribable shock. The old man glanced at Mo Yuan, whose mouth was constantly filled with blood foam, and he was probably dying. The old man then turned his gaze to the young man in front of him, walked forward a few steps, and nodded slightly. I saw you controlling the mechanical beast just now, and I also understand the truth of the matter. I, Mo Beishan, on behalf of the Mo family, would like to express my gratitude to you. As he said this, the old man slowly bowed down, and the remaining 66 men behind him also bowed down facing Cheng-Chi. But Cheng-Chi waved his hand. No need for formalities. The old man slowly straightened up, tears in his eyes. I never thought that Mo Lin would know someone like you, and even invite you to Tingzhou to solve my family crisis. He is really so worthy of you. Mo Lin? Cheng-Chi tilted his head. Who? The head of the Mo family named Mo Beishan was slightly stunned. Aren't you entrusted by him? He is my second son. Oh, that second uncle. Cheng-Chi sneered. He doesn't deserve it. This time it was Mo Beishan's turn to be stunned. He turned his head again and looked at the air behind him. If it wasn't Mo Lin, then who was it? Who else in the Mo family could invite an S-level gene person? To be honest, no one in the Mo family could invite an S-level gene person, because even Mo Beishan didn't have such a way. Even if they knew the information of several S-level gene people, they couldn't pass on the message before. Mo Beishan thought that his second son had far exceeded his expectations, so he used some means to invite the person in front of him. Then this? Mo Beishan looked doubtful. Could it be the Galactic Alliance? No. Cheng-Chi looked up. I said before that I am friends with your young master Mo. Young master Mo. Which young master Mo? At this time, Mo Beishan opened his eyes slightly, and like the audience before, he had the same question in his mind. There are many young masters in the Mo family, at this moment. Not far away, a figure wearing a black cloak slowly walked in front of the old man, and then slowly took off his cloak. During this process, Mo Beishan's eyes widened inch by inch. The cloaked figure nodded slightly. Grandpa, Cheng-Chi is indeed my friend. Mo Xiaoxuan? Mo Beishan was surprised. How could you know? Cheng-Chi's ears stood up at this time. Mo's real name is Mo Xiaoxuan? My god, this name is too funny. Even if you are called Mo's son, you are much more noble. Mo Xiaoxuan? It doesn't match your noble look perfectly. Ha ha ha. Cheng-Chi couldn't help but burst out laughing. Everyone was frightened. What's wrong with this S-level gene person? He was so startled. Of course, they didn't expect that it was the first time Cheng-Chi heard Mo's real name. Mo knew that Cheng-Chi was laughing at him, and his mouth twitched slightly. Grandpa, this time, thanks to Cheng-Chi's help. Mo Beishan was so surprised that he couldn't speak. He had thought of all the possibilities before, but he had never thought that Mo, the most insignificant junior, could know such a big shot. The guests at the scene were the same. Cheng-Chi said before that he was a friend of Master Mo. They thought about the eldest and second masters, but they didn't think about Mo, the little transparent one in the family, at this time. Cheng-Chi said, Grandpa Mo, your 66 descendants have all woken up and accompanied you all the way, but you never noticed that Mo was missing. It seems that you are really indifferent to him. Mo Beishan's face changed, and he looked at Cheng-Chi and said, Don't dare. Don't dare. Cheng-Chi said again, the second son you had high hopes for, packed up his belongings and ran away as soon as he woke up. Mo Beishan's eyes widened. What? Cheng-Chi said again. Then Mo woke up, never left, and secretly investigated the real murderer alone. If it weren't for him, you guys would have been bled one by one even if you woke up. Mo Beishan's body stiffened, and his pupils trembled as he looked at Mo. Mo still nodded. This is what I should do, but the credit goes to Cheng-Chi. Cheng-Chi's voice came again. Mo's business ability is excellent in my opinion. In the process of searching for the murderer, he also used both kindness and force to establish a mining production chain and smooth the relationship with Lee, and also showed amazing mathematical calculation ability. These may be common in your family. But he has another quality that I admire very much. I was born in the garbage earth. When he traded with me, there was no deception or misleading. The transaction was fair and just. Every time a transaction is completed, he always leaves some gifts, which makes the experience good. There is no difference in treatment, because I am a low-level scavenger. Chung-Chi crossed his arms and looked at Mo, who was somewhat moved. To be honest, I have lived on this garbage earth for so many years, and I have seen that all businessmen are mean and selfish, and Master Mo is the only one who is trustworthy. I don't know why. Mo's tears rolled in his eye sockets. Chung-Chi looked up at Mo. I help him because he is good enough. Mo Beishan was also moved beyond words. He hugged Mo tremblingly, patted Mo on the back and said, "Good boy." Paused. Mo Beishan said, "Family affairs are busy. My original plan was to let your second uncle be the head of the Mo family. Now it seems that he is not worthy. Child, I wonder if you are willing to share some of the burden for an old man like me." Mo's body suddenly paused, and he was silent for a long time, trembling, and said, "I will do my best. Soon." Mo looked at Mo Yuan, who was already dying on the ground, and frowned, saying, "Grandpa, I think we have seriously neglected the importance of modest culture in the past few years. If possible, from now on, while running the family business well, I would like to increase the promotion of modest culture and support for students, remove their work, and let them focus on their studies." Mo Beishan nodded slowly. "I listen to you." Mo Yuan stared at Mo with his eyes wide open, but he was already out of breath and couldn't speak. Mo glanced at Chung-Chi again, pursed his lips and said, "Regarding the totem Rulu in the mountain, we don't have to believe in it anymore, even if we have to." At this time, Mo turned around and looked up at the sky. "We should also believe in this treasure from the Mo family, mechanical beast Rulu." Mo Beishan nodded again, looked at Mo, and said in a low and powerful voice, "I listen to you." At this moment, Mo Yuan's eyes finally showed a trace of relief. But this was also the last moment of his life. The next moment, his head tilted and he died completely. Chung-Chi looked at Mo quietly. He praised him because, on the one hand, Mo was really an excellent person, and on the other hand, it would be easier to exchange for rewards later. And now, Mo settled the family crisis, fully proved his ability, and was recognized as the successor by Mo Beishan. TSK. With so many good things gathered together, that guy still had a dead fish face, and seemed to be more serious than before. Suddenly, a pretty figure ran from the darkness in the distance. She ran to the front of the crowd and hugged Mo without saying anything. Mo's eyes widened. The woman in front of him was breathtakingly beautiful. He stammered, Menglan? But Menglan looked at Mo's face, her eyes slightly tearful. Menglan kissed Mo on the cheek. Mo was completely stunned. His eyes widened to the extreme, and his eyeballs fell out of his sockets. Then, Mo stared straight ahead, and the corners of his mouth could no longer be suppressed. He twitched and began to rise slightly uncontrollably. Ha ha ha. Chung-Chi laughed so hard that he fell backwards. I told you, after the event is completed, Master Mo's mouth must be twisted into a Nike. Chapter 162. Everything is settled. Chung-Chi has become the most important guest of the entire Mo family. The Mo family is indeed the top business family. Even the guests are divided into detailed levels. Once a guest visits, they will decide the reception level according to the corresponding level, including the level of the accompanying personnel, and the upper limit of the budget for food, clothing, housing and transportation. Chung-Chi was classified as an S1 level guest by the Mo family. I heard that this is the only S1 level guest in the history of the Mo family. Even the head of the Galaxy Alliance in charge of Tingzhou has not received such treatment. But Chung-Chi did not enjoy their support, but turned around and returned to the Lingshire starship. As for the resource of the Mo family, from now on, knowing Master Mo alone is enough. Mo is the only one allowed to enter the Lingshire starship. At this time, he stood in the 02 cargo hold of the Lingshire starship, looking up and scanning the surroundings. He never expected that this seemingly shabby garbage recycling starship would be so exquisite. It was just a cargo hold, and the pure white wall was so smooth, without any joints, revealing an indescribable sense of technology. Mo had never seen such a starship. As expected, S-level gene users should not be underestimated. This starship fully demonstrated Chung-Chi's extraordinariness. Every S-level gene user was walking on a path that ordinary people could not imagine. Mo looked up and turned his body, admiring the starship while his thoughts were surging. In other words, he knew Chang-Chi's origin too well. When and by what method did this guy grow up to be such a person without knowing it? But it is true. From the beginning, Chang-Chi was surrounded by amazing secrets. In an environment like the garbage earth, he could easily take out a huge amount of high-entropy alloy, and instantly identify the A toxin in the drink and take out a unique antidote. And in the Mo family incident, he showed his strange technological equipment more than once. Mo's eyes were wide open. He couldn't understand all this. But he still maintained his basic qualities and basic ways of dealing with people. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Now, with the help of Chang-Chi, the crisis of the Mo family was solved, and he got the beauty back. What Mo had to do was to remember the favor in his heart, and always be in awe of this mysterious and powerful friend. At this moment, Mo slowly turned his head and looked at Chang-Chi, who was also in the warehouse, and then he was stunned. Chang-Chi was lying on a cargo box, his head and legs hanging down at both ends of the cargo box, like an N shape. His arms and legs were swinging back and forth like noodles, and his eyes were also slowly rotating spirals. Mo's expression changed, and he came closer. "What's wrong with you?" Chang-Chi was also speechless. His supernatural ability is speed, but this thing is like an attribute point in the game, added to himself without any logic. In addition, his physical fitness in all aspects is seriously backward. Just now, when he used super speed to fight against the mechanical beast, he caused damage to his body. Probably problems such as dislocation of internal organs, fractured bones, and ruptured blood vessels. Now he is like an egg, which looks fine on the outside, but has been shaken into a paste inside. In front of the Mo family, his calm and composed remarks were just his extreme pretense. Mo's eyes were filled with concern. "I go get the doctor." Chang-Chi said incoherently, "It's nothing, my ability is backfired, but I recover soon." Mo's expression was a little complicated. Behind every strong man, there is an unknown sadness. But Chang-Chi was speaking incoherently, mumbling something. Mo was a little anxious. "What did you say?" Chang-Chi's voice became smaller and smaller. Mo was even more anxious, always feeling like his brother was explaining his affairs after his death. If Chang-Chi encountered any serious consequences because of handling his family's affairs, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. Mo quickly knelt on the ground, leaned forward, put his ear close to Chang-Chi, sweat on his forehead, and carefully distinguished. "Money." Mo finally understood what Chang-Chi meant, and took out the previous paper roll from his pocket, confirmed one by one, no ambiguity. The first item is the previous high-entropy alloy payment. I have measured it. 12,000 pieces of high-entropy alloy. The quality is the same. The price of each piece is 8.6375 million credit points, and the total value is 103.65 billion. Rip off the zero, a total of 104 billion. I have your ID. It's in the account. Mo operated on his handheld device, and looked up at Chang-Chi. 104 billion credit points in the ID account. Chang-Chi also specially set the portable payment system to voice speaker. At this moment, he listened to the heavenly sound that surpassed all the music in the world, and the continuous zeros. His limp body was like an inflated balloon, and it stood up inch by inch. Finally, his hands were placed on his trouser line, and his whole body, like a stick, was lying across the cargo box. Such efficiency! Such accomplishment! He opened his eyes wide and said, "Boss Missouri, you are such a good person, so conscientious. Compared to your help to us, this is nothing." Mo's eyes twitched, and it felt like Chang-Chi was about to die in the last second. When he heard that the money had arrived, his injury was healed by half. To be honest, I have never seen so much money. Chang-Chi was even a little excited, although I was prepared. When they arrived, I still felt a sense of truth and falsehood, like a dream. This money is too much, far more than I could have imagined when I was a scavenger. It is our family's honor to do some small cashing work for you. Mo smiled. The second item, 10,000 bottles of high-energy protein extract of the Mo family. Said. Mo raised his head, and the rumbling sound of the transport machinery came from outside the cabin. The cargo door of the Link-style starship also slowly opened. But I saw that more than a dozen transport machines were loaded with neatly arranged high-energy protein extracts, which were already ready. Mo waved his hand. Unmanned machines, accurately and orderly, placed boxes of goods in the cargo hold of the Link-style starship. Mo did not drag his feet and continued to flip down the list. A 24 Nani robot, jet-powered shoes, gravity field gloves. These are very old. I have arranged people to find them. I will go to see the results now. Chapter 163. The hatch slowly closed. There was only Chang-Chi in the cargo hold, and there were countless high-energy protein extracts from the MO family. Chang-Chi glanced around, and there were more than 10,000 bottles. MO should have sent all that he could currently use, about 12,000 bottles. Chang-Chi remembered that this thing was very valuable, and 12,000 bottles was an astronomical price. The S-level gene gave Chang-Chi super speed, which could be developed, and the upper limit was unknown. But this ability also had a lower limit, which was that one must have a strong enough physique. High-energy protein extract is a customized drink for the MO family. It has the functions of improving physical fitness, enhancing immunity, replenishing energy, etc. Perhaps in the eyes of those rich people, it is just a daily functional drink. The effect varies from person to person. Maybe after taking it for a year or two, there will be no significant effect. But in Chang-Chi's eyes, its potential is far more than that. He has long listed this drink as a must-have goal. Even S-level genes still have some defects and cannot be comprehensive. But Chang-Chi has STC, he can make up for these deficiencies in other ways. For example, crazy drug taking. And it is top-level drugs that ordinary people can't imagine, let alone get. The MO family's customized protein extract, which has the function of strengthening the body, is the best choice, to be precise, the best raw material choice. Chang-Chi endured the pain in his body and stood up. In the dark warehouse, he slowly raised his right hand with his palm facing inward. STC bloomed a blue fan-shaped scanning beam. Detected similar technological creations, break into original substances, start synthesis. The most magical thing about STC is that it can break everything into a magical and mysterious basic unit, and then synthesize a new creation with doubled functions. QSS Energy Enhanced Protein Extract, *6600, based on the original high-energy protein extract. The concentration and purity of the protein are further improved. It uses more advanced extraction technology and adds a variety of rare biologically active ingredients, such as coenzyme Q10, astaxanthin, etc., which can provide energy for cells, enhance cell vitality, and more effectively improve the body's energy level and endurance. It can effectively improve energy levels and endurance. Chang-Chi just shook his head silently. It's still a long way to go. Break into original substances, start synthesis, compound nutrition synergistic protein extract, *3300. Chang-Chi took a look at the notes. This drink has added a lot of high-energy nutrients on the original basis. In simple terms, it is a complex of body-strengthening liquid plus energy supplement liquid. Break into original substances, start synthesis, gene adaptation protein extract, *1650. This time, the gene adaptation feature was added, and the effect of the preset gene was doubled. Although it was upgraded, there was a slight limitation. Chang-Chi's eyes flickered. Continue. Intelligent targeted protein extract, *A25. Using advanced targeting technology, it can accurately deliver protein to the parts of the body where it is needed. It contains specially treated intelligent biological protein molecules. These molecules can identify the demand signals of different tissues and cells in the body, and deliver and supplement them in a targeted manner, as well as strengthen them in a targeted manner. The effect is 10 to 54 times that of ordinary protein liquid. This creation comes from a 3.1 level technological civilization. Chang-Chi paused. A beverage uses intelligent protein molecules? Sure enough, there is nothing that advanced technology cannot do, only what you can't think of. But level 3.1 civilization is almost at its peak, and it is estimated that it can be synthesized again. Break into original substances, begin synthesis, the immortal race accumulates nutrient solution infinitely, *412. Chang-Chi paused slightly. Immortal race? I have never heard of such a race. Could it be an alien civilization? In the depths of the distant universe, there lives a kind of human-like carbon-based life form called immortal race. They are also alien civilizations defined by humans, but due to their genes, their lifespan is much longer than that of humans, close to immortality, in endless time. They have explored the secrets of the origin of organisms, analyzed the codes of organisms, and created this nutrient solution, which combines 12 kinds of life sciences such as high-energy extraction technology and biological protein targeting technology to achieve an extremely balanced and stable effect, after taking this nutrient solution, the physical fitness of conventional carbon-based organisms will be fully nourished, and the overall body strength will be increased by 0.1% on the initial basis without difference, and it will be infinitely accumulated before reaching a new life essence transformation. See here. Chang-Chi shuddered. Indiscriminate improvement, infinite accumulation? The words are very arrogant. This 0.1% may not seem like much, But if it is infinitely accumulated, isn't it abnormal? However, Chang-Chi continued to read down before finishing the introduction. Conventional carbon-based organisms can only absorb limited nutrients every day. If there are redundant nutrients, they will be lost due to the limitations of the digestive system, the needs of metabolism and storage, the body's regulatory mechanism, etc. Conventional carbon-based organisms can take this nutrient solution once a day. If they take too much, they cannot be absorbed. The immortals also have this limitation, but this medicine is of great significance to them, and is regarded by them as the highest medical achievement. Because the lifespan of the immortals is almost infinite, this nutrient solution will produce an amazing cumulative effect in their bodies. As the saying goes, dripping water wears away a stone, a rope saws through wood, a penny a day, 1,000 days, 1,000. No one knows how many years ago the immortals began to take this nutrient solution, and so far, no one has been able to confirm what level the physical fitness of the immortals has reached. Chang-Chi took a deep breath after reading the notes. This immortal race is really strange and interesting. It is not completely accurate to say that they are developing slowly. They are using their own advantages to slowly accumulate their own strength through another track. It is a bit like the story of the tortoise and the hare. Although the tortoise is slow, it is moving forward unshakably. Through the queen, we know that life was born in the universe 4.9 billion years ago. If the immortal race was also born hundreds of millions of years ago, and they have been taking infinite accumulation nutrient solution for hundreds of millions of years, then what level are they now? Will he become a godlike existence? The so-called quantitative change leads to qualitative change. In the eyes of the immortals, it seems that there is no need for qualitative change. Just rely on endurance and accumulation to pile up a terrifying quantity. There is also the sentence in the annotation before the transformation of the essence of life. Chang-Chi does not know what the transformation of the essence of life is. The universe is vast, magical and mysterious. But Chang-Chi's dream is still so brilliant. One day, he will travel to every corner of the universe and witness all the vastness and mystery with his own eyes. Chang-Chi tested it again. The immortal clan's infinite accumulation of nutrient solution can no longer be synthesized. Perhaps there is no better nutrient solution below the 4th level civilization. Or perhaps, a high-level technological civilization would not focus on creating something like nutrient solution. Under normal circumstances, they should focus more on transforming themselves rather than supplementing nutrition. Chang-Chi slowly picked up a bottle of nutrient solution. Its shape and structure are completely different, and it is no longer a can filled with drinks. Instead, it turned into a transparent glass bottle, very slender, just the right size to hold in the hand, and the bottle was densely packed with blue small particles the size of millet grains. Although these particles were small, they were crystal clear and very beautiful. It was called nutrient solution, but in actual form, it was a highly concentrated solid. Chang-Chi pressed the button on the bottle. A blue millet grain fell out of the bottle mouth and fell into Chang-Chi's palm. Oh! 1 millet grain at a time. There are almost thousands of millet grains in this bottle. And I have 412 bottles. So, 1,000 times 412 equals. Woohoo, this is not important at all. It can only be absorbed once a day, and it increases by 0.1% each time, which is only 36% a year. I'm afraid that ordinary people can achieve this effect by working hard and taking auxiliary medicines. Chang-Chi held his forehead. Brothers and sisters of the immortal clan, I don't have as long a life as you. But the next moment, Chang-Chi's eyes burst into brilliance. It was just a self-entertainment. He knew very well that although he didn't have that much time, his gene circuit map had a branch LV2 super metabolic rate that was awakened at the same time because of super speed. Ordinary silicon-based creatures can absorb once a day. Then how much can I, as an extraordinary carbon-based creature, absorb? Chang-Chi opened his mouth slightly, raised his palm upward, and swallowed the blue millet grain into his mouth. The next moment, Chang-Chi opened his eyes. This feeling was so magical. The moment the millet grains entered his mouth, it was like a balloon containing a lot of sweet juice bursting in his mouth. Refreshing, thirst-quenching, delicious. Because of internal injuries, Chang-Chi had a bitter mouth and dry mouth just now, but it was resolved in an instant. Oh my god, it's so delicious. Chang-Chi's eyes were shining, and he felt that the delicious juice in his mouth turned into a refreshing and cool energy, which instantly flowed to his whole body, and it was a particularly delicate and even flow, even as if covering every strand of his hair. Normally, every time Chang-Chi was injured by high-speed movement, his body would be in urgent need of energy, which is the desire to eat meat. Now, after a small grain of rice entered his mouth, this energy gap seemed to be instantly filled, and his body began to repair at a high speed, In terms of energy alone, this grain of rice is equivalent to a nutritious meal, about the same as a very dirty beast. This is not over yet. Chang-Chi felt its physical enhancement ability the next moment. My body is like a desert, a very dry human sponge, and the small grain of rice turned into a drop of cold and sweet spring water, which instantly moisturized the whole body, and then a very weak warmth was born. Chang-Chi was very clear. His physique had been comprehensively enhanced, vaguely, looming, probably that 0.1%. At the same time, Chang-Chi also had a clear feeling that under his LV2 super metabolic rate, the energy in the millet grains was quickly converted and absorbed. The whole process took only a few seconds, and the body was sending a signal, not enough, not enough. Far from enough. Sure enough. Chang-Chi smiled slightly, picked up the nutrient solution glass bottle, put it to his mouth, pressed it gently, and a millet grain fell into his mouth. It was still so cool and delicious. The human-shaped sponge was once again moistened by the water. Not enough, far from enough. Click, click. Chang-Chi kept pressing the nutrient solution button, and one by one, the millet grains kept falling into his mouth. Chang-Chi was surprised at his super metabolic rate, and the improvement of his body's toughness became more and more obvious. Squeak! The little white mouse, shaking its crystal tail, climbed onto Chang-Chi's shoulder, its pink nose twitching, and its whiskers trembling. Do you want to eat this kind of nutritional supplement too? Chang-Chi tilted his head, pressed out a millet grain, and handed it to Gigi. The millet grain in its paw was equivalent to a small apple, and it began to swallow it. Gigi seemed very satisfied with the taste of the food, but after eating one, it leaned on Chang-Chi's cheek, satisfied. Its metabolic rate is nothing more than a normal level. 1 grain of rice a day is enough. Chang-Chi nodded. Even the picky eater Gigi asked to be fed. It seems that the raw materials of this medicine are very high quality. Click, click. Chang-Chi kept moving, eating 1 grain of rice after another. Finally, Chang-Chi felt his body stagnate. Just like after a full meal, he no longer had any interest in other food. He knew that even the LV super metabolic rate must have an upper limit, and today's tonic had reached the limit. Chang-Chi secretly counted. He swallowed a total of 99 grains of rice. 1 tonic is equivalent to 99 days of effect for others. Chang-Chi clenched his fist slightly, and clearly felt that his physical strength had been improved overall, including but not limited to muscle density and bone strength. 99 times of improvement means an overall improvement of 9.9%. And tomorrow, there should be another round of tonic, which will increase by another 9.9%, doubled in 10 days. 1 penny a day, 1,000 days, 1,000, infinite accumulation. So terrifying. Chang-Chi's chest was heaving. With this kind of nutrient, the defects of weak body will be balanced soon, and the growth prospects are terrifying. Without hesitation, Chang-Chi put Gigi aside first, wrapped his whole body in Type 1 biochemical armor, and immediately began the test. He used the same 0.5 meter return distance, and he pushed his speed to the extreme, and the whole person turned into a phantom. The surge in G value still made his body hurt, but during this process, he could clearly feel that his body became stronger than before, and a sense of solidity appeared. Although the magnitude was not so huge, his confidence was doubled. He then reduced the return distance to 0.4 meters, which was perhaps a target he could not achieve before, and the vibration frequency of the whole person reached 340 Hz. At this moment, Chang-Chi felt something, closed his eyes, and then entered a world that seemed to be made of sound waves. He could release sound waves, and his brain could receive feedback from these sound waves. 340 Hz was a low-frequency detection wave, but it could detect large objects, such as houses, mountains, human figures, etc. The scenery within a radius of 2 kilometers formed a strange pattern in his mind, like a blue perspective. He could see half of the hull of the Spirit starship. But I can't see the Spirit, because the Spirit belongs to a higher frequency existence. Chang-Chi also saw Mo outside the Spirit starship, with several biological transport boxes floating behind him, slowly approaching. At the same time, in Chang-Chi's exclusive gene circuit map, on the coordinate axis marked with super speed, a new branch LV1 simulated sonar was born again. Chapter 164. Simulated sonar. Chang-Chi stared at the slightly flickering word in the genetic blueprint. Now, he has mastered this ability preliminarily. He can observe the scene within a range of about 2 kilometers through 340 Hz vibration. The accuracy is not high, and large objects can be seen. For a human body, this is a kind of supernatural detection ability, and it has considerable practicality. But for technological creations, this is just a low-frequency detection wave. There is no need to compare it with the current detectors. Even the submarines of the old era, the sonar system in them is hundreds or thousands of times more effective than Chang-Chi. But? Chang-Chi's eyes flickered. This is just LV1 simulated sonar. As his gene level increases, his body strength increases, and his control over his body increases. How many hertz can his vibration reach? Will there be a day when his simulated sonar reaches an astonishing frequency? It can explore the topography of the entire city in an instant. All the details will be seen in an instant, and all the irregular changes will be refreshed rapidly in his mind. At that time, my movement speed must be amazing, but I don't need to use my eyes to observe things, or my vision can't keep up with the speed of movement, and the sonar system will provide me with the most accurate guidance, forming a necessary mutual assistance. Exaggerate a little. Even, I will be able to explore the topography of a certain planet the moment I land. Exaggerate a little more. I can explore a corner of the universe thoroughly with just my body. Let's exaggerate a little more. If you stand at a certain point, you can peek into the whole picture of the universe like a god. Let's exaggerate a little more. In the old days, some scholars proposed string theory. String theory believes that the most basic unit of the material world is not a particle in the traditional sense, but an extremely small one-dimensional string, like a guitar string. These strings are very thin and constantly vibrate in the microscopic world. Microscopic particles such as electrons, quarks, and photons are all generated by different vibration modes of these strings. If string theory is true, Chang-Chi's eyes flashed. Then is it possible for me to reach the same frequency as the dimensional string and see the origin and truth of the entire material world, more and more exaggerated? String theory speculates that because the vibration of strings is diverse, multiple space curls will be formed, which may lead to countless different universes, and each universe has different physical properties and laws. This is also a speculation about parallel universes. So, is it possible for me, Chang-Chi, to spy on the existence of parallel universes, or even interparallel universes through stronger sonar simulation? At this time, Chang-Chi extended his index finger with his left hand, and placed it on the left bridge of his nose, thinking deeply and handsomely. I admit that I am really good at daydreaming. But then again, if you don't even dare to think about something, how can you do it? Well, you have to work hard towards your goal. Chang-Chi raised his hand, and slapped his left cheek lightly. Chang-Chi, who has been trapped on the garbage earth for 18 years, has always dreamed of going to a bigger world. He is full of curiosity and expectation about this world. He wants to see the scenery, and the scenery that others cannot see. In the future, he must take infinite accumulation nutrient solution for immortals, on time every day. Other medicines cannot be stopped. Chang-Chi immediately contacted his uncle Valente, thought for a moment, raised his hand, and directly transferred 100 billion credit points. The funds obtained from the high-entropy alloy are as much as 104 billion. If they are just kept in the account, they will not generate any value. People should learn to invest in the future and in hope. For Chang-Chi, the remaining 4 billion is already a staggering amount of money, enough for his expenses, or even squandering. Moreover, Chang-Chi will not lack opportunities to make money in the future. Uncle Fei was shocked. He couldn't imagine how Chang-Chi had gathered such a large sum of money in a short time. Although the S-level gene person has a superior status, it was something Uncle Fei could not have expected that he would become a fat man in one bite. The reconstruction of the gene city can be said to be a long process. It requires various complex production lines, and the establishment of a scientific research team, each of which requires a lot of money and time. Originally, Uncle Fei and his team planned to accumulate funds little by little through gene repair drugs. Unexpectedly, in just 2 days, Chang-Chi directly hit the target and achieved it in one step. Almost without hesitation, Uncle Fei directly sent a contract based on the credit management system of the Human Galaxy Alliance. It clearly stated that the owner of Gene City was changed to Chang-Chi. Chang-Chi smiled. He felt lucky. Both Valente and Mo were grateful people. For Valente, if Chang-Chi hadn't appeared, there would only be hell ahead of him. Moreover, Valente was a person who didn't pay much attention to fame and fortune. Once upon a time, he just wanted to pursue the potion of his dreams, but now, he regards saving people with defective genes all over the world as his mission for the rest of his life. Chang-Chi didn't act pretentiously, and signed the contract directly. Then, Uncle Valente solemnly promised that within 20 days, he would build a gene medicine production line exclusively for Chang-Chi, and would definitely send the first batch of gene medicine to Chang-Chi. Chang-Chi was in a good mood. The road ahead was long, and behind him, in addition to the footprints left by himself, there was naturally no lack of support from his partners. The cargo door of the Link-style starship slowly opened. Behind Mo, four large biotechnology boxes were suspended and slowly walked in. Before this, Chang-Chi had already collected more than 400 bottles of infinite accumulation potions and summoned a steel mother, disguised as a cargo transporter. After all, it was difficult to explain why 12,000 bottles of protein drinks disappeared out of thin air. The appearance of the steel mother was a transport robot at first glance. Its appearance would give people an inertial thinking. The drinks had been transported to other warehouses by Chang-Chi. Mo glanced at the empty warehouse. If there are not enough drinks, I can ask the factory to work overtime. Such trivial things, as long as you need them, we at Mo's will always supply them. Boss Missouri is very generous. Chang-Chi looked at the box behind Mo and guessed what was in it. In this era, strengthening oneself through genes is a path. But in this era, technology is also developing rapidly. In ancient times, the reason why primates like humans stood out among all animals, stood at the top of the food chain, and even became the master of the earth was because of a very simple reason: they learned to use tools. Trapped spears can catch tigers and elephants. Wooden boats and oars can cross rivers and sail to the sea. No matter when, the rational use of tools is the premise of staying ahead. Genes and equipment are two different paths. But children make choices, and adults directly create precedents. We should grab both hands and make both hands strong. Chapter 165. Swish. Four biological boxes were lined up behind Mo, and the doors slowly opened. Inside the boxes, there were partitions, and on the partitions were rows of mechanical shoes and black technological gloves. Chang-Chi, my friend. Mo pointed at the equipment in the box. The things you want are really rare and tricky. The jet turbine-powered shoes are pure antiques, and the gravity field regulating gloves are actually a failed medical auxiliary gloves. Again, these should belong to the garbage earth. I have issued an ultimatum to the family's acquisition channels before. What I want must be obtained as quickly as possible. Mo smiled helplessly. Just now, various starships transported these things from all directions. The toll spent are tens of thousands of times the value of these things. Thank you. Chang-Chi grinned and said, Boss Missouri has great connections. Boss Missouri has worked hard. Long live Boss Missouri. There are only 15 pairs of shoes and 13 pairs of gloves. They haven't met your requirements yet. My people are still looking for them. Mo frowned, looking puzzled. These things are second-hand goods. Some of them can't even be started. What use are you asking for these things? As spare parts, disassembled and combined. Chang-Chi stretched out his hand, spread his 5 fingers, and then clenched his fist slightly. Finally, assemble them into new equipment. As long as you are satisfied. Mo hesitated. There is one more thing. I have to apologize to you. I haven't found any A24 Nani robot you want. Not only A24, but also the previous generations of A24, such as B343, have disappeared from the market. Oh! Chang-Chi was stunned. You can even find medical waste, but a Nani robot is difficult to find? And you actually use the word vanish? I find it strange too. Mo was also puzzled. I heard some news. In recent years, there has always been a mysterious boss with strong financial resources, who has been constantly purchasing old robots. The requirements are very clear. It must be a Nani robot that has been manufactured for more than 20 years. As many as possible will be bought. Oh! Chang-Chi touched his chin. What kind of logic is this? I don't understand it either. Mo also shook his head. Although these robots are old, they have nothing to do with antiques. I heard that many people use their scrap robots to make a lot of money from the boss. But the boss didn't care at all. He just bought them blindly, at any cost. His money was like the wind blowing in. How could such a person appear? Chang-Chi frowned, thinking to himself, isn't this going to cut off Hanzi's upgrade path? Originally, Chang-Chi planned to upgrade his old friend into a truly cool and explosive robot, either to repay its companionship or to add another powerful assistant to his future path. This matter was listed as a must-do by Chang-Chi. But now, it seems to have encountered some small obstacles. Next, I will find a way to contact the mysterious boss. I will get all the things on this list at all costs. The man in a black suit straightened his back and looked at her with a different look in his eyes. Mo, I will never break my promise. Chang-Chi smiled and reached out to take the list in Mo's hand, gently turned it over, and put it back in Mo's hand. Mo was puzzled and looked down at the list in his hand again. When he first got the list, Mo checked it carefully and made sure that there was nothing on the back of the list. But at this time, Mo was stunned. But he saw 7 words written crookedly in a corner on the back of the list, which looked like dog crawling. Muji Guan Tianiko. Tianiko? What is this? Emo looked at Chang-Chi in shock. You wrote it? When did you write it? Hee. Chang-Chi smiled. Before the battle with Mechanical Beast Rolu, I took the time to write it on the spot with my maximum speed. So these words are Mechanical Beast, but they were written in a hurry. Emo grinned and imagined a picture. The iron hoof of Mechanical Beast Rolu was about to step down, but Chang-Chi put life and death aside and used his speed. His tongue flew out of his mouth, and his saliva formed a string in the air. He rushed in front of him. In a hurry, he filled in an item on the back of the list and returned to the battlefield. And all this happened too fast, and it was dark, so I couldn't see it clearly. Emo said sternly, "How did you find the pen in that state?" Chang-Chi's eyes were filled with tears, and he stretched out his index finger, and there was a wound on the tip of the finger that was about to heal, blood writing. Emo was shocked. Why did he feel a little inspired? It can be said that it was a shameless act, but it made people feel as if they owed him something. Chang-Chi's operation was also amazing. You want a mechanical beast? No problem. Emo let out a long sigh. I give you whatever you want, but I have only one small request. You leave the Mechanical Beast Rolu on the mountain to me, and I ask the Mo family students to make the mechanical beast you want for you again, okay? Chang-Chi nodded heavily, of course. Okay, I arrange it. But Mo turned around and walked out of the starship, efficiently, without a single delay. In the cargo hold of the Lingshire starship, Chang-Chi was the only one left again. After the cargo hatch closed, Chang-Chi looked at the equipment in front of him and rubbed his hands slightly. Although the number was not large, it was not small either. Let's see if the gloves and shoes can be combined to the limit. At this time, the hands and feet were slightly surging, and the Type 1 biochemical armor was exposed. It was like creeping asphalt, slowly shrinking, revealing the jet turbine power shoes and gravity field gloves that Chang-Chi had been wearing. After taking them off, they were placed neatly. A total of 16 pairs of shoes and 14 pairs of gloves. Then Chang-Chi summoned Iron Mother and took out 50 precious metal detection robots shaped like golden duck eggs that he had stolen from the mine owner Mudhopper. In Tingzhou at night, the grass and trees swayed in the breeze, and the cicadas and frogs chirped, creating a unique artistic conception. Inside the Ling-style starship, the back was tall and wide, with a white storage warehouse full of technology. Chang-Chi's legs were slightly apart, his back was straight, and his blue scavenger's cloak drooped naturally. He slowly raised his right arm, and the STC burst into a dazzling blue beam. At this moment, he was like the second creator, releasing endless style and momentum. Hee. One by one. Chapter 166. We are all old friends. I also have a beginning and an end. See if I can send you to the altar. Chang-Chi first set his eyes on the 14 pairs of gravity field adjustment gloves on the left, and turned his body slightly, and the gorgeous and mysterious beam of STC enveloped them. Similar technological creations detected. Break into original matter. Synthesis successful. Precision control gravity field adjustment gloves. *7. Chang-Chi's eyes moved slightly. This is similar to what he expected. The previous gravity field adjustment gloves had a certain probability of being violent and uncontrollable, so the next stage of upgrade must be to improve accuracy. But this is just a process. Continue. Similar technological creations detected. Synthesis successful. Infinite gravity field gloves. *3. Equipped with more advanced sensors and control systems, it can accurately control the intensity, range and direction of the gravity field, with a range of 1 to 150 meters, object volume of 1 centimeter to 20 meters, direction of 0 to 360 degrees, infinite adjustment, smooth operation, more accurate, almost reaching the level of telekinesis. Chang-Chi paused for a moment. It seemed that the evolution of the gravity field gloves was to achieve perfection in controlling gravity. He couldn't help but feel a little excited. Chang-Chi nodded secretly. Continue. Break up into original matter, synthesis successful, the sorrow of the pioneer civilization -200, *1. Chang-Chi was stunned. What is this? It seems to have nothing to do with gravity. The pioneer civilization, a humanoid civilization living in the distant universe, they live on a high-rotation planet. The gravity on the planet is disordered and unpredictable, with the Earth as the standard. Their gravity value constantly changes between 1 and 120 times, with the development of science and technology. The pioneer civilization gradually evolved into a scientific and technological civilization dedicated to a single technology, they are obsessed with the study of gravity, After formulating the direction of science and technology, they devoted all their manpower and material resources and vowed to solve the mystery of cosmic gravity. But this ancient and ubiquitous concept is covered with a heavy veil, the pioneer civilization ignited hope in failure after failure, and then was shrouded in despair again and again, in the 200th year of desperate efforts. They still have no breakthrough, they named the latest generation of gravity technology creations. The sorrow of the pioneer civilization -200, in fact, it is an unusable failure. 200 is not a model number, but a record of the year? Chang-Chi was a little stunned, and then looked at the newly made work in front of him. It still looks like a pair of gloves, made of some black metal, but the whole thing is dim and silent. Chang-Chi tried to connect with it through the electronic resonance ability of silicon-based, and could see a faint blue ribbon floating on the gloves, but that was all. The gloves could not be started at all, let alone operated, just like a model without internal components. Chang-Chi opened his eyes slightly. I actually stepped on the pit. The shoes in his hand have been used up, and this is actually the last chance to synthesize. I didn't expect that the final result would be a failure, or more like a souvenir. In the research of any kind of scientific and technological creation, there will inevitably be various failures. This is a very normal thing. Not being defeated by failure and constantly spurring yourself are the most valuable qualities. Having such a spirit is the driving force for the advancement of a civilization. Looking at this pair of unstartable shoes, this cannot be criticized. At the same time, Chang-Chi's heart also gave rise to a touch of understanding and a little respect. Ah, Chang-Chi said, but it's really a pity. Looking back, the previous gravity field adjustment gloves were also a failed medical glove. It seems that the STC blueprint includes all stages of technological creation. It is true that success and failure are both a kind of growth. At this moment, the Spirit-style starship sent a prompt. Chang-Chi looked at the surveillance camera and found that 4 large biological transport boxes appeared outside the starship cargo hold again, like couriers, waiting for the owner to open the door to greet them. Chang-Chi opened the starship cargo hold, and the box slowly floated in, and then opened the door. At this moment, Chang-Chi smiled. Boss Missouri, you are still so reliable. In the newly arrived transport box, 35 pairs of the same turbine power shoes and 37 pairs of force field adjustment gloves were neatly placed. Adding the previous number, each item is 50, not more, not less. No matter how difficult it was, Mo was strictly following the standards on the list. In this case, the gloves can continue to be synthesized. Chang-Chi immediately started working, repeating the previous synthesis steps. After a while, he obtained 5 pairs of Sorrow of Pioneer Civilization 200. Similar technological creations detected. Break up into original matter. Synthesis successful. Sorrow of Pioneer Civilization 500. *2. 500? Chang-Chi opened his eyes slightly and looked at the annotation. The planet completed 500 revolutions, and in the blink of an eye, another 500 years of exploration, but the Pioneer Civilization still did not make a breakthrough. Their will was passed down from generation to generation, but they all died with hatred. Their leader sighed to the sky, Great Mother of the Universe, why can't you give the persistent people a small hope to hold on? Chang-Chi was speechless. The 2 pairs of gloves in front of him were still dim, and could not be activated. Gravity is indeed an ancient and mysterious unsolved mystery in the universe. Humans also know nothing about it. They know it exists, and that they can fly into the sky by fighting it. But no one knows where it comes from, or why it is formed. Some people would say that the greater the mass of a celestial body, the greater its gravity. But why? There are various conjectures about gravity. In general relativity, it is speculated that gravity is formed because of the curvature of space caused by massive objects. There is also the energy radiation theory, and in string theory, it is believed that the vibration of the string causes gravity. There are many different opinions, but none of them can be proven. In short, it is the supermassive black hole Sagittarius A that aggregates the Milky Way through gravity. It is the Sun that aggregates the solar system through gravity. The Earth has light, living conditions, and humans. Presumably, the pioneer civilization also came from this. We all live in gravity, and are born because of gravity. And the study of gravity, from a certain perspective, is like exploring the power of gods with a mortal body. Pioneers. This name is very appropriate. They are really fearless pioneers. Chang-Chi took a deep breath. There is still one chance for synthesis. Could it be that the next item will be Pioneer 3000? That will not only be your sorrow, but also cost me 3,000 lives. For some reason, Chang-Chi hoped that the next creation would make a breakthrough. This is not only related to his own gains. At the same time, he also hoped from the bottom of his heart that the pioneer civilization, which had risked everything, could get a reasonable harvest, break up into original matter, synthesis successful, Pioneer Gravitational Weapon System Kit 1. Gloves, *1. Chapter 167. They succeeded? Chang-Chi's eyes widened in an instant. He had never seen the pioneer civilization, and didn't know where they were or what they looked like. But at this moment, it seemed as if there was a resonance across time and space. Chang-Chi was excited and proud of them. This time, the creation was no longer the sorrow of any year, but a gravitational weapon system. The highest technological level of the pioneer civilization is nothing more than a 3.1 level technological civilization, but under that extreme paranoia and even unshakable belief, they succeeded. They unraveled one of the veils of the universe and glimpsed the truth of gravity. At this moment, they were promoted to a god-level civilization, mastered the secrets of gravity, opened the brilliant door to new physics, new energy science, and new space science, and disappeared in the physical world and went to a mysterious space. Chang-Chi's pupils were trembling, and a layer of goosebumps appeared on his body. This is a true latecomer overtaking the competition, a true overtaking on the curve. The pioneer civilization risked everything, tried its best, persevered, and finally got its reward. As the saying goes, one flower, one world, one leaf, one Bodhi. Chang-Chi saw such a touching and inspiring story through the synthesis of a small piece of equipment. As for the god-level civilization, Chang-Chi does not know its value for the time being, and STC cannot describe it due to lack of data. Presumably, in the future, the technological level of the pioneer civilization will soar to a certain unimaginable level. God-level civilization may refer specifically to super civilizations such as level 11 and level 12. Or, after they have mastered certain aspects of the universe's mysteries, their attributes will be defined as God-level. Salute to the pioneers. Chang-Chi nodded secretly. The child is also the founder of a civilization. Although the Chi civilization has nothing now, Chang-Chi still can't help but enjoy his future. Is it possible for me, Chang-Chi, to create a god-level civilization? Of course, this is a later story. Chang-Chi looked at the equipment in front of him. The gloves were still black and soft to the touch. But its uniform and delicate texture, as well as the magical matte texture that seemed to slightly swallow up the surrounding luster, silently showed its extraordinariness. Gravity Weapon System. Kit. This was the first time that Chang-Chi had synthesized equipment with kit attributes. He slowly put the gloves on his hands. The first feeling was that they were soft and fit very comfortably. Ice blue beams of light lit up on the surface of the gloves, converging along the bones of the fingers towards the wrist, which was smart and full of science fiction. With his 5 fingers slightly open, Chang-Chi could feel a slight vibration coming from his fingertips, and then 5 slightly rotating ice blue force fields appeared on his fingertips, like a miniature cosmic nebula. The 5 fingers slightly contracted, and the 5 nebulae contracted slightly, gathering into a larger nebula. The gravity field exists at the fingertips. Chang-Chi slowly raised his head, his eyes flashing, looking at the biological transport boxes in front of him, stretched out his right hand towards the box, and spread his 5 fingers. The box was immediately wrapped in an ice blue luster, and slowly floated into the air. The 5 fingers opened again, and 7 or 8 boxes flew through the air, each going their own way. When they were about to hit the wall, they suddenly stopped, and then under Chang-Chi's control, they suddenly gathered in front, stacked into tall pillars, and then arranged into a pyramid. Handy. Chang-Chi looked at the notes on the gloves again. Pioneer Gravitational Weapon System Kit 1. Gloves can release 10 exclusive anti-gravity force fields, with a maximum coverage range of 500 meters. According to the Earth's gravity standard, the upper limit of the disposable item weight is 6.4 tons. With millimeter-level accuracy, the strength, range and direction of the gravity field, etc., all use infinite adjustment technology. Chang-Chi tilted his head. The performance of controlling the gravity field is many times stronger than before, and it has become 10 force fields, which can be operated on multiple lines, with a strong sense of control and very practical. But the pioneer civilization has cracked the mystery of gravity. Although this equipment is a product before becoming a god, it is also a stepping stone. It shouldn't be just like this. So, Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes. The key point is the word kit. The performance of this kit is only 1.2% of the Pioneer Gravity Weapon System, which belongs to the category of daily assistance. With the increase of kits, the linkage performance will be improved. With the collection of kits, the core technology of the Pioneer civilization, graviton control, will play its full performance, It is indeed like this. Graviton. Control technology? Is the truth of gravity a microscopic particle? Chang-Chi pondered. Next, we should collect as much gravity control related equipment as possible, and then synthesize a full set of pioneer kits. This is the predecessor of the god-level civilization, and it must be worth the money. Then, Chang-Chi looked at 51 pairs of jet turbine-powered shoes. The essence of this equipment is propeller-driven, not gravity field, which is a bit regrettable. But it must be synthesized. The flight function must be indispensable in future explorations. Break into original matter. Synthesis successful. Single soldier high-speed flying wing. *25. The mechanical shoes turned into a thin flying wing with a wingspan of about 2 meters, equipped with multiple sets of jet turbines, and the flying speed was nearly double compared to before, reaching 0.8 Mach. It was very handsome, but also very inconvenient. It was too big. Break into original matter. Synthesis successful. K22321 anti-gravity flying shoes. *12. Chang-Chi's eyes lit up. Anti-gravity? It has also entered the scope of gravity field? Doesn't that mean the new equipment has once again become a pair of shoes, and the flying method uses small anti-gravity field technology, which has substantially improved the flying speed, flexibility, and range. But these are not what Chang-Chi is most concerned about. The point is that this single-person flying equipment has not escaped the fate of fighting gravity, and has successfully added anti-gravity technology. Break up into original matter. Synthesis successful. The sorrow of the pioneer civilization -200, *6. Chang-Chi clenched his fists. Sad brother, it's you. The shoes once again turned into dim, unstartable technological equipment. The former pioneer civilization named all items in the 200-year node with a unified name. Chang-Chi stabilized his mind. Next, it should be 500 years of sad brother. Break into original matter. Synthesis successful. Sadness of the pioneer civilization 500, *3. Chang-Chi clapped his hands fiercely. Stable. Break into original matter. Synthesis successful. Pioneer gravitational weapon system kit 4. Shoes. *1. High-speed flight is achieved through the anti-gravity field, with a maximum speed of 1.28 Mach, and can achieve extreme postures and angles. The maximum single-time range is 20,000 kilometers. It has an X+1 mode, where X specifically refers to different gravity environments on different planets, and +1 is for timely adjustment. Even in a gravity environment 50 times higher than the standard value, it can still achieve perfect flight. As an auxiliary tool, it is also very practical. A human-shaped jet, and it's all-terrain. Chang-Chi's eyes sparkled. Kit 4. I wonder what kind of function it will activate when used in combination with gloves. Without hesitation, Chang-Chi slowly put on the pair of matte black technology shoes. It can automatically adjust the tightness, becoming soft, fitting, and very comfortable in an instant. At this moment, ice blue lines lit up on the surface of the shoes, beautiful and dreamy, full of technology. Moreover, these ice blue technology beams extended from the shoes, like some kind of light and shadow, fitting Chang-Chi's thighs, slowly spreading upwards, reaching the waist. The gloves in Kit 1 that were worn before also released the same ice blue line, along Chang-Chi's arm, to his shoulder, and then extended downward, finally merging with the beam released from the shoes at the waist. At the same time, a beam screen was released from the palm of the glove. It was a slightly rotating figure, with ice blue luster flashing on the feet and hands. Pioneer Gravitational Weapon System Kit 1, Kit 4, link completed. Energy intercommunication, energy value increased by 2.3%. Kit 1 gloves gravitational bomb function enabled. Kit 4 shoes gravitational trap function enabled. Energy value level reached the initial stage. Suit function micro-gravitational lens enabled. Chapter 168. Inside the spacious cargo hold of the Spirit starship, Chang-Chi fiddled with a few steel balls in his hands. He narrowed his eyes, and ejected a steel ball with his thumb. At first, the steel ball flew normally in the air, but after flying about 5 meters, a small ice blue spherical light shield suddenly flashed on the surface of the steel ball. Buzz, bang! The small steel ball hit the floor of the Spirit starship with a very heavy weight. The material of the Spirit starship is hard, and the collision caused the steel ball to severely collapse on the impact surface. Chang-Chi opened his eyes slightly, and threw the steel balls in his hand forward. At the same time, he exerted his super speed, rushed forward suddenly, chased the flying steel balls, stretched out his right hand wearing a black glove, and touched the steel balls one by one. Then, Chang-Chi stopped at a distance of 3 meters and slowly turned back. Bang, bang, bang. The surface of those steel balls flashed with ice blue light, and then they hit the ground violently one by one. The small steel balls carry kinetic energy far beyond their size. Chang-Chi moved his fingers slightly. This is the special function gravity bomb carried by Pioneer Gravitational Weapons System Kit 1, gloves. Multiple micro-gravitational fields can be applied to other objects, and then the objects can be adjusted from 1 to 100 times the gravity, with infinite adjustment. The maximum volume of the target object is 1 cubic meter. The force field explosion time can be delayed for 1 to 10 seconds, and the explosion can last for 3 minutes. Chang-Chi's setting for the steel ball is only 10 times the gravity. Although there will be no real explosion, it can be imagined that if an object with a large enough weight is selected, and 100 times the gravity is applied, and then a delay of about 3 seconds is set, and then the object is thrown at the enemy, then the enemy will be unprepared and will face the weight that life cannot bear. At this moment, Chang-Chi looked at the ground he had just stepped on, and took out a small iron can with his backhand. He half crouched on the ground, and pushed his arm forward, and the iron can rolled forward. Suddenly, on a piece of ground in front of him, an ice-blue circular force field suddenly appeared. When the iron can entered this range, it made a click, and was directly flattened by the huge gravity, and turned into a discus. This is the function of the shoelace kit on the shoe, the gravity trap. On the stepped ground, up to 10 gravity traps can be left, with a diameter of 2 meters, and a maximum ambush time of 20 minutes. Once the enemy steps in, the gravity can be increased by 100 times, and the multiple can be adjusted infinitely, and the existence time is 3 minutes. The gravity traps in front of him were only multiplied by 10. It is conceivable that an enemy, relying on his flesh and blood, happily and joyfully chased Chang-Chi. He naturally would not have thought that there was a 100-fold gravity trap hidden on the ground. Once he stepped into it, he would become a juicy meat pie in the next second. Chang-Chi's eyes flickered. These two functions are unexpected, flexible and changeable, and are very practical moves. If you open your mind, the gameplay is far more than the two forms in front of you. Moreover, for Chang-Chi, these two functions also have other bonuses. The first bonus is the electronic resonance ability from the silicon-based gene. Chang-Chi does not need to activate the virtual adjustment panel of the gloves and shoes, and can directly operate efficiently. Those relatively complex settings such as appearance explosion and gravity multiples can be completed through thoughts, without anyone noticing, and can cooperate with each other seamlessly. The second bonus is Chang-Chi's super speed. Whether it is setting gravity bombs for items or laying gravity traps, it can be completed in an instant. The same two pieces of equipment, in the hands of others, can bring out the value and efficiency of use, which is far from comparable to Chang-Chi's. At this moment, Chang-Chi stood up straight, and his shoes and gloves bloomed with ice blue light, flickering slightly. The light around him suddenly became distorted, as if steam suddenly appeared around him, blurry and swirling. The next moment, Chang-Chi disappeared in the warehouse. The truth is, Chang-Chi himself was actually still in the same place, and his physical properties did not change at all. But he is invisible. This is the function of the suit that is enabled after the shoes and gloves are linked, the microgravitational lens. By changing the gravitational field around the equipment, light and electromagnetic waves are bent, thus avoiding the observation of human eyes and electronic equipment. In other words, everything is there, but the light and electromagnetic waves targeting Chang-Chi are either bent to avoid Chang-Chi itself, or the refraction trajectory changes, making it impossible to interpret the real image. This is different from any visual camouflage technology or anti-radar technology on the market. This is a kind of abrupt gravity distortion. The nature is very abnormal, and there is a sense of déjà vu of great force creates miracles. Brute force sweeps away everything. Chang-Chi was also shocked. The previous gravity bombs and gravity traps all created a separate standpoint, completely overriding the standard gravity of the planet under their feet. The gravity acceleration at the same location has changed, and the physics teacher is furious. And this gravitational lens power is even more exaggerated. According to human understanding, the huge gravity of celestial bodies with a mass of neutron stars or black holes can distort light. At this time, Chang-Chi was just a small individual wearing gravitational weapon gloves and shoes. He himself did not feel anything strange, but the light around him was distorted in such an incredible way. The pioneer civilization's control of gravity has completely exceeded the framework and definition of human beings. Gravity has become a toy in their hands. Perhaps, the term graviton that flashed before is the key to controlling gravity. And the so-called the greater the mass, the greater the gravity may be a complete mistake. But sadly, countless human theories are based on this. When the truth is revealed, I don't know how many scientists will go crazy. Changqi knows. Those functions just now are already amazing in the definition of human civilization. But they are just auxiliary functions in the Pioneer gravity weapon system. This weapon system is like a series of circuit boards. Only when the last piece is put together can we witness all its functions. Only then can Changqi witness the real reason why the Pioneer has become a god-level civilization. Fortunately, I didn't abandon you. Changqi glanced at the technological gloves and shoes. His expression flickered. The Type 1 biochemical armor was activated, and the wrists and ankles emerged with creeping asphalt, wrapping the shoes and gloves. The appearance of the shoes turned into regular black scavenger leather shoes, and Changqi's palms were also covered by the armor, and then simulated the color of the skin. The two pieces of equipment are very practical. Changqi will always wear them, but outsiders cannot detect it. With a lot of harvest, Changqi just stood quietly, and an invisible sense of security would emerge in his heart. And then, Changqi slowly turned around and looked at the 50 golden duck eggs on the ground. Chapter 169. Mudhopper's Precious Metal Detection Robot. It is small in size, and can be hidden in other people's starships or luggage. Once it enters the mining area, it can find out the underground precious metal storage. Changqi raised his right hand, and the STC burst out a blue beam. Similar technological creations detected. Synthesis successful. Precision Precious Metal Detection Robot, *25. The types of metals that can be detected have increased, and the detectable range has increased. Continue. Synthesis successful. Precision Precious Metal Plus Energy Detection Robot, *12. Not only can it detect underground metals, but it can also detect 12 types of underground energy, including oil. Changqi shook his head. Continue. Synthesis successful. Underwater Exploration Robot, *6. Based on the previous one, the underwater navigation function has been added. It is very necessary. Many celestial bodies in the universe are covered with large areas of water, just like the Earth in the past. But it's not enough. Synthesis successful. Global Treasure Hunting Robot, *3. It has the ability to fly, and even the ability to travel in short distances in space. Changqi narrowed his eyes. Continue. Synthesis successful. Mechanical God Odysseus, *1. This ancient Greek hero experienced countless hardships and dangers on his long journey home. His journey was full of explorations for unknown wealth and precious things, such as looking for opportunities to escape in the cave of the Cyclops, and gaining wisdom and strength from dealing with the witch Circe, symbolizing the spirit of bravely exploring the unknown to obtain treasures. Mechanical God? Changqi paused slightly. This time, the attribute of the equipment jumped a little too much, which was unexpected for him. And on the ground in front of Changqi, a golden sculpture stood quietly. It was a man, with curly long hair draped over his shoulders, naked upper body, and a short animal skin skirt around his waist. He held a round shield in his left hand, and a long sword in his right hand. His exposed muscles were solid and tough. There was a golden halo on the back of his head, and the whole person looked like a god. Odysseus. The golden sculpture suddenly spoke, calling out this name, which contained some kind of ancient and powerful power, and also instantly raised a strong desire to fight. It suddenly raised its head and stared at Changqi, with a golden light bursting out of its eyes, and invisible anger was brewing, as if Changqi had disturbed its sleep and summoned it, and it was an ancient god, which was simply a blasphemy. Clang! It struck the round shield with its long sword, making a crisp collision sound. Odysseus. It seemed that it could not say other words, but these 4 words contained the anger of the gods. At this moment, its muscles were tense, and the golden light behind it was shining, and it suddenly charged towards Changqi. The golden sword stretched forward, and the edge suddenly appeared in the golden light. It attacked alone, but it had the momentum of thousands of troops. Changqi was shocked by this powerful momentum for a moment, and the whole person was stunned. Clang! Ding! The golden god Odysseus stabbed Changqi's foot with a sword. The huge recoil force forced it to retreat, and it rolled on the ground continuously before it stabilized its body. Changqi opened his eyes wide, with a look of doubt and uncertainty, staring at the golden little man on the ground that was less than 10 centimeters tall. What on earth is this? Odysseus. The golden god never gives up, and once again gathered his momentum and rushed forward, but Changqi stretched out a finger and pressed it against his head. His feet were rubbed and smoked, but he didn't move forward a centimeter. Changqi raised his finger. The great golden god lost his balance and fell flat on his face. When he stood up, he saw a little white mouse with a slightly shaking tail next to him. The golden god paused slightly. He thought to himself, What kind of place is this? Not only are there ancient giants, but there is also a giant rat beast, but the golden god will never complain about the environment. It raised its sword, Odysseus. Shiji looked at the fierce little guy and was a little confused. Shiji? Chang-Chi squatted on the ground and squinted his eyes. Only then did he realize that this so-called mechanical god was a finely crafted robot. The golden light behind its head was also some kind of light-emitting diode. Chang-Chi found it very interesting. It seems that it has a certain intelligence and even personality. The moment it was turned on, it completely brought in its own personality. The mechanical god Odysseus comes from a technological civilization with a high degree of faith and is good at making toys. It is essentially a treasure-hunting robot, but it integrates the cognition and experience of the ancient god Odysseus, and the treasures that can be explored are not limited to any form. Any item that causes Odysseus's consciousness to fluctuate will be recognized as a treasure by Odysseus, and it will explore it with all its strength and never give up. In this process, Odysseus is not afraid of any difficulties and obstacles. Although this creation comes from the 2.2 civilization, it has irreplaceable advantages in the field of treasure hunting. After reading the STC's notes, Chang-Chi nodded slightly. This little robot is actually a toy. No wonder it is quite interesting. However, its function has a very cool point. It can explore treasures in any form. The previous detection robots can only detect precious metals or underground energy. To put it bluntly, they release different detection waves to complete a kind of advanced geological exploration. And this little guy seems to have its own judgment mechanism. Chang-Chi doesn't know what kind of detection method its so-called spiritual consciousness is. But roughly speaking, it is a bit like the mongoose in the traditional mythology of Country D, which has a keen sense of smell and insight. Once it gets close to the treasure, it can keenly find the specific location. Odysseus. Squeak. Under the feet, Squeak, and the Golden Man were on the verge of a fight. Chang-Chi laughed a little, then summoned Squeak, and returned to his shoulder. The Golden God jumped high and high, but could not climb into Chang-Chi's shoes, so he had to sulk alone. Suddenly, the Golden Man's eyes flashed, and he poked the long sword to the ground, folded his hands on the hilt, and then slowly closed his eyes, as if he was feeling something. Chang-Chi paused slightly. Did you find a treasure? Odysseus. In just a dozen seconds, the Golden Man suddenly opened his eyes, pointed his long sword at the hatch of the spirit starship, and kept roaring. The next moment, it rushed out directly, and kept poking the hatch of the starship with the long sword in its hand. Chang-Chi immediately became interested and opened the hatch. The little Golden Man howled, raised his sword, and rushed into the wild. Chang-Chi opened his eyes slightly. It can be confirmed that it really found something. Is there any treasure hidden above Tingzhou of the Mo family? For the time being, I don't know the judgment criteria of the Golden God. Is this treasure already collected by someone, or is it some unknown secret treasure? Chang-Chi did not hesitate and followed quickly. But not far away, I saw the Golden God swimming forward vigorously in a drainage ditch less than 1 meter wide. Odysseus. The little Golden Man's eyes flashed. Although I am facing the stormy waves, there is no word retreat in the will of God. No one can stop my heart that exudes divine power, and is extremely passionate about treasure hunting. Chapter 170. Under the dim moonlight. Chang-Chi squatted on the ground and gently pushed the water surface. The waves pushed Odysseus, and it finally swam to the shore. Turbal, the great Golden God, shook his body to get rid of the water, then raised his golden sword, raised his immortal will, and continued to run forward. In front of him was a brightly lit building, like a large school, with shadows of people. Chang-Chi approached and found Mo standing in it, and in front of him were a group of Ma's students. Odysseus was also hesitating at the foot of the wall, as if trying to determine the direction. Chang-Chi saw Mo frowning, so he activated the latest equipment function, the gravitational lens, and the surroundings seemed to be filled with steam. In just 2 or 3 seconds, Chang-Chi's body was perfectly invisible. The kit shoes released an anti-gravity force field, and Chang-Chi was suspended 10 centimeters above the ground, moving slowly, without stepping on the ground, and without any sound. These two functions are a perfect match, and no one can detect them. Near the window, Chang-Chi eavesdropped on the conversation between Mo and the students. Master Mo, we are far behind Mo Yuan in terms of the attainments of mechanical beasts. We don't even understand the principles. We are ashamed. The person who spoke was Mo Shan. At this time, he lowered his head and looked ashamed. It is difficult for us to meet your needs for the time being. It may take 3 to 5 years, or even longer. I promised Chang-Chi to give him the Mo family mechanical beast. I can't break my promise. Mo frowned. Is the Mo family mechanical art so difficult? Don't you usually study together? Mo Shen's face turned red, ashamed. We only learned the basics, but Mo Yuan is a gifted guy who has comprehended countless mysteries in secret, and we didn't even know that mechanical beasts could be so powerful in the past. Mo Yuan deserved the punishment, but with his death, many experiences also disappeared. Mo sighed and turned to look in the direction of the garbage starship. How should I explain this to Chung Chi? Chung Chi was actually standing in front of Mo. The cause and effect are clear. Except for Mo Yuan, no one else can create such a handsome mechanical beast. I never thought that Mo Yuan would have such an impressive talent. It is said that paranoia is a prerequisite for genius, just like the pioneer civilization, but Mo Yuan's paranoia is too much, leading to the road of destruction. Chung Chi shook his head silently. Just don't embarrass Mo. At this time, Odysseus confirmed the direction of advance and plunged into the grass. Chung Chi followed slowly from behind. Any small mound of earth is a towering mountain for Odysseus. His journey is really like a traveler who is struggling to find treasure, inspiring and touching. Although it is called Tingzhou, it is a planet with a huge area. Buildings occupy less than 1% of the land, and the rest is deep mountains with few people. It is really a great place to hide treasures. After walking into the deep mountains for a long time, Chung Chi heard a loud rumbling sound. In the hazy night, Chung Chi saw a white streak in front of him, which fell vertically from the towering peak and merged into the deep pool below, making a loud noise, and filled with water vapor. It's a waterfall. In fact, it was the first time that Chung Chi saw a real waterfall. The environment on the garbage earth is bad, and this magnificent natural landscape has long disappeared. Odysseus. The little golden man swung his sword into the pool, but he didn't expect that a big black fish would fly into the air, thinking Odysseus was some kind of beetle, and swallowing him directly. Chung Chi, But the next second, Odysseus' sword pierced the belly of the black fish from the inside, and after it was gutted, Odysseus crawled out of the fish's belly. The big fish died and floated on the water, but Odysseus used it as a raft. He stood on the body of the fish, covered in blood, and slid through the water with his long sword, swimming towards the waterfall with a firm and unshakable look. Chung Chi nodded. Warriors fight dragons. With only Odysseus rowing, he would not be able to reach his destination in his next life. Chung Chi activated the glove and created a small force field to push it forward. As Chung Chi expected, the little golden man plunged into the waterfall. And behind the waterfall, as Chung Chi expected, there was a dark and deep cave. However, at the bottom of the cave, there were only jagged stone walls, which looked completely natural. Ta! In the darkness, the glittering Odysseus used the golden sword in his hand to constantly poke at an inconspicuous little stone in the corner, and sparks flew everywhere. Boom! The stone wall in front suddenly opened, revealing a huge dark and deep space. The treasure-hunting robot was indeed powerful, and that little stone was a hidden mechanism. Secret room. Chung Chi opened his eyes slightly, and his mind flashed, and he quickly made a judgment. He had used silicon-based electronic resonance to explore the cave before, and there was no blue ribbon, and the principle of this door must be mechanical operation. In other words, this secret room is related to the modest mechanical technique, but the cave was pitch black, and judging from the echo and the slight cool breeze, the internal space was very large. Suddenly, there was a sound of precision parts running on one side of the cave. A faint yellow light suddenly lit up on both sides, which was not any kind of electric light. Instead, inside each glass cover, there were large jujube-shaped stones standing upright, with precise gears rotating underneath, driving a copper needle. The copper needle rotated around the stone, rubbing the stone surface lightly like a phonograph, and circles of yellow light appeared on the track of the friction. The light was in a spiral shape, and it became brighter and brighter as the copper needle rubbed, and the whole cave became brightly lit. It's some kind of strange ore. Chung Chi looked at everything in front of him with curiosity. At the innermost part of the cave, there stood a huge golden egg that was 2 meters high. The golden egg was a kind of machinery, probably made of brass, with a hollow surface and countless precision-operated gears inside. The number of gears was probably in the millions, even more exaggerated than the mechanical beast Rolu. Under the strange lighting system, the golden egg shone with a brilliant luster. The ears were filled with the low-frequency operation sound of precision machinery. This picture was a strange beauty, retro, mechanical, precise, and revealed an unspeakable heritage of Country D. On both sides of the golden egg, rows of lights were lit up. Chung Chi opened his eyes slightly, and on both sides of the golden egg were rows of ancient and imposing mechanical beasts. They were all made of brass, and the height of each unit was about 5 meters. Through the hollowed-out position, the insanely precise mechanical structure inside could be clearly seen. The 12 zodiac signs? Chang-Chi felt a chill in his heart. No, there is only one. Missing the dragon.